to say.
All right. Well, I would say
Mm.
there's no evidence for that, but maybe I'm wrong. What evidence have you been shown that the Earth is a spinning ball?
I mean, I can't really say that I have any evidence besides what I've been told, you know?
Join the club.
Boom shakalaka.
So, I mean, do you have evidence that the Earth is flat?
Well, water tells us that it's not curved. You know, like a body of water, like a lake,
Yeah.
an ocean. Because water, the physics of it, it just takes the shape of its container and finds level. So the surface of a
Okay.
body of water is just level, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like you put it in a cup, you put it in a bathtub, you put it in a swimming pool, you go to a lake, we all see the same thing, a level surface of water. But what they're telling us is that at a certain point beyond our human perception, it starts to curve. But only a few governments in the world that are sending rocket ships into a vacuum can actually tell this. And for everyone else, for all of human history, it's just seemed like a flat, motionless Earth. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't really trust the government. They seem to
Yeah,
be
that's
telling
fair.
quite a lot of strange stories nowadays and don't have a great track record. So if I'm going to try and
Yeah.
decide where I live and what my worldview is, I don't want it to be based on a story from known liars. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand that.
All right. So how can we figure this out? How can we figure out if we really live on a giant spinning ball or not?
I mean, I don't think there's a way for the layman to figure that out. 'Cause, I mean,
Could
obviously, none of us
we?
are gonna go to space, or
Yeah,
Yeah. We can't do that.
So
What
I
about
how
agree.
did the
testing like the
layman?
curvature
Yeah, think
or
about it like
something?
this: how did the layman a long time ago figure it out? The ones
well,
who were
they just use their intuition. Like, I mean,
really
not necessarily intuition, but I
Intuition?
mean, you can like, if you were on the
what?
Earth's surface, like, you can't deny that it looks flat. Like, you go out and look at the ocean,
Oh,
Oh yeah, what
you
can
oh
we
know,
yeah,
there's
do?
we all
not.
agree with that. Totally.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it all looks flat, all looks motionless, but then the government comes along and says, "Hey, we're the government. We love you very much, and the Earth is a giant spinning ball." Do we just believe
mm.
them?
Well, I mean, I think the majority of people do,
Right, but
but it
should we?
doesn't mean that they're telling the truth. I mean, I
Of
think you
course.
should do your own research with anything.
Correct. So could
Yeah.
we, for
Yeah,
instance,
good
test
man.
their claim that the Earth's surface is curving at about 8 inches per mile squared? Could we test that?
Um, I mean, I'm sure people would tell you that they've tested it, but I have no idea how you could test that.
Well, you can just test your
Like,
line of sight, right? Like how far you can see, because the curvature
yeah,
is supposed to be obstructing how far you can see, yeah? So, for
yeah,
example, they tell us, based on the size of ball that they tell us we live on, that if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing on the beach, the horizon should be around 3 miles away from you, because that's like the furthest point of the ball that you can see before it curves away from you. You understand that?
yeah,
So that's a pretty easy thing to test, right? You could go to the beach or a body of water and have something in the distance that you know how far away it is, and you can see whether the horizon is, around 3 miles or further. And what we're finding is when we go and do this, that we can see the horizon at 5 miles, 10 miles, 15, 20, 30 miles, right? We can
okay,
see way further than the globe model says we should be able to see. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, I understand that.
Guys, I
So,
hate to break this, but I just passed a liquor store that used to be an elementary school. Not even joking.
that must be a big liquor store
I believe that.
or a small
Dude, big.
elementary school. That must have been where White went to school, the liquor store with his
Yeah,
mother.
basically. Yeah, so we don't use the globe at all
Yeah.
for anything practical either. Like nobody's ever seen it or experienced it. Like, I would like to know what I would have to do to go experience this awesome spinning ball that the government says is there and is possible. I'm just stuck with this flat Earth, but you know what? Flat Earth is pretty cool. In fact, flat Earth passes the coolness test. The government globe ball is so like stupid.
Yeah.
right?
I guess that guy's pretty base, man. He's already thinking critically, so I mean, it's not too far along that he's gonna realize it himself. The way it sounds to me.
I mean, I'm open to any idea. You know, I can't, like I said, like I can't really provide any evidence that the Earth is spherical.
Yeah.
You
But the
know,
first thing that you said, what you were talking to Cyclone, the important thing I think that you said is that you need to test it for yourself and do the research. So that's
yeah,
listen. Whether you think the Earth's a globe or not, if you have that mentality, you're obviously going to wind up where we're at. So it's not the fact that we have
mm,
to twist anybody's arm to convince them. What we're challenging them to do is to think about the topic critically and do
yeah,
the research. Don't just accept what people are saying just on the basis of somebody saying something. I mean, test it out. If it turns out that you're right, that you when you test it, then you're right. But if you're not, then you're going to find out that all this time people just been believing the story, which is what it really is. But you won't know that until you test it. So that's what we want people to do: test their claims.
Yeah, because think about it, Blue. Would you not be pretty pissed off if you were to find out that all this time you believed you're living on this giant spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and it turns out not to be true? Is that not something you'd like really want to know?
I mean, yeah, I think that is something I would want to know, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised.
You
That
wouldn't be surprised that the government's lied to you. Well, you sound like a smart
no,
man.
not at all.
Right. Well,
But
good for you, because then you'll maybe be a little bit less surprised than some of the retards like Huite down there. But if you check your DMs, I've sent you a link to a
hold
server
on.
that has terabytes of information about this. And it's stuff that
Okay.
you're not going to easily find on YouTube and Google, because they censor it, even though it's a crazy conspiracy theory. They have to censor it for some reason so that people can't find it to even review it. So I've sent you a link to
Yeah.
the server.
Yeah, that's
When you
why
join,
a lot of
I've
the shit
joined
that
it.
you
gets
scroll
taken
down.
down
You
on
can
YouTube
scroll
actually
down.
gets posted
Who's
on
this
Rumble.
spazzing out? Who's this spazzing out? Bro, I'm in the middle of talking. So when you join the server link, if you
Yeah,
scroll about 3/4 of the way down the server channels, you'll see an additional information section, and it's all alphabetized. So it's got
I
stuff
see
on
it.
like gravity, curvature, motion of the Earth, NASA. You see all those channels?
Yeah,
Because this is like all the questions we get. We get like the same 10 questions about 1 million times a day. Why would they lie? Why would the government lie to me? What about NASA? So we've alphabetized it, so you can be like, oh, what about satellites? You scroll down for S and you'll see the channel on satellites, and then you can have a look at all that stuff. So this is just so that you can research it in your own time if you want to find out just how full of shit the governments are.
okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I'll definitely give this a look.
Yeah,
So
you got people all across the plane actually contributing to this. So everybody from all nations under the sun have been putting forth effort into this research for about maybe 8 to 9 years, man. Of worth of that's what he said, terabytes of information. We have
Yeah,
a lot accumulated. Not only that, but the conversations that we've had logged on YouTube, like me, Cyclone, Amish, some of the guys have been speaking. We have thousands of hours of conversations with these guys, people such as yourself, with PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists, and the like. So they come in here and we have the same type of conversation, but they don't have the answers that people think they do. They're more of a since they don't have a dog in the fight. They're more of an ambiguous answers that they give us. Well, we really don't know what gravity is, and kind like they don't say the same things that these guys in here do. Like there's the people that come in here thinking the Earth's a globe. They're really sure that their answer is 100% certain that the Earth is a globe. But the question is, when we ask them how is it measured, they don't have an answer to that. It's very telling of the type of education that's been given to people everywhere. They don't have the answers
yeah.
to support the claim. No.
I mean, I think that goes with a lot of things, though. I mean, you're just told things, and you believe them because that's what you're supposed to do.
yeah,
But
but and
Yeah.
that's true. But when you think about how much this like how deep this would go if the Earth isn't a spinning ball, right? I mean, They've given us our entire cosmology, the entire
Yeah,
origin story of how life came to be, what
it'll
life
be
is
pretty
doing here,
existential.
all this stuff, right? Yeah, so it gets pretty existential. So if you didn't have that, you'd have to potentially reevaluate all of that. So it's a pretty
Mhm.
massive thing.
Yeah, how long have you guys, I guess, I don't know if believe is the right word, but how long have you like subscribed to this theory? I don't know if theory is the right word either, but
Most of us have been here since the I guess the information got out really on the social medias, which is around like late 2014, early 2015. Most of us
yeah,
heard about it because it hit the social media scene, and once it did, it exploded on the internet. It was the most searched for topic in 2014, I think. Even it was the highest searched
Yeah,
for
I've been
topic
here
Yeah.
since
in 2014.
2016.
It's mainly because of the Nikon P900 camera that came out and all the long distance observations. People were taking this camera out when it came out. They're able to
yeah,
zoom further than what you could see if Earth is a globe. And that's what started this.
okay,
Well, it was actually Chicago being visible from Michigan. That's kind of what started it for a lot of people because the mainstream media reported on it and they tried to play it off like it was a mirage. And, there was no mirroring whatsoever. So it couldn't have been a mirage. So it was wrong on its face. And everybody knew it. So once they started investigating, they were like, wait a minute, this ain't a mirage. And that shouldn't be visible. There should have been what I think it was 1,800 feet of curvature. So obstruction should have been 1,800 feet. That's the hump of Earth curve in the way. But the tallest
mhm,
building in Chicago, I think, was like 1,600 feet. And that's me remembering from like 10 years ago. So forgive me if I'm incorrect on the details. But yeah, go
okay,
research it for yourself.
yeah, no, I'll definitely,
And then I was just gonna say, and then ask yourself why a lot of the flat earthers are still here after 8 years, trying to help people see the light and not
yeah,
attacking people.
Mm. So like, I don't know, you guys like you believe that the Earth was a globe beforehand. Like, how easy was it for you to be convinced otherwise?
It's
Like, were
different
you
for
like,
everybody.
Yeah, it's different
yeah,
for everyone.
obviously, but I feel
Something
like
you're
a
gonna
lot of
have on
people
the
are
fence.
pretty standoffish to it, or like
Yeah,
they
it
won't even
depends how much you
entertain
can
the thought.
handle observable reality debunking what you think you know, right? Because what you're going to come up against is something like the horizon distance not matching the globe model. And then you have to decide, right, am I going to go with what Earth is telling me, i.e., not a globe, or am I going to side with it must be a globe because everyone's told me that and that's all I know? That's what it comes
Mhm.
down to, whether you have the fortitude to accept that you were wrong and that basically everything you believed about the Earth was incorrect based on what you were told. If you have some experience of looking into things, I don't know, let's say you've had beliefs before that you've figured out were incorrect, then you'll probably be better equipped to deal with
Yeah.
this. But if you're just coming from a position of you never think you're wrong and everything you were told in school as a child is true without question, then you're going to struggle.
Okay.
Well said. Thank you.
But it's just a case of going through the evidence and going through what you think you know, what you think you can prove, taking it bit by bit, right? What did they tell me about the Earth being a globe? What evidence did they give me? Can I confirm or verify that evidence? Who measured the curve? Who measured the spin? All of this stuff. That's what you need to start now thinking about and going through. Because when we're told about it at school, it's pretty much just like they spin a globe on a desk and they tell you, you live on the side of this spinning ball and it
Yeah.
works because gravity. Now, write this on your test or you fail. That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah. Pretty much.
So
I mean,
now you have to decide if you actually want to know or if you just want to keep believing.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm definitely gonna I'll give these channels a read in this Discord.
Yeah,
Cause
definitely. Yeah, do that and ask questions. Whatever comes to your mind. That's what we're here
Can
for.
I give you my recommendation?
alright. Yeah.
Buy 100-meter water level, right? And rent an auto level and see if you get any discrepancies between the two. I can guarantee you, you will not. Thank you.
Okay. Hold on one second.
Because I believe proof is personal. You can only prove things to yourself.
Yeah, I would second that recommendation. That's kind of what did it for me.
I could taste the Glober tears already.
I
And
would.
then once it clicks, once you figure out it's flat, you have to go out and tell at least 5 friends and your parents.
Yeah, and then those 5 friends, they tell another 5 friends, and then eventually you'll get like a percentage of that. I'm kidding.
And then eventually
And this is how we all become rich flat earthers.
That's right. That's probably not a bad idea. Probably be something that probably be a good idea. I mean, I do always like the idea of just creating your own local market. We all buy from each other, and add on.
I have a job, but flat earth is my favorite hobby.
You'll fit right in.
This conversation's killing me, Smalls.
It's taking forever.
Still no glow proofs.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just like to listen. I have questions about, I guess, like space and the solar system and whatnot. Do you think that all we
Yeah, you should
know
stick to Earth.
stick to Earth?
No, you can ask the question. It's natural. What about space? Space is fake.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, do you think that's all doctored? Like,
Yeah,
as far as
that's why you only ever see it on TV.
yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah, it's
So
fair
we
enough. I
see the
mean,
sky. So they'll tell you that the night sky is looking out into a vacuum of space, but it's not.
mm,
Right? There's no vacuum beyond the sky. So what I would say and what we would generally say here is that we must be in a contained system, like a closed system, due to the presence of gas pressure. Right. So I don't know if you know much about gas pressure, but on that server I linked you under the G channels, there's gas pressure. The
Yeah.
definition for gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Right. So there has to be a container for the gas to press off, for it to be pressurized, like in a balloon, a tire, a canister. Yeah.
Mm.
So if you take away the balloon or the tire, the air is not just going to stay in place. It's going to spread in all directions, expand, and fill the
Yeah.
available volume. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we must be in a contained environment. So we're not on the outside of a ball in a vacuum spinning around. It's more like we're in a giant building, right? Beyond a scale that you can really comprehend. But in essence, that's more what it's like. You ever heard of a terrarium?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like a closed
Snow globe.
system. It's like a closed system that they put earth in, and then you can put a seed in, you can water it, and it'll grow, and it'll have its own little gas and water cycle within that closed system. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically what's going on here.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense.
More sense than space. I mean, you're gonna have a ball of gas in a vacuum? No. You have water in a vacuum? No.
Yeah. No. I mean,
Water in a vacuum boils, and then gas in a vacuum expands.
Yeah, so the globe doesn't work on any level.
so like your idea of the Earth is like a flat plane with like I don't know. I guess
Topographical
almost like what?
topographical motionless plane of some size and shape. We don't know that,
Yeah.
but contained as well, right? So topographical motionless plane, which is contained. That's how I would generally think about it. Now, that doesn't mean we know the full size of it, the full shape of it. None of that. We can't verify that, but
Mm-hmm.
we know enough to know that it's not a spinning
But like,
ball
what
in
would
a
you
vacuum.
say? Like, so a flat, like not a plane, but like that horizontals would be parallel, and then you can go up so high and then down so low. What do you think's the lowest you could go then?
Eight
Like,
miles.
is that the lowest anyone's been?
That's the lowest humans have been
Okay.
dug into the earth.
Yeah. I
The
guess like
Kola
the
super deep borehole in Russia.
I've heard of it. I think
That doesn't even get you past the the tens column and the 3959 radius. It only gets you to 3951. Not even close.
We don't bring up the 3959. They ain't got it.
what is the 39 to 59?
We don't speak of that.
Okay.
We don't
That's the
speak of the
claimed
3959, but we
radius.
can tell you if you really
That's
want
the
to know.
claimed
It's
radius
the
of the
radius of
globe.
the sphere.
Okay. So that's supposed to be.
So that's what the whole globe model is based on. So the size of the ball, but then they use that radius value in terms of orbital mechanics, the distances and sizes of the sun, moon, and stars, the planets, right? That 3959 is baked into it all. So when we debunk the 3959 radius, we're debunking the entire cosmic distance ladder and all of heliocentrism. Right? It all comes, it's like a house of cards. It's all built on that 3959-mile
All
radius.
comes tumbling down.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, most major governments, major academic institutions, they're all built on this 39, 59-mile radius ball.
Well, it comes falling down, and you know which way down is, right, Glue?
Yeah,
Y-
not
I
up.
mean, yeah,
And it's not
I would
that way.
assume.
Yeah, it's
Perpendicular to
not to the
horizontal.
left. It's not to the
Mhm.
right. It's not north, south, east, or west. Up is up and down is down on this horizontal flat plane. It's based on the elevation, right? Same as the altimeter you use in the plane.
Mhm.
It's not a curved elevation. It's a horizontal fucking elevation. So you want to know why and what's the most outstanding thing? It's water and the elevation itself, brother. That's how we differentiate from zero to up and down to back to zero. We don't go below zero.
Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
said buy a water level. It's cheap.
Yeah, yeah. You're correct.
So what else you thinking, Glue? What questions you got?
I don't know. I hate to go back to space, I guess, but I guess like what we can see
It's
of
where
the
your
night
brain will
sky.
take you.
Yeah. Like what do you think the night sky is, I guess? Like stars and I guess like if
Well,
you have a
I would
telescope.
Wonderful feeling.
I would say that they're basically there. The whole sky is like a clock and a calendar, right? So it basically tells us, I mean, the sun tracks the days and nights, the moon tracks the months, and the
Mhm.
stars the seasons and the years, right? So it's basically like a guide for life on Earth in terms of, planting, harvesting, and all this kind of thing. Now I'm not going to say that's all there is to it, and what they actually are in terms of like what's the physical composition of these luminaries, what's their mechanisms, what's their energy source, are they electric, are they what, right? Well, I'm not claiming any of that because you can't go to these things and physically test them.
Yeah.
But what we can say is that they move in these repeated cycles, which we use as like the most perfect timepiece. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like the perfect clock, which would
Yeah,
lead you to
I
the
would agree.
question, how do you get a clock? How does a clock come about? Do clocks come about by accident?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I don't think Glue thinks that things come about by accident. Usually, people like Glue, when they're open like this, they have a firm foundation, or at least more of a firm foundation. Doesn't rely on, science and other humans' knowledge to give them.
Well, I'm not making any assumptions about what Glue thinks. I'm just
No,
pointing out that
I am.
I don't think you could come across.
I'm curious to know, what does he think about the moon landing? What do you think about the Apollo moon landing? True or fake?
I mean, I
Flip a
I
coin. Hurry up.
definitely
Hurry
flip
up.
a coin.
Come
Well,
on.
if I had to say like definitively, no, I don't think it happened. Like 1969, I don't.
You telling me you don't think in the 1960s they went and played golf on the moon?
No, and
You
I
must
mean it
be a
might.
crazy conspiracy theorist.
No, I mean I think it's outlandish to like normal people. Like again, I don't want to say normal, but like the general consensus is that we did go to the moon in 1969. But I mean, yeah, no, I think that's definitely not true. I'd like to think that maybe we have not necessarily been back, but I guess with like I guess you guys believe otherwise, but like with NASA and whatnot, like they say they have sent probes and different shit like
Oh
out
man,
there.
I tell you what, I tell you what, to speed up your education, you really need to look at the channels on the server that I sent you. NASA, astronauts,
Check
rockets,
out Robot
ISS.
Polisher.
You need to
Yeah.
really go in on NASA because if you have any faith at all that they're not just peddling you a load of shit, you really need to address that because I mean we've got hours and hours of footage of them just like using special effects, green screen, blue
Oh, there's
screen,
a ton
chroma
of that
key.
shit.
Yeah, it's all Hollywood, right? So if you
Yeah,
even only find one clip NASA using special effects to make you think they're in space, how could you ever trust anything they give you?
They
Yeah,
got their
that's
name on the
reasonable.
Walk of Fame, the Hollywood Star
Yeah, they're
Walk
off
of
the
Fame,
table.
Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin.
See, but the problem
That's
is
interesting.
the problem is the only quote unquote direct evidence that we have of a ball Earth comes from these space agencies, primarily NASA, right?
Yeah.
No one else is even claiming to be able to see it. So if we find out that they're faking footage, we have to discount it. We can't just rely on that. And when that's off the table, there's nothing else. I mean, they'll try and tell you, oh, we can watch boats go over the horizon. We can drop a rock, and that tells us. They'll come up with all these shit arguments. But really, the only direct quote unquote evidence that we have is from these space organizations that are giving us special effects and Hollywood bullshit.
Yeah, and they lost the technology to play golf on the moon. You know what I mean? Now they play cricket or
Yeah,
baseball or something.
they lost the golf clubs.
Yeah, they lost all that tech. Now they got to take a
Yeah.
football or something and like I don't know.
I don't
they
know.
lost
Yeah,
the
and
space clubs.
what?
No, I'm just saying they lost the space clubs. What was your
Oh.
question?
Oh no, I don't have a question, but at least not right now. But I do think it is convenient of how much stuff went missing pertaining to Apollo 11.
Yeah, they said they lost the telemetry data, they lost the original footage, they destroyed the technology. I mean, on the one hand, they're telling us this is mankind's greatest achievement. On the other hand, they're saying they just lost everything. And
Hold on a minute.
they gave the Dutch government, they said they gave the moon rock, and then when the Dutch government tested it, they found out it was petrified wood.
Holland, yes sir. Check this out though. I thought. I mean, Hold on. Let me rethink this real quick. Am I mistaken? Is there not something in the museum that looks just like the thing they took to get to the moon the first time, and they still have it in a museum?
Like the lunar lander?
Smithsonian.
Am I mistaken?
So at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, they got one, but it's a 3/4 size replica. Everybody that goes there to Washington, D.C. to see it thinks it's the real thing.
But we lost the technology, but we have one. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is interesting.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. We lost the technology to make an outhouse a long time ago. We clearly couldn't make an outhouse today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you go to the Air and Space Museum in D.C. and go to the lunar lander, it's basically a glorified jungle gym for kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's an outhouse. The station that supposedly is called the ISS. The P is silent. It's the piss station, but they just keep that silent, so it's the ISS station with
The
the
hidden
silent
P.
P. Yeah, it's a hidden P. It's the piss station. It's like an outhouse floating in the air, and all they do is send billions of dollars for testing and figuring out in a pressurized environment how you can poop and pee and how they can use that for coffee and water and fuel. I mean, that's really it. That's the whole. And they're just
Yeah.
up there floating on a balloon and testing pee and poop out.
Hmm.
Most people I've talked to about flat Earth in the real world do not act like these globies for the most part that come in here. The ones that spiral out, and we deal with them like a revolving door.
I think like I don't know. In here, like obviously, any person that comes in here and believes in, I guess, the conventional like globe Earth, they're just coming in hopes to like stomp on you. But like me, like I don't have any evidence or anything to back it up. But you guys, obviously, like you've done research, you've been invested in it for years. So like anything that they say, like they don't have enough, I guess, to like argue
No, they
against what
don't. They
you
don't even
have.
have the radius or a measurement.
Yeah,
They've just
yeah,
got
a lot of people don't know.
stories. No, of course, and it's. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine to not know, but it's like you say, if they come in with an attitude and they think they're going to insult people and act like they're of superior intelligence because they believe in the story that they were told as a child and never questioned it, then yeah, they're going to embarrass themselves, and that's kind of what happens every day. But if you're chill, like you are, and you come in just asking questions and you're respectful, I mean, you get the same in turn, yeah? You kind of get what you give here. But
Yeah,
And
That's
I would
right.
you're free to
recommend
believe in the globe
it's
if you want. We're
it's
okay with that.
very instructive. A lot of people, you almost need to hear the debates and the discussion to understand how lacking in evidence the globe side actually is. Like once you've heard your 100th glober come in and say, "Oh, well, gravity, NASA, oh, why would they lie?" Right? The same 5, 6 points,
Mm.
literally thousands of times, just
8 years
fallacy,
later.
begging the question, never presenting any verifiable measurements, experiments. It's crazy.
yeah. Um, I don't mean to like take one of those questions, but I guess I'm curious, like, what would like governments be gaining from saying that the
Mm.
Earth is round?
Yeah, don't get me wrong. When I say those questions,
Control.
I don't mean that it's like, I mean, if you can ask, there's different ways of asking it, right? Some people ask those questions in good faith because they're actually just curious, but a lot of people will ask it just, just to try and argue or
Yeah, I understand.
yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, we can go into the whole why would they lie thing. I mean, we would at the end of the day be speculating because we're not them. But I would
Mm-hmm.
say that we've got some pretty good ideas about why they would do it. And I'll just give you my opinion and then other people can weigh in. I would say you could take it from a very surface, superficial level, which would be like monetary gain, right? The likes of NASA get about 60 million USD a day in taxpayer
Yeah.
money for pumping out these cartoons and stories. So would some people lie for a chunk of 60 million a day? Very possibly. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
that's like, I think at that point, money isn't really the object. It's about general control. And a way to have control is to control the way the population see the world, right? What they think
Yeah.
about it and how they think it got here, where they think it's going. I mean, if NASA turn around tomorrow and say, hey, there's an asteroid heading to Earth and it's going to be here next year, and you basically need to give us all your money and all your resources and all your time and energy to help us do something to save the whole world. A good number of people are going to believe that, right? That's
Yeah.
control. That's power. Yeah. So they control a very subtle but fundamental aspect of our lives, which is the world we live in, right? They've effectively given us a world of their design. And if it's by their design, they can kind of make it whatever they want in whatever suits their purpose. So I would also say it goes to the origin story, right? Because if the Earth isn't a globe, how did it get here? Because the globe is kind of tied up with an origin story, right? They tell you the Big
Mm-hmm.
Bang. The Big Bang makes, well, there was an explosion out of nothing, and all this matter and particulates just formed together into balls due to gravity. And here we are, just accidentally spinning randomly through an infinite void for no reason. So that's kind of the story that they give us. But if that's not the case, then, you know, we've got another scenario that we're dealing with. And I would suggest
I've got one.
that these people have a mind to be seen as the top of the pyramid in terms of power on Earth, right? So they want nation-state governments to be seen as the highest authority. But if we know that there's actually an authority higher than those nation-state governments, and that the very physical nature of the Earth tells us that, then that's a threat, arguably, to their power, right? If people are following, I'll just say it, right? Because this is the bit that trips everyone up, right? Because everyone spazzes out. They're like, "Oh, this is religious." It's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
really, you know, just in its physicality, but this things like the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, they also say that the Earth is flat and motionless, basically. So this leads a lot of people to look back at these things and say, okay, well, I didn't pay attention to those before because I thought I lived on a spinning ball, which is not what that book says. But if now this is the case, that kind of does line up with what that book says. So if the government, for example, wanted to convince a load of people to go and, you know, go to war with another country and kill a bunch of strangers in a foreign land, they might have a harder job of it if the people of that country follow a book that says, no, you can't just go and kill strangers abroad. There are consequences to those kind of behaviors. Then they would have a harder time getting the population to do what they want them to do. So
yeah.
there's a big control aspect to this, and it goes deep. But anyway, I could go on about that for ages, but I'll let someone else jump in if they want to speculate.
Yeah, I'd like to add some extra flavor. I think there have been many catalyzing events to bring the globe into the mainstream. And I think one of the biggest and most recent ones was with the space race and the government's aspirations to project technological dominance. If you read a lot of the foundational documents for the space race was not called that within the government. It was called the International Geophysical Year. And this was an event, the third one actually in a series going back to the late 1880s, which dealt with meteorological expeditions, basically earth science stuff. Now, during the International Geophysical Year, the space race, a lot of the foundational documents talk about projecting power, to project technological dominance so that the world can see that the United States stands alone and at the top of all things. And this includes the use of rockets and satellites and anything else that is space related. And this is featured in a document called NSC 5819 that was written by Eisenhower. And it used to be classified. It was declassified. You can find it now online, and it's in the Reagan Library. And this was one of the initial documents that set off the space race. So they say that this was all about projecting power, technological progress, whatever the cost. Whatever the cost. So could top generals take this and read between the lines and say, you know what? Got it. I understand exactly what you mean. Some of the sections in this document dealing with this topic are actually headed with titles like psychological operations, using psychological pressure to bend the perception of the public. And when you go through this, you're like, this is not all about science and discovery. This is all about political military aspirations and projections of power. This has nothing to do with advancing our understanding of the world. So I would encourage you to look up this document. It's the NSC 5819 National Space Policy, Dwight D. Eisenhower. Have fun.
Can you repeat what it was called?
Yeah, NSC 5819.
Okay.
And let me check real quick, make sure that's the one I'm thinking of.
National Security Council.
Yeah, I think I found it.
NDA, National Disclosure Agreement.
Yeah.
National.
It makes sense also because if you're employing the use of a technology, right, to not only provide services to people, to patrons, to also to have an advantage over other potential world powers, then you wouldn't really want to share those secrets, right? You want to keep it hush hush and get a cover story of how you're doing it. Just like they claim that there was misconceptions, deliberate rumors made about Greenland and Iceland, right? Similar shit.
Yeah.
Well, they got some little kid in Africa or something that's got like a magical rock they call vibranium, and he powers stuff with it. They say, with just the rocks. I mean, which that's what everything's made from anyway. Is a fucking rock. I don't understand what would be the big problem, but I guess it's a special one.
Hey, guys, let me break in real quick. It's NSC 5814, 5814.
Okay.
Eisenhower 5814. And if you pull up that document, do a control F and type the word psychological.
Okay.
It's one big psyop, dude. The space race was a psyop, and it still is. And here's the problem. The government lied so bad about everything and continued to lie. They had to lie to cover up their old lies. And I think they're in the situation now where they went so far hardcore with space and globes and crap that they've dug a hole that they can't dig themselves out of. So their only possible course of action to keep society together is to keep lying about this ball and this heliocentric nonsense. And they think that this is the glue, the noble lie of empires that is keeping our society together right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion, by the way. That's my speculation.
Yeah, and if you trust in all their space stuff, right? Just check out the ISS live anytime. I'm going to use them as a hostile witness. I usually do. A lot of people might not like it, but oh well. I don't believe in it, but if you're a Glober, you kind of have to because that's your evidence of some shit, right? And that's what they claim. So, like, what I do is tell them to go watch the ISS live and tell me when they see planets, space debris, rockets, hot air balloons, satellite, just any fucking thing, meteors, just anything live on there other than Earth, Moon, Sun, and then come back to me. And that's live, supposedly. There are no stars. There's no constellations. There's no North Star. No South Star, no East Star, none of that shit. All black. Nothing up there. Nothing to tap your screen and zoom in on. You can't tap your screen and look down on the globe either and see anything that made any sense or have any resolution. If you did, it would stop, render, and be fake as fuck. You know, real time, if I give you a picture and you get a magnifying glass and bring it close to your eye, that's real time. You're seeing the picture be still like what it's doing. Now, if I give you a video that I took at your house and you have zoom in capability on your technology, you have that capability, you can pause that video wherever you wanted, brother, and zoom into the ashtray and see which kind of cigarette butt that was. Now, and they want to tell you with when you can see this thing from the ground with your eye at 250 to 75 miles supposedly, right? That they don't have the ability for you to stop and pause their video and just widen it with your fingers like you would do any camera picture. Like if I sent you an image right now, you just tap it, zoom right in. Just quick as fuck, just zoom into the image itself.
Yeah.
Right. You can't do that with anything from Google or NASA. It's all overlapped, overlaid, re-rendered, uploaded fucking shit.
It's all using 3D render technology, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But they actually have new technology that you can zoom in.
But it's not from right. But if you check the altitude, you're not zooming in from 279 miles.
Yeah, you're zooming in through a 2D plane field that they've created.
You're probably zooming in from the altitude of a drone, I would say. Probably these days.
That makes sense too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A helicopter usually goes to about 29,000 feet at the most. They probably like to go comfortably to about 12,000 or so. So that's probably what you're getting, what we're all getting.
Yeah.
Helicopter or drone footage at. I'd put my money on it. And if
I
you
put
look at
my
all
money
the
on
images,
new technology that's using 3D rendering through the atmospheric
well,
lens.
oh yeah, that too, 100%. Well, what you're looking for is a real GoPro image. You're looking for what they give you in a GoPro to make your car look like a Skittle, your house look like a Skittle, the road bend in front of you before the camera even gets 10 foot off the ground. So you're looking
Mhm.
for that in reality with your fucking eyeballs or with no GoPro lens. That's really what we're looking to see. So they're showing you the attribute and idea of what kind of ball you would be looking for through the GoPro lens, right? But then when you look in your eyes, you don't see the fucking thing just bend and stop and fold. You don't see the earth fold into itself, around and under itself. You don't see that. You don't see buildings diverge away and make the funhouse mirror, the bulge. You don't see a sphere.
Yeah.
You don't see that ever, brother. Not on a planet, not on Earth, nowhere. And they're always in center. Remember this. They're always in the center of the fucking frame. So no matter how far you look out on this planet, no matter what view you look from, unless it's fake, you're always the center. If they have 360, you'll prove to yourself what I'm talking about. You're always the center. You can't. There's never a place. This might be a little too much. I'm done right after this one. There's never a place you and I can hover in a hot air balloon or sit in a helicopter and watch a fucking rocket, a jet, or anything go kamikaze down past the curve of Earth and not crash into water or dirt because the curve of Earth doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Correct.
DMOC.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this is I wish I had more questions or anything else.
How about did you
Write them
go over
down.
Coriolis Earth spin?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did you go over?
You said Earth spin?
Did you go over like the idea of go? He mentioned the helicopter. So you go up in the helicopter, Earth spins beneath you. You just land in your location, or the lack of
Yeah.
that occurrence. He did do that.
Oh, no. Sorry, I'm not
No.
sure I understood what you were asking or what you're saying.
Is there anything in your everyday life that leads you to believe that the Earth spins, right? So like if you went up in the air, the Earth would be spinning beneath you.
Nothing in my daily life, no. I mean,
Okay.
all I can think of, I guess, is like we had like the solar eclipse recently, and I guess that's not necessarily the Earth spinning, but it's supposed to be that, the Earth is revolving around the sun, and then the moon is revolving around Earth. But I mean,
Yeah.
there's
It's no
nothing that
problem.
I can. What?
Yeah, that's no problem. The moon just intersects with the sun, specific to people's position on the ground. They'll get a partial or a full eclipse.
Yeah. Um.
I can do that for you. Like right, I could show you that happening like over your head. I could just hold up two hands over your head and just have one go like in front of the other one. You
Yeah.
got
Fair
yourself a,
enough.
you got yourself a hand eclipse.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't necessarily show that anything's spinning, but
Yeah. No, I hear you, man. Like the base axiom of, like, in my opinion, of the flat Earth is that the Earth's just not lying to you, right? Like the Earth and the world around us, it's not lying to us. It's telling us,
yeah.
it's communicating to us exactly what's going on. There's no trick, there's no lies, no big conspiracy. It's just it is an accurate representation of itself. Whatever it is, like the Earth, the water, the trees, the sun, stars. There's no trick. It's just if
Hmm.
I want to get to you, like wherever you are, I'm just gonna, you could tell me, right, and I'll be standing where I'll just point straight. And coincidentally, if I just continue in that line, like where you are, I'll get there. You know, where you say you are. I'll point straight, I'll walk straight, and I'll get to you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to walk off into outer space.
Yeah, no, I guess this is a question I have just related to that. I guess, like, does the Earth have edges? Like, could you walk, like, is there some barrier, like, stopping us?
It's got tons of edges. Like an edge would be like like an edge, right? To figure out if something has an edge or where an edge is, it would be like a change in elevation. So that would like denote or demarcate an edge of something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess
Nah, don't give him that. He's talking about. We know what he's
I mean,
talking
like, a
about.
border,
It's not
I
it's
guess.
not a disc in space, and we're not claiming any end point to because you have
Yeah.
to think about it. We're saying the Earth is our universe, effectively, right?
Okay.
What we're taught about as being the universe where Earth is a tiny part of it. We're saying no, that's everything, right? Everything in this
Okay.
system is our experienced reality. So to ask where does it end is like asking where does reality end? Now,
Okay, so
I've never seen reality end. As far as we can tell, I mean, the world's oceans surround us, and it may be that if you travel beyond that, you come to Antarctica, which may be this shelf of ice that we can't, well, be difficult to get onto, but how far all that extends, and if it extends further, if there's more land beyond, who knows? But no, we're not claiming an end to reality. We don't know where that would
okay.
be.
The way I understand it, and you know, you might have to just like, you know, do a blank slate, pretend like you're 5 years old again. But the edge of the Earth is where the sand is between the sea and the land. That's why we call it sand. Like that's the edge of the Earth, and that's where the sea begins. So when I say Earth, and you picture like a blue marble in your mind floating in space, right? This is like the model that they presented to you, but the real Earth is the dirt between your toes, where the earthworms live.
Mm-hmm.
And if you were to say, like, if you were to think about it like the world's oceans, then you could say you may be thinking, where's the shoreline? Because water always has a shoreline.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe is that what you meant? But like, where's the shore? Like, well,
in
a
a
couple people,
sense, yeah.
yeah, a couple of people did mention this. So how many oceans do you think we have? Will? Like, how many separate oceans, bodies of water, do you think we have?
Well, I mean, we're told 7, like, different
Okay.
ocean basins, and then, yeah.
Are they connected to each other?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's one large communicating body of water.
It's not like bowls.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, no, I believe they're all connected.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. So it's not like they're even separate, right? So it's one large, body of water, and connected, therefore communicating, right? Like,
Yeah.
like I could put, if I move the water here, it'll move eventually over there, the ripple or whatnot. Yeah, and everywhere that I've encountered the ocean, yeah, there was an edge. There was some sort of change in elevation, like a shoreline, like they had just mentioned a moment ago.
A bank, a
And
coast. Yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
100%. Yeah, and that just demarcates one elevation to another elevation, right? So there's a claim like of a globe that well, you don't need anything to hold in the water; it just sticks to the globe, right? But then how come everywhere we still do we need both a container and not a container? Like we need edges and not an edge because every beach
Ye-
I've been to has edges.
Yes,
You know,
sir. And every river has a bank, every lake, every pond, every bathtub goes higher than the water to contain it. If not, it's not contained. See, the claim of the globe is exactly as he stated, that the water will be higher than the container. I'll say it one more time. The water will
Yeah.
be higher than all dirt, all banks, all containment that you put it in. The center of the water should be higher than the edges of any container. Okay.
yeah, so silly, right? But they do. No, like, I know nobody claims. I've never verified or anything like this, but there is a claim. Like if you were to Google, what's the highest elevated land, like known land on Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Whoever says they measured it, they say they measured Antarctica to be overall higher than all the other, like overall higher elevation. So I mean, it is a crazy coincidence that Antarctica, right at the bottom of a ball, would be higher elevation. Something that touches all the oceans where they all connect, even on the globe, right? They all kind of intersect there, and it happens to be higher elevation in total than any other continent, which seems to be the case for all containers that I have of water. I need higher elevation around it for it to stay in. So this globe is definitely pretending to be a flat Earth in a way, you know.
Hmm.
If that's the case. So I mean, it makes sense. Have I verified it? No, but it does make sense that if this is if Antarctica is south, which is obviously opposite of north, and all the water is in the south. That's in the south requires some kind of containment, some sort of higher, edges. Even like a millimeter of sand is higher than the water. Therefore, it stops it. Yeah. So
It's also
it makes
higher,
sense.
since it's higher in elevation, it's closer to space, they claim. The closest. And then they say it's also closest to the sun. Go ahead.
No, it's even funny. Also about water. If you go to the beach and you dig a hole, and you get to the equal height of the water, you will start noticing that you can literally fill the hole with the water, and the water will stop filling until it reaches a point that is equal to the sea level right next to you, which would be the ocean. Which is a very interesting thing, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it makes sense. If I've only got the level of water or the plane to pour it on, perceivable to catch the water, and that's what it made the shore, right? So the level of the sea stops right here. So if there's a
Right.
hole, it only makes sense that it would stop right there because that's the only amount that's trying to, yeah.
Well,
That's
it
all.
works better if you do it next to a pond than the actual ocean, because there you can get waves that maybe flush into the hole. But you get the point, right?
Right, but hold
You
on.
know.
There's always exceptions to certain things, right? So say I had a big hill, right? And the water comes in so much that it kind of goes up the shoreline just a hair and then dips into my hill, and on the top of my hill I have a little dip or like a little pond or something, and it fills it.
Yeah.
So the pond would be above, but the top and the surface of the pond would still make its own horizontal compared to that horizontal. Still residing
True.
as before. Yeah. That's the main thing to pay attention to.
But if that would be the case, that there's water keeping on getting out of that pond, at some point the pond on the higher elevation wouldn't be existing anymore, and it would turn into a pond that is on a lower elevation. So there needs to be either always needs to be an equilibrium, either from water that comes from natural rain or other types of adding water to the pond that is on a higher elevation, or the pond on the higher elevation doesn't lose water. Otherwise, everything will equalize, or is in a constant,
Yeah, but isn't that
ongoing
against
motion.
gravity also? Well, when
But
you
yeah,
ask
everything
that,
is a constant motion, right? The same way as the sky is constantly rotating, which is our perfect clock, our perfect firmament above, however you want to call it, the heavens above, whatever name you want to use for it, the sky. The same way it's a perfect clock regarding, all the physical phenomena on the ground, right? Every river is flowing, no matter what you do. The rivers keep on flowing, and it's just what it's going to do even to the next 300, 400, 500 years,
water wants to force itself out sideways, horizontally, north, south, east, and west, on a flat plane or a spherical plane. So if you pour it, as soon as the water hits the plane, it wants to even itself out, or a globe, whatever. It tries to do that the best it can until, it has to pour down.
Yeah, and the water is always going to move, especially in regards to weather.
Right, but hold on.
It's going to rain. Yeah.
I just wanted to point out that the most dense source of the water would be the portion that's been poured down to the earth. So if as it's whole, right, you pour it, and as the whole amount of water is focused in itself and it pours down and hits the dirt, Shouldn't that be dragged down more to the center of gravity if gravity's real, rather than hitting and spreading out against gravity and going out left, right, front, back? It's like doing the very opposite in
Oh.
everything against what gravity like dictates.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if they would have this equal force of gravity, if that would be true, there would be a lot of different phenomena that we obviously don't observe. Or on
Well, we wouldn't
contrary,
have,
certain
right?
phenomena we observe wouldn't be happening the way they happen, right?
Right. Equal and opposite reaction wouldn't happen. We wouldn't have ricochet. We wouldn't have anything. There would everybody would be a weebles wobbles, but can't fall down because you would be the center of gravity would hold you where you're at. So yeah, I mean, you know,
No, they
Potential
claim that the moon has formed through a nice coincidence into the perfect shape and is 40 times closer to the Earth, and that's why you can have this perfect eclipse supposedly of moon, of the sun because of the moon, and they believe all these great coincidences to make all their great stories work, but it's just at the end of the day, it's just laughable, to be honest. If they then laugh at you because you invoke some higher power, for example, just as an example, right? And you don't even need to. You can just say observedly, it's absurd to think that such a coincidence in this type and matter and scale would ever happen.
So, is there anyone in here who believes the Earth is a ball?
Well, yeah, I have a question for those people. Who believe that the Earth is a ball. And I'm trying to make it as short and precise as possible. So heliocentrism claims the sun is 93 million miles away, right? So they have this number of the sun 93 million miles away. And they claim that the Earth is rotating, which means the sun is standing still, and because of you falling backwards, you have the illusion of the sun moving across the sky every day. The same goes for the moon. So if the sun is 93 million miles away, and it's moving across the sky because the Earth is spinning, why is it that in the morning, when I can be fully exposed to that same sun 93 million miles away, it obviously feels like as if I'm getting almost non-heat, and then at noon, when it's right above your head, you get burned to a point where you can get a real problem with your skin. And then in the afternoon again, it's kind of like the sun changes color, and it feels like as if there's barely heat reaching me anymore. The question is, it's 93 million miles away, and it's just the physical shape of the spherical Earth making you fall backwards through its spin. Why is it that on these different positions you have such a drastic amount of heat differences, as if the sun is actually further away or closer to you, which would make sense on a topographical plane and how we actually observe and explain it?
So let's give room for a globalist to answer. Are there any globalists in here? Does anyone in here believe the Earth is a ball?
And it's a simple observation, isn't it, Gregory? Mostly we can observe it almost every day if the sky is non-obstructed due to clouds.
I'd like to say my theory on this, being like cold in the morning, warm in the afternoon. I think it's because of the amount of sun.
Say again? I didn't hear you.
I think it's because of the amount of sun that you're exposed to. So like at sunrise, you're going to get only a little bit, and so it's going to be still kind of cold. And then midday, if there's no clouds to block the sun, it's going to be warmer.
What is because of that? What are you talking about?
But I'm talking about the direct exposure to it. I'm not talking about, the sun heating up. I'm talking about when the sunlight is directly exposed to your skin, you can feel that the light is way, way less radiated than when it's right above your head during midday. Right? I mean, you can test it by staying inside, going outside in the morning, letting the sun, hit your flesh. you will have an experience, and you do the same at noon, and you do the same at afternoon again, and you really, and I've done this many times, and it only makes sense to me the same way as observe the sun coming closer to me, going over my head and going away from me like it does every day. I can't literally unsee it as soon as I really got that into my mind, you know?
Clarify
guess
what
I'm not
point you two are
following.
talking about right now.
Sorry,
Um,
I'm not getting a distinction.
Well, the heliocentric model claims 93 million miles away, so that should be an equal distance, no matter at which tilt or rotation position the Earth should be. Because keep in mind, in the heliocentric model, the sun is standing still, it's the Earth falling backwards that you're standing on, or spinning, however you want to call it. It's that motion that makes it appear to move across the sky. So, which means even if it's afternoon and the sun is at the lower position, it should be the equal distance, and it shouldn't be so much less radiated when you are exposed to it directly. I was exposed to it in the afternoon today directly, and it's almost like as if I don't get any sun, and there was no obstruction, there was no clouds, no haziness, just blue sky and the orange sun in the afternoon. And it was almost like as if it didn't give off any heat anymore. But in a globe where the sun is 93 million miles away, that shouldn't matter. That should be the same heat out all the way until it's obstructed by, the physical barrier of the horizon that people supposedly believe in.
I get you. I get the point. Okay. Yeah, there wouldn't be this temperature differentiation between various local sections of the surface of the Earth if the Earth is enveloped in one humongous beam or incoherent radiation of light and heat by orders of magnitude beyond what is fathomable. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
so okay. So going by what happens to like the other planets,
What? How'd you do that?
What planets?
so
Well, let her finish the reply.
so going by like what happens to the other planets in like the common theory of like Mars, like you know how they are colder than the Earth? No, sorry. Maybe not Mars, but something more far away from us. But you know how they're colder, and so like things that aren't exposed to the sun are colder. I think
Wait, are we
that
changing the topic?
But not quite.
no.
Let's engage this. Hang on. Let's engage this. Well, at least I'll engage it.
Oh.
So I'm not going to, first and foremost, we don't know that. No one knows that. No one has done any empirical inquiry to verify that.
Yeah, that's been engaged and addressed. Then, what about the sun and Clay's conversation that we can all kind of experience?
Mars
Okay.
is further
Then-
away than Earth, but it's warm, they say. So that's kind of silly, right?
Right, I realize that,
That's
and then
actually incorrect. That's not part of the
Okay,
standard
I'm
model.
trying to
Please
find
continue.
some
I
sort of.
apologize.
Okay, hold on. Let me think of a good like scenario. So flashlights. There's some flashlights that are so powerful that they're able to like heat things up, right? So it would be like a good
All of them, I think.
representation of a sun if you were to like shine a flashlight on the edge of a counter that was powerful enough to heat something up, right? If you are only touching the item on the counter with that light, it's only going to heat up the part where it's touching. And then when you shine the flashlight overhead and it's exposed to more area, then it's going to heat up a lot more.
But that's a weak
And also
analogy.
the time
Well, that's
that
not
it's
that's unfortunately not answering the question of direct
Wait, Clay,
exposure.
let me finish the reply.
If oh, sorry.
That's a weak analogy because the flashlight in your analogy is going to be analogous to a local light source, not a light source that is orders of magnitude larger than the surface it's illuminating and enveloping.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
keep
you're
in
right.
mind
I
they
just
say
can't think of anything
93
that would relate.
million. You need to keep that number in mind. This is the very important detail, right? That needs to be addressed. They say the sun is 93 million miles away. It is an extreme large size. I think it's 40,000 times bigger than the moon, or 40 is it 40 or 1 second? I think it's 40.
400.
400.
400. Sorry, 400 times bigger than the sun, than the moon. So,
But the reason for that, Clay, is that the parallel rays, and is that kind of relative?
well, no, I see that's where I try to challenge the Globers here, because it shouldn't be that the sun, when it's changing its position due to the Earth spinning and itself standing still, you shouldn't have these temperature variation that are so extreme. Like, I can stand at the beach and the sun, it's like 5 p.m. for example. I stand at the beach and the sun is like clearly still in the sky, but it's almost like as if it's not giving off any heat anymore. Like the sand is giving off more heat, that was previously heated than.
Yeah, I agree. It shouldn't give off more heat if all the rays are coming in parallel, right? Like if they're all the equal rays of sun, why is there a heat difference?
Can we still man her argument, please? Would you guys mind if I did that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
this is kind of digressing away from the reply.
Yeah. So
I guess I'll be a Glover. I could be a Glover for a little bit here. No, I understood what Clay was saying from the get-go, because the idea is that the sun is so far away, 93 million miles, whatever it is, compared to the radius of the Earth, that a rotation on the radius of the Earth shouldn't make that much of a difference if the sun's that far. So using LK's analogy with the flashlight, it's not that you have a flashlight that close to the counter. You have a flashlight that's really, 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 really far, and then you just have a ball out the other that it's projecting its light onto, and that ball's just spinning. And
That's why I said it's a weak analogy.
That little difference, right? So that little difference doesn't make much, shouldn't make much of a temperature differential. But from what I understand, is that that the sun rays have to travel through more atmosphere at sunset and sunrise versus in the afternoon where the sun's more directly above. But yeah, I get where Clay's going with that.
One second. How is that logic? Like, how is it that needs to travel through more atmosphere? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, it doesn't matter. The globe is an equal surface, so it's the atmosphere is equally distributed over that surface. Therefore, if I still see the solar disk, which is another word for the sun, the full solar disk, and it's hitting me directly, and the sun is not, that solar disk is 93 million miles away, why is it that heat is such an extreme difference to the heat 3-4 hours prior at noon?
Okay, so the explanation is that when you're during the sunset or sunrise, it's actually the Earth is actually the sun rays are traveling through more atmosphere to hit that person, versus in the afternoon where that person is directly, I'd say, in line with the sun rays. So that would be the explanation why it's a different temperature. But you're right, I haven't looked at like how the temperature differential that one would expect based off of that. So I don't know. That
Mentioning
would be
the atmosphere. Mentioning the atmosphere is not going to make the temperature differentiation that is facing the sun. That's not what would happen if the Earth was enveloped by an incoherent light beam evenly distributed upon the entire surface that is in contact with the light from the incoherent light source. What Clay's point is explaining that if it is the case that the sun is a humongous ball of gas flying around in a cosmic vacuum as an incoherent light source shining light omnidirectionally, and the Earth is orders of magnitude infinitesimally smaller than the sun, then that sun is going to envelop the Earth, and the side that is facing the sun rather than facing away from the sun is going to be evenly contacted by that humongous incoherent light source. There's not going to be a
Yes.
temperature differentiation along the face that is facing the sun.
Exactly.
Can I be heard?
And then
Yeah,
Can I be
yeah,
heard?
that,
Can I be
yeah.
heard?
So
Can I be heard?
Let Larry talk.
Yeah. So I'm gonna steel man her argument, and if I'm incorrect, she'll correct me. Okay. So when you have a solar panel, right, any kind, like the type that you have on a calculator or on top of a house, you want it directly facing the sunlight, so the maximum amount of photons, quote unquote, can hit the surface area, right? You never seen a calculator with the solar panel or whatever that little solar box is on the side of it. It's always on the top. So it's facing the lights in the room directly. Always. Like every time, no matter what. And with the heliocentric model, when it's summer or winter, it's getting a better direct shot in the same way that the solar panel on top of the house. They actually have solar panels that sit on top of the house or in the yard that track and follow the sun to make sure that it's getting the maximum amount of photons per surface area. So, is that what you were saying, Miss?
No, and
It's
now I'm
okay.
really I don't know. I was just trying
well,
to
well,
like
actually, yes,
explain.
that
Hold
would
on,
be.
Let her finish. Let her finish. Hang
hold
on.
on. I was just trying to tell Seal what I think is happening to his skin, like when he's experiencing the light in the morning and then the light in the afternoon. But I don't know if that's what he meant.
Yeah, that actually would work. That actually would fit what you're trying to say. Okay, what Larry said. So you're just saying because you said okay was exposure. You didn't really explain what exposure
Yeah,
means. I think what you mean is
yeah,
more photons. Like that's what Larry is saying. So yeah, Larry would be describing it in the sense that you are, which is when you're talking about that flashlight on the counter, you're just saying that object when it's on the edge of the counter, it's exposed to less of that light. But then when that flashlight's overhead, then it's getting exposed more. So yeah, that would fit the idea that you were trying to get at, which Larry was saying like you're getting more photons per surface area. But the explanation, if I go back to it, the reason is actually I'm not sure that is part of it, but also it's the light having to go through more atmosphere, so it's hitting more particles, and so that's why like a cloud, for instance, you would get cooler days because a cloud is a denser, you know, uh, gas than no clouds or less water vapor. So then on a not cloudy day you'll get hotter days, and then on a more cloudy day you'll get a cooler day, and that's because there's stuff in the atmosphere, right? So in the sunrise and sunset you're getting more, the light rays are travel through more. But to be fair on the flat earth argument is like I don't know how much of that temperature differential that should create. So it is possible that that heliocentric model is wrong and that the calculation for how much temperature change occurs on a clear day shouldn't be that much of a difference between morning sunrise versus the afternoon. I'm not gonna.
Let me say this again because I think people are still not getting it because I said it clearly the first time. Felix and LK, Clay's point is that if the Earth is a ball of an infinitesimal smaller size than the sun, like the scientism cosmology teaches, then there would not be a temperential differentiation along the face that is facing the sun. So appealing to the atmosphere is not logically cogent nor sufficient to account why there is a temperature differentiation along the surface that is facing the sun. That's only consistent with a local light source rather than a rather than a light source that is orders of magnitude larger, and the light rays are so far away that they're virtually parallel.
The thing
and
is,
I acknowledge
the thing,
that, by the way. I acknowledge that, Gregory, and I acknowledge that that was Clay's point, that the distance of the sun and the heliocentric model is so far compared to the radius of the Earth rotating, right, that it shouldn't make a difference. I acknowledge that. I never thought of that, but yeah, I acknowledge that.
Yeah, there's that point.
The thing is, one simple one observation, just doing one summer day, for example, with blue sky, preferably, will show you that the sun itself gives testimony of the Earth being an enclosed system and the sun itself being a local lie, because what we all observe equally, no matter what you want to believe, if you open your eyes and you observe it objectively, the sun in the morning, we see this in many time lapse, is coming closer to you. When it's right above your head, it's going to be the hottest. And then when it goes away from you, at some point it's going to be afternoon, and it's going to be getting colder. At some point it's going to vanish, and then it's somewhere else. This is what I observe every day, and I can't unsee it. It's such a simple and easy observation to do, and it makes 100% much more sense than with a sun that is supposedly 93 million miles away.
I got a good one. Imagine, you know how they say from the center of Earth, you put a string on the airplane and it's supposed to stay locked with that string. 35,000 feet, 5 to 7 miles up, whatever, right? So imagine that string stuck to the center of Earth, right? And it goes around and it's the equal amount the whole way, right? Goes all the way around equal amount. Now imagine you got a flat Earth that's like way bigger than the puny ass globe. That string on that plane from the plane just going forward is going to go, and it's going to break that line and still go horizontal. But on the sphere, it's supposed to actually like follow, like it's tied to that string, and you're supposed to see the bottom of the airplane and the front of it kamikaze somehow. I mean, that's what you're supposed to see, but we don't ever see that.
Yep. Sorry, just the sheer understanding of this logical consequence with the sun and the heat gives testimony that it is in contrary to the assumption of a huge gas ball 93 million miles away in space. It's just so obvious. I mean, it stings that it's so obvious to many people, and that's why they hate the truth. They hate reality. Imagine being in denialism about the very thing that is ruling your day, which is the daylight. It's the only source of it. I mean, I can imagine how hurtful that and painful that can be if you're going to
Correct me if I'm
suppress a
wrong,
simple observation.
I just did a little calculation on my calculator. So I have 93 million miles between the sun's surface and the Earth's surface. The diameter of the Earth supposedly is 7926 miles. So that would be 93 divided by 7926, 7,926. And that's 11,733.5. So 11,733 and a half Earths fit between the Earth's surface and the sun's surface in principle, given this doctrine. I mean, if this doesn't smack one as being just asinine, exaggerative, childish, just exaggeration, then I don't know what will. It isn't as though there's any good reason to believe that the sun is 93 million miles away. There's no good reason for that.
I can't even be mad at people who want to live in denialism, because I think deep down they're just suppressing what they can observe equally to everybody else in regards to what reality represents itself to be. The Earth, this is the truth, is practically used as being a topographical stationary plane. There's no such thing as practically using the Earth as a spherical, spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness.
Hey, Clay, what did you say Globers hate earlier? Like the light or the sun, something like that?
But I said I can understand the pain and the frustration when you are living in denialism, contrary to what is brighten up your day, which would be the daylight that which is ruling the day, right? There's one source, and you can't even get that right because you just want to believe it's some gas ball 93 million miles away. But obviously, what you will observe is a local light that is coming closer to you during the day, going over your head, and then is going away like on a circuit. And to suppress that understanding and entertaining a delusion that is contrary to what one's observed with their senses and their eyes can be very hurtful. And I understand why people will then project that pain onto flat earthers.
There's yet another instance of circular reasoning that the scientist cosmology is locked into, specifically as it concerns the distance to the sun or any of the celestial bodies. In order to ascertain the distance, you need the size of the object in order to do the supposed trigonometric parallax measurement. But in order to get the size of the celestial body, be it the sun or the moon or whatever other body, you need the distance. So if you need the distance, you need the size. If you need the size, you need the distance. So you can't begin anywhere because every point in this point of reasoning is the beginning. You can't progress anywhere because every point is the beginning. So they're wrong.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of that one meme that says like, "Mass is caused by gravity," and then the other Glover goes, "But gravity's caused by mass." You know, it's kind of like this circular kind of reasoning kind of thing. But
Not to digress, but this is a smacking parallel same error. I didn't say that in English. This smacks of the same error when it concerns the other aspect of their worldview as it concerns biology. You know the age of the fossil by the layer of earth it's in. You know the age of the layer given the fossil that's in it.
yeah,
So there isn't just circular reasoning in their cosmology, there's circular reasoning in their biology. And we can't separate the biology from their cosmology and their cosmogony because their entire worldview is one entire worldview of unintentional ontological evolutionism. The biology is the consequence of the cosmos evolving the way it did, hence the cosmogonic doctrine. So not only is their cosmogonic doctrine, not only is their biological doctrine caught in a circular, vicious circle, their cosmogony and cosmology is caught in a vicious circle also.
and that besides biology, that would extend to what? Paleontology, archaeology, and geology as well. Especially
This
when you talk
entire
about the
Hey man, your microphone is in your armpit.
Does
Wait,
that mean
me?
you can smell a bad odor? Is it my microphone, Flatsy, or his?
No, I think it was his, and it's Jenna. Everybody gets so confused.
Oh my God!
What are they
Wow,
gonna
I'm sorry. That's
Whoops.
crazy. You sound. I literally thought you were Flatsy.
I know we have
Literally.
very similar voices.
The voice is similar, but the accent gives it away.
Yeah,
You know what? You're right.
Flatsy has a more southern accent.
Yeah, that drawl is stronger. The drawl is strong with Flatsy.
I love it. I love her drawl. It's great.
And you got a bit of a drawl, but her drawl is stronger.
Yeah, I've been living in Oklahoma for almost 20 years.
I don't think I have a drawl. Unless I'm deliberately switching to slang, I don't have a drawl.
No, to be honest, you sound like a white man from like California, from a California university or something. From like the literary arts.
The mid-Atlantic accent is strong with me. That's what they call it. That's what they call my accent. I had no idea it was called that until less than 5 years ago. Mid-Atlantic. My accent can't make up its mind whether it wants to be British or American. Evidently. My accent is in between the Atlantic Ocean. between the two continents.
Is it flat and level there?
It's flat and level everywhere. But at least Gregory sounds more black than I do. I'm from Ethiopia, but everyone thinks I'm some white dude. But just to respond to Clay's point earlier, I had the thought actually that I brought up to a panel of Globers on a TikTok one day. They sort of have this because he mentioned like how Globers hate the light. You can take that in a metaphorical sense, like the light of the truth, even like how the Bible puts it. But I was saying how Globers seem to have this love-hate relationship with water because on the one end, they absolutely need it to survive biologically, but on the other end, it just completely shatters their worldview because you can't get the surface of a body of water with any significant volume to bend and convex and conform around the outside of a spinning spherical object. So, it's like a double-edged sword for them, water. So, I thought that was kind of funny.
It
I was
is
live.
indeed.
But wait, Greg, according to you said your calculation earlier, how many Earths did you say fit in between the distance of the Earth and the Sun? What was that number?
93 million miles between the Earth and the Sun. The diameter of the Earth is supposedly 7,926 miles. Divide 93 million by 7,926, equaling out to 11,733 and a half.
Okay. Well, that's still not nearly as absurd, relatively speaking, to how Globers think that a 1 million size Earths can actually fit inside the volume of the Sun. So, go figure.
Orders of magnitude, a number of an order. How do I say this? A number of an order of magnitudes of Earth to the tune of several million or a million or more can fit inside the Earth, can fit inside the Sun.
1,800,000 Earths can fit inside the Sun.
Also, damn near 2 million.
Yeah.
So the size of the Sun is an orders of magnitude greater than the exponential distance between the Sun and the Earth. And it's just like I said, it's just exaggerative, childish rhetoric. Just so big, so big, so big.
Yeah, Death Valley's the furthest away from the Sun. Antarctica's the closest. A
I mean,
grain of sand.
I know like crepuscular rays and like sort of the phenomena of the divergence of this sunlight rays that we can see particularly like on a cloudy day. Flat earthers make the argument that is evidence for a small local sun, but is there a way we can use a concept like the inverse square law of light to demonstrate how the sun could not be possibly 93 million miles away?
You mean you
Well,
demonstrate
Sean,
using? Well, hold on. Yeah, yeah. You can get a heat source that you declare as the sun, and get a ball, and then put little thermometer like temperature gauges on there for like at different altitudes, closer and further away from the heat source, and match what the globe model claims. Once you do that, we can go from there. And
Hmm.
you understand?
Probably.
Third
I
rock,
think so.
third rock from the sun, So you get a heat lamp. That's your sun. Third rock from it, rotisserie. You rotisserate it, and you add your math and scale down the versions and see what you
Not
get.
rotated, rotisserated.
Yeah, rotisserate it. Yeah, and because so that you just want to see the seasons. Everything
Yeah.
will play out as it plays out. Temperatures, seasons, line it up to where the desert's here and the equator here. And we want to see this shit, brother. Give it its
Mhm.
23.4 degree tilt on its
Right, right.
axle rows, and then yeah,
I gotcha. Well, of course, that's going to be a feat to reach because Globers have seemingly a lot of trouble replicating anything that goes on their model. So
And they painted themselves into that corner. They didn't have to. It's all just their idea. They didn't have to make the idea so just hyperbolic. And that's a compliment. I have to say it again. Exaggerative.
yeah, I don't know if you guys know him, but Flatman B, he has a server of his own, and so he joined TikTok. He joined like a couple Glober lives on TikTok the other day, and one guy was trying to grill him about the sun, and he was like, "Flat man, if the sun is small and local, it's like it's the Earth's source of heat, right?" And Flat man goes, "Yeah," and then a- and then the guy asks him, "Well, how come it's colder when you go up? Like, if the sun is small and local, how come it's colder when you rise in elevation? Like, there's still like the snow ice caps on top of mountains." And I was just sitting there thinking, like, well, hold on. I mean, does it not work the same? Like, don't you have the same problem, quote unquote, for the globe model? Right? Like, I don't see how he was trying to make that argument as if it's like exclusively a problem for flat Earth. I don't know if that makes sense.
That's a fair critique if you're going to point out what seems to be a problem in our position, and that, upon analysis, is a position that's a problem that your position also shares. Then be consistent. If that's a problem for my position, and your position has the same aspect, which is supposedly problematic, then that's a problem for your position also. It can't be a problem for my position and not be a problem for yours
Yeah,
without any good
like
reason.
yeah, like I
it's
was just
not a problem for flat Earth. He just didn't ask me. See, the atmosphere acts like a magnifying glass, right? You ever play with a magnifying glass as a kid? The sun
uh-huh.
stays where it's at. You move the magnifying glass around. You focus, right? So now what's going to happen is the atmosphere, the air, not the atmosphere. Never mind that stupid ass word. The atmosphere. So it's going to sit there above us and do its thing. Now the sun is going to move horizontally across it. Once a certain amount of focused light gets angled the right way, it'll focus, and that portion will be warm and hot, right? For the time and the variation of fucking focus it gets. So, like, if the light focuses over this way, you can have a desert over there, and a little bit over this way, you have no desert. Because just like you're frying the ant on the rock, you're only frying one portion of the rock or the ant at a time, or a leaf or whatever you got going on, right? Only the focal point, and then away from that, it would be irradiated and heated up from that point.
It's like the underlying. It's almost second nature to the critic when they criticize those of us who affirm the fact that the Earth's surface is horizontal, as though our position is exclusive to or just does not include the complex dynamism of the cosmos and the various aspects of the cosmos. The whole entire world is a complex dynamism of evolution, not in the stupid sense, but in the very simple sense of change, right? In motion, right? The celestial bodies are moving, the sun and moon and stars are moving, the air is moving, the water is moving, right? Et cetera, et cetera. The various mediums are moving. Either they're doing locomotion or they're doing qualitative um, changes.
Right. I was gonna mention earlier because Clay brought it up, but Wait, how do you say your name? Is it Denmark, sir? Guy with the very.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Denmark. Um, in relation to the sort of the movement of the sun as we see it, what do you guys say? Like, I'm sure you guys have heard this very common global argument as to, oh, well, if the Earth is flat and, uh, we see sunrise and sunset because the sun is moving closer and further away from us as opposed to us like, flipping forward or doing a forward or backflip on the earth, which is absurd, in of itself. What do you guys say to the Globers who say, "Oh, well, if that was the case, then how come the angular size of the sun doesn't change throughout the day? Like it should be big, it should be really big at noon, and then it should be like super tiny, like off into the sunset."
You guys want me to take this one?
Let me get to one part of it real quick. Certain times the sun is over you and it's going horizontally to you and then away from you, above your head, right? It's never dropping down. You can have any side view you want. You'll never see it like dropping down below the uniform horizontal that it resides upon, right? Coming to you, going away from you, right? And like I said, the atmosphere acts like a magnifying glass so much that when above your head, it'll look small, right? A smaller, right? And it looks the same as the moon. So when it gets closer to the so-called imaginary mirage horizon line, that fake area right there, where your eyeballs can just like the extent of where they can see, call it the horizon, right? But right when it gets there, it'll be big as hell because it's magnified at that angle to your eye, thus proving my point that the atmosphere, the air, the flatmost acts like a lens and it magnifies things depending on the angle it is and how far away it is or how close it is to you. So if it's close and you don't have to look through much and it's not a crazy angle, you're going to see you're going to see what you see that way. It's straight up vertically to the sun, like if it's above you at high noon. Now when it's on the fake whatever, the so-called horizon, when it's on the horizon, it's big as hell. Just think about that.
Yeah.
Right?
Look at the GIFs I posted in the open chat, Rebel. So, number
Okay.
one, their line of reasoning, again, has the tacit presumption that we're seeing the sun, the actual size of the sun, rather than any sort of distortion of its actual size, right? And whether we're seeing its actual size or not, we do observe the sun to be apparently becoming smaller as it moves away and becoming apparently bigger as it comes closer to us.
Are you saying you can notice a size in the difference?
Yeah, an apparent size change.
It's not an
Okay.
actual. Remember, like I said, it's being magnified by the amount
Right.
of air between you and it and the angle of incident that it is to you. Like 33 degrees, 44, 45, 18, 22. You know the degree of angle, like the wideness and like the distance it is away. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
But actually that reminds me, and so they'll say to like rule out any sort of conditions in the air that may be changing the apparent size of the sun that as we observe it. They'll say, oh, well then go ahead and throw a solar filter on, and that'll like rule out any sort of confounding factors. And when you do that, the sun stays the same size no matter where it is in the sky. You know.
Notice the inconsistency on their behalf too, given their pattern of inference. It's okay for them to do diffraction when accounting for the fact that the surface appears flat, even though supposedly it's really curving, and that the horizon is several miles, dozens of miles or more further away than where it really would be and or should be, or could be rather, not should be, but could be or could be. and the object that is completely obscured behind the water curve is now apparent on the top thereof. Right, so it's okay for them to appeal to refraction to account for the apparent, in their pattern of inference, the apparent much larger size than the size the Earth really is. But for some reason, it's not okay for us to say that about the Earth and also about the celestial bodies.
And remember, are you want to reply to that real quick or?
No, go ahead.
Okay, remember this. What that just proved to me, if I put a filter on something and it looks pretty cool the way it is, right? Still through the atmosphere, still supposedly 93 million miles away. The great thing he's trying to point out to you, two mediums, whatever. So the thing is what this would prove is that the sun is close and local. It's not 93 million miles away. And that's how you see, not that's what it is. That's how you see it through that filter they supply, through the filter of the fucking lensing of the air itself. So you're still never eliminating the air, right? You're never going to, the space between you and the sun, you're never going to eliminate, correct?
True. Yeah.
Right. So you're always going to get that. There's that. So how it proves it's close and local is because when you put the filter up, it looks like it's going to stay the same, but it still goes away. It still disappears. Still goes out of your view. Right?
So even with our strongest filters, we're still not seeing the exact actual size of the sun.
And remember, without the filter, it magnifies and gets real big, can look smaller above your head when it apparently looks close. You know, something should be like the idea of closer, and what it is on a close. So if it's a close and local thing, and you're trying to block out as much, I don't know, light and, whatever, you want to block that out, right? So what you're going to see is what you're left with is the best thing you can see for the amount of whatever you blocked out. So,
again, for some reason, if we affirm the Earth's surface is horizontal, we must necessarily either not have the laws of physics or we must necessarily see an orthogonal view, but not with their position.
And look how small the sun is. It doesn't shrink anymore when they put that thing up there, does it? It basically stays about the same as the moon, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And do they use the solar filter over the moon?
Well, I guess you would call it a lunar filter in that case, right?
Yeah. And I want to know how many times anyone's ever, or you have ever seen the moon set below 2 and 1 degrees.
Rarely. I rarely see that.
I don't know that I recall I ever have seen it set.
Yeah.
Like the idea of going down below like 2 or 1 or 0 degrees. I don't think I've ever. Isn't that weird?
I mean, maybe I don't live by the I mean,
No,
Greg
you
here
don't,
is in
brother.
California, so
Hold on, don't get confused. No matter where you live, they're supposed to appear to set. Correct? Sun, moon. I mean, they're
I would
supposed to
assume
go
so.
around the planet. Correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, if the sun doesn't go down enough, I mean the moon, I'm sorry, doesn't ever go down enough to set below the imaginary ball curve, it never does that. What's even the argument?
It doesn't?
I mean, film it.
Well, wait,
Have you ever seen it go down that far?
Hold on.
Glober?
Hold on. We don't know. He's cool. He's cool. Just show. Look, I would love to see any star below what you would call 0 degrees at the horizon line. So up from 1 degree to up to 33 degrees. I'll give you a big spectrum. That's a big ass distance. So from below. So once you hit the horizon line, which would be considered 0, below that, has anyone ever seen any stars live below that up close and personal?
Nope. And anyone who says they did is a liar.
How about the sun or moon? Have you ever saw the sun or moon up close, like you're sitting on the edge of the earth, sitting on the dock of the bay at the edge of the earth, sitting right on that curve waiting for the sun to go down vertically? Do you think you could ever see that? Like, watch it actually go vertically down in front of your face, not
Yeah,
forward.
my eyes kind of hurt when I stare at the sun too long. I try to only do it 10 minutes.
No. Your back's going to be towards it. What you want to see it do? Watch the reflection in the water. I want you to watch it drop down vertically instead of going across horizontally. That's all I want to see. I want you and your buddy. Have your buddy to the side. Have him draw a horizontal line of reference. Anybody who believes the sun is dropping down vertically, down below a curve, correct? It's not doing that. It's not doing that. Your Earth isn't spinning up and not giving you the idea of the sun dropping vertically because there's no side view of that. Or at high noon, when the sun's directly over your head and your buddy's 10 miles away that way, he's watching the sun cut in half. Is it touching your head? He
Yep.
thinks it's hid by a curve. It's touching your head.
Yeah, dude. Brain's gone.
We don't mention this
disintegrated.
very often, but this is not refutable.
Correct. And the sun doesn't drop vertically. It never drops vertically, ever. No human, no matter how far away your buddy is, when he looks and shows you his video and you look on your phone and say, damn, Bob, why does it look like the sun's coming down and smacking me in the face? And he's like, well, Todd, where's it at? And he looks at your camera and you show him and it's still up where it's supposed to be. Not dropping down vertically, but still continues on a horizontal path. You could also
See at
put a
the bottom
horizontal,
of the open chat.
right, and you could put a horizontal line across to go as reference. I'm done.
Do you see that, Rebel?
Yeah, about the curve versus flat surfaces.
Mm-hmm. We don't mention it often, but it's a patently indicative empirical data.
Yeah. Demonstrable, right. You know, man, so Demog going through that about the whole like moon not setting on the horizon like the sun does. That reminds me of a Global Live that I
Stars don't
joined.
either. Hold on.
Huh?
Nothing does.
Oh,
I didn't want to scare you. The only thing that
oh no,
appears to is the sun. 1 second. Stars don't even go below 2 degrees. Go ahead, brother. I'm done.
no, I was gonna say because some dude was trying to make an argument for the globe by showing me, of course, more CGI to prove the CGI globe. He pulled up the software Stellarium, and he was trying to show me like, oh look at the moon, like rising. Well, I think it was a rise, or maybe I think he was playing like a moon set backwards. I don't one of the two. He was showing me like literally a moon, coming from up under the horizon and up above. And I was just thinking like,
Does he
wait,
live in a valley?
I
Yeah, I
I
live
don't
in a
know, but
place. I live in a place that's like a really low place considered around me. Like it's a really low place. So in a way, if you get down in a holler or down in a real deep valley, not that I'm a country folk like that all the way like that, just the idea of getting down in a really like the Grand Canyon. What kind of perspective would you have versus me standing on top of the Grand Canyon and you down in the dip of it? You understand what I'm saying?
yeah,
Okay. Now remember that when you talk to some of these people, upon their perspective and arrival in this conversation, a lot of them are so biased, they'll go find a deep gully and hill, set their camera up at the bottom of it, below sea level in the dirt somewhere, and then they'll yeah, they'll film some crazy shit.
What do we?
It'll appear to moonset. Yes, it'll appear. The stars will appear to set then, and he'll be the only guy with that footage. So it's okay. You can weed him out.
And we must appreciate, because these types of arguments getting into the nuances of optics and geometry and the physics of light, all that can be more so confusing than clarifying. And all these sophisticated retorts that they've contrived is nothing more than contemporary apologetical points, right? To account for the obvious discrepancy between the necessary implications of their cosmological doctrine, in specific their geodesic doctrine, and our observations and measurements. Right? They appeal to refraction. They appeal to all these other things that we've been discussing. It's nothing more than ad hoc apologetical points. This has not been argued for millennia. It's a very simple argument for millennia. Ships disappear bottom up. That's because they're going around the water curve. The sun sets. That's because it's being obscured by the water curve, etc., etc.
Let me see your water curve. I want to get physical.
Oh wait, by the way, Denmark, as a Christian myself, I appeal to biblical cosmology. Okay, and so I do believe like there's some sort of dome over top of the earth. So which is of course geometrically speaking, that'd be the shape of a hemisphere, right? So me personally, I actually have no problem saying atmosphere because I just think it's like a shortened way of saying atmo hemisphere. Okay, so that's just me. I just want to point that out.
Moderators, the disruptive blaring that was happening, that was from Fentanyl Enjoyer, for your info.
Hell yeah, brother.
I was just wanting to point out that a lot of people, when they get into this argument, they want to argue like certain points of perspective. And I understand when you turn around and spin, you could think you're in a tunnel, you could think you're in a toilet paper roll, you could think you're in a dome of perspective, because I mean, they all can have their merit, right? According, they all can have their merit, like according, like the Einstein's, right? Relative, right? So whatever the hell you, the observer, wants to initiate is your perspective towards me. Like however you want to get me to fucking understand yours, right? And however I would want you to get you to understand mine. So the only reason I say flatmos or the flat air or the flat stars is just to get people to understand you have the ability to go against everything pushed, and you can say, well, what if the stars are on a flat plane and they do appear to me as a spherical dome, hemisphere, or as a 360 in my perspective? Because I can do that. I can spin around. I can imagine that. I can think like that. But I can also think on a flat perspective of me spinning around in it. Go ahead, I'm done.
Yeah, GMOC, but the conversation has to start from a base axiom, which is logical. So we always have to start from a base axiom, and that's where we start with our observations. It has to be from that point forward, not from a point that we think that we can make by asserting that it's flat stars, or you know what I mean. So everything has to
That's what I
become
see.
something
No, that's
visible,
what I see.
and then we can.
That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yeah.
I don't see
Yeah,
round
but
stars, brother. I don't see a round dome. I don't believe in a hemisphere. I've never seen any of that. No, so
Yeah, but
you're
that's
hold on.
just
That's yours.
no. Hold
Mine's not
on.
that.
No, here's
No,
what we're
my
not gonna
logic.
do. Is hold on. Sorry. No, the celestial sphere is the dome of perspective that everybody sees. Rebel Landers is correct. That's how people have been seeing the stars from the 6th century BC. So that is true, and it doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe because of our perspective. It only proves that they don't have the evidence that the Earth is a globe. So yeah, we're not holding on to listen to a point that's not what we're saying we see. We start from our base axiom of observations and then move from there.
Mine is flat, brother. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You speak for you and whoever else agrees with you, and I'll speak
That's
for
fine.
me. And it's
That's
okay,
fine,
so
but
it's
you're not
flat
going to
for
make a
me.
point
Don't
in this
correct me on
room.
that, please.
Yeah, we're
Correct
not going to make
everybody
a point
else
in this
on
room that
domes
you're
that they
right.
see and make up and imagine. I don't
Right?
imagine.
You just want to. You're not imagining. It's perspective. It's how we see. Everything's converging to the eye line. This is basic flat Earth 101. Were you to insert other things, you're making a non-point. All it is just converging to the eye line. That's all we're seeing. It's our vision, perspective. Rebel Landers is correct.
It's not my vision, brother. That's you fucking spinning a camera and making shit up. Stop doing it. All you need to stop doing dumb shit. Stop making
You
shit
can
up.
stop being in this room if you're gonna keep disrupting
Well,
and
you
making
might as
points
well
that
kick me
nobody's
out,
making.
because I'm not saying there's no fucking dome or anything over me. That's the ignorantest shit I ever
Yeah,
heard in my life.
that's how we see.
Dumb as
So
fuck.
apparently you
No, it's
don't
how
see
you see. Stop saying I see like that. I'm not in your pocket. Bro, I don't fucking agree with that. This ain't an echo chamber, is it? Does it have to be?
No,
Is that what you want?
that's why
Kick
you're
me the
here.
fuck out,
That's
because
why
I'm not echoing your shit. I'm sorry.
everybody
The
sees that
mock
way, dude.
doesn't see like that. You fucking do. Let's declare that right now. Don't try to shove shit in my fucking plate.
Okay,
I'm not eating it.
let's do this.
I'm not
Let's do
buying
this.
it. Fuck your store.
Shut up, dude. Let's ask everybody how they see the sky above. It's either a dome of
Yeah, I
perspective
don't
or
see
like
it
your
as a
flat star.
flat plane. I don't know what goddamn witchcraft you're looking at, but that there's a dome over us. You can see it. The light converges on the eye line. It's
That's
fact.
all we're saying. That's all we're saying. People coming in with these points that Flat Earth is not making. It's making us all look bad.
Alpha, can I ask you?
Yeah, go on.
I'm looking at all the icons of people, and yours has a ghost on it. Why is that?
As I snatch souls. That's what I do with the globe. I snatch the soul of the globe. So if you're in here as a glober,
Okay.
your soul belongs to me.
Alright. I never seen that before, that's all.
It's actually the be right back symbol, but I use it as that.
I get it. Alright, question answered. Thank you, sir.
Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, we try to keep it to where people aren't making stupid arguments, because that irritates me to no end. And it should you if you're a flat earth. Like, stupid arguments should be stopped at the moment they're conceived.
I agree.
You're free to think however you want, but as soon as you impose your belief on the me, that's going to be a problem.
Well, a base axiom is just that. It's an objective viewpoint. It's not subjective. So this bullshit that I'm trying to impose something on somebody else that's clearly objective is ridiculous and absurd.
By the way, is our observations like being in this sort of like dome-like sort of vision? Does that have anything to do with like Euclidean geometry or the zenith and like how Witsit puts it the azimuthal grid of vision? Is that all sort of factored into why we see in like in a dome like celestial sphere kind of way?
I'm gonna have to let somebody take over. My machines are back on.
I'm not too familiar with the dome of vision argument. I'm sorry.
I mean, if you just search like azimuthal grid or something like that, it kind of just it does show you some sort of dome-like celestial sphere. So
Just search celestial sphere, dude.
Well,
celestial.
the way I look at perspective is that you realize we're on the floor, right? Like we're basically on the floor and we have so much above us. But just picture yourself standing on the edge of a cliff, right? And you would have so much below you that you can't really see. But your horizon is always directly in front of you, right? The higher you go, just the farther you can see. That has no bearing on whether the Earth is a globe or if it's flat. The higher
Yeah, exactly.
you go, in reality.
So let me just say real
far.
quick why my machines. Sorry, I apologize. My machines are off real quick. So if you look at right ascension and declination, longitude, latitude, and how we garner that, and northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, that's all to do with the celestial sphere. Please look into it. There's so much to explain about it, but in how we see the world. So it will help everybody in this chat if you guys look it up and then kind of read what it says. It's been known since before the advent of the Earth being a globe, that people have been mapping out the celestial bodies that way.
Yeah, look into the Polynesians and how they got around.
We're looking for logical coherence and not something somebody just made up some bullshit on the spot because they want the Earth to be flat. It has to be exactly like our base axiom would state. What do we observe? And how can it logically stand that we say what we see, what we see?
And how do we measure it, what we see?
Good old celestial navigation.
Yeah, celestial navigation based on the celestial sphere and astronomy as well.
Which of course requires a base horizontal line of reference.
That is correct, sir.
Of course, but of course you can achieve that still on a, on a spherical surface curving at 8 inches per mile squared, right? I mean,
Yeah, the argument would stand that it has to be a sphere of that set dimensions, but there is no sphere to be found, which is the problem for the glober.
right.
And then it would have to be concentric to the Earth only, not the observer, which in this case, all observations are concentric to the observer. It only makes sense.
I got a new subject. Any Glovers in here? Who's up to bat?
Yeah, go ahead, Larry. I was just filling some air with the guy was just saying some nonsense. Go ahead.
Are there any Glovers in here? No? No globe proponent?
Well, there are some in here, but they just ain't speaking. I think they're all scared right now.
Oh shit, I was muted. Sorry. Nah, I believe that we're on a turtle's back.
Can you substantiate that in any way?
He fucking talks to me
Or is it
whenever I
just a
do
belief?
MDMA. Like he's telling me how angry we are. Like
You like the Toad dude?
not a Toad dude. Who the fuck is Toad dude? Like Toad and Frog? Like the children's stories? Those dudes were definitely fucking on the side.
So I guess we're all flat earthers then.
Yep, totally. I am indeedably. I've been knowing it since that out about experience back in fucking '99.
So I guess we all agree that gravity doesn't hold down the ocean.
Nah, just be living me up, boy.
No one in here brave enough to defend their religion. Let's see.
Not my fucking religion.
But I got a question. If the Earth is flat, how do we get from like one end to the other? Like how do I go from North America to Asia, for example?
You ever heard of circumnavigation?
Yeah, but then we fight a war in the Pacific where we literally went from the West Coast straight to Japan, and we fought over like the entire ocean there, the entire Pacific.
Yeah, we can traverse the surface of the Earth.
We didn't go around. We didn't go all the way around. We went like directly there.
Yeah, but you can go all the way around.
Have you ever seen any north
They didn't
to
go around.
south circumnavigation? Have you ever seen north to south circumnavigation.
What do you mean? You mean like going? Yeah, they do that.
Meaning flying from here across Antarctica, back across the North Pole to where you started.
Yeah, they do that.
Magellan, my
They
boy.
they
Yeah, when?
they literally place. They literally have
When?
American
They
fighters
have
up north in
never.
Canada. They do. They have American fighters stationed up north in Canada because they used to be
I'm sure.
worried
Yeah,
about the Soviets bombing them, bringing their bombers
I
across
know.
the north.
But you're still yet to travel over the
They
entirety of
do.
Antarctica
They
and
can.
back
They
up.
literally are able to.
They can, but they don't.
They
Why?
do.
Did you ever hear of the Over the Poles expedition that was canceled? Well, which was supposed to be the very first time this was ever going to be done, and it
Probably
was
because it's just
canceled.
not needed at most points. Like, because there's not like a whole lot that you, like, you think geographically, like, it's like, it's whatever. Like, yeah, we're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Like, oh no, if we go down, we're really fucked because there's nothing for miles.
So just ignore my
I mean,
claim
honestly,
of the flight that was booked that was canceled. Just gloss right over that. Forget I even
safety
said it. I
concerns,
guess maybe that would be
storms.
better.
Like, you didn't say why it was canceled.
Does it matter?
Yeah, I think the reason why it was canceled probably matters.
No, because it's the only time it was ever going to be done.
Probably there was no
But they
benefit.
just
Why
decided,
would you
no,
do it if
we
there's no benefit?
don't want to do that.
Detrimental to taxpayers? I don't
But
fucking know. Like, what service was doing this again?
azimuthal equidistant projection map, you'll understand why they can't do it.
What the fuck?
You can fly over the North Pole if you wanted, but you can't fly to the South Pole and keep
It's just the
going and
Nazis have
come
a
back
base down
to
there.
the north.
Jeez, get off your high horse.
Non sequitur.
So why would they want to keep the globe being flat a secret? Do they just not know any
Maybe you
better?
should say that to yourself again. Like keep saying, why would they make the globe flat?
Well, they didn't
So
make
see
it.
how
People didn't make it flat, but why
ridiculous
is
that
it a
sounds?
conspiracy? Like why do you guys know it's flat and everybody else is an idiot and thinks it's a globe?
What globe?
Yeah, but
What
why
globe?
why would people keep it a secret that it's flat?
Yeah.
And what's the
What globe?
Holy fucking god.
Earth. Earth's a globe.
Yeah, right?
Dude, it's not a
What?
secret. We're telling you about it. How is it a secret if we're telling you?
Well, how are you guys so smart to know it's flat and everybody else is just like billions of people are just retarded?
Yeah.
How is this possible?
Yeah, billions of people are retarded. I'll give you that.
Yeah, but why would
Because
NASA?
a
Why
lot
would
of people don't like
NASA
to think
and the U.S. government and every agency that got into space lie to us that it's a globe? But what did they achieve?
control.
Control over what? It's not like the normal person can fucking fly off into space or go
Is
off
it- is it like
outside the planet. Oh no, I'm trapped here in a little box where I'm safe and perfectly content for right
Is
now.
it like the Jews or
whoops.
something? Is there like who's responsible?
Oh, it's definitely the Jews. When is it
Wow.
not the Jews?
Well, that's true. That's a good point.
That's
But
where you're gonna go.
yeah, so Justin, look, I mean, a lot of people have different perspectives.
Say his
Like
last name too. Be respectful, Jesus.
Mr. Iger, Mr. Iger.
No,
How are
like
you
together, all
Yeah,
together.
yeah. What's up?
Mr. Justin Glober Iger. I got his middle name. Yeah, so look, I mean, a lot of although we do share in common that, we know that we live on a level topographical plane, all right, stationary one. Yeah, as far as the other things outside of that, we have all of us have different perspectives. But if you were to ask me that question, right, like in real life somewhere, if you're just like, chit chatting, sort of shooting the shit, and you ask me like why I believe the government or scientific institutions are lying about the globe. I mean, I have a very clear answer for you, right? And of course, just to respect the room, I'm not sharing the perspective of other people in here. This is just for me personally, okay? So if you were to ask me, I would say, wait, hold on. I would say number one, okay, it's the largest satanic deception in history to hide God from humanity. Okay. Number two is it's meant to make despite the absolute magnificence and glory of the earth, like of all the incredible biodiversity of life and all these environments that we can go check out. And like the earth is just amazing as it is, right? But the thing is, if the earth in relation to this, never ending, ever expanding, infinite vacuum of outer space, well, then all of a sudden it makes the earth's nothing but like an insignificant,
Oh, so you
tiny
just don't like your cosmic place in the
speck
universe.
of, right? That's what it makes the earth feel like. Okay, so that's number two. Number three, which is
Speaking for the
where
Earth there, buddy.
most people, which is where most people in this room would disagree with me, is that I believe it's one of Satan's best ways to hide the scientific truth, validity, credibility, and reliability of the Bible. Okay, because the Bible, as you may know, or maybe
Oh,
you
so you
don't,
guys are Christian. Okay.
as the Bible goes, yeah. Before the Glober trigger just keeps interrupting me, because you just goddamn triggered. As you, the Bible does in fact unequivocally, describe a geocentric flat Earth model. Okay, so that's the reasons why they lie about it. So in other words, actually at the deepest level, it's not even about they. It's not even about the government or any sort of space agency. I believe, from my perspective as a Christian, that this is actually spiritual warfare at the deepest level. And as the saying goes, misery loves company. So it's Satan's best way to lead and drag as many people down to hell with him, which he knows is his ultimate fate. Okay.
There's hookers and blow down there, though.
Okay,
so,
but
I mean,
how
To
does
be honest,
how does
I agree
believing
with
the
all
Earth is
three of your
round?
points.
Stop. It's nothing about religion. He's just religious. I'm not, and the earth is still flat. There you go.
Well, I already prefaced my whole answer by saying this is my perspective alone. Okay, so you didn't have to say all that, but okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
yeah. No, I'm glad that you said that to begin with.
I did when he
I do
started
agree with all
crying when
three
the
of your points.
Glober said, "Oh, religion." I did have to say that.
Well, why do you believe it, Radwin?
I'm
What do you
religious,
think?
and I do believe that he had to say that because this is not really about religion, in my opinion. You can wax on philosophically about why would they do this and why would they do that, but this is a geometry thing, right? We're studying the Earth, right? Not the Bible.
Yeah, Earth measurements,
Like,
geometry.
right. Wait,
Indiana
what?
Jones said all the things go across the Earth in straight lines, and you can't do that when there's other shit in the way. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Real
Yeah,
Todd?
wait. Like Justin, for example, are you
Who
atheist?
told you that? Hang on. No, hang on.
Okay, go ahead.
Who told you that? No, who told you that?
Who told who what? Who are you
Who
talking to?
told you the shit in the sky travels in straight lines?
No, I was
I'm
joking
pretty
about
sure
the
you said
Indiana Jones
Indiana
game.
Jones.
Yeah, I was joking about the Indiana Jones
Right.
game because they
I
just
know
had
you
the
didn't
whole
want
thing
to
going
answer
around.
me.
What? No, I just didn't know what you were.
You took it so ad absurdum. Good job.
What? Bro, these guys think it's a real flex to be talking the way that they are. Little do they know that I have a butt plug in and they don't.
What, with logic and reason?
You don't have a butt plug
And the
because of logic and
Globers come
reason? That's a
here with
really
baseless
weird fucking take.
assertions.
Okay. Basically gay, just like you. Justin, are you, and not to completely delve into a whole religious argument. I'm just curious because I think it's going to make my point, perhaps if I assume this correctly. Justin, are you still here? Yeah. Are
Yeah.
are you atheist by chance, bro?
No, I'm Orthodox Christian.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, have you ever Googled the terms biblical cosmology on any search engine, like at any point in your life? Have you ever done anything
I've
like this?
never searched that up in my
Okay.
life.
Okay, well, I would encourage you to do so, and then I want you to report back to me and tell me why the vast
Bro,
majority
what?
always depict, without exception, a flat Earth model inside of a solid dome. Okay, you're gonna have to explain that one to me.
Because they don't know what who's depicting this. This is like
They don't know.
like a 16th century model.
Buddy, dude, there's biblical scholars, the world's most renowned biblical and Hebrew and ancient, like Near East ancient Israelite scholars, all attest to the Bible unequivocally, without a shadow of a doubt, describing a flat Earth model. Okay, so don't get, dude. You haven't even, just as you admitted, you
Yeah,
haven't
but you're
even
using the Bible as like part of your
about
main like concern. Like, but
I'm
do
not
you
religious, and
expect
you're
that like
still
the
flat.
Doesn't make
Bible?
sense. It
I'm
doesn't
not
make
religious.
sense. What
Still
once
flat.
the biblical argument doesn't make any sense. There's no what would Satan gain from having a flat Earth or making people believe it's a globe? There's no doesn't make sense.
this. Hey, Justin. So you believe? Do you believe science is making accurate scientific discoveries, and what's taught in science is like true, like generally?
Yes.
Okay, so that means, and by that I mean, like, you appeal to what's considered to be the scientific consensus. Is that correct?
Not always, not on everything.
What are things that you disagree with the scientific consensus on?
Interpretations of some medical operations, let's say.
Okay.
But most mathematics I agree with.
Oh, so you hate trans people?
Okay. Oh, do you
Just you, Terry.
do you accept Darwinian theory of evolution, which is the mainstream scientific consensus for all the biodiversity of life that we see on the Earth today?
Yeah, it's a good theory.
Yeah, we got viruses inside of like
Oh,
our common ancestors in our literal cells that like I don't know like why you would think otherwise, because like the mammalian structure of skeletons is all very similar. Like you could think about like whales, like fins are very similar to hands on a human, or bats. Like I don't like to disprove evolution is kind of hard just due to the fact that so many people have like so many different species have ancestors that we can clearly relate.
Right. Okay. So I can obviously tell you're an atheist, right? You're a hardcore, staunch, and probably nihilistic atheist, aren't you? I can just tell.
What? No, hope is the only thing that you can have in a world where there is none. So like,
Yes.
why would I be a nihilist?
Words. Yeah. In other words, that was a dodge because you are an atheist, right? You're just too embarrassed to admit it, right? Because you understand how absurd
No,
it is, right?
no, it's not absurd. What the fuck? Why are you just like straight up saying it's absurd?
Nothing
I'm not saying.
embarrassing about being an atheist.
Wait, Terry, I
Yeah.
thought we were Protestants.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was baptized Protestant, but it doesn't mean like I'm currently
Oh.
practicing or believe it.
Can't relate, skill issue.
I know, right?
Just a globe-tart atheist. Yeah, just another one of them. That's all you are.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing wrong with being atheist. Yeah, I'm a
Sure.
Protestant, but like there's nothing wrong with.
Sure. Good for you. Yeah.
Oh,
Bro, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, I only care about, what Christians have to say about this, okay? So, Justin, how do you reconcile God very clearly saying, in his almighty power, that he created the heavens and earth and all the life therein in 6 days with enough time to rest on the seventh day, with life on earth being this like extremely slow, gradual process of random genetic mutations
Not
over
random.
the billions of years? How do you, dude? I'm not
It's
talking to you
traits that were specifically like beneficial to an like a organism in an environment that get passed on because that organism is still living and able to pass on shit.
reconciles the biblical account of creation with what he
You know what you're doing? You're underestimating the power of God. That's what you're doing. Right?
Okay, hold
like dinosaurs existed. We have proof by their bone structures. We have proof that they exist. But
Dude, literally, roosters are like.
But it doesn't say in the Bible that God made dinosaurs, right? But we can prove that they existed.
Dude thinks a T-Rex.
dinosaurs were real.
Holy shit! You're
Dinosaurs
fucking.
were they had feathers on them. They weren't like entirely
Dude, now they
reptile.
have
They were
feathers. When I was younger,
dude.
they looked like Godzilla.
Yeah, because they
Wow.
didn't have good
It's
records.
crazy how we
and they weren't able
learn
to.
new things as time progresses.
Yeah,
So
it's not like
Oh,
constant.
Cooper,
Like
coming
things
with the
can
brain.
contradict themselves as well as not contradict themselves. Like there's plenty of like more aquatic dinosaurs that we look at, and dinosaurs is such a broad fucking chunk of like animals that we talk about. Because like fucking sharks lasted longer than fucking dinosaurs. Like they've been
How do
around
you
for
know
like
this? How
around
do
the
you
same
know all
time.
this? How do you know all this? Where were you when you
Because I was
saw
there,
all
bitch. Skill issue.
It's fossil dating, but
And you're
dude, I would love to eat a dinosaur, bro. I
Bro,
know
they
that
probably
shit would
taste
just taste
so
like
good. Like a T-Rex
imagine like
fucking
that.
nuggie.
Big chickens.
Yeah, but like, dude, it can't taste just like a chicken, bro. It probably tastes like a chicken left in Chernobyl. Like, I would love to eat
Well,
a
I mean, yeah, you
fucking.
got to think about like that point in time. There's a lot more like fucking kicking around that like because you think about it, there's a lot more oxygen at that time. Like that's the reason why animals were able to be so big was because of the oxygen amount in our atmosphere was so much
It
larger.
definitely would affect the meat taste.
Prove it.
Prove it.
Yeah.
You can
Well,
prove it with ice cores.
yeah, like
Oh,
literally.
prove all kinds of shit.
You
Prove
asked
that
for
your mom
proof. Ice
did.
presented you
Ice
proof, and then
cores
you
don't
whine
prove
about it.
anything.
Are you an
I
expert
think you
on ice
just don't
cores?
know what you're talking about. I think that's what it is.
I need to see Buddy's bibliography degree.
You can't
on
be an
ice cores.
expert about everything. That's the problem. You're trying to be an expert on everything, but you don't know. You're not
You can
expert on
tell a
everything.
lot by geological layers too about what happened at a certain point in time because it will also get trapped in like how like things degrade and shit.
Tell you.
How do we explain like the dinosaur bits that were, they obviously in the oil tar
Oh,
field?
look! I found a piece of a tooth. Let's make a dinosaur.
Well, it's not a piece of
What?
tooth. They've recreated
It's more
entire
like
skeletons because
I
when
found
any of
entire
them
skeletons.
died, yeah, we can literally piece them whole together, like
What about
not a
mammoths?
single bone.
Right. That's
Mammoths not
completely
real?
right.
Well, mammoths were obviously real. Like they were around the same time as the Egyptians, bro. Like you can't
Yeah,
argue
they're.
mammoths.
I know.
Elephants exist.
Good
Yes,
point.
elephants do exist, but mammoths no longer do. Mammoths went extinct. They directly went extinct due to humans. Yes,
Skill
we
issue. We
we
learned how to throw
speared them.
rocks and fucked everybody.
Granted.
This guy probably doesn't believe in dodos either.
Well, they don't exist anymore.
I mean, how could he
Therefore, they never
experience?
existed.
Exactly, he never experienced them by his first hand.
History
So.
writes
The
or
Ford
Victor's right to
Pinto never
history.
existed.
Titanic was a hoax, man.
No,
Dude,
for real.
Rose should have fucking threw herself off. God damn, bitch is selfish. It was a poor little white boy from Europe. Fucking god.
Does all of life share a single common ancestor?
If he wasn't even
That's a
white,
great.
he was Irish, all right? He wasn't even real white.
Well, Irish. Now, I'm from Boston, so we have some good old Terry and I. We know all about the old Irish hatred.
So
Irish. Well,
all T-Rexes got wiped out by an asteroid, but somehow they came back to life to turn into a chicken. Yeah, that makes sense. That checks out. Sounds legit.
so actually, the fun thing is, no, they did not all get wiped out. Just kind of like when you see a modern, and by modern, I'm talking the last few thousand years, when a volcano erupts and causes, entire areas around it to die, but other areas live. Obviously, your funny example would be Pompeii, but that's a little more localized. With something as big as an asteroid, which is not like a volcano erupting, hitting, it's not going to kill everything at once. However, it's going to kill a lot, which is why we get those records. However,
Asteroids.
many would survive. Not only would they survive, they would have to adapt. Because that's the whole point of evolution, is you're adapting to a new
You're gonna
world.
keep
So
going, even though they're fake.
they're not fake, no. So I'm going to keep talking. Yes. So
Okay. So how
as
do you have air around a ball in a vacuum chamber? Like, how do you have air around Earth in the vacuum of space?
The fuck does that have to do with T-Rexes?
How do you have
I mean,
rocks
he's a little.
and
So
everything around? What?
he's asking about the atmosphere, and how we have it.
If there's no
Gravity.
Not. Well, yeah,
Now relate
gravity is a
that to
big part of it. Yes.
relate that to dinosaur bones. So
So, anyways, back to the whole dinosaur bit.
Talking about
So,
dinosaurs. How's that?
so back to the dinosaur parts, though. So
No,
dinosaurs, though.
no. There is no atmosphere, thus there's no dinosaurs. Unproven.
makes sense to me.
no space,
Oh,
no
you're
asteroid.
talking about asteroids, dumb asses.
Pretty sure we're talking about dinosaur bones, but
Yeah, so that's not what this channel is about. I said
I mean,
asteroids.
if you don't want to have the conversation, just say it. Like, hey guys, let's go talk about flat Earth.
You can leave the channel, man, if you don't want to talk about what we're talking about.
You really do real quick, but so Justin. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh. Justin, any idea what the firmament is that God made as the only thing on day 2 of creation? Just wondering, as a Christian, maybe you would know because you're an Orthodox Christian who apparently is the true church and they put the Bible together. Maybe you're the expert compared, in our group, right?
What was your question?
Do you remember what God made on day 2 according to the biblical creation account?
What did he make on day 2?
So you don't remember?
I don't remember. I didn't read. It's been a while since I read Genesis.
Okay. The very first page of the Bible, right? Yeah, he made what's called the firmament, and he separated the waters. Actually, called the firmament heaven. Where is the firmament on the globe? Like, where is it in reality, sir? Can you please point me to it?
The firmament? What is it? What the hell is a firmament?
Oh, so you don't know what God made, even though you're a Christian. Is that right?
I'm more familiarized with the New Testament.
Ah, okay. So
Not
the very fundamental basis of your faith, which I mean, of course, it's Christ and salvation, but I mean, one of the main reasons why you worship God is because he in fact is creator, right? That's what makes Yahweh God. He was the creator of heavens and earth. But somehow you don't actually know.
Jesus said there's basically 2 important commandments, and you just got to follow these 2 commandments, and that's about it. And once you got the Holy Spirit and you follow your 2 commandments, you're good.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
You don't have to delve into all this nonsense and do all the shenanigans.
Even morality without Christianity really only requires 2 rules. That's a beautiful thing. It's not really that complicated.
Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, Jesus said, "Love yourself," or he said, "Love Jesus, love God, and love your neighbor." That's what he said. Those are the 2 main things.
Yeah. Hey, Justin.
Love your neighbor and love God. Those are the 2 most important commandments. Everything else, the whole Torah, will all fall into place if you follow those 2 commandments.
Okay.
You don't have to worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about what it says in the Old Testament or the New Testament. As long as you follow those 2 commandments,
yeah,
you'll follow the Word of God. And you'll live the way that God wants you to live. You listening?
Justin, yes, I am, dude. I'm just trying to prevent you from getting too religious here. Okay, that's not what this room is about. Okay, so if we're gonna talk about the Bible, the most relevant thing would be about cosmology, not about like what Jesus said for us to do as far as commandments is concerned. Okay, I'm just like read the room a little bit.
You're drooling about like specific verses in the Old Testament.
Not talking about the Bible.
The Bible also isn't a actual source, so we probably shouldn't be using it because it's not accurate. You can't like use it as a source document for any logical argument other than about the Bible.
This is a biblical argument.
I'm just trying to do internal critique on Justin. So Justin, sorry, hey guys, look, I'm gonna get off of this right after this. I promise you. Okay, I'm not gonna bog you down with more Bible talk. I promise. Justin, Jesus Christ was a real man that lived on the earth, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, he was crucified, buried, dead, and resurrected, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. So where is he now?
In heaven. That's what happened.
Buddy, where's heaven?
No idea. Up in the sky, theoretically.
Oh, good. Exactly. Yeah. So even though God made the firmament on day 2 and literally called it,
know this is ancient VC.
God called the firmament heaven, which, if you look into the Hebrew definition of that, it is a solid structured dome that encloses the flat Earth. Right. Somehow, as a Christian, you have just no idea.
But can't the heavens be on another planet? We have planets out there. We have the sun. We have other stuff. I mean, it doesn't have to be directly right above the clouds. Like, you understand that? It doesn't.
You can speculate and bloviate with all this conjecture, but unfortunately, as an Orthodox, you should be appealing to the Scripture, which you're not doing. Like you're just going.
There's no. Not at all.
Yes, you are.
You're trying to turn flat Earth into a biblical argument, but it doesn't really make any sense.
Well, it doesn't make any sense, even though, like I just told you, if you do the search query of biblical cosmology on any search engine of your choosing, it's going to depend flat Earth model 10 out of 10 times. Okay, so don't give me that shit.
I've talked to many biblical scholars, and trust me, none of them were flat earthers.
Yeah, yeah.
Are we
As
really
a
gonna
biblical argument, it
who's-
doesn't make
who's-
any
oh, I'm
sense.
sorry.
This is like
Who's the flat earther? Who's the flat earther making this like absolutely like schizo argument? Like this is really like cringe.
What's the argument? What's the argument, buddy? What's the argument?
You're yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. You keep citing
Well,
religion and trying to equate that to a flat Earth model. Why?
Because the
Why
Bible,
are you doing this?
the Bible very clearly describes a geocentric flat Earth model. That's all I'm doing.
Who
That's all
fucking
I'm just.
cares? Okay, great. Let's stick to the like fucking facts of flat Earth. Like
Dude, I'll
veer off
make
into
it-
fucking religion, man. Just relax.
Okay, dude, I can talk to Christian, or sorry, I can talk to Justin as a Christian and try to make him reconcile.
Of course you can. Yeah, take it to a Christian
how we
VC then. Go ahead. There's
possibly.
plenty of religious VCs.
I told you I was gonna drop it right after this, dude. You don't have to get so triggered, dude. Calm down, relax.
All right, wrap it up. 10 seconds, and then we're moving on.
I do. I'm done. I was already done before you brought it up again.
As far as the facts of flat Earth, you can't measure the fucking curvature of the Earth. Okay? You need to bring up a little fairy tale Bible. Fucking make your point.
Barry's here. Are you an atheist, bro? Brendan? You're gonna run away from the question? It's a very simple question. You don't have to get into it.
Yeah, I'm not running
just
away.
say-
I'm just not addressing it. It's a waste. No, I'm not going in a religious.
I don't mean to. It's just a yes or no. I'm just curious. Are you an atheist or no?
Am I an atheist? Yes.
Oh, okay.
That is
Wow.
actually interesting, Brendan. I do have questions for you then.
He's
So I'm gonna go over. This is just a social. You don't have to answer the question if you don't want.
I guess since nobody else is talking, fuck it. Sure, whatever. I don't care. Go ahead.
Okay, so you're literally the first atheistic or openly atheistic flat earther I've ever talked to. In here.
Okay.
So the best answer I've ever gotten for the why do they lie question is the religious one. Is like they're trying to hide the face of God. What's your answer for the why do they lie, or what's your intuition?
Who cares what you like? Doesn't matter.
Stop.
For your question, sorry, I had some chirping from the peanut gallery.
Yeah, basically, the best explanation I've ever heard for the why do they lie question is the religious answer. What is your atheistic one?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out myself, because the gentleman who brought up the argument about citing the Bible or biblical references relating to flat Earth, I have never heard anybody in this VC make that argument. That's why I was
agree
so taken
that
back by that. because-
I agree that flat Earth is never argued from a biblical sense, but when you drill down far enough and you get to the why do they lie question, it is always a biblical answer. It is always they're trying to hide God.
It's not always.
That is the answer I've gotten from you, Larry.
Hold on. You mean in this VC, or are you talking generally?
This VC.
I have never heard that up until now. Like, I have never heard anybody make that argument.
Consistently, the answer I hear to if that question is ever addressed, that is always the answer that I hear.
Answer is
I have
always
never
money
seen
and
that.
control. That's Jill. You're lying again.
I am not lying. This is
You
my
are.
conception
And
of
he
this
can attest
room.
That. He's there every day. The gentleman who just spoke up is here
If
every
you
day.
disagree,
Alpha's every day.
that's
Jedi's
fine.
every day.
If you
I
also
do,
refuse
we
to
do.
answer the question, that's fine too.
I didn't refuse. I'm answering it. I'm telling you, I've never heard that before.
Okay, I'm telling you, I
That's why I
have.
was
Can we move past that
great.
and address the
Marriage-
question?
marriage
The question was the why do they? What's your atheistic take on why do they lie? I guess.
I can't answer that because I have never personally witnessed that. That's why I'm not answering your question.
Okay, never
Understand?
mind.
Whether you witnessed it or not is whatever. I have never seen that. You have now heard 2 to 3 other people that have also concurred with me, of whom are actually here every single day. I don't see you in this VC every day. So this might be the first time you've actually heard this argument, and you're
Crick
making a much broader assumption.
Crick can vouch for you how often I'm in here. It doesn't really matter. If you don't want to answer the question, just don't answer it, man. You don't need the speech.
I did. So we're moving on. anybody else. Unless
So,
you want to keep the
can
conversation
anybody?
going on religion, I really don't care.
I don't want to talk about religion. Can anybody tell me what holds the oceans down?
Come on, Glober,
Gravity.
say gravity.
Gravity.
Weight of the air on top of it.
So gravity.
So gas pressure then.
Same thing.
Okay. As long as that's really gravity.
Where are the sides and the top of the container for the pressure?
Okay.
Uh,
So this
gravity creates the force. You don't need a container. You just need a force, right?
So can you go get some propane without the propane accessory?
Please.
Or do you need the tank?
If you can viably replace the container with another force, then yeah. But I don't know how you would do that.
Like, yeah, I don't know how you would use gravity to cook with a propane grill without the tank either.
If you had like the pressure from another gas, you could do it. Like gas
Yeah.
containing. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, just more ifs and whataboutisms. Just cope with hypotheticals. That's all you.
That's not
Right?
hope.
Yeah, it is.
It's just
That's
facts.
Oh, it's just facts.
definitely.
I mean, surely you have an idea of what the container is actually doing, right? The container is applying a force, so it can't go, you know.
The
So it's
container
contained.
is applying a force.
Yes. When particles bounce off the container, it applies a force, so they, you know, equal and opposite reaction. That's how that works.
It's not really the
It's
verbiage I would
causing
use, but
pressure.
If there was no force, it would go through the surface, right?
Not
Name a container that isn't solid that can hold air.
The point is, you don't need a container. You just need a force.
Oh, okay. Name a force that's going to hold air.
Gravity.
It's not a force. Try again.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
How's
all you
that not
gotta
a
do,
force?
pal, is go buy a butane tank for like $3 at
force.
the tobacco shop near you, and just empty it into a source of gravity, right? And hold it there for 24 hours. That's all you gotta do.
It's not
Right? I mean,
possible.
It's not gonna happen.
oh, it's not possible. So he's
Yeah.
just
Why?
talking shit.
I'm just giving you an explanation. I'm not here to justify it.
Oh,
Yep.
so you just verbal diarrhea all over the microphone with mental
I'm
constipation.
just trying to help you
That's
visualize the
called
other side.
Dunning
That's all.
Kruger.
No,
No,
it's not.
you're not trying to help.
You don't need walls. You just need a force. That's all I'm trying to say.
So Harry Potter could do it.
Yeah. If that was real.
How do you contain? How do you? Wait, so you're saying you have to use magic to do this?
How do you define magic?
Whatever in your imagination makes air form into a ball and stick around a vacuum chamber.
Well, it's logical. It's not just nonsense.
So what pulls it down? What is it? Magic fingers pull on the gas? What does it?
There's a downward force called gravity. Pretty simple.
It's not.
Does gravity hold water to the ground?
You can't demonstrate it.
Yes. Just because I
Gravity
can't demonstrate it to you doesn't mean it's not simple.
Does gravity hold water to the ground?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So if I go down some stairs to my vacuum chamber and I put a bowl of water in there and I turn it on and it starts bubbling within 30 seconds or so, and then it evaporates out of the vacuum chamber. How come the gravity down?
Gravity is not the only force, believe it or not. You're right.
Oh, so
that would happen.
What force pushes you down if it's not gravity?
That's the force that pushes you down. You're saying whenever water is boiling, it's going to go up.
I got rid of the force that's keeping water down. I'm waiting for
No,
gravity.
you didn't. You just added another force.
No, I
You added
removed
energy to the particles, so now they're moving.
removed air
That's all you
pressure.
did.
I removed air pressure.
Entropy is not.
Yeah, if there's no air pressure keeping them down, then they'll move.
It's not gravity. It's air pressure.
It's gravity. Gravity creates air pressure.
Oh,
Prove it.
What do you mean how? Okay, if air has mass, I'm gonna explain. If air has mass, then gravity will create a density gradient with the air, creating pressure. That's how that works. And if you remove that, then yeah, the freaking air will not be pressurized anymore.
Mind your P's and Q's. If P for Q,
You said how. Told you how.
yeah, you haven't said anything. You haven't given us the mechanics on how it works. You just said gravity, magic. Harry Potter shoots a
I
line.
helped you visualize it.
Harry Potter
helped
can
you
shoot a
visualize
ball of gas into a vacuum chamber and make it stay there. Is basically what you told us tonight.
I helped you visualize it. What more can I give you?
I helped you visualize it too. It's now called Harry Potter. We're not even going to call it gravity. Harry Potter can make a ball of air in a vacuum chamber, right?
I don't know what the vacuum chamber has to do with anything.
Vacuum
If you
of
have
space.
air,
I mean,
okay, if you have air and a vacuum or anything else, you can pressurize it if you apply a force to it. That's it. That's all you have to know.
okay, so I have no air in the vacuum chamber. How am I going to pressurize it with air and still have a vacuum?
It doesn't matter. The whole point of this is that you're trying to say, how can you contain a fluid? And I'm saying you need gravity.
fluid.
You need a force. You need a force. A container applies a force, right? If a force is applied to a wall, the wall applies the same equal and opposite force against it, right? So it's just the same thing, except this force, gravity, is applied to the air, and the air is pressing against other air,
When you say
and it
right,
creates wind.
it sounds like you're questioning it.
He is questioning it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Help me question it more, because, I mean,
So far, all you said was magic gnomes make air form around the ball in vacuum chambers.
make air form. No. What is the inconsistency with what I've said?
That you can't have gas balls in a vacuum, so you can't have a ball of air around a rock floating in the vacuum of space. What
Do you
don't
understand there's a difference? Do you understand? If you apply my worldview, gravity exists, and therefore those are not analogous. So there's no inconsistency with what I've said.
prove it? I proved air pressure holds water
I'm
down.
not going to prove it. I'm just trying to explain there's no inconsistency.
No, I did my experiment. You have none for yours.
I don't need to prove it. I just need to show how it's consistent with what we observe. I don't need to. There's
Gravity's
no
not
point in trying to prove it.
That's
'Cause
right.
you
You just
fundamentally look at it differently than I do, so there's no point, right?
you blindly believe it, so we get it.
There's no blindness. I just told you how it's completely consistent with everything.
You can't demonstrate it.
I can't demonstrate it, but I can
your
explain
belief.
it.
Sorry,
I can
guy.
explain it in a way that's consistent, and therefore
You can't demonstrate it. It's just your belief. That's
Yeah,
it.
demonstration is what you need. You have explanations. I can get explanations for why.
Sure, but the original contention is that how is this possible? And I'm trying to explain it's possible
It's
because of this.
possible.
In my
That's
worldview, I have gravity.
hush, please. Oh my gosh. Problem is that you can't demonstrate it,
Yeah.
and nobody has ever demonstrated it. It's just a belief.
Okay. I'm just saying, if you take my worldview, you can't say
Yes. Thank you for that.
you can't say there should be a container. Because when you say that, it sounds like you're venturing into my worldview and being like, this doesn't make sense in your worldview. And I'm saying, no, that's not true. Because it has an explanation that you guys don't want to address.
No, it has an explanation you haven't demonstrated.
What's the explanation? Gravity?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it's a perfectly valid explanation for something. It doesn't need proof. It just needs an explanation. Because you're saying it's inconsistent. You're saying, well, why isn't there a container holding in the air? It's next to a vacuum. And I'm saying, it's not necessarily you don't necessarily need a container, you just need a force. And that force is gravity.
But gravity hasn't been a force for over 100 years.
Okay. What does that have to do with anything? We understand it to
You
be a
just
force
said
now.
it was a force.
So
No, it's not. It's understood to not be a force. I can get you citations from Scientific American
do you know what the
if
weight
you
force
want.
is? Do you know what when you go on a scale what that's actually talking about?
I know what weight is. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
what weight
weight is mass times gravity. So it's definitely a force. Your weight force is the force created by gravity.
Air pressure. Remove the air pressure and you don't have any of that shit.
Yeah.
You might have a little bit less. What do you mean you won't have any of it? I mean, that's a claim. Demonstrate that.
Remove air pressure and everything dies off. Water turns into big
Well, now
gas,
you
and all
can
you have
turn the table. No, Radwin.
I
Now he
can turn the tables because
and
you're
make us
making a claim.
demonstrate
Get
something?
rid of it and it's all
I
gone?
don't think
No.
so, sir. That's not how it works.
What do you mean that's not how it works?
Called a
You're saying get rid of the atmosphere and there's no more
reversal
downward force?
What's pushing water to the ground?
What?
What's pushing water to the ground?
I've already answered that like 3 times.
Air pressure. Say it again. Repeat after me. Air pressure. Because if you remove
Sure,
the
I could say air pressure too. It doesn't
water
matter.
turns into
It's the same
gas.
thing. It's the same
You
thing.
can't hear when I'm talking. It's not the same thing because your gravity failed when I removed the air pressure.
I don't know how you can talk about my gravity when you don't even believe in it.
I don't need to believe in fucking Harry Potter. I told you that already.
Exactly. So how can you say this thing isn't going to work when you?
Because I took
It's just going to go away.
air pressure. I manipulated with air pressure water.
Doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. It's all gravity. And it doesn't go away when you remove stuff. It doesn't go away.
Gravity. Except it doesn't hold water down in a vacuum chamber.
Oh my gosh! Because the freaking water, has more energy, so therefore it counteracts gravity. If you were to remove gravity, it would bubble up even faster.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you
Actually,
demonstrate that, or is
maybe
that
not.
just like a
Maybe
baseless
not.
assertion?
More baseless assertions.
It would move a little bit faster. How about that?
Can you demonstrate that?
Well, do you guys believe in any forces at all? Because all I'm saying is if you have a gas that moves around.
Yeah, I believe in air
Electromagnetic
pressure.
force.
I believe in air pressure.
This is all I'm saying. If you have something that's moving around a container and you have a downward force acting on it, and you were to remove that downward force, it would. I'm just hold on.
In all directions.
I'm not even trying to say something. Okay, I'm just saying if you remove a downward force, yeah, the particles will move more freely, right? Because there's not a force acting on it.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Right. That's all I was saying.
Right?
Is that nonsense or no?
Yes, you're saying nonsense.
When you say
Do you
right
not
at
believe in
the end
any
of your sentence,
forces? Do you not believe in mass times acceleration
Yes, I
equals
told you it
force?
holds water to the ground air pressure. When I remove the air pressure, water goes away.
What is air pressure to you?
Air pressure is a force, definitely.
So how do you calculate the force of air pressure?
How do I calculate
with a
it?
barometer.
Yeah,
Yeah, with a barometer.
the barometer. What does that tell you?
That's measuring. That's not calculating.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, wait, hold on.
What do you want me to calculate?
Your
I don't
force that
want
you
to
think
calculate.
exists.
I want to measure.
The force you think exists. How do you come to that force? Given this air pressure,
Well,
what is that actually talking about?
We live in 14.7 psi. It's the air pressure that we breathe. If you remove that, you'll die, and the water will turn into gas. Now what?
So what is that 14.7 psi talking about?
Air pressure. Air pressure around you.
So psi,
Pushing
pounds
on
per
you in
square
all
inch,
directions.
right? Pounds per
Pushing
square
on you
inch.
in all directions. Yes.
So pounds is a weight force of air. Pound. So gravity.
So gravity pushes up then?
I mean, kinda. The normal force pushes up.
Pushes up and pushes down. Dude,
Yeah,
you just fucking talk in circles.
if you're if you're on a freaking scale, then you're not moving, right? So there's no force acting on you. Therefore, the forces of gravity and a normal force cancel.
Anybody else can take over. He's too retarded for me.
Okay, ego slave. Pounds per square inch. Pounds. You're right. Pressure is force over area. So there is a force. It's just per area.
What's the area?
I just told you, PSI, pounds per square inch. So 1 pound per square inch. So in the case of the atmosphere, there's 14 pounds per square inch.
Any square inch, up, down, sideways, has 14 pounds of air pressure against it, doesn't it?
Yeah? Or no, wait. Only it's square. It's an area.
Oh, no.
It's an
Yeah,
area.
No. Oh, yeah, no, gravity. Yeah, no. Yeah, gravity, no. Space time. Which is it, dude?
It does. Okay, stop. The freaking space-time stuff, that's only in certain situations. Like freaking black holes and stuff. Otherwise, you can just use Sir Isaac Newton's theories. It's fine. It's fine. Both of them work. Both of them work.
Dude, you watch too much social media, TikTok, and television.
Both of them work. You can use Sir Isaac Newton's theories, or you can use Einstein's. But there's no point in using Einstein's in this case, right? So you just use Sir Isaac Newton's if you're trying to calculate the force, right? So it doesn't matter. You can have two theories talking about the same thing. They don't have to like replace each other. Both can be
Heresy.
useful. Yeah, I guess it does depend on the area. You're right, okay. But the idea is that it does have a weight in the unit. So it's based on gravity. Like air pressure is based on gravity. It's just the amount of weight
Don't
per
tell
area.
this to people. Don't ever say this outside of this room to anybody. They're just gonna think you're fucking retarded.
They're gonna turn into a flat earther, huh? I mean, you told me PSI, so I just used your unit.
All you do say air pressure is air pressure. No. Yeah. Oh, it holds water. What? But gravity. If you didn't have gravity, it would go faster. You just fucking talk in circles. You sound like an idiot.
You're right. Okay, you win. Avogadro's law.
Bless you.
Pretty sure I remember learning that, but I forgot what it was. Yeah.
Yes, avocados.
Okay, let's talk about how increasing your altitude on a flat surface is not going to allow you to see further. That is ridiculous. Holy cow. How do you guys even say that? Unbelievable. If you were to take a basketball, the thing is, whenever we're increasing our altitude, we're changing our perspective of an object, right? So, say if you were to take like a flat plank of wood on a flat surface, yeah, increasing your altitude would increase the angular size, right? Because you're changing your perspective on the object. Say it's like more long than tall. Therefore, yeah, in that case, it would increase in angular size as you increased altitude. But let's use a neutral object, say like a basketball or sphere, right? There's no way that's gonna change. That's gonna increase the angular size of the object to allow you to see more. You're getting further away when you increase your altitude, right? So that's ridiculous. It depends on the object that you're looking at. But on a sphere, if you were to do that, then yeah, it's dependent on how far away you are, because the drop over distance depends on how far away you are from the sphere. Or the further away from the sphere you are, the more you're going to be able to see the surface of it.
So what causes a horizon on the globe model?
The horizon is just the intersection between the sky and the surface. You
Oh,
can even see that on a flat surface. It's
Oh.
just the amount of surface you're seeing in that given the amount you're seeing on that area, that 2D area you're looking at, you're seeing more of it. But the angular size is decreasing.
Okay, so is the horizon on the globe caused by the physical geometric location of the curvature of the Earth, or is it purely optical?
False dichotomy.
I don't know.
What's the other option?
It could be a bit of both.
Okay. So Carter, which is it?
I trust this guy's response.
Wow.
It's muted. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be both, right? If like when you say optical, what does that even mean?
It's just due to visual perspective.
Yeah,
How
so
converge.
are you saying if I were to look through a telescope, I would be able to see more of the horizon?
Things that you think are disappearing behind it, you would be able to bring back into view because you're increasing the angular resolution of it.
On a flat surface, fine. On a sphere, definitely not. Right? Because
Well,
it's going past the horizon, or it's going around the sphere. Further it gets.
So when boats go over the horizon at sea, is that essentially the same thing as boats going over the curve?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you were to get a powerful enough telescope, you wouldn't be able to see them anymore. Where'd they go?
Wow. So, I mean, have you done much research into this? Because, like, obviously, there's a lot of video demonstrations of where, with the naked eye, boats will seemingly disappear over the horizon, but then anyone will take like a decent power zoom camera and bring it right back into view.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there's illusions between angular size and actual, like, you know, is it actually behind the curvature? So sure. But again, it's like the black swan. If there is an example where you can demonstrate its distance and you have a powerful enough telescope to be able to see it, and there's no like air pollution or whatever, you should be able to see it, and you don't, and that's all you really need.
So, but hold on. Just now, you said bolts going over the horizon is due to the curvature, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
but not in every case, right? Because like I said, there's illusions. Like people don't see it because of angular size, so they conflate that with it being over the horizon. Sure, but I don't know if you can really demonstrate that it's one or the other in every case, right?
Wait, but if bolts are going over the horizon due to the geometric, what would you expect the horizon to do as you rise on
What?
a globe? Dude, if you can see the horizon at level, right? Like at sea level.
Yeah.
Okay, and the horizon is caused by the curvature of the Earth.
The amount you can see. Sure.
Okay, so if we can see the horizon right there while standing at sea level, wouldn't it be the case that if that's actually the point where it's like, it's like the summit, of a water hill where the boats are going over, and you can observe it at sea level. Wouldn't it be the case that on a globe, if you, as the observer, if you rise in elevation and altitude, you would have to keep looking down at the horizon. There's no reason why the horizon would rise up with your eye level as you raise in your elevation, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wow. Well, you snagged your own wig. Okay, you just cooked yourself because
I didn't, because you never told me a magnitude at which we should be able to see.
yeah.
You never said, you never tried to you never specified a magnitude, right? So if there's a
Yeah.
big enough sphere and I increase my altitude 10 feet, no shit, it's not gonna look like it didn't change. So
Yeah.
you need to specify a magnitude.
Yeah, magnitude is any number, doesn't matter. 10,000 feet in the air, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000.
Well, I would
Yeah.
argue you can't realistically go high enough to be able to observe it. Even Neil deGrasse Tyson, y'all bring this up all the time. 120,000 feet. You're still not going to see
Well,
curvature, right? So
whoa. I wasn't talking about curvature. I was just talking about the
I know,
horizon.
but that's another side effect is that you should be able to also see curvature if you get hot far enough away. So I mean, there's no
Moving on
reason
about that.
for the horizon to
Yeah.
be disproportionately below your line of sight either. You're just looking straight out.
Photography shows us that the horizon rises with the eye level of the observer, of which you just admitted you would not expect to see on a globe model because the horizon should stay exactly where it's at sea level. Okay, that is not what we see. So globe debunked. Thank you very much. Thanks for playing.
You did not demonstrate that.
No. No. The horizon rising to eye level is kind of a wives' tale. Ultimately, that's not entirely accurate. So we can't use that.
What is a wives' tale? It's like empirical, observable reality. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's not
I'm talking about the fuck I'm talking about is the fact that you're already standing above the deck. So no matter what, it will not rise to your eye level by that plain fact.
Did I say to eye level or with eye level?
You
There's a
said rise
distinction.
to eye level.
There's a distinction.
Okay, so does it rise to or with eye level?
It rises with it, which automatically debunks the globe because, as this guy admitted,
So-
you should stay down at sea level
so-
where it is, where the curvature of the Earth is.
So that's your flat Earth proof. Is the horizon rising with eye level?
It's one of many.
One of many. How about you just go ahead and attack the assertion that he made, considering the fact that he said that the horizon is Earth curve and is blocking the boats and buildings? Or is that the claim that you were making, yes or no, Frank?
Yeah, I said that.
Okay. So then the horizon would be the physical geometric tangent point that we can measure to decide whether or not we live on a ball, yes?
Sure.
So you are aware of the black swan. So what's going on there then?
Refraction.
Okay, so then it's not the geometric tangent point that we can measure to. It's now become a hologram. So which one is it? Is it a physical tangent point, or is it a refracted area that you can't measure to?
I think there's a certain, at a certain point, yeah, there's refraction makes it impossible. But like, if you're saying,
well, what point would that be?
I don't know. But I mean, I still say.
So why are you making the claim if you don't have anything to back your position? Is this just your hopes and dreams?
No, I think that you can observe it to some degree, but it's just going to change. You just
Observe
can't measure
what?
it.
So you can't measure the curvature of the Earth using the horizon. Is that what you're telling me? So Al-Biruni was incorrect.
I don't know what that is, but probably. I mean, if they didn't consider refraction.
Well, okay, so Al-Biruni was one of the most prolific globe priests there was. He was the one that was supposed to have measured the curvature of the Earth, measuring the horizon from a mountaintop, and basically getting R from that measurement. So Al-Biruni is basically the one that gave you guys the radius. Now you're saying he's incorrect because the horizon is not a physical tangent point that you can measure to.
I don't know the specifics, but yeah, I mean.
So he was wrong. So the radius is incorrect.
What did he say the radius was, though?
Essentially 3,959 miles.
Oh, he was right then.
Oh, so then the tangent point is the horizon. The horizon is the tangent point. And it is supposed to be blocking boats and buildings at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
I think he got lucky in terms
Oh,
of.
he got lucky that day?
Yeah.
So this is all hopes and dreams at this point for you.
Well,
That day he was correct.
Confirmed his measurement, so I mean, yeah, he was lucky.
How did you confirm it?
We've been to space.
Going to space confirms the measurement? This is affirming the consequence.
You're able to see the entire You're able to see the entire sphere. So yeah.
Well, the entire sphere would dictate that I would see the geometric tangent point while I'm on the Earth at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it is rarely at that place. In fact, believe it or not, it's never where it's supposed to be. In fact, the only time it would ever be a black swan is if it was actually at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because you're dealing with standard refraction, which is 7/6, always. It turns out you're never seeing the actual geometric tangent point. So now what are we going to do?
You got freaking lucky. I don't know.
Maybe he didn't get lucky. Maybe the horizon's not the tangent point.
I don't know. Because we've been to space, and he seems like he's right.
Who's been to space? Who's been to space?
All these astronauts. They've been to space.
The guys on you believe that?
The guys on TV, yeah.
Okay, how would we validate that?
TV.
Because okay.
How would we validate that?
How would you like me to validate it?
Go up yourself.
Well, I mean,
go up myself. Really? That's what you expect me to do?
That's kind of the only way that you could, actually falsify the claim. Meanwhile, we'd actually have to see if space was tenable at all. Do you think this vacuum of space is a tenable place that we could reach?
What if? Okay. Probably not. Wait, what do you mean by tenable? My vocabulary.
Well, is it tenable to enter an area of 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum? with any of the technology that we have, and then just kind of walk around in it?
Well, based on the idea that they've been there, yeah.
So you're just saying because I saw it on TV, it must be true. That's basically what you're saying.
Begging the
Well, you're
question.
saying we don't have the sufficient means technologically to do that. So where do you get that from?
No, well, the burden of proof is on you, my friend. You're saying that we do. Meanwhile, even the people at NASA are telling you, we destroyed that technology. So there's no way you could even verify if it exists.
So you want me to go to NASA and get all their technology and be like, yeah, we can do it?
No, I would just like you to prove the curvature of the Earth, and verify your claims where we stand, because that's the place it was supposed to have been measured. Not to say or affirm the consequent by going, well, we've been there, so therefore the Earth has to be a ball. That's a pretty weak argument. In fact, it's fallacious.
Right.
All right. Well, I got nothing. I guess we didn't measure the curvature.
Are you sure flowers are?
Well, according to you, we can't because it's refracted, right?
So you're saying you're really telling me there's no instance in which we can be lucky enough to measure the exact curvature of the Earth?
What does luck have to do with it? What does luck have to do with it? The only way you'd actually get a geometric tangent point to measure is on a day where there's no air on Earth. What day was there no air on Earth?
Okay, you're right. Yeah, I guess it would always be curving, huh?
It would always be refracted. Always. If it was a curve. Now, the fact that people are saying that has to be a tangent point are kind of going, well, I'm kind of begging the question because I'm pretty assuming the Earth is a ball and the horizon is the sagitta or the tangent point of it. We'd have to even figure out how we got to this conclusion in the first place. Why would we assume that, this horizon, which is flat and straight, and the reason that we have the word horizontal, and the thing that we reference when we want to, levelly measure the Earth, why would we all of a sudden go, you know what, I think that's part of a sphere edge? Why would we ever get that idea from?
Eratosthenes.
That's funny.
Well, Eratosthenes measured the Earth flat.
Well, but light rays are parallel, so how are there two different shadows that are different?
Okay, so if the light rays from the sun are coming in parallel, now you've debunked eclipses.
No, there's freaking diffraction sometimes, but generally
diffraction. Can you cite that for me? What's diffraction?
Oh my god.
What's this claim of diffraction?
What do you guys say the light rays are doing then? If not, they're not parallel.
That's not my claim. You said that this is your claim, bro. I mean, if you have, parallel light rays coming from the sun, now you've essentially debunked all the eclipses.
Okay, what about on a clear day where there's no eclipse? You think they're parallel?
No, this is your claim. How would you establish that the sun rays are parallel anyways?
Because there's shadows. How would there be shadows if they weren't generally parallel?
Holy cow. Are you telling me that the only way that you have shadows is if light rays are parallel? Are you serious, bro?
Generally, yeah.
He doesn't have a light bulb in his house.
So you don't have a light bulb in your house? You don't have a light bulb in your house?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so when the light bulb is shining, does it cast a shadow, or do you cast a shadow essentially when the light bulb's behind you and there's a shadow of you on the floor? Is that parallel light rays or is that divergent from that tiny ass light bulb?
Yeah, I guess they're divergent.
You got
Yeah.
Wick snatched. It's over.
Wait, okay.
And have you never seen crepuscular rays before, where like the sun's rays are literally diverging, the exact opposite of being parallel? I mean, have you touched grass before? When's the last time you've been outside, buddy?
I don't know.
Here's an interesting fact that I think most people aren't aware of. In 2017, that complete solar eclipse that went across America, the diameter of that particular shadow was 75 miles. Okay, it covered 70 miles. The one that we just experienced about, what was that? 2 months ago? The diameter of that shadow is 115 miles in diameter. So if the light rays are parallel, why didn't we have, because this would necessitate, by the way, if you had parallel light rays, the actual diameter of the moon being shown on the surface of the Earth at the essentially 2,000 and change miles in diameter that the moon is supposed to be. Because if the light rays are parallel, then that would leave the shadow to be the same size as the object that's being essentially occulting the light rays that are parallel. Instead, you have shadows that are not only not the same size, but way smaller than the size or the diameter of the moon. You got big problems.
Hmm. So do you think you can do you think that when you increase your altitude on a flat surface, you're able to see more?
Absolutely. It doesn't matter ball or flat. Anytime you increase your angular relationship to whatever it is that you're looking across, you're going to be able to see more.
Right.
Do it on your
Yeah.
kitchen table. Bump
Okay.
yourself.
Okay. What if there's like
Proof.
what if there's like a basketball like 1,000 miles away? Would that work? On a
Do
flat
you think you'd
surface?
be able to see a basketball at 1,000 miles away?
I'm just saying if you were able to, well, it's really irrelevant, right? I'm just saying like if you were to increase your altitude, would it make it easier to see based on what you think?
In either scenario, of course, if you're going to increase your angle, the resolution, the situation,
No,
yeah, you're
increasing
going to be
your
able to see
angle,
more.
it wouldn't change the perspective of you looking at the basketball though. You would always be seeing it as a circle, right? So it doesn't change anything. You're getting further away from the basketball when you increase your altitude. So how does that make sense?
Is the basketball on the ground?
Yeah.
Is it 1,000 miles away?
Yeah.
Okay, can you calculate the angular size of that and how much diffraction we're going to experience? And if it's
No,
even,
this is just hypothetical, right?
well, I'm not talking about situations that we don't experience in actual reality. Why don't you talk about reality instead of hypotheticals, and
Dude,
we can actually have
you're
a
trying to
discussion?
get away from my question, okay?
Yeah, your question is
We're talking about geometry. We're talking about geometry.
Okay, so
Why
in
do we need to talk about the
geometry,
real world? Why are you bringing back refraction? You're trying to dodge it.
no, I'm not trying to bring in refraction. This is your hypothetical. At 1,000 miles, what is the angular size of the basketball?
Okay, how about this? We could say it's like 50 feet
No,
away.
don't. Oh, so now it's 50
Yeah.
feet. So now you're going to change the terms.
I'm only
Okay, 50
talking
feet.
about the
What is the
increase in
angular size of the basketball?
I'm only talking about the increase in angular size. You're saying it's always going to happen when you increase your altitude. The basketball is 50 feet away.
Bro,
So if I
what is the
increase my
question here?
altitude-
Start over again. Start over again.
Okay.
What are we trying to determine? At 50 feet away, can I see a basketball? Sure.
Yeah,
What about
but
it?
I'm saying you're telling me if I increase my altitude on a flat or spherical surface, I should be able to see more on the surface, right?
I already see the basketball at 50 feet away. Why do I need to increase my altitude?
You're saying I'll see more of the basketball, but I'm telling you that makes no sense.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
So what are you saying? The basketball's on the surface.
Yeah.
Dude,
so
can you see an ant that's a mile away crawling on the road?
Just tell me what you're saying. You're saying if I increase my
actually
altitude, I'll
don't
be
know
able
what
to
you're
see
saying.
more.
Yeah, more farther. Okay, you increase your angle on a flat surface or a curved one, you're going to be able to see
Further, as in
farther.
more angular. You're increasing your angular
Yes.
size, right?
No, you're increasing your angular, essentially acuity.
changing
You
it?
increase your angle. No. If you increase your angle to whatever surface that you're on, you're going to be able to see more. That's why if you were to lay your head on the gym floor, let's say it's a big gym, and you put, I don't know, a penny at the other side of it, you ain't going to be able to see that penny if you put your face right up against the floor. If you increase your angle high enough, you're going to be able to see the penny.
That's because you're changing the orientation of the penny effectively, so that you're seeing more of it.
Changing your angle. That's the independent variable in this situation. You are rising. The penny stays on the floor. Are you retarded?
You're seeing more of its face as you increase in altitude. That's irrelevant from like the distance.
Irrelevant.
Like
You couldn't see the penny before.
the idea is that with the basketball example is that no matter how you change your perspective, you're still seeing the same amount of basketball, right? So if
The ball at 50 feet, yeah, you're only going to see essentially a ball.
Yeah. So
right.
This idea of you're being able to see more of the surface is dependent on the orientation of the object you're looking at.
You're not even
Further,
doing
it doesn't
comparisons
matter.
that are apples to apples.
No.
This is not apples to apples comparison. You're talking about something
Okay,
totally different than what I'm talking about.
Penny
You're talking
example.
about
Let's use your
basketball
penny.
at
You're not
50
seeing
feet away.
further. Okay. Let's use your penny example. You're not seeing further of the penny. You're just you're seeing more of its. You're seeing it's increasing in angular size, right? Because
No,
you're seeing
it's
its flat
not seeing
surface.
its angular size.
You're seeing its flat surface, so you're seeing more of it, right? You're not just seeing the small little sliver. You're seeing the whole thing now. And I'm saying
I'm willing to bet, even though I haven't done this, you probably won't even see the penny at all if it's on the other side of the gym.
Sure. I'm just saying that depends.
If you increase your angle, all of a sudden you can see more. Like you can actually see the penny now because you increased your angle. Duh. Right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, this depends on the shape of the object, right? Because if you were to replace that penny with a little ping pong ball, they're effectively the same size, but the orientation doesn't change when you increase your height.
What is your point?
My point is that it depends on the object. You guys can't just blankly say.
What object are you talking about in this situation that we're talking about the Earth?
Yes, I'm saying to say that increasing your altitude in every scenario is going to allow you to see more stuff on the surface is kind of ridiculous. And that's why a lot of globe earthers contend.
What do you mean it's kind of ridiculous? Didn't we just agree that you can see more of the penny?
I just told you why it depends on the object you're looking at, right?
What object in real life are you talking about?
I just gave you an example: a ping pong ball and a penny. The shape.
What about them?
The shape of the object you're looking at that's the dependent okay. When you're looking at a penny on the ground, right? It's flat. When you increase your height, the orientation of the penny changes because of your perspective, allowing you to see more of it. Okay.
And how is this in comparison to what we're talking about as far as the Earth's surface is concerned? I'm still not getting the connection. What are you talking about?
Because if we were to talk about, because it depends on the object. If I were to talk about a basketball versus something flat, it would be completely different. So that's why there's a disconnect, and there's so much argument about that, is because it depends on the object you're looking at. So if it's like a boat,
at what distance? At what distance?
At any distance.
Okay, so what about the boat? What about the boat? Let's talk about the boat. On the water?
The boat, if it's like as tall as it is wide, right? If it's like a perfect square, if you were to increase your height, you're not going to be able to see more of it.
Squares? Are boats perfect squares?
Oh my gosh! If they're generally a square, right, and they are, okay. If you were to increase your height, you're not going to be able to see more of the ship. That's all I'm saying.
No one said that you're going to be. Wait, in what? What are you talking about? More of the ship in what regard? Like the hull?
People are saying if you increase your altitude on a flat surface, you'll be able to see more and further. And I'm telling you that depends on the object you're trying to look at. The surface itself is flat, so I mean, yeah, you'll be able to see like more on it. But like if you're looking at a specific object, it depends on its shape. Okay.
What are you? What does this have to do with curvature?
I don't know. Y'all say you can't freaking. Y'all are saying you can increase your height and see freaking more stuff.
You can. You can.
No, I don't
It's
know.
the same. It's the same example with the gym floor. Okay, well then I'll tell you what. You prove this. Find a gym floor and stick your face down and tell me how many of the lines that you see when your face is on the floor.
You're proving
then
my
increase
point.
your altitude and see how much you can see of that gym floor. How am I proving your point? So I increase my angle and I can see more of the gym floor,
What are the
right?
shape of the lines? They're flat on the surface.
Of course they are, but can you see now that you've increased your angle?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You're making my point.
It depends on the object. If the object is on the surface and changing your perspective of it doesn't change its angular size, then no, you wouldn't. It doesn't matter how high you go up.
Angular size. I didn't
Getting
say
further
angular
away from it will allow you to see less of it.
Say angular size. Don't straw man me. I didn't say anything about angular size. How
you
dare
don't
you?
agree. You don't agree that when increasing your altitude on your flat lines or whatever, that doesn't increase its angular size.
Of course, it doesn't increase angular size. I never said that to begin with.
How? How does that not increase its angular size? If you have a penny,
What is angular size? Do you know what angular size is?
if you were to like take a screenshot of your like vision and you were to literally measure the size of things, that would be your angular size, right?
What the hell are you talking about?
What do you mean? What is angular size then?
Angular size is the size that you would measure something as you perceive it, right?
That's literally what I just said.
So you can measure something, right? You can measure something and you know it's 10 feet tall. It's always going to be 10 feet tall, but as it's farther away, its angular size decreases, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's angular size.
So
who here said that things are going to gain angular size due to raising in altitude? Nobody said that.
Okay. If you measure the freaking size, the diameter of a penny, and then you place it flat on a table, and you put your eyeballs on the surface of the table, try to look at it, its angular size is small, right? You're looking at the sliver of the penny. Okay? And the total surface the total area is very small.
I'm looking at the side of it, dude.
Exactly.
It doesn't increase in angular size at all. Now, if the orientation to that particular object changes, and I see more of the top because I increased an angular relationship to it, then yeah, it's going to become more and more circular. But it doesn't change the angular size. That's not angular size change. No, it isn't.
How is that not?
It's orientation. I'm seeing the side of something, and then I'm taking other dimensions of the object in.
If
Doesn't
you were
have
to
anything to
measure
do
the
with
total
angular
area,
size.
yes, it does. If you were to measure the
No,
total
it
area
doesn't.
of the penny every time you looked at it, and you were to increase your height, your perspective changes. Its angular area would increase.
Nope.
You're really telling me that?
Nope. Hey, is it going to be, so if I'm looking at the side profile of this penny, is it going to be however many degrees angular size wise wide?
I mean, sure, you can say that.
The width of it, right? The diameter of it. So if I increased my angle, even though as soon as I start to increase my angle, honestly, I'm actually getting farther away from it. But if I'm going straight up, right? So is that width, is that diameter going to change?
No, that's not angular size, though.
So it's not the same degrees wide, even though I increase my angle?
Okay, listen. Take your phone and look at the side of it, right?
I asked you a direct question.
I don't know what you're
Answer it.
saying. Sorry.
The diameter of the... Do you know what diameter is?
Yes, the diameter doesn't change.
Okay, so the diameter doesn't change. Thank you very much. So the angular size, at least diameter-wise, is not going to change. Now, seeing the side profile compared to seeing more and more of the top side of the penny, yeah, the orientation changes. But
and therefore
it's
the angular size.
In angular size, the diameter has not changed.
Dude, the angular size is not a physical property. It depends on the orientation of the object
It's not
you're looking
a
at.
physical property. You're exactly right. Angularly, it's just as wide, side profile-wise, as it is if I increase my angular or my altitude.
So, like, if I were to get my phone and look at the side of it, it's very narrow, right? And then if I were to rotate it so that the back is facing
Why would you rotate when we're talking about a penny on the floor and you increase your height? Why are you rotating the phone? Put the phone on the ground. Don't touch the motherfucker. Raise in altitude and tell me angularly if it's the same width as it was when you were staring at it from the side. Very simple.
How can I... Dude, the angular size is the entire object. It's not just the width, okay?
No, the angular size is the size of it in angular, right? Like in degrees. You want to go to the ping pong ball? Wait, we're not dealing with orientation. The ping pong ball will stay the same angular size whether I look at it while I'm on the surface or if I raise up. Right. So the angular size doesn't change, does it?
Now you're using my whole point was that it depends on the shape. With a ping pong ball, yeah, the angular size doesn't change, and therefore when you increase your height, you're getting the angular size is decreasing because you're getting further away from it. That was my point.
Essentially, if you're raising, yeah, you're getting further away from it, and it should get smaller, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you talking about? What's the whole point of this?
My whole point is that if you if you change the perspective, like there's a difference between a penny and a ping pong ball, even if they have the
No,
same
you changed
diameter.
your distance. You changed your distance. Remember, you just said you were getting farther away. It's going to get smaller.
Yeah, but that
Yeah,
doesn't mean
exactly.
that doesn't necessarily dictate what the angular size will be, right?
Yeah,
So,
well, you just said it was going to get smaller, and you agreed with it because you were changing distance. Oh, so it's not going to get smaller the farther you get away.
The ping pong ball has a shape to where no matter what perspective you're looking at, it's still going to have the same angular size. But that's
Oh,
not
are you
the same.
serious? I want
That's
you to
not
demonstrate
the
this.
same with the
Demonstrate
penny.
this for me.
That's not the same with the
Demonstrate
penny.
this for me.
What do you
Demonstrate this for me.
mean? Take a freaking
I want you
perfect
to.
sphere. Take a
I
sphere
want you to
and
go
look
get
at
a
it.
basketball or whatever, and I want you to increase your distance from it and tell me if
That's
it
not
doesn't
what I
change
said.
angular size to get
That's not
smaller.
what I
So you're saying I asked you if you were going to get farther away from it because you're increasing an angle, which ultimately in this scenario on a gym floor, you are going to get farther away.
The
And that's going to
ball,
decrease its angular size. It's going to decrease the angular size.
Yeah.
And you said yep. And now you're saying no.
No, for the ping pong ball, it'll decrease in angular size because the perspective isn't changing. With a penny, you're looking at its little sliver.
Perspective isn't changing. You're not getting
Let
farther
me
away
finish,
from it.
please. Okay, it's on the surface. It's a little sliver, and then you increase your height. Yeah, you're getting further away from it, but it's changing orientation effectively, and therefore the angular size is increasing with a penny.
No, you're just seeing more of the penny. You're seeing more of the penny. I don't know how you understand.
Exactly, that's the exact same thing.
Yeah, more of the penny.
Whenever
So you're
see
saying
more
that you
of
can see
something, the angular size increases. No.
So you're saying that you can see more on a flat surface, so you increase your angle, just like I said earlier.
Yes, but my whole point, I've said it like 3 times.
In the diameter of the penny, does it change?
The diameter doesn't change, but that's.
Does the angular diameter of the penny change? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what that
your
means.
Distance.
The angular size.
The
increases,
angular.
though.
It increases, so the penny gets bigger, even though you're getting farther away.
Oh my goodness, bro! Take a linear algebra course. This is like this most basic shit. If you change your perspective, yeah, you're gonna see more of it on the screen.
Right, but does that make it in
That's
diameter?
the definition of angular size. It doesn't matter what its diameter is.
Angular diameter. So a penny is a certain distance wide. An angular size.
Yeah, its width probably wouldn't change. Sure, is that what you're saying?
Right. So just because you increase your angle, now you're seeing the top of the penny. You're saying it's increasing its angular size, or are you just changing your orientation to it?
Changing your orientation would affect the angular size. If you look at your phone on the surface, and then you change the angle at which you look
and then
at
to
it,
a circle.
you're seeing more of it.
Right. Yeah, you see more of the penny. Yeah.
So,
fine. Whatever.
Yeah, the angular
Does
size increases.
What's the argument?
Angularly. Homeboy here he's getting stuck on angular size.
Okay, answer this. Okay, if you have your phone flat on the surface of a table. Okay.
What are you arguing, Carter?
I'm saying if you're on a flat surface, increasing your altitude won't necessarily increase the angular size if the object doesn't change in angular size based on your perspective of it.
What
so for example,
are you saying angular size to?
For example, a basketball. What do you say?
That's not what I'm saying. The argument has to be dealing with the shape of the Earth. In what way is this relating to the shape of the Earth?
Because flat earthers say that if you increase your height, you'll be able to see more of the surface.
Okay, and what are you saying?
I'm saying that's not necessary. They conflate the stuff on the surface with the actual surface. That's what I'm saying.
No. The surface itself can be seen more of if you increase the angle. Yeah, you can say that's true.
Sure, you can say that's true. Sure.
Yeah, so
but you can't talk about a specific object. You can't do that unless you know the dimensions of it.
We're talking about focus now. That's not the amount of stuff we see. It's this thing that we're seeing specifically. So what's wrong with that? You can't see it. Let's say if a car drives away from you, it's at a distance away. If you increase your angle of view, you can still see it, but you can't see it in detail. It will look like a little dot away from you, versus the very narrow angle of view. Sorry, my machines are on.
I don't know. I'm just saying,
but it's not really a point for contention, though.
It is, because people will bring up like penny examples, and I'm like, that's not necessarily the same thing, because I could use a ping pong ball and that wouldn't be the case. You would be able to see it regardless of how high you get.
You're talking about elevation from the ground up, so the penny would have a very narrow angle.
Yes, right? Its angular size would be small, and then when you increase in altitude, it would be bigger, right? Because you're changing your perspective of it. Even though you're getting further away, it disproportionately increases in angular size because of your perspective of it, right? Does that make sense? If you were to use a ping pong ball, the angular size doesn't change. It always appears like a circle. That's all I was ever saying. If you're only talking about the surface of Earth, yeah, you'll be able to see more, just like you can see more of the penny. But if you're talking about a specific object that you should be able to see, and it doesn't change its angular size based on your perspective of it, that is not the case. You're actually the angular size.
I don't know what claim you're debunking. You're saying flat earthers. In this conversation, what particular object are we talking about that you would like to discuss?
Say a boat. We could say.
Okay. What's the claim about the boat? Not what we could say. What are we talking about specifically with this boat?
People say if you get higher up, you'll be able to see more of it on a flat surface. And I'm saying that doesn't make any sense.
So you're saying that if I increase in altitude, I go from being able to see the side of the boat to now I can see up on top of the deck. You're saying that's not possible.
I'm saying that is possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean.
Well, then what the hell claim are you
finish? Oh my! I was just about to tell you. That doesn't necessarily mean the angular size will increase.
Nobody said that the angular size would increase.
They did. They said if I increase my altitude, I should be able to see more of the boat. So its angular size is increasing.
Yeah. So I increased my angle to the boat, and now I can see on the deck too.
Yes. So the effective angular size of the entire boat is increasing.
The angular size of the boat is increasing.
Yes.
Or you're just able to see more of the boat.
That's the same thing. What is the difference?
Okay, so that's not true. The flat earthers are wrong when they can say that they see more of the boat. Like you just said.
Yes, but I'm not saying no. I'm saying that's false because it could be the case that the angular size doesn't increase. You're just seeing different areas of the boat. Okay.
No one said that the angular size of the boat changes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god, when you say
what is this guy rambling on about? Because he keeps on talking like he doesn't understand. You're speaking quite clearly to him, and he is the one who is having trouble understanding.
Who? Me?
Bro. Do you not understand that when you go higher on a boat, you can see more of the deck? Now apply that to Earth. Earth's the boat. Can we move on from this now? Like, why is this such a hard thing for? Because but you're talking in circles. I digress.
You're debunking the claim that nobody is making. Either you're not understanding people's claims, or you don't know what we're talking about. So at the end of the day, what?
Okay, if you have a boat that's not wider than it is long, and you increase your angular size, or if you increase your altitude, you shouldn't be able to see more of the boat. You should be able to only see just different parts of it. That's all I'm saying.
You're debunking a claim no one's making.
They're saying you should be able to see more of the boat in every case, and I'm saying that's not true.
No, that's not the claim that was made.
What is the claim?
Who he's replying to anyway? Like who said that?
You just told me you should be able to see more of the deck. So therefore,
I just repeated what the other guy just said to you because you didn't understand what he said. But now you're like, I don't know, and you're still invoking some imaginary dude who's not even here, I guess.
Okay, well, I give up. I tried my best to try to explain it, but...
So anyways.
Yeah.
The horizon, is that Earth curve?
No, it's just the surface that you can see.
It's just the surface that you can see. So as horizon is defined, the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground or sea.
Yeah.
Okay, so not actual tangent points that we can measure to create a false ball, unless we pre-assume it and call it a tangent point.
Okay, so wait, did he just lie then on the freaking observation? How did he even get that measurement if it's not possible?
What observation?
The guy you brought up earlier, you said he measured the radius. Like,
yeah, he measured the horizon, but you said that, and you agree that the horizon is just an apparent location, so you can't measure to it like it's physical, right?
It's a genuine question because maybe there's days where there's almost no refraction. Maybe
no air.
Yeah,
no air.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a genuine question because, like, if he did lie, like, how did he come to that number?
Why would he lie? He just measured to the horizon. You agree that the horizon's on a tangent point, so we can't use that to measure the Earth unless we assume it's a ball and assume that there's no air that day and assume there's no refraction. Then I suppose it could be a tangent point. But you have to go ahead and assume it's a ball first to call it a tangent point. Where did you get the idea that the Earth is a ball in the first place?
Please, okay. It's a genuine question. I'm just asking, how did he get that measurement if he shouldn't be able to, right? How is that even possible? You can just say I don't know and we can move on, but I'm very curious what you think.
Do I think that the guy was an asshat and didn't know what he was doing and it didn't account for refraction? Yes.
But how would you do that? How would you get to that measurement without accounting for refraction because it's based on your observation?
Well, I don't know. The guy was an asshole.
You can't just factor out refraction.
You told me yourself. Huh?
Okay.
Why can't refraction to what? A sphere edge? Do you presume?
How would you even get the refraction index? Like, you can't know that. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. I have no idea how he did it. I'm just telling you, it's very weird to just say he just came across that number. I'm wondering how he came across that number. Because based on if we believe in astronauts in space, it is correct.
What's correct?
The radius that he measured.
No, it isn't. We haven't measured that anywhere.
Oh my gosh. That he observed, okay?
No, we haven't even observed that particular geometry.
Oh my. So he just pulled the number out his ass? Is that what you're telling me?
Apparently. I'll tell you what's really similar to. You should go look up the Rayleigh criteria and see, by some weird coincidence, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height gives you that same dissolution point in the distance, kind of like where the horizon is. It's very interesting. But meanwhile, the horizon's moving all over the place every day. You can't measure to that and say you live on a ball.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if the refraction exists, it makes no sense to be able to measure curvature. Unless there's days where there's just almost no refraction, but that doesn't make sense either. Because there's air.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah. So, meanwhile, unless you just go ahead and say, because we've been to space, therefore the Earth's a ball, that's not a good argument. You'd have to go, well, I measure the curvature here, right? I measure the curvature right here every day. I can guarantee it. Y'all can go out and do this yourself. Nobody comes in here and says that. In fact, now they're all telling us don't measure the horizon. Don't measure to the horizon because it's refracted. And that's no good for measuring the curvature of the Earth. It used to be, guaranteed. The horizon is the Earth curve. It's blocking out the boats and the buildings. Now it's like, no, not the horizon. Boo, bad horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a problem, right? So I would like to know, just like you would, where did we get this supposed radius claim? If everything that we do in life, using, measuring, navigating the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, where they would get this idea of a spinning ball in a vacuum?
I don't know. I just believe in astronauts. I think they make. I think the lie itself makes absolutely no sense. That's really why I come to my claims.
So, you believe that because you don't know why someone would lie, that reality is not a good basis for your, I suppose, your paradigm. Like measurable Earth that is flat is not good enough. It's better the guys on TV that have a great track record, for being honest and record keeping. Oh, by the way, we still destroyed the technology. Oh, by the way, we destroyed all the tapes or we can't find them. So anything that we would call evidence that could validate whether or not they even went to the moon is gone.
Like photos,
other than
video evidence.
photos or video, and I guess if that's evidence for you, you can't go ahead and verify. Yeah, so can you verify any of that for me?
It's all cherry picked.
It's been verified and over verified 1,000 times.
Okay, so tell me, how do you verify going to the moon?
You would have other space agencies like watch the telescopes and watch rockets go up, and other like competing interests like would be a good way to check. So like if you're
What competing interests?
So like during the Cold War, is this crazy competition between the United States and this other weird place called Russia. So
Dude, this
that
is
would be
all
your
just
competition.
propaganda that you're repeating to me. Do you have anything that's
Oh my.
verifiable?
How can you say it's
See, you guys, this is hilarious. You just think whatever it was that you got told by the TV.
Cold War
So
was
whatever
not
you
real,
guys
by the
got
way.
told on TV, right? Anything that you had in your textbooks that are from the public authority, everything that was on the TV from the public authority, all of that is gospel truth. But the Earth measures flat, and it's like, now I believe the Cold War propaganda. Now I believe whatever it is, whatever the institution is, I believe them. The Earth is wrong. The state is correct. That's how you live your life.
This is exactly why I'm not a flat earther, right? Because I just can't believe in anything after that. It's like
No, you just can't believe that people would lie to you. That's the only problem that you have.
Hold on, I want to put this out there because Carter said that he wouldn't possibly approach this topic seriously because he couldn't understand why they would lie. That's equivalent to saying that someone didn't even die because you can't find the motive for why this person is lying dead in front of you.
No, because that's not okay.
It
If
isn't
you were
that-
to show me, if you were to allow me to just like go into a spaceship and literally just go like as far as I can around the surface and see it's flat, yeah, that would be unequivocal. That would be undeniable evidence, similar to a dead body in front of me. But that's not the case.
So away from the surface that we can measure flat here.
Yeah. So if it was the sphere with that radius, you can't make the measurement. So it's not undeniable evidence like a dead body in front of me. Effectively,
No,
it
it
is a
is.
flat surface. Even on a sphere. Even on a sphere, so it's not undeniable.
There's no flat surfaces on a sphere.
A tangent on a sphere is a very small sliver on a sphere is effectively flat. Okay.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Not even down to the micron. No, it isn't. Show it to me.
What do you mean? Okay, it's.
I want you to measure the flat spot on a ball. I want you to measure the flat spot on a ball. No. I just want you to demonstrate. Show me the flat spot on a ball. Yeah, no, dude, seriously, yeah, like really, bro. I want you, bro, to go ahead and show me the flat spot on a ball, bro.
It's not flat, but it generally the way we perceive it, it's flat.
Oh shit! It's not flat.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He just conceded to us.
Do you get what I'm saying though? It might not be
No,
flat.
I don't get what you're
but
saying.
You're conflating is flat with looks flat, okay?
No, I'm telling you that the Earth is measured to be flat. Measured.
Nah. It's
just no.
It's kind of measured flat. It's kind of
No, okay. So you're telling me that for thousands of miles to a GP. Okay, so the celestial navigation, where they use sextants and they refer or they use the horizon to calculate or to correct to a flat surface and measure a straight, flat, horizontal line for thousands of miles to the GP of the star that they're measuring to, you're saying that that's not flat.
Stars are far enough away, it doesn't matter.
You don't even know what I just said, do you? You're talking about the
I
distance
didn't
to the
look into it that
star.
much, okay?
The GP. You haven't looked into it that much. So you went ahead and hand-wave dismissed the claim that I made earlier, not knowing what I was talking about when I said that the Earth is measured flat. You just went, no, bro, because this is too difficult for you to handle now, isn't it?
Okay, you have to be able to demonstrate to me what the actual difference would be in position based on a slight curve and then just a flat circle, whatever they use for
You don't
celestial
even know what the curvature rate of the Earth is supposed to be, do you?
I told you, I mean, we can agree what it should be, right? Based on my model. We can agree that it should be whatever
What is it
Google
supposed
says.
to be? What is it supposed to
whatever
be?
Google
What is the
says.
curvature rate?
Whatever Google
So whatever Google says. So at a radius of 3,959 miles, 8 inches per mile squared. That's what it's supposed to be. Very measurable. Not this vast, basically it's flat everywhere. You're telling me how flat it is when it's supposed to be a ball. I'm telling you that the ball is very much detectable according to that metric, and we can't find it anywhere. You can't even find it. You can't find no curvature of the Earth. Right now, you're kind of going into cognitive dissonance going, no, I can't believe it. You're like, Neo, I don't believe it. It's not true.
Stop.
It's not true. It's not true.
We have refraction, so measuring it is impossible, okay? And it's a freaking massive sphere. So it's very hard to be able to actually detect the curvature based on your sight, right? So
8 inches per mile squared. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's your geometry. Very detectable.
I just told you it's not detectable. I've already conceded to that. What's your point?
Dude, that's just a baseless assertion.
I'm agreeing with you. How's it baseless?
It's a nuh-uh. You're just saying nuh-uh.
I'm just telling you my model. So yeah, it pretty much is a nuh-uh.
Your model is supposed to be detectable. The curvature is supposed to be detectable at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Very detectable. You just go nuh-uh.
You've already told me that based on my model, refraction should make that impossible. You've already
Right? No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Now you're strawmanning me. Why do they have Earth curve calculators then?
Because they're dumb. They don't freaking account for refraction, or they use a refractive index that's constant, which doesn't make sense.
But you just said that Google is correct. The model that you have, if you Google it, there's an Earth curve calculator.
The freaking calculators
Okay, so the
probably
Earth
aren't correct.
calculator is correct. Well, why would they have one?
Because they're trying to make money, like any other dumbass website.
Dude, they're free.
Okay, they still have ads in the website, right?
So you think this is for money? You think people are faking the curvature of the Earth for money?
No,
so you're a
that's not what I
flatterer
said.
now.
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay.
It's just people like to be able to visualize things, so they make little calculators based on the radius. They don't really.
No, the
care about
calculator
what
is
you actually
supposed to
know,
be
or what you actually
your
have to do.
line of sight observation of the tangent point of the horizon.
Yeah, so they presuppose the radius so they could make money on their dumb website. So what?
So you're saying that the Earth is flat, and there's no way you can measure to the horizon to determine whether or not the Earth is curved?
No, because I've already told you.
What
I
are you
believe that
saying
we've been
then?
to space, so the radius is
Yeah,
confirmed. Therefore,
I know.
it is curved. Therefore, it is curved. But
Yeah, so this is just
you
a
can't
religious
observe
belief.
it.
Because I saw it on TV and I don't want to believe in a flat Earth, because somebody on the TV told me when we went to the moon, the Earth is a ball. That's fine. I'm not trying to take your religion away.
It's not a religion, but okay.
Well, you just believe it. You can't measure the curvature. You see guys on TV that tell you it's a ball. That's all you need. This is your religious system, and that's fine.
It's like if somebody told me in this other room that there's this freaking book and there's all these, it's about this and there's all these pages and stuff, but it turns out it's not actually there. You're saying because I believe it's there, it's a religion.
Like a cosmology book, like there's a big book and it's got claims
It doesn't
about,
matter what the book
curvature
is.
and
It's
and
just-
guys went to the moon, but because you can't see it in reality, obviously it's not true, right?
Well, if somebody told me that I trust, then now I'd believe it. There's no reason not to believe it.
Okay.
Right?
So there's people that have people that they trust called like pastors and priests, and they defer to them about their worldview, believing in, like the Bible and
Okay, but
and
you
God
wouldn't
and
call
stuff.
that a freaking religion.
You're doing the exact same thing, saying I believe the people on TV and the people that I trust. Never mind, and if reality I don't actually find this ball, but I defer to these people. You're in a religious
Use
system.
my
And it's,
analogy.
you can
Use
just.
my analogy. Don't be disingenuous.
What is your analogy? There's a big book. You defer to people that tell you that this is true. Same
Yeah.
thing.
No, it's not. How is it the
Okay.
same thing? Come on.
You read a
Somebody
big book.
tells
You defer to people that tell you it's true.
It's not
You
the
don't have
Bible.
any
It's
evidence.
just a random object in another room. Someone tells me it exists. I'm not gonna just be like, no, you gotta prove it. I'm gonna be like,
What are you talking about?
It depends on the person. Like, are they trustworthy?
Person.
It's just an
Trustworthy.
analogy. Yeah, the freaking.
Why are they
astronauts.
trustworthy?
The astronauts.
Why are they trustworthy again?
Because they get paid to do these things.
Okay, so now there's a
highly-
conflict of interest. They're getting paid. Do they get paid to lie or do they get paid to go to the moon? Which one?
They are highly specialized to go to the moon. These are kids
How
that
are they
were.
highly specialized?
Oh my.
How are they highly specialized? Tell me what they did.
These are people that had dreams to go into space. You're telling me that these all are just like fake people? They realize, oh, it's a lie. I'm still gonna go with it, even though
I didn't say
space
that
is
they were
real.
fake people. I didn't say they were fake people. All I know is that you and I both agree that you can't measure the curvature of the Earth, but I guess because on TV or because they work for the state, you're going to believe them?
No, but I can believe in their upbringing and realize it's really weird for them to just have the dream at a young age to go into space and then they're just 180 when they find out there's a lie. And their dream is fake.
You don't know these people from a hole in the ground. You don't know anything about them.
Yeah, I
Not
know that,
one
right?
bit.
But as a flat earther, I can't believe in any of this stuff.
All
'cause
right,
it's just,
Carter, we
it's
need evidence that the Earth is a globe, not your belief that they have dreams to go to space. Come on, bro. The evidence of the Earth being a globe. It's that simple. If you ain't got it, let somebody else speak, will ya?
yeah. If someone else wants to go, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I want to get off this merry-go-round of like, it's just ridiculous.
Well, Alpha, he's being decently respectful, and I don't think there's anybody else. So
Yeah, but fucking, it's just circle jerk to infinity. Like, it sucks listening to that. Yeah, I don't mind if people talk about shit, but just not circle jerk, back and forth. Like, fuck.
All right, well, I gotta leave anyway, so I mean, it was fun talking.
yeah, you're all right, dude. Come back again.
Keep it flat. We're basically talking about hopes and dreams of people. That's why we know the Earth is a globe. Like, what's in the actual fuck? Talk to Null Hypothesis or Talon. They're good for a chat. If you want to stir up the hornet's nest.
What was the difference between hopes and dreams and tangible objects like the Earth?
Oh, you mean the globe? Hopes and dreams and the globe, they're about equivalent.
The globe-shaped Earth is what I was talking about. That's not a hope and dream.
Yeah, how's the reality?
It was tangible.
I don't see a globe when I go outside, so how is it tangible?
You see the Earth, right?
Yeah, not a glober.
Yeah, but you see a massive Earth and you can drive around on with a car and lots of people live on it.
Yeah, not a globe Earth again.
Oh, I mean, you can't prove the negative, so it's something.
You got hopes and dreams about the Earth being a globe too?
Well, like I said, I don't have hopes and dreams about the shape of objects. It's just geometry, right? Isn't it just shapes? Aren't shapes just geometry? What's the geometry of the Earth?
That's a question that can't be satisfied with your rebuttal.
Why? What do you mean it can't be satisfied? How do you know that?
Because you don't have any evidence. Duh.
So you're saying if we did have evidence, then
Then it wouldn't be you hoping and dreaming that it's a globe.
well, it would be,
real.
but it would be right. Exactly. It wouldn't be hopes and dreams. It would be real, tangible evidence.
I think I just said that.
No, I said that. You said hopes and dreams. I said tangible evidence.
Meanwhile, back at the evidence ranch, there isn't any for globe.
Well, there is an Earth that we stand on, so that's the start of evidence.
Yeah, for flat Earth, yeah. Not for globe.
I mean, is that a claim now? Are you saying that you have a level plane for 24,000 miles of level plane of level plane Earth?
24,000 miles. I didn't say that. You did. I've only said that the plane that we exist on is level. Yeah.
Well, I mean, are you talking about like the Great Plains, like the lack of mountains, like the places that we've leveled on the Earth?
That's all on the Earth that we call the flat Earth.
Yeah, there's lots of flat places on the planet, on the Earth.
Oh,
on the
somebody
globe.
clip that. Somebody clip that.
A lot of flat places, like on the globe. You know what flat means? Level, right? Like just no mountains. Like the Great Plains, like cornfields, like farmland is very flat.
Talon, you're way too easy, bro. Seriously.
See, well, I don't have to live in I don't live in this hope and dream where flat and curved are mutually exclusive, because they are not. You can be flat
Yeah,
and curved.
Yeah, you live in a la la land where level and curve mean the same thing, even though in reality they're contradictory. Congrats.
Well, that's a degree of curvature is where you guys are having a hard time. It's like a flat level curve has a very low degree of curvature, whereas something that is like a mountain has a high degree of curvature. So you can see it much easier, but the lower the degree of curvature and the larger the scale, the harder it is to visually see it with the naked eye, unless you're very far away from said object. But so far, all I've proven is that the Earth is not a hope and dream. That's where I've made a step forward, where you have not. You've proved nothing.
Someone's getting in their feelings.
Right, you guys. Because you're going to start having real feelings over having nothing, while I have evidence of an object that isn't just hope and dreams. So you're going to start feeling real hard. Did you have anything other than hopes and dreams?
Curvature evidence?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Geometric shape.
Yeah, nobody
finding-
can prove that the Earth is any particular shape.
Is that a claim? Because, I mean, anybody with a theodolite can do exactly that. So I think you're wrong. They invented the ability to. That's like what we do as humans. We invent the ability to do it. So once we invented trigonometry, and then once we invented the ability to see triangles over hundreds of miles and from tops of mountains and use trigonometry accurately. As far as the eye can see, exactly. Because the eye can't see over a curve. Can only see so far. Like I said, it's just geometry of the ground we stand on. You'd have to measure and calculate, take measurements, and then find calculations, or make calculations with those measurements. Because once you make calculations with measurements, you can determine geometric shapes.
You've done it before?
Done what?
You've measured it? Came to conclusions?
No, I haven't physically measured. I just let other people do all that work and then just read the calculations that they get.
And then you just believe them?
No, I don't just believe them. I make sure that they've been peer reviewed and that they've been fact checked and recreated and confirmed.
So if you learn that they actually aren't accounting for curvature, would that change your mind or no?
If you showed evidence of not curvature, of like what the thing you're claiming, sure, I'll believe it. If you give me evidence.
Well, no, I think you're missing the point. So if they don't actually account for curvature when they're doing this, when they're taking shots over the topography of the land,
okay,
and they're not accounting for that. Matter of fact, sometimes they might be in a valley where the slope of the topography is actually going upwards. What do you think they have to do at that point?
Well, they did account for that stuff.
They do. So
they account for they account for deviations. That's why you got to do the survey over long, vast distances. You can't just take one valley and be like, "Oh, this is flat or not flat." You have to be like you have to do 1,000 miles. You have to go 1,000 miles east and west over a grid, and then you have to do 1,000 miles north and south, and then you take all of those measurements, and then you can correct. Then you do your corrections for refraction and all your calculations and trigonometry through those measurements, and you get your calculations.
You don't
get
think
the
they'll
arc.
do? You don't think they'll do the calculations from point to point, or do you think they're just gonna do them from end to end? Like when they get to the end, then they have to calculate everything.
Well, yeah, that's the point. You do all the measurements, and then you calculate once you have all the measurements.
Okay, so when they do the measurements, you don't think they do them in small increments? They just shoot forever, as far as I can
No,
see.
that's what I'm saying. You do them in small increments. That's why you need to do calculations, because
Okay,
you're only
so-
doing measurements, and see, because you're measuring a huge curve in small increments, so you have to calculate.
So what if you learn though that they're taking measurements on a ground that is actually curving up from their starting position? How does that play in your world?
What? That's just one increment.
Okay, so what if they get to the end? Then do they have to reverse it? Do they have to account for the curvature of the Earth that isn't curving down, because now the whole topography has been curving up the whole time because they are in a big ass valley, and
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. So they curve up and down. They go up and down and up and down all the way for vast distances. They go, because they don't just go up and down. They go left to right,
and then they
north and
establish
south, and
that,
east and west,
and they're establishing that from a zero, right?
from a baseline.
Yeah. So let's think about that. A baseline. Okay, so if that's our starting point, and
then all the other points are based off of that point.
Okay, so
you're either above or below that one point.
Right. So then if you're taking this shot for, in these segments to go a long distance, and you're always going off that baseline, then how many straight horizontal shots does it take to make a curve?
Well, it depends. I mean, a very very small curve wouldn't need very many, because it's very high degree of curvature. But something that has like a really low degree of curvature, you would need hundreds and hundreds of measurements in order to even start to not differentiate, not visualize to like start to see the deviation, to see the curve. Because when you only measure a small increment of the globe, it's like 0.0. It's like fractions of a decimal point of a percentage of a curve.
Okay, so it's so
see that horizon?
It's so small, then it's just not even negligible.
Right, exactly. It's negligible.
Okay,
so like you have to do tons of those. So, but once you do hundreds of them, then that negligible difference starts to show up much more clearly.
But did you deviate away from that horizontal baseline, or no?
Well, what do you mean? The Earth does that. The geometry decides on where it deviates. So if it had been perfectly flat, then there would have been no deviation from the baseline, and it just would have went straight.
It's not.
It doesn't do that. It arcs.
It's not. Well, hold on. It's not perfectly like that, because we understand that there's topography in some parts of a land. The dirt can tend to go upwards by a couple feet, and then
that's what you use.
Down.
So you use the baseline. So that's what the baseline's for, because the baseline not only gives you a relative position, but also you can assume the baseline is just perfectly smooth forever and ever and ever, all the way across from like any position, and that way you can basically just kind of cut off the mountains and the valleys and just do like a nice average.
And that's why I asked how many horizontal straight shots does it take to make a curve, because if you're basing it off that baseline, and you make a straight, a parallel invisible line above it, how many horizontal invisible straight lines does it take to make a curve in your world?
Well, anything over 180 degrees, right? Because like perfectly flat is like 180. So anything over like 180 point infinity with
Okay,
the
so
curve, because you can make any curve out of. You can make a curve out of any anything with like a drop. What is the drop over distance that you always talk about? The drop over distance could be like a tiny atom, and you would still get a curve.
what was that?
See what I mean? You understand what I mean?
No, I know someone else was saying something. I just didn't want to cut him off.
Sorry.
Help! Help!
Do you need to call?
Help
Do
me.
you need us to call 911? Do you need CPR?
No,
You want us to take it? Do you
no,
want us
I'm
to
good.
take you to the hospital?
No, I just didn't want to be rude to them if they're trying to jump in. But I don't know. Sometimes you got some characters that jump in, or sometimes you have people that actually want to say something. It's just interesting to me that you understand that there's a baseline, and you understand that we don't deviate from it. We're always taking our measurements off of it, and we're always crossing it. Setting up points, these verticals, that would create a perpendicular to the ground. With all that being said, you even said it's all geometry. It's all, I mean, everywhere, everything about geometry in this case would be a baseline, a horizontal baseline, nothing curving. The second you start curving away, you're no longer able to establish that angle that would have been necessary for you to create your 90 to the ground so you could establish the level unit that is level to get that straight shot. But I don't know. It's just
I don't agree.
interesting. It's okay. You don't have to. I'm just curious as to why wouldn't you? Other than because then you would have to accept that the Earth isn't curving away from you. And again, understand the topography. Things go up, go down. Matter of fact, if you were to shoot, like, let's say 4 miles down a road and the terrain went up, it goes down, it goes up again, it goes back down. But because you established that baseline, you can still transfer those lines accordingly. And you're not.
Yeah, but you can see which you can average it out though. You can take that up and down and then average it to the baseline and see if it curves or not.
Well,
or
I know
see if it slopes upward or slopes downward, or if it's perfectly level. And in this case, it would be curved. So you can totally do that. That makes easy sense.
In what case would it be curved?
If it is curved, if it's the geometry shows the characteristics of curvature.
Okay, so what? Let me answer this. What happens if you were to do this, like this thought experiment? What happens if you go out to the middle of, let's say, Kansas, okay, and you just find like any open square, like 10-mile square radius, all right, and you set up and you just kept transferring a line, and you went all the way down. And what if you found out that, well, technically, I went this far away, but my readings are actually, on this particular position, my readings are higher. Like, they're higher only because the ground's higher. And then you realize, like, well, then, but shouldn't the ground technically, in your paradigm, it should have dropped with the curvature of the Earth that you thought was there, but then all your readings found was that no, it was just going over the topography of the ground, and you weren't even able to calculate that then. All you were doing was just rise over run. You were establishing a horizontal for whatever reason why you're in that 10-mile square radius that you're building, but you're just trying to establish a flat baseline for that entire town that you're mapping out.
Well, I mean, you're just shadowboxing, and I don't do any of that. None of that is what I do, or what would happen in this case. Trilateration of the surface of the Earth would show an arc because it's a globe.
Well, you keep saying that, but
I'm not saying it. That's what the measurements and the calculations show. You're just talking about something that isn't happening.
What measurements show that? Are you saying?
Well, that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the incremental measurements of straight planar measurements across the surface of the Earth, which would establish the geometry of the shape of the globe.
Here's what's interesting. And a lot of you guys, like, I don't know if you don't know it or whatever, It's interesting because when they do those calculations, right, when they're counting in for refraction and counting in for stuff like that, if they were to just do short distances and not have to, let's say in the morning before it's high noon, and they don't really have to worry about that, they can actually just shoot it straight across horizontally and go all the way down, miles down, and they could just keep that horizontal line straight. They never have to factor in curvature of the earth, and they can still come up to the conclusion of where they need to be. And there is no proof or evidence or truth that we had to account for curvature, but they were still able to transfer that line all the way down. Interesting though that a lot of people that believe it's curved, you say, well, they have to calculate it's in in the formula. They have to calculate for curvature, and that's going to give them their findings, right? Like, oh, this is how many arc minutes, arc seconds. This is the thing. But in reality, though, it's interesting to me. And sorry, it's so long-winded. It's interesting to me. This is that they'll take an average, and then they'll make it a median of it, and then if it isn't matching up to what it's supposed to be according to the so-called sphere geodetic surveyed datum points that should be existing already when they did it back when they said it was a globe, like when that doesn't match up, it's interesting to me how they just then say, oh, well, I'm off. And then so they measured reality, they didn't find a globe, but when they compare it to what it should be according to it curving, then they just say I'm off by that much. So I find that interesting. I'm sorry.
Well, it's just a matter of resolution at this point because, like when Eratosthenes did it, he only had a two-dimensional calculation of the curvature. But then when the Lambtons did it and all the surveyors did it in the 1860s, they did the trilateration, and so they took that two-dimensional measurement and calculation and made it 3 dimensions, so that way they could see that it was clearly an arc. And then there's been globes since the 1200s.
Yeah, no, I understand you.
So now we have satellites, we can measure the gravity of the sections of the Earth, and so that's how we know it's an oblate spheroid. Because we can literally detect the amount of Earth there is in specific spots, and so that's how we know that it's thicker at the equator than it is at the poles.
So you don't think that the satellite goes according to the model as well, the same way the people on the ground were having to?
Like I said, it's a matter of resolution. So yeah, satellites are way more accurate because they can see from space.
No, okay. I don't think you understand what I asked. If the system has a calculated position for these points on the ground to make it a curve, and then they say, oh, well, this is the measurements according to what it should be for it to be a sphere, which is very interesting because in that math, it's not a perfect ball, but the math makes it to be a perfect ball. But when you look at their crazy satellite images, it looks like a potato. There's all kinds of crazy bumps. It's not a perfect ball. So that's crazy to me that you guys just accept the story.
Well, you're saying that the math makes it so. The math doesn't make it so. The physical shape of the Earth makes it so, and then we measure it, and that's what we find.
No, I guess once again you didn't understand what I said. I'm not really good at explaining myself.
It doesn't sound like you understand what you said.
So So for instance, if the Earth is not a circle that mathematically in geometry, when you're dealing with the spherical math, it should be a perfect circle per se. But when it's a potato and you're using circle spherical math on a potato, and you're like,
it works though. You know, we have satellites and they map it, and well, then if the satellites are mapping a potato and the people on the ground are mapping a sphere, how does that make sense?
Because that's what it is. Like when you actually do the circle
It's a
circle math
potato
properly,
sphere. Got it.
and you actually do like, you know, you take 2 and you put 2 together and you get 4, and then you do this geometry of the sphere, and then you find out that it's not perfect all the way around. Some places it's depressed and oblate. But yeah, that's what happens when you circle math. You find the shapes, you find the geometry of things. It's the whole point of geometry, is circle math.
So again, if all the math that we're saying here on Earth since way long before that, you say that we've been mapping it out as a globe, if everything they're doing mathematically, right? They're shooting with their, you know, the instruments way back in the day. They're taking instruments, they're getting angles, they're building triangles, you know, establishing their positions, and they're doing that all according to a sphere, because they're doing this math that would account to it being over a sphere. But then you find out years later, with the great technology we have, their satellite comes along, and they're like, oh, guess what, everybody? It's not a sphere, it's an oblate spheroid where it's a little thicker here and a little imprinted there. Now it's just like not a perfect rock. But that would mean then all those measurements that these people thought they were doing, well, then they were lying to everybody? They were just
No, they were just slightly off. No, actually, that happens all the time. Because that's what Einstein did. Einstein fucked everybody's math for like 400 years worth of math. Got fucked by one guy, Einstein. And so literally everybody had to redo all their math because of Einstein.
Yeah, so do you realize though, this is one thing I can't stand about science. I love science, but I can't stand this. When people are wrong, they're fucking wrong, dude. You can't be like, oh, we got better, or well, then we got better, but that means we were lied to all those years, and we were wrong.
No, we weren't.
We weren't wrong. Oh, so then why did they change it if they weren't wrong?
We didn't change it; they made it better.
See, that's the
You understand the difference between like accuracy, remember when I said resolution?
That's where people that are brainwashed sheep, and then they just believe whatever the power authority tells them, and they're like pissing on your head and say, "Don't worry, it's just raining." Oh yeah, don't worry, guys, we're not wrong. We got better. Don't worry, everything's okay. Like it's just weird to me, bro.
Well, you understand when you take like an 8, like like pixels, right? When you only have like 10 pixels versus 1,000 pixels, you know that it's like more accurate. But even though the 10 pixel one isn't lying to you, APOC, it's just less accurate. That's not a lie.
Okay. If I, all right.
You understand? Like when you see like a Super Mario, listen, Super Mario, just because Super Mario isn't like 47,000 pixels and he's only 8 pixels doesn't make him a lie.
Okay, so, but here's the point though. Here's the problem, okay? If I sold you on a story and I said, hey, it's all a square, guys. And then everything matched up mathematically. Hey, it all works out. It's all a square. And then someone down the road is like, no, it's actually a rectangle, guys. And you would have to ask, well, then how the fuck did our math work to be a square? Oh, well, we were just a little bit off, but we got it way better. But by us being better, now it's a rectangle. Well, hold on, though, because once upon a time, when they were doing all this math to get to the moon, they didn't think of it as an oblate spheroid. They calculated it as a perfect fucking sphere, like a perfect and everything, all the trajectory, all that.
Well, we would take because if somebody like had a square and they said this is a square, but then we took a measurement and we found that one side does not all 4 sides did not equal, we would then call that a rectangle, even though it looks like a square, but the actual one side, 2 of the sides were actually 0.0001 millimeters off of perfect square would make it no longer a square. So the person that says it's not a square would be right, and the person saying this is a perfect square would be wrong. And so that's we live with. So that's just how Globers work. We don't just fucking have hopes and dreams that it's going to be exactly what we want. Science, the scientific method is we're going to find out what it is and have the most accurate view of that thing, and then we'll accept whatever comes. And so if you want to do science, you have to be ready to be wrong.
It's go ahead. Whoever's going to jump.
That
in.
makes a lot of sense. I sound into that. Yeah.
Okay, so when people are wrong from our past, but they weren't wrong, right? Because we just got better, but they weren't wrong. So like the distances, two things, they're not wrong. We just got better. I'm
Right,
going to
like
argue
Newton-
though that no,
like Newton's
we are
laws of
wrong.
motions.
Okay, so I'm gonna okay, I know we're talking about the shape of the earth, but I'm just gonna talk about the distance to the sun. I'm just gonna say this real quick. There was people in our past, they died thinking that the sun was only 15 million miles away from Earth. Would you say in today's world they were wrong though?
Wait. Well, if they were, if they were not as accurate as what we got now, then yeah, they were wrong.
Okay. So, and now I've said this before. I'm gonna go out and say it right now. You're wrong right now. It's not. It's actually much further. It's just that we are wrong today because we don't have the better technology yet. But you're wrong. So you have to stop saying that the sun is 93 to 94 million miles away, because you are just like that person that died with it thinking it's 15 million. You're going to die thinking it's 93 to 94 million, but you're just wrong, buddy. Just like the way they're wrong.
Why am I wrong?
Because we don't have the technology to even accurately place the sun in its true position. Because in 50 years from now or 150 years from now, they're going to let us know, right? Like our children's children, they're going to know that the sun is now 120 million. And our great grandpas back from the year 2000, they're idiots. Just like we could look back at the people when they thought it was 15 million miles away and say, oh, they were stupid. Oh, no, they weren't stupid, though. They were just wrong, but they were right. But they were wrong, but they were right. Because that's all they had for that time, the technology. Well, I'm just going to be the first to say it. Fuck it. We're wrong. Stop saying it's that far. Okay? Because it's not. How about that? Can we go with that? Or you're
just making a baseless assumption.
Or do you have
the
or do you have the audacity to say that no, now we got it right, and we're the ones that are smart. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's what it is. Got it.
Right, because it is. It's been measured to be that.
Yeah, of course, and they measured the same way. Don't worry, bro. I'm gonna say you're wrong. Don't ever say it's that far away.
Well, you can say whatever you want, but it doesn't make it true.
I hope. Do you think the people in the 15 million miles away? How about when it was 35 miles away? How about when it became 47
It was
million?
never. It's only been one distance away. It's just whether or not we were able to measure it.
Do you remember when they thought it was 104 million miles away? It was like, oh wait, that's too far. Bring it back. Do you remember that? No, you don't. Okay, so here's the point. They're wrong.
So what's your most accurate measurement?
And you're wrong as well. No one knows.
Well, what are you basing me being wrong on? What do you think is the most accurate measurement of the distance of the sun?
Because history repeats itself.
Well, no, you have to actually name it. Well, we have a distance though.
Yeah, and it's wrong. I guarantee.
No, it's not. You can't just say it's wrong when it's not.
I can though. That's what's crazy. You can say that the Earth is a globe, and you just can't say that. But you do say that, don't you? You can't say that, but you do say that.
Okay.
You can say that.
Now you're just like I think you're caught in your own like vortex.
You can say that star is 1 trillion miles away. No, actually 6 trillion miles away. You can say that. You can say that.
No,
but are you right?
Remember what I said? It would be the most accurate measurement. It wouldn't be what we wanted. You wouldn't just say. I'm not going to just say it's 120 million and then tell everybody else that they're wrong just because I want that. I'm going to be like, oh, what's the most accurate measurement? It's 93 million miles. Okay, cool. We're going to go with that measurement. And if I need to know like how far away it is, I'm going to use that measurement. And if you have a better one, then go ahead and put it on the table.
Okay. So again, I don't have a measurement because I'm not ignorant.
That's fine. Then we'll use the one we do got.
Because I'm not ignorant to say something to be true that isn't. And no one's ever going to know the distance. But it's crazy because you're only getting farther and farther away, it seems, from the truth.
Well, no, we don't. That's not something that's settled.
Pushing this thing bigger, and when it's actually
not everything. Wait a minute. Do you think just because we discovered that 2 + 2 = 4, that eventually in the future someone's going to discover that 2 + 2 = 5?
No, I don't think that.
Okay, so that okay, right? No, so that's the same thing with the sun being 2 + 2 = 4 away from the Earth. It's going to be that no matter what.
Not according to history.
We're not like it's not. That's not that. It's not kind of complicated to time the amount of the light that it takes.
Well,
the time we don't have to. It's not complicated to measure the speed it takes for the light to get from the sun to us.
Yeah, it's not complicated at all. Yeah, it's very
Galileo.
simple. It's very easy.
Galileo did it.
Galileo
did it, APOC.
With an eyepiece. I know, with the monocular. Hey, but check that out though. So here's what's funny. These stories that have been built into the fabric of our educational system, and people tend to believe them and run on them, and they think that if it wasn't for those stories, that we wouldn't exist in our modern day age today that we live in, and that's really weird. But because being that all that has nothing to do with the ground that we're on. But here's what's funny. I just want to say you're wrong. I just want to leave. I'm gonna stop talking now because I'm actually gonna cook myself some dinner now. But I just wanted to know. Let me be the first to tell you.
Feel that way.
You are wrong
that
it's
your feelings are
93
more
miles.
important
It's not.
than facts.
Hey, it would be really cool to like put like a time capsule in for your great grandchildren to read it and be like, oh man, my dad swore on his life like that it's 93 miles. But what an idiot! Or my great grandfather. But look at what an idiot. We know it to be 150 million miles away, and he was wrong. It'd be cool though to do that, right? I mean, it'd be cool. I'm just saying.
Well, they would be Globers, so yeah, they would know.
They would know that you said that we swear it's 93 million miles away. I think all the Globers
they would know that people that tell them that that they're wrong and they're just because they say so is not a serious person.
So like it's funny because like the Globers of tomorrow, right? That are they're gonna be like looking back at the Globers today and be like, well, they weren't wrong, but they just didn't have the technology that we have today. And it's like, dude, no, like when you're wrong, bro. Like it's very simple. It's very easy.
No, but that's the problem that you're having right now is that we have all the new technology now, and all our new technology confirms everybody with the old shitty technology correct.
You don't think they thought that in 1700, bro? When they're like, no, we have the modern day.
It's 1200.
The latest and the greatest.
The entire time.
In the 1600s, like this is the latest and the greatest, guys. We know it to be 104 million miles. And they go, oh, wait, that's a little too far.
Correct.
Oh man, this is funny.
They've been the first globe was from like the 1200s.
And your heliocentric model is just it's a laughing stock to me because you guys are just making up this model, the heights, the distances, the depths, like all this crap, dude. It's just all made up.
Okay, that's your claim.
Yeah, I know. It is what it is.
Can I ask you both a question? This is a really something I like doing in debates like this. What would it take to convince you that your position is incorrect? Talon, go first.
Me? Evidence of thousands of miles of a level plane on the Earth, and then a picture of the flat disk from space.
Okay. Alpercon, what would it take for you to believe that you're wrong? What evidence would move you?
Wrong to what question?
Like if you what would it take to convince you that you were wrong? Like, is there any evidence that would move you?
That I'm wrong, that the Earth is not what he's saying it is? I mean,
yeah.
I'm not sure. It'd be hard because my everyday, practice, day-to-day practice has been.
His feelings are more important than facts.
It's been plumb level square and no deviating from that. So it would be. I think the only thing that can be done, in my opinion, that I would have to say, okay, well then it must be something else, is when they go do that thing in December and they do see a 24-hour sun. That's my personal thing. I'm not speaking for everybody else.
Right.
But
Yeah. One side.
That would be the only thing. That'd be for me. That's the only thing that could be, because nothing else can do it, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, like one side is saying like, I would be willing to change my mind if evidence was presented demonstrating that I was wrong. And the other side is saying there's almost nothing. Something in December. I'm probably never changing my mind. I just feel that like it's
that's
not
the only thing that can.
Yeah, it's just kind of a damning indictment.
one person is acting in good faith and the other person is not.
But the reason why, though, because if everything's just objective and everything's just like, well, we have these tall, it's this, it's that, and and round is, square, and flat is curved, like all this bullshit. Like I can't argue with that, dude. That's just a weird ass belief to have, and if that's your proof of the things you believe in, well, that's what I'm saying. Like that's a lot of stuff to be objective to. So, but the only thing that I would say that can actually really stand out would be that one thing in December, the final experiment. And me personally, I don't know if anybody else, wants to answer. What would do it for you? I don't know. I'm just saying, as for now, practically, in a practical sense, there's nothing about it being curved. It's not. We don't feel it. We don't measure it. We don't see it. So I don't know, bro. Like, stop pissing on my head and telling me it's raining. But if it did come out to be a sun going south of your head, then I would be like, okay, well, then definitely there's something else going on that we can't understand or I don't understand, and I'm going to have to look further into it. I'm more open to that, for sure. But for now, I'm just being practical with it.
I'm not familiar with, sorry. I'm not familiar with this test going on in December. Is it some sort of like globe test?
It's they're going to go see, if they're going to go down to Antarctica to see if there's a 24-hour sun during the summer of Antarctica. So technically, if it was a sphere of any sorts, it doesn't prove that now it's spinning, doesn't prove anything else, doesn't prove the distance to the sun. But what it would prove is that it's not what I'm thinking it to be, in the sense of a planar Earth, to where the sun is going around and around over a planar Earth. Because technically, in Antarctica, you shouldn't see that.
Right.
If that's the case.
Talon, can you I'm sorry, you're muted. I don't know why. Can you DM me? Is that a good test, or is there a flaw with it? Or can we just unmute him? Just I want to know if that's a good test. Well, whatever.
He's a well poisoner. Ask Charles.
I thought he was asking really good, interesting questions, though. I'm glad he was here.
We have a better guy. It's Charles. Just use him. Talon's a clown. He does nothing but just spam nonsense. He just talks through anything you say. He says anything. It doesn't have to make sense. He poisons the well. There's other people here who can make a better effort than that. So,
is there any specific claim that he made that you think is wrong?
Yeah, the last thing he said, where he poisoned the well, he was just squawking through everything Apocryphon said. One side's being honest. Once he's,
Yeah.
that is dishonest.
Is there any specific claim about like globe Earth that you think is wrong?
Yeah.
That he made?
Yeah, many times. He said that there's a survey that showed that it was measured spherical. He can't tell you anything about it. He goes to post it. You say, okay, where's the citation from that source that details what you're talking about specifically? He never gets it. He elephant hurls links that he hasn't read. He obfuscates. Yeah.
Right.
Just a quick question. Do you know what elephant hurling is? Yes, no?
Are you asking me?
I don't.
Yeah.
Tell me.
I don't have no idea what elephant hurling you said. What?
Yeah, look that up, because that was something that was fairly new to me when I came to this kind of this general conversation. I heard the elephant hurling fallacy. I was like, what the fuck is that? But it's more or less where you throw a bunch of links at someone and say, see, the evidence is in there somewhere, I promise.
Well, I mean, I think it's important that...
But you never actually... Yeah, I haven't finished.
Okay.
So, sorry, it's just that I apologise to you, but we get talked over all the time, so we actually have to be quite aggressive with our talking time.
Got it.
So I apologise for that. You're probably not used to that, but that's what this conversation is like. You just get talked over like you're an idiot all the time. And so you end up just saying, no, I'm talking, shut up,
Right, yeah. I don't think
so sorry, go on.
I don't think you're an idiot at all. I do agree with you that if someone just belches a whole bunch of links at you and all of them are like pages and pages long, and you're like in the middle of debate, and it's like you have to like read through all this shit, and then this is just an opportunity for them to just monologue. Well, they expect you to read and be quiet. I think that's bad faith tactics. But on the other hand, I do think if someone asks you like to source your claims and then you do so, yeah, I think it's fine even if the link is long read. Like they did ask you for a source. I mean,
Dude, it's like you ask for a specific math formula and somebody throws the whole math book at you.
well, I mean,
It's not really sourcing your claim. We can't tell if it's even in there when you do that.
well,
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? That's the point of elephant hurling, is that you're not actually pointing out where the citation that proves you're correct is. You're just saying it's in there somewhere, bro, but you're providing this enormous volume of data, which may or may not prove you to be correct. Like, that's the whole point. You're meant to point out actually where it is.
right.
I like a Gish Gallop.
It's similar, I guess. Yeah, it's similar.
Like a Gish Gallop's asking the questions, and this seems like it's making statements, but it's a similar kind of thing, overwhelming somebody with something that would take them too long to be able to meaningfully respond to. And you can then
Right.
surmise from their inability to respond that they are therefore wrong.
I think Gish Gallop is like when you just keep talking, and keep making more new points, and then it's like overwhelming them. I'm not sure if that's the same as like posting a link with lots of words on it. I like the word.
I'm not saying it's the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they are similar in principle.
Yeah, they are similar enough. The idea is that you're providing too much to because the problem obviously with Gish galloping is that there's no time is given to actually analyze any of the points being made. It's just here are all these points, and like none of them, they could all have zero strength or could be very good points, but no time is allowed to analyze them. So how would you know? And this is usually combined with some sort of baseless rhetoric, so you'll just have like 5 or 6 baseless rhetoric points just thrown at you all in one go.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he embarrassed you.
Oh, that was really cringe. Did he pretend to be good faith the whole time, and then he just left on that term?
Yeah, I could tell you that's what he was doing at the end. Anyways, when he first jumped in, he started saying stuff that was, you could clearly see where he stood on his side of the argument. That's for sure.
Yeah, that was just really cringe. Never mind.
I mean, I don't. I mean, I see it as just, again. I'll say it again. Everything's practical to me. Like, I don't feel it moving. I don't see it moving. I don't measure it. Curved. We don't see a curve. Look for it. Didn't find it. I mean, I don't know. I think that should be enough evidence, but I guess we'll see come.
Argument from absence, though, isn't it? Because I haven't found Bigfoot doesn't mean that Bigfoot's not there. It could lead me to probably conclude that Bigfoot is probably not there, but it would be a silly way to make a deductive argument. Because I haven't been able to detect X, it therefore doesn't exist.
It's an assumption, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's equivalent to what we're talking about, though, because if you were to go out and you're like finding these footprints in your backyard, and like you're
That
like,
is
whoa,
finding
that's
something.
what kind of animal is that, right? Like, and then that's what I'm saying though. Like, if we're not finding curve, where's
Right, but
curve at?
you're
And
switching, but you're not. It seems you're not
saying
aware
like,
that you're
oh, well,
switching.
that's like Bigfoot. Just because we don't find it, does he not exist? Or are you saying that he does exist, but we're
What do you
not
think-
finding?
What do you think my point is I'm making? Yeah, it sounds like you've missed it.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, so are you saying that the curved Earth is like Bigfoot? That people believe in it, but we don't find no evidence for it, or the opposite? Are you
I'm
saying
not
that there is
saying it's
evidence
like
for
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot? Oh, I could have swore you said that. I misheard you then. I thought you said it.
What I'm saying is, failing to find evidence in support of a proposition could lead you to go, well, therefore I'm doubtful that it's true. But it would be illogical to say, because I haven't had evidence for a proposition, therefore it is false. So if you're making an inductive argument, you're going, hey, I keep looking for this Bigfoot and I don't find it, therefore I think it's probably not there, fine. Right? I don't think it's a very strong argument, but it's a rational one. But to say, I keep going looking for Bigfoot and I've never successfully found Bigfoot, therefore Bigfoot does not exist, right? So I've gone from a probable argument to a deductive argument, which is absolutely true. It's completely illogical because the case obviously remains Bigfoot could be out there and you could be not a very good Bigfoot hunter.
Okay, so then have other people gone out and said they found evidence of Bigfoot?
It's secondary to the point I'm making, but no.
I'm getting somewhere with it. Just if you could just, entertain me here. Have other people gone out and said, "Hey, there's evidence of Bigfoot"?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Would you say like that's equivalent to like
they're like photos of it,
like a surveyor that says, "Oh, hey, I went out and I measured curvature today," so he found the curvature right in his measurements.
Yeah, it's like it would be like you're a Bigfoot hunter and you're like, I don't think Bigfoot exists because I haven't found Bigfoot. But there would be photos and videos and
other people that may have
biologists and anthropologists and stuff and other people. But when you look at their videos, you're like, that could be CGI. And you're right, it could be CGI.
Okay.
And somebody else has a photo or a plaster cast of a footprint. You're like, but some guy could have just put on a Bigfoot foot, stepped in the mud and faked it in order to gain profit or boost, tourism.
Right. So then like when same thing is like, when NASA says they have these photos and everything and we find out, they're faking things, they're, CGI things and, there's all this, manipulation going on and lies, blatant lies. Like, doesn't that make you realize that this is why people don't believe the story? Like, let's say, for instance, you found out a local man found in his dead today, and in his garage he had some really big feet that you could put on your shoes and you can make imprints. What if he's the guy that was making the imprint? Then you're like, oh shit.
Sure.
Then why believe in it if we found them to be lying? Like we found possibly the person that should be that's lying here.
So it's not about whether you believe it. It's about it is about confidence. The point I'm making is about being confident about something not being the case. But yeah, let's take it with Bigfoot, right? Because they did do that, right? There was some guy who wanted to, I think it was an idea was he thought it would boost tourism, but I think it's also probably he just wanted to LARP. And so he had these pair of boots that somebody, I think, discovered in his garage or he told a friend and the friend dobbed him in or something like this happened.
Yeah.
And they ended up finding those
caught
boots.
with these big ass, he got caught with these shoes that could make a fucking big ass imprint.
So let's say that happens.
Okay.
Would it then be rational to go, therefore Bigfoot does not exist? This is proof that Bigfoot isn't real.
No, but it would raise suspicion that it might be a made up story to the local lore of it.
Right. So it'd raise your suspicion, but evidence that somebody was faking something doesn't mean it's therefore not real. It could be that thing is real and people fake it.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think you can fake something, saying it's real and taking all this money to say that you're in that place and you are going to that place, and then you just fake it. Like that's imagine this, right?
I get it's suspicious, sure.
You get all kinds of money. Imagine this: you get all kinds of money, and you're like, "Hey, look, I'm going to go on a trip, right? And I'm giving you thousands of dollars. You say it's going to cost $40,000 for this trip. I give you all that money." And then you go in your garage and you put up a screen and you're like, "Hey, what's up? I'm here. Look at there's the Eiffel Tower. I told you I'm going to Paris. There it is." And then we find out you were lying, and I gave you all this money to actually go to Paris, but you're in your garage. You get caught. Like, wouldn't that make you think? Fucking, why wouldn't you just? If it's real, we know Paris is real. This is why I'm using it because we know it's real, right? We know it for a fact. Why wouldn't you just go there? You had the money to go. Why wouldn't you go? But now we talk about space, and we're like, oh yeah, we're doing this, we're doing that. We don't know that that's truly real. We just have to believe that they're telling us it's real. Because no one can just freely go there. Like the way you can book a ticket right now and go to Paris right now. You could be there tomorrow, and you can take a photo, and I could say, hey, there you are, you're in Paris. But no one can do that for space. But logically, like, they're getting billions of dollars from everybody, and they're saying, "Oh, here we are," and they're getting caught lying that they're there. Like,
Are they
doesn't that
getting
raise
caught
suspicion?
lying?
Because they're saying that they're doing something and they're not.
But that's just begging the question, right? I'm saying, right? Just
No,
going,
what do you
they're
mean?
lying. How can you tell they're lying? Because they're lying is like the most viciously
Because
circular logic you can get.
There's a lot of video evidence of them being caught to be apparently in
When
an
you say
environment.
caught,
Yeah, caught meaning it's a screw up.
but when you say caught, what you really honestly mean is, I think we've caught them. It's not that like the world at large says
if
they've
you just
caught
look
them.
at
It's
it,
not
if
like
you just-
they've come out and say, "Okay, you got us. We did fake that shot." Right?
No. The matter of fact, they try to hide it and they delete it and they change it. But the fact is that it gets captured. So
right. So what you're saying
people
is,
that
when you
see
look
these-
at some of these
Go ahead.
videos, you think they're fake.
When I've seen a lot of these videos, I don't think the videos are fake. I think they're faking what they're saying that where they're at, because they've gone caught where there's CGI, I guess how you say it, errors, and there's these glitches. That's the word I'm looking for. There's these glitches that happen. There's these movements of cables that are going on and that shouldn't be going on. You shouldn't have these cables moving the way they do if you're in this environment where everything is just kind of staying still and not moving around. Unless it's, released and then all of a sudden it's floating around. They got caught where things are falling down. They even have video where they get slammed sideways. Maybe that's the only one time they were in the
They don't get
comments on it.
slammed sideways. They don't get
You never
slammed
see.
sideways. I've seen
They
it.
show. Yeah, but I guess maybe that was when they're in training in the plane. Maybe.
Nope.
Maybe. What? Why did that happen? Slam sideways.
Sure,
What happened?
because this is the thing, because flat earthers don't critically evaluate things, and what you'll easily find if you dig
Did
up
the
that footage.
ISS have to make a quick lash or what?
I'm answering your question, man.
Oh, go ahead.
Because you don't critically evaluate the footage you're looking at. If you look at that footage and find the original, that is being sped up about 8 times. They're not slammed into the wall. They all hover themselves in midair, and then when the thrust happens, because they've got to keep doing an orbital insertion burn or some sort of shit like that, they've got to boost their orbit back up to the right speed to keep going around the Earth. And it happens very, very gently. But some flat earther has sped up that footage, shared it out amongst the flat earthers, and all the flat earthers uncritically gobbled it right up. Oh yeah, they get slammed against the wall. If they were slammed at that stage, that amount of force on the ISS would break it to pieces. The panels would snap off. The arms would be put under stress. It'd probably develop a leak. The whole thing would catastrophically explode, is my guess. But that doesn't happen.
So you think the way they hit the side and then fell to the bottom,
get the video,
was just sped up? It was okay. That's a new one.
Because if you look at when they actually do the burns of that, it happens so slowly. Last one I saw was the person gets themselves in front of a long sort of tube-like thing, and they go floating really slowly. Like they're there just still, and then they're like, right, the burn's happening in 3, 2, 1, and then you sort of like, they're not moving. And you go, oh yeah, I guess they are moving a bit. And they slowly start accelerating, or shouldn't say slowly, gradually start accelerating as they go back, and then they catch themselves and go crawling back up to the front of the tube and then float back and gradually start accelerating again. It's not a very strong force, nor should it be, right? You can't apply a vast amount of force to a big, spindly, bendy object.
We're going to evaluate this video. We could even slow it down too.
Sure, or just get the original. That's
what
always
I'm
the thing that I
That's
encourage
what
flat earthers to
that's
do
what
is
I'm
like
looking for.
get the original.
I'm getting the original. That's what I'm getting. Give me a minute. I believe I have it right here. You got to find it. I have to find it. A lot of videos I'm going through right now. And I don't know why, but I noticed a lot of videos from my phone and photos even they're no longer there, and I don't delete them. I don't know what's going on, dude. To be honest.
Okay, I'm finding a list of them. Let me go through and I'll find the one where they're all queued up in the same room. So here's a reboost video, and you see this one's massively sped up, and they're still only floating gradually down it.
I thought you were sharing your screen. But
no, just putting them in the chat. And there's another one.
Let's see.
Universe Today coverage. That's the same one as the first one. Space.com fun during reboost. And another one.
I'm still trying to find it. Can't find it. YouTube's algorithms suck now, dude.
If it turned out I was right, if it turned out this video wasn't from the ISS or was a sped up video, or you had somehow been tricked into believing that this is a real-time video from the ISS, would it change your confidence on whether the Earth was flat, or these videos of, whether space exists and space travel happens?
But no, because that doesn't show what you're saying it to show. That's why. I'm remembering papers being like thrown into the air, bro. Like you don't throw when you're moving in slow motion. You don't throw papers into the air like, oh no.
You might be talking about something different.
That's
I'm asking hypothetically.
Austin Powers, like no, because a steamroller's coming at him, and it's like, oh my god, and it's like all slow. Like, come on, bro. That's why I just kind of laughed when you said, "Oh no, it's just sped up."
You haven't heard the question.
Okay, let me just try to find the video. Then we'll go from there. We'll go from there. I'm trying to find the video. We'll go.
The question was, if it turned out that you became convinced that you had been tricked on this video, right, in a world where you found this video and you ended up concluding with me, okay, actually, I think they might have sped it up, or that might not be from the ISS or whatever else.
No, there's still a lot of other things, dude. There's plenty.
So what you're saying is, if you find something that is sus about the space station, that will make you think all space travel is sus. But if you find that there is something sus about the flat Earth evidence, it won't make you doubt the flat Earth stuff. Do you think
What do
that's
you,
a double
what?
standard?
No. What's sus about the flat Earth evidence? First of
That
all,
you'd
what is
been
the flat
tricked,
Earth
that
evidence?
somebody had deceptively edited a video and that you'd believed it. That would be sus, right? It's the same thing as them faking space, is somebody faking them faking space. So if faking something is a good reason to conclude that something might be bullshit or to doubt
Okay,
it, then you
so a
need to
lot
apply
of
that heuristic the other way around, right?
okay, but a lot of these videos though that makes it, you know, like exposing NASA, a lot of it is NASA's own videos. Like, for instance, there's an old video of when they were like, you know, launching this thing outside of the spaceship or whatever. I don't know what was Challenger or whatever. I don't know what they were using back then, but you can literally see a string above it. And then you can literally see as if it's just, then it makes sense. It's just a model in a studio. And you can see a string above it, like the glimmer, like the light, it caught it, and then it shines, like you can see the string. And
if
like
that
you
one,
can,
if that one turned out to not be false, would it make you doubt that all of
but
these videos are false? If that was again another false video,
yeah, well, I mean, if my aunt had nuts, she'd be my uncle, but that doesn't make sense in what we're talking about. If it's false, it's false. If they got caught, like,
you're not
it's like
listening.
imagine you're in bed with some chick and your wife walks in and you're like, if this isn't what you thought it was, would that still make me a cheater? Like, no, you're in bed with her, bro. You are a cheater. There's no what ifs about it, bro.
This is an absolute disconnected rant that has
I'm
nothing
just
to do with the
saying, dude.
question I asked.
I'm just saying. You're saying if you found out that this was like, bro, what are you talking about? We found out that it was, because guess what? We believed that it was the former, right? We believe that they weren't. Now we're finding out that they're lying to us. You want us to go back to back over, not look at it.
I want you to be rational.
Like, that's weird.
I want you to have consistency in your views.
Why haven't you accepted that they're lying to us? That's a better
Because
question.
when I dig, every time I scratch the tiniest depth of the surface of a flat Earth bit of evidence, I find serious errors with it. Like I was just challenged over in Earth Awakenings, like, oh no, Flat Earth Banjo has tested the sunrise and sunset times in Antarctica, and he found problems with it. Like, okay, so you watch the 40-minute video, you scratch around a bit. Okay, some guy's showing that there's brightness, not the sun, but there's brightness in the middle of the night, in the middle of winter, and the guy's standing there going, oh, I'm here in Antarctica, it's the middle of winter, it's uploaded on June 22nd. Banjo's going, well, this completely debunks the globe model because the globe model says it should be within the Arctic winter, the never-ending darkness. Right? Scratch a tiny bit. What research station is he on? Is it in the Arctic Circle? No, it's not in the Arctic Circle. Like, every time I do that, and that makes me more and more confident each time Flat Earther presents some evidence, is I'm like, if I did spend the time digging into this, because you can't dig into them all, you pick one in about 20 and then dig into it, and you always find that there's just an obvious flaw. They haven't actually tested the model properly. They've fallen for a fake video. They've fallen for something sped up or taken out of context. Or
well, then doesn't that make sense? That's why you should. It's better to just go off their own videos. That way, you can't say it's doctored.
That's what I'm saying. When I go off their own videos, I like when you find the full quote. When you find the original thing, when you find different definition. That's what I'm saying. When you go to the original source, Flat Earth gets debunked every time.
Yeah, here's the video. Let me try it.
Awesome. Let's do it.
I finally found it. Give me a second. I got to. Hold on, I got to scrub through it. Yeah, I got to scrub through it though. I'll give you a timestamp. It's 34 minutes long. I believe this is the one where he has it.
Pop it in the chat, and I'll share my screen.
Hold on, I will to find you another one. Hey. Well, I mean, I'll still give it to you if you want. That's cool. Actually, his whole page is cool. He has a lot of old videos. Here you go.
Awesome. NASA, the nail in the coffin. Okay, bang.
Yeah. He has a bunch of points.
Okay.
You can even just go by that.
Where are we going? So that's.
I'm still gonna try to. If you want to scrub through that, I'm still gonna look through his other videos because
the one I remember, if it's the one you're talking about, is kind of like this.
Yeah, and he has just like it's like the number. He has like a list of like the top. I'll find it. I'm just going through his long list. That was the first one I came across. I thought that was it.
No, I don't
Bubbles,
see that one.
bubbles.
That's not it. Bubbles. We're looking for the boosting one where they all get
Yeah,
slammed
no, I
to
know.
the side.
Another blooper. Is it bloopers? Maybe it's this one, bloopers from space. Maybe this. No, maybe not. Hold on. I don't know. He has a lot of videos. I'm going through. Hold on.
The one I remember is they're all at the left side and they go slamming into the right wall, and it's
Maybe this is it right here. Bloopers from space, top 25. Maybe this.
I don't find it anywhere in that one.
Might be this
Unless
one.
I've missed it. I am only scrubbing through.
Might be this one. Here it is.
Great. Pop it in the chat.
Here it is. It's in the first minute.
Cool.
Here it is. Post it. That one. And you can even just watch that video and go, if you want to scratch the surface, scratch that surface.
No, I want to deal with one claim at a time.
All right.
So you said it's a minute in. Gravity pocket. Okay. Yeah. Is that on the ISS? That's
Supposed
not
to
a
be.
plane.
No,
That's
no,
not a plane.
Look
at it. That's a plane.
Okay, hold on. The
There's
clip,
like 30 people in
hold
a
on,
big
hold
plane.
on. Eggshells. This is what you guys do.
Come on, you got to do better than that.
Don't run a fake victory lap. Hold on. Here's
Okay.
the
This
explanation.
first one might not be.
Hold on.
Not be in a plane.
He's showing you what happens in the plane, and he's comparing. This is what they're doing when they're in the vomit.
Okay.
This is how they look when it's changing. It's whatever. So the second one is a plane. The first one is an ISS. So see how like right away you're like, wait,
Where's that on the ISS? That's what I'm trying to say there.
That's what you guys do, bro. You almost ran a fake. Come back.
I did.
You jumped the start
I
line.
did.
I'm like, get over here. Get back over here before you start running your lap. Get over here. Come back to the point. you jumped the gun. That's a foul. That's a penalty. That's a foul.
Right.
You're like, it's on a plane.
That was a penalty. Skylab. Please show images of videos of Skylab boosting into orbit of people inside Skylab. Because Skylab was much smaller, that could have had some quite harder, like significant boosts. It's much more when everything's not. At least we'll be able to see the inside and see if it looks right, because reboost Skylab.
Well, was Skylab around when that? See the guy at the bottom left? Was that guy in Skylab? I don't think he was. He goes back that far as an astronaut.
Which guy bottom left?
In the video, if you look at the astronaut, that guy, he's like in the 90s, bro. Like, isn't he?
This guy? I wouldn't recognize that astronaut.
Yeah, that astronaut. He looks super familiar. He's like from I think you want to say like the 90s or the early 2000s. He's not from way back then.
What's his name?
I don't remember his name, but his face still is familiar.
Yeah, this is a different one of the one I've seen.
Look at his face.
That's not a date.
Looks like a generic white guy to me.
No, he's that. No, he was part of one of those crews. He has a very. He looks familiar.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find where we need to find this original, right?
I've seen him when he smiles. When he catches the thing and he smiles.
Okay,
I've
here's a
seen him
simpler
do
one.
things for school.
Find anything inside the ISS that matches that. Find what room on the ISS that is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So now we're gonna go on the ISS hunt. Check it out.
It's a slightly different one. It looks quite similar, but the one I'd remembered they were all going to the right. I guess it could have been flipped. And it was multiple people like that, so it could be the same. But the other one looked to me like it had been sped up.
Do a full screen of it so we can capture it.
Does he say anything about this or give these original sources? Because he just goes so quickly through it. Reboost Kerbal Space Program.
Like the guy crashes into kind of funny.
Sure, Skylab, but if it's a different thing, like you can't boost. My point is, you cannot boost the ISS with that much force because you will
I
break
agree.
it apart.
I agree.
But if you've got something that is more linear and you put that boost right at the tail of it, it's fine. Ask me how I know, because I play Kerbal. But does this look like the internals of what we just saw? That does look a bit more like what we just saw, doesn't it?
Let me look for the astronaut now. I'm gonna go through their website, and I can tell by his smile when he catches the thing, like he catches one thing in the air, and he smiles as he hits. He goes boom, and he smiles.
I think
and
they've flipped. Oh no, they couldn't have flipped that image, could they? Because it's got font text in it that's correct. Right, SP 11743.
I'll find out what year that was.
Oh, you could just
by
shoot it
going.
from the other side, actually. If your camera was this way shooting back, that'd be fine. So that's all just staying still.
The ISS is only like 10 rooms or something, isn't it?
It's grown over time. I wouldn't know how many exactly, but it started off, I think, only a bit bigger than Skylab, and then they just kept boosting more bits up and clamping them on.
Yeah, I think modules or whatever. But even in its current state, I don't think it's not that big.
Bit of long and spindly, isn't it?
Yeah. Series of hallways.
Yeah.
Is that him? There, here he is. Here he is, right here. That's the guy right here. I don't know what year these. I don't know what these guys. Well, I'm just to answer the question. He's the one on the right here. I'll post it. I don't remember. I remember these guys like very vividly here. Here you go. He's the one on the right. You can tell. You can see his smile in the video. That's why right away I knew exactly. I know who astronaut that is. I don't know his name though, but he's the one on the right.
I think it's pretty. I think it's kind of hard to get a positive ID off that grainy ass video, isn't
pixels, yeah.
You can tell by his smile. You can tell he has a square, round face. That makes sense. A square, round face. He has
I think all these guys look remarkably similar. They're just typical white boys.
They're all
who get
white.
into
They're all white.
They're all white male within a certain body and like weight range. Like they're
they're not going to be obese. They're not going to be spindly. They're not going to be 2 foot tall. They're not many black ones.
In the video, it's the guy on the right. That's the one.
I mean, it
that
could be.
catches the
I
thing.
wouldn't say it's not him.
I'm saying
he does have brown hair.
He does. Yeah.
He does have eyes.
Want more. This is just my standards of evidence. I would want a bit more. I would want a bit better evidence.
Well, if we could figure out what year that crew was, let me visit the website here.
Well, I mean, isn't that the question? Is where is this video from? Like, what year is this?
Yeah, like year. Okay, so this photo was taken. Well, that's not going to help. The article was in 2011, or maybe it will help. Let's look up astronauts in 2011.
Reboost
maybe
Skylab. It's
What
certainly
about the time
here's
that
one.
George Bush went to see the chroma key with the 10 astronaut?
So what I'd certainly
There
say
you go,
is,
it was.
if you're just looking for other hints about it, I would go that grainy ass video footage looks like 70s handycam. It doesn't look like
matter of fact, where's that video?
a modern stuff.
They're definitely not shooting in 4K.
Yeah.
Did we have 4K in 2011?
I don't think they. I don't even know if they have 4K 4K cameras in the ISS.
I'm going to pause it, and then I'm going to take a screenshot of his face, and let's compare it. Do an analysis.
That is huge. That's awesome.
Backwards.
What about photos from the interior of Skylab?
Oh, shit, I just heard it. Fucking plague.
Skylab interior high-res stock photography. Just
All
because
right, there
I
you
don't
go.
know why I'm so stuck on Skylab. It's just because for a second he said Skylab, and I was like, It might. I mean, it could be the ISS. It could be the ISS snapping off its
Photo here,
arms.
save photos, comparison, do a little side by side, perhaps. Here you go. That looks like the dude, bro. That's him, bro. I'm telling you that his face is very familiar, bro. The guy, the one on the
That
right.
could
That's him.
be. Like, if you said that was me, I would be like, possibly. Like, I'm not saying it's not that guy, but it's. If I wanted to, I don't know why it's important. What mission was that guy on?
That's
You
what
know,
I, that,
I agree. The Earth is flat in Palestine. There is a God after all.
He does actually seem to have a similar shaped chin, but I'd say the ears are off. It's hard to tell though. Again, it's super grainy photo. Like, yeah.
I'm looking for that space crew. Yeah, they were trying to find it here. Modern.
Yeah, this is the room I thought I remembered it. The reboost being in. That guy looks like the guy from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Surely they have some sort of virtual tour you can take of these things.
They do. The one in Texas. You can look at the ISS.
Oh no,
They have a
a
replica.
virtual, like a virtual tour that I can like go to look at right now.
Oh, got you. Yeah, well, yeah, the virtual tour of the one on the ISS. They have the training modules. They have it's it's an exact replica. They have it in Texas, or no, yeah, I think Texas.
Do you think, given our difficulty in testing this, it seems a bit funny to be confident that it is the ISS getting reboosted? Like, because if what we're saying is this is evidence of the, like, what this, we came to this conversation by saying, isn't it a bit sus that we can't find evidence for curvature? Isn't it a bit sus that we can't find evidence of this original video being a legit video? Or is that a bunk argument?
It's their video, bro. I don't know how we're gonna fake.
How do you know it's their video? Is what I'm asking. How do you become confident it's their video when we have an absence of evidence?
Taken from their footage. It's their
How
footage.
do you know that though? That's what I'm asking. What makes you confident it's
unless
taken from their
someone's
footage?
hacking NASA.com and they're I mean, I guess that, but I'm not, what's more likely?
I mean, I didn't see it on NASA.com. I saw it on YouTube.com.
Yeah, I've only ever seen it from flat earthers. We can drag to rotate your view. Okay.
I don't know if it's going to give you the photo accurate results you want. It looks a little
janky.
Yeah, it's a little blocky there, a little Roblox.
Is there exercise bike? Right, I see. I can click on these arrows. So then, you go up that little thing. This is fun.
Whee!
Down to the pooping room. Not sure it's a pooping room because now that I said it, that also looks like a shitter.
You're in space. The bathroom is where you make it.
In space, no one can hear you shit.
But they can smell it for the next 20 years because there ain't no air in that bitch.
Oh, I would so get kicked off the ISS so quickly. They'd be like, look, he's okay as far as there's the cupola.
Yeah.
Cupola.
Here they are. This is them right here. Last 4 shuttle astronauts arrive at launch site on Independence Day. Okay, let me read this article. This is that. Because you want to know who they... Okay, so NASA's final space shuttle...
I don't.
So
I keep saying it's irrelevant who the guy is. What we're trying to find is where does the footage come from.
This is 2011. What we're trying to see... You're saying if it is Skylab. It wouldn't be Skylab because that guy was in space, apparently, in 2011. So this is...
Right.
So
if it's that guy, what you...
I mean, this is still like all...
This is
this
a very
grainy
peculiar
photo.
way to reason. If I'm right about the guy that is, therefore it is ISS, even though we're doing a virtual tour of the ISS and I cannot find a curved wall to match that video anywhere on it.
Curved wall? What do you mean?
In the
Trying to
video,
find
it
a
shows
place to
him.
match the
There's
video.
it's like a half dome wall,
Yeah,
and then he like slides into like a little tented area or a little alcove.
Yeah, it's like the chance that it's changed over the years and that was the way possible. But what I'm trying to find is where would that be if that was on the ISS? Oh, hang on, there was another up option there, wasn't there? I keep forgetting that in space, so you can. Oh, I've been up here, and there's nothing up here. Just a pantry or something. So, how did you become convinced that it was? You said, but it's their video. It's from NASA. How did you become convinced that that was a video from NASA? Is it because a flat earther told you that, and you went, okay, no, that was good enough for me?
How did you become convinced that they weren't using chroma key, which is like the new version of a green screen?
For a variety of reasons, like, oh, hang on, here we go. Now we've got some spaces to go. Where do we go? Up or down? Mostly because I don't think it's a sufficient. It doesn't look like a chroma key to me. It wouldn't be enough to make all the necklaces and everything else float. Like, if you're doing that much, you don't really need chroma key. You just
You think
CGIing
like
the entire
astronauts
scene.
are like magical and they could just pull like,
Wait,
stuff out
isn't
of thin
chroma
air?
key just like a green screen footage?
Yeah,
Isn't that what that is?
I've done green screen stuff. I've got my own at home. It doesn't. It just
Like
look like
Tim
it to me.
Pool. If you type in Tim Pool, I think no, it's not Tim Pool. What's his name? Tim what? The astronaut. I forget his name.
Tim Pool's that right wing guy who always wears a beanie, isn't he?
Mr. Beanie Boy. We love
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry.
Beanie Boy.
Sorry, I'm thinking of the astronaut. Tim Peake.
Tim
Is that his
could
name?
be. Like I
Yeah,
always
if
say,
you type
flat earthers
in
are more interested in
George
space
Bush,
stuff than the globers.
if you search for George Bush and Tim, whatever his name is, and chroma key, I'll see if I can find it for you.
I'm still just trying to find this where this could have been shot. I've tried to do my laps around the ISS, and there are curved, like, circular bits around the place, but there's no room that looks like what we've been here already. Anybody else like this in computer games where you just got no idea where you are and where you were? I'm like this in reality too. I don't know why I said computer games. Yeah, I can't find that place on here. So how else would we test where it's from? Or do we just immediately believe because a flat earther said, hey, this is the ISS, we're just like, okie dokie, good enough for me.
Wow, you guys have done a great job with the algorithm. Can't find shit anymore.
You know, right? Like it's so hard to. Jesus Christ!
Must be easy being sleazy. Globe Earthers in the code. The whole algorithm is like.
That's a sleazy suggestion, don't you think?
Do you mind if I finish? Yeah, because
finish calling me sleazy. Go ahead.
Well, the shoe fits. Yeah, it's really nice to have like the government complete the rope and everything for you, and all you got to do is pick it up and tug it. Meanwhile, the algorithms are stacked against us, and we have to find everything. It's really hard for us, but all you got to do is pair it everything that's already made for you there. So let me see if I can find it. I'll search another way.
Is it possible that the
Sure, I'm
algorithm
trying to
just
stay stuck
doesn't
on this
show those
boosting.
things because they're just like not that popular? Is that possible? That the algorithm just doesn't show that stuff as often? It's because no one gives a fuck about flat Earth generally.
And
No,
they
the
could be
government
suppressed, but it's
actually
not an
asked
indication that
for
it's
us to
true.
be suppressed.
Sorry?
There's video of the government asking the social media companies to suppress flat Earth.
Did they say suppress flat Earth or did they say suppress misinformation?
They specifically say flat Earth.
Interesting. I mean,
Yes.
I think flat Earth falls into the category of misinformation, so I'd kind of be okay with that. But it is interesting that they specifically legislated against flat Earth.
Why do you think it says Wikipedia on YouTube when you say flat Earth in the title of the video that you're watching?
I think that probably has zero to do with the government.
That's literally what happened. That's
You
literally.
have to understand that's not concurrent with this kind of essential ethno-nationalism mythology that we're dealing with in our society.
What?
If you don't understand ethno-nationalism, then it's not
No,
going
I
to
don't
work
understand
out with
how
this
it
argument.
came up. I just didn't understand. It seemed like a big jump to me. Maybe I missed
okay,
it.
no worries.
Look how fast
Drastic
Charles
leap.
found his. Wait a minute, time out. Look, Charles was searching after I was searching for it, and he found it first. Charles, how did you find that so fast?
What are we looking at? Oh, Flat Earth Charles. There it is. Okay.
Flat Earth, man.
Yeah. How'd you find that so fast, Charles? How did you beat me to it when I was looking first?
I knew that Dazza the cameraman had done a video, and so I just went to Dazza the cameraman page and searched for chroma key.
Pretty good answer. It doesn't prove that flat Earth isn't being suppressed. I think that it's evident that it is, but that is a good search method. If you know the source, you can go straight back to where you've seen it before. But I still want to just assess this thing on this boosting, or just get into the conversation of how did you become so convinced that it was real if we've now spent 30 minutes trying to test whether it's real and we can't find any indication that it is.
Can I jump in on that? Because I think that is actually a set on a Vomit Comet. There have been a number of movies that have been shot on the Vomit Comet where they just sort of build a little replica of like the command module of Apollo 13, and then they can only shoot in 30-second increments, and that just that crowd of people all getting slammed exactly like the Vomit Comet slams people. That's what it looks like to me. I don't have any evidence. I'm just saying that's my gut feel.
That could be a good one. That could be good. So now let's go to the ISS. Sorry, the bloopers from Apollo 13. Oh, it would be brutal if this is where this came from. It looks so
it
similar.
looks so close. Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be... Tell me it's in this video.
Oh,
It's
is
wrong
that the
camera at
guy?
the
Is that the same guy we've been examining there?
Hang on. Sorry, I scrubbed away. Where are we saying that guy? Oh, that does look quite possible. I mean, if he's not wearing, I don't know. I'm not sure. If
I
that's
don't
him.
know. That's hard.
But we've got the wrong
70s
camera at
footage.
this stage. That the camera's should be having a timestamp down in the bottom right, and should be infinitely shittier. But it doesn't stop somebody else having a cheaper, shittier camera on this set. That is a good gut feeling. I look at the curved walls there. They've had to do it.
Wonder how much free fall time you can get on the Vomit Comet in one dip or whatever.
I calculated it a bit before. Now I've got to turn off the sound. I've calculated it before, and I remember somebody saying, "Oh, you find shots that are 60 seconds or 2 minutes long on the, that one where she's going around showing you the toilets." And
it's hard to tell. The space seems bigger.
Doesn't look quite right, but I mean that. Yeah, Not quite right yet, but we might find it. We've got a bit of time. The scrub. Because we're also looking for a guy like even dressed the same, you know, those
Oh yeah,
chains and
I agree. Once the Jews are done flattening and glassing Palestine, it'll be flat already.
My
just
goodness.
comes in. And for anybody who wants to know who that is, it's Trace, capital T, spelt normally Trace, Trace. You want to not get your channel nixed for people saying dumb shit.
I don't see him. Somebody must have got him.
No, he comes in, says it, and then goes back out.
Probably 600 to 700 props.
I'll tag him in the chat if you want. That's him.
8,300 every
Pretty sure.
plate. Yeah. But they could be the same proxy. Yeah. So I don't count some of them. So even if I count a total of like plates and I guarantee
I don't know how to
that some
mod
of them
him from here.
I didn't get.
Oh, you can't just click on his name?
You know, even if they were like
I
right there.
did. I got him pulled up, but I can't mod him from here.
Okay, look at that guy's blue. Is that what we're looking for? Blue overalls? No, it's kind of that guy's wearing blue jeans.
Blue pants and a black t-shirt.
That guy's got a white sort of name taggy kind of thing on.
Although, if they opened up their shirt, I don't know if there's any evidence so you can see that if they have like the top half of their shirt tied down around their waist or anything. It's pretty similar to uniforms if you ignore the color of their shirt. Or the outer layer of their shirt, anyways.
Yeah, it's not looking super like it's from Apollo 13 from this, just because they're all wearing green jumpsuits or white suits, and they can't match the interior. But I think it's a good... Oh, there we go. Now we've got a blue jumpsuit.
Well, it opens up a little bit more over here, too.
I love that, trying to do your lighting while you're floating in the fucking air. That's very funny. See, that guy holding that little camera, that's what I kind of expect. Okay. You know, that little crappy handy cam.
So
That guy looks a lot
the
like
guy
Ron
holding
Howard.
The camera, that was a little crap handy cam. That's exactly the kind of has that on-screen, you know, the date stamp.
Yeah.
We need that guy's footage.
Yeah.
That dude, that redheaded dude they showed in the last scene there looked a lot like Ron Howard. That's really weird. I think he still would have been a kid at the time this was shot, but... Well, actually, I don't know that. We don't know when
Ron
it was
Howard
shot.
said that he was. Ron Howard said that he was in the rafters when they faked the Apollo mission, and they faked landing on the moon. So he's
I don't know if you were kidding,
Apollo
but
denier.
that was Ron Howard.
Wait, are you saying that was actually Ron Howard in there?
Yes, he directed the movie.
Yeah, Mom, I'm really sad.
Got it.
He also said on record that they faked the moon landing, but they did it later on for real.
That was Kubrick.
They did actually. They're not.
No, Ron Howard said he was in the rafters when they were faking the moon landing. He saw them faking it.
I can't tell if you're having a go at me or if you're being serious.
I don't care what you think.
Oh, okay. You could just say, no, I'm being serious. Or, no, I'm just messing around. But, okay.
I'm being serious.
Yeah. So, Larry, I don't know if you're aware of this, but that interview was shot like conspiratorially, and it was a spoof against the people who the moon landing was fake. So, like, you know, he's like, hey, here, come on in the lab. You know, there's like this module of the lunar module. You know, it's in some science museum somewhere. I'm in the lab. That way they won't hear us. You know, and it's all very conspiratorial. And he's like, and they faked it. You know, so he's got, you know, he's clearly spoofing, because here he is shooting Apollo 13, and he's just spoofing on people who conspiracy theorists. It's funny to hear you know,
So
cite
you're
that.
saying
as
I
a
was
source.
trolled. Yeah.
You were trolled. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Could be. Here's something I do find interesting. is the socks and the name tag badges seem like they do match up, but I'm not able to find that actual video. But,
So-
if arguments from absence are compelling, then my inability to find that this video is legitimate proves that it is illegitimate. If we
So,
follow
Charles,
that kind
can
of
you
reasoning.
can you show me what you're talking about?
I'm only going by memory, so I'm doing a little search for it now. So I'll let you know if I find it.
Right. Wouldn't be the first time that Hollywood trolled us, right? I mean, they are definitely a bunch of snakes over there.
But gravity. God, the Google video search is so epically bad.
You have to like know exactly what you're looking for.
One
I
way.
search Gravity Pocket video, and it's like you obviously want flick knives. Fuck off.
I think there's a reason why it's like that. I want to say it's the JSC 15 building. That's where they have a huge ISS side of building where they apparently train, and you used to be able to go into it in Google Earth. You used to go in, like click on the little blue circle, and it would take you inside there. Now you can't do it no more. It's kind of interesting that they took that away. I believe it was the JSC 15 building. And it no longer has that to go into it. Get it?
Because it might not even be a film set. It could just be the gravity, like the Vomit Comet from. But it does look like they built a set, and why would you build a set inside the ISS?
Can anybody else? Can you guys see it? Maybe I just can't do it on my phone. I don't know. But if you guys could go to Google Earth and go to the JSC Building 15 in Texas, that's a NASA facility building, and the ISS it's in there. There's a training ISS thing in there, and you could go like through it like Google Maps, like Street View, where you could literally go through the entire little mock-up they have. But I can't do it no more. I want to say earlier this year I was actually looking through it, like maybe around March.
Wayback
April.
Machine.
Yes,
funny
So Larry, I posted it in chat. It's a handheld photographing of the TV screen. I can't find the actual original clip, but this is what I was remembering. It was from a TV show.
Can no longer look
Well,
in
he
there,
was
I guess.
So Ron Howard was trolling by saying that they didn't actually go to the
Bro,
moon.
that
69.
scene was from Arrested Developments, a comedy show. I just watched it. It's from a fucking comedy show on Netflix. It's not even like a real interview.
It is.
It's literally
It's
a
got
comedy
multiple
scene
camera angles.
with two famous actors.
I went through the Trapped Treasure. 2 areas I've been through when I'm
Eggshells, are you able to see the in Google Earth the building? JSC 15?
JSC 15? Where's that?
It's in Texas. If you go to Google Earth, just put JSC.
JFC? Juliet
No.
Foxtrot Charlie?
No, go ahead and S is in Sam.
Right. JSC 15, Texas. JSC Building 15. Yeah, what? You want a street view?
Yeah, do they give you that I'm not getting it. Before they used to be able to.
It doesn't look like it. No.
Yeah, they
That's
took it
right.
away. I wonder why. That's interesting. I've actually gone in it before. I've looked around in it,
Sure, they switch it off for things like
and it's a
once they started
an
getting
actual. It's an
none of
actual.
that there.
It's an actual replica of the ISS, and it said that's where they train the astronauts in there. In that's like one of them because they have another one. Obviously, the water one where they train and get the scuba diving license. They go into it, and you also have that one too in another place. But this building here is another one where you could through it. So it's supposed to be identical to one. You know, I don't know. They took it off. That sucks.
25 seconds. This is saying about the vomit comet. Yeah, I can't. I'm just not finding it. But my point remains, how did one become convinced that it was a video of the ISS without being able to trace it to the source? What that seems to suggest, Apocryphon, is that a flat earther made a video saying it was the ISS, and without checking it, you believed it to be true.
Yes,
Which is fine, even if it's not rational.
Scale, Johnson Space Center, Texas. Replica International. Here it is. Maybe if I click on here, it'll...
Would I do it this way?
Maybe it was a troll.
Could be.
Looks like it. Looks like it.
It's actually not even a troll because it's blatantly a joke. Because, like I said, it's in a comedy show, presented as comedy.
Well, trolling flat earthers and moon landing deniers.
Yeah, it's a troll. But yeah, that's what you get when you look at Hollywood productions. A load of fake. It's in Hollywood.
This is it right here, but it's not showing that it's in there. Why did it make it so hard now to find it? Oh, it's building 9. Oh, my bad. It's building 9, not 15. Okay, now I gotta find 9. $32, $36. Do JSV. Building.
Oh yeah, it looks like they've got a bunch of modules of something that looks space-like inside them.
9S.
Permanently
9.
closed, it says. Space
Oh,
vehicle
they-
mock-up facility.
Oh, is this it right here? Can I click on it?
There's 3,000 photos of it.
Yeah, but you used to be able to go in actually inside of it. We could have used it to compare. You were saying to compare it, but you can no longer go into it into the actual thing. They have one photo where you're looking, I guess, as tourists looking down into the huge warehouse where it is, but you can't really.
Is this where you're talking about?
Can navigate through it. It is
Uh-huh.
built 9. It would be 9S, I guess, the south building, I guess. And it's you can no longer click on it or go in there.
There is I can't go inside the capsules, but I've got a 360 virtual tour here. But it just looks like a single 360 bit of footage.
Oh yeah, no. Well, that's what I'm saying. You know how when you take a photo from in there and you upload it to Google Earth, then it'll show you the photos that person took inside, and then you can navigate through them. But they took that away though, so that's flexible. Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, we had that for a bar. We got them to do that for a bar I was working for in London years ago. Where, like, yeah, you could like stand out the front, and then you could see another little dot. You could click on inside, and then go inside.
Yeah, and you can like navigate just like if you're on like Google Street View and you just like go down the street, down the addresses. They used to have that inside that facility in Building 9. I guess
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, we had it inside the bar that we worked at, but then we asked them to switch it off because the bar was a psyop created by NASA.
Jesus Christ. Now you sound like
You're a good sport.
A
Yeah,
guy
it's not
made a
giving me any
video of it.
shots of inside anything.
I can't even find that video that guy made. What's in it? Let me see here. Yeah.
You can still do this. Hang on, Matthew's dropping some knowledge for us. What do you got, Matthew? So this is inside ISS, or this is inside Skylab? This is a photo one.
Oh, here we go. That's what I'm talking about,
Here to
baby.
enter node 3. That's the one we want. So, if this is purported to be inside the ISS, then somewhere... Have they ever decommissioned a module? Or somewhere inside this, there should be... Just going straight in a complete circle immediately. Not good.
Like,
just
right
click
back to
once
where we
outside,
started.
and then I'm like, nope, straight back in.
You went nowhere. That was funny.
So we should be able to find it here. Otherwise, we would have to conclude, I think. Oh, we can just click, I see. That it isn't purported to be inside the ISS, right? It wouldn't be rational to say they're pretending this is from the ISS if we can't find any bit of the ISS that meant to look like it. There's the pooper. Get involved. Look, little butt suction machine.
We had to
like
find
somebody else needs to do the driving.
is that the ISS? Is that a 3D tour of the ISS?
Oh, it's taking me back to the cupola again. It looks different. Do they put a cover over it? Is there some sort of cover that comes through? I don't know. Say again?
No, it said, is that the 3D tour of the ISS?
Yeah, but this is a tour using 360 cameras. It's not a... Woo!
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's kind of like what
yeah.
used to be in the thing.
Here's the Russians' end. I've seen them done here. Hello, comrade. We're here for fearless Russian leaders.
So did you see
Soviet
anything
Russia
equivalent to the
Station
video?
Space U.
Yeah. That's epic.
Did you see anything?
Nothing. I can't
equivalent
find anything that looks like
video?
that video yet. No, but I'm still bumbling my way around it. Body mass measurement device. That's fun. How does that work?
What are you trying to find?
We're trying to find something that looks like this. Just give me a sec. That internal. So all I'm seeing is like a curved thing over here. Straight flat wall over there. Some toilet roll or something. That's all I've got to go on.
That little, did you just say a pooper machine? Like, look at that thing on the bottom. Is that what that is?
On my screen now?
Yeah, press pause.
No, that
See
thing.
that? Yeah, what is that?
I don't know. I'm just saying it looks like toilet roll. I've got no idea. It's not enough pixels. So now I'm going around your one.
On second thought, that actually looks like it might be the shuttle.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
The shuttle had a pretty big opening, a pretty big
opening.
So go to the space shuttle then.
Yeah, but pretty large cab. Now, and like when you were saying, what is that a pooper? It looked like there was like a triangular window. And then so I think maybe because like the shuttle was not just in orbit. I mean, it could fly around the ISS, and so there may have been a time where they were readjusting their position.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the fly
It's such a
boys
small
chair.
craft; it could handle the stresses.
Oh, that does look closer. That does look a lot. similar, these sort of white paneling thing, doesn't it? I don't know. See those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that do.
This is the best
So,
we've got so far. It looks
yeah,
like
we're getting
that.
closer. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Hang on, that's it, isn't it? It's looking that way. The pooper would be here. Those would be black.
Is there a hole that goes to the left of that though? Go back to the.
God, why does he turn it around? Yeah, that's what
See
I
where
was
the
looking
guy
for.
disappears into. See if there's like a hole to the left, an entrance or something where he he just goes head in.
So bring me back here so they're next to one another. It's looking close, right? Whereas if that had some thingy over it and the cameraman were that corner, then they could all be going slam against that
Look
side.
down at the floor real quick.
Yeah, 2 jump seats kind of thing. But it might not be this particular room, right? If they keep doing this paneling all over, this sort of series of drawers.
You can't go through there though. You can't like the way you were going through on the other. It doesn't have that little 3.
Kind of
4.
does, yeah.
Okay.
So there we go. There's a bit. Doesn't look like that. Go to the airlock. That. No, it's definitely not that. I'm so lost. Switch to an empty mid deck. I see. Oh.
Hey.
So that's very much like it, because
There we
what that's saying is you've got the mid deck. This is the same room each time, right? But they can outfit it internally however they want. Right? So it's not that
They could have, yes.
the space shuttle should look like that. It's like that the space shuttle
It's modular.
yeah, it's modular, so you could just put it any way you want.
For example,
then-
the cargo bay
Yeah.
in the space shuttle could be outfitted with a docking adapter, so that when they actually docked to the ISS, they would open up the cargo bay doors, the crew would leave the cabin through that hatchway what you just went through right now.
Yeah.
And so
Right.
that looks like that structure that was to the left of the camera when it was doing the Comet routine. Looked like that was the structure that we could see.
So let's
Another
try to
thing,
find
So here's the next question. When would they be first in a state of suspension, if you will, and then you're saying that the shuttle would have had a little burn off, and then it would through them?
Oh, it could happen any time in a shuttle, because the whole point of the shuttle is it's got control surfaces, so it can change its vector. All you would need is for it to change its vector to slam people against the wall, right? The incredulity I have about that shot is that would break apart the ISS. So it would be eminently possible.
You got to find a video from the shuttle inside.
A few more
that.
clues that I'm thinking of. That the
What-
standard for astronauts in orbit is like white socks, white socks and like blue, work pants.
Yeah.
And also because the guy's got like a handy cam. Well, the shuttle was in like the 1980s, 1990s, and so it would be much more likely to have really old footage. Whereas all the IS stuff is all like HD.
Look how it looks inside of it, though. Well, it wouldn't be the Challenger. What would have been the name of it?
Don't know. I think trying to find it based upon
Was it
internal
Columbia?
outfit
Was it
for
Columbia?
something.
They had
Maybe.
5 shuttles, so and they had 115 missions. So you're not going to find it by naming
Yeah.
the orbiter or the.
It's too
Maybe
bad
it
you
was
can't see
Columbia?
any mission patches or anything on there.
Yeah, they've got
uniforms.
patches on, but you can't. Yeah, you're
They're not.
really struggling
They're
to.
not.
Yeah, see, there's the paneling at the
resolved.
side that we're seeing there again.
Let me look online to see if they have any inside the
Find it in this thing.
inside the space shuttle.
Goody.
Virtual tour of the space shuttle. Here we go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've got a virtual tour open, but yeah, this white socks and stuff does seem
And the Endeavor. Here, try this link. Since you're on your computer, I can't do it on my
Cool.
phone. It doesn't work on my phone. Try this link.
The
Like
main
the,
thing I think that it's so good is like green screen or not, how do you make everything float? Their hair, their necklaces, their shirts, their food, their wrappers, their forks, their like
oh,
it's so
dude, just
expensive. And like to the point that Apollo 13, in order to fake it, had to do it in the vomit comet. Like you're doing something, what, 40 years later, and you still got to use a vomit comet? I don't know when that would. Yeah, so this is
The thing that
exactly the
gets me is
same one I just did. This is the
hairspray.
one I just had open.
Hairspray accusation is there are many of these shots where there's a woman, giving the tour or whatever, and then she goes into her personal cabin, and so she's talking about how she brushes her teeth in the morning and swallows her toothpaste, and then she starts brushing her hair, and it's like I've never seen a woman with like the hairspray, the hair standing straight up, and then brushing your hair as if it's nothing there. The
Well,
other thing
hairspray
is,
won't work to hold it up if you brush it, right? It's glue.
but you can't brush it. If you use hairspray to have it stand up, you can't brush it.
Yeah.
The other thing is, when a woman has like the hair going like straight up, and then she turns her head sharply, the hair takes a half second to catch up. It's almost like it's in a fluid medium, such as air with friction. So, yeah, it always gets me, the hairspray accusation.
Look at this fake
Okay.
moon studio.
Check out this video I posted in chat. 1419 timestamp.
1419, got it. Oh, they are dressed very similar right from the get-go. Oh god, it's so loud, sorry. Take that down a lot. So 17, did you say? Say again, sorry.
419.
419. Started a few seconds earlier. Oh, that is exactly how they're dressed, right? Light jeans, dark shirt. There's the wall.
And it's funny because in this scene they're actually talking about the thrusting
burns and being
during
slammed
it.
against
Yeah.
stuff. But you can see they actually look like they're getting slammed long way, but actually
Forward,
we don't know what
yeah.
that is in orientation to where they were previously.
I just thought that shot of that hall looked remarkably similar to the other video.
Yeah. And their outfits are very similar, and the quality, that's exactly very similar to the patch we're looking for. We've got to wait for another one. See? And that guy's shirt, guy's got to get his fucking text out of the way. Which is bright white rectangular patch above circular patch. Bright white rectangular patch above circular patch. Heck, it could even be that guy. So it does seem like the right era for the shuttle. And yeah, the as you're saying, the like what they're wearing is bang on for it. Like dark blue shirt, light
Like
blue
this,
pants,
it's
white
gotta
socks.
be this has got to be the same fucking room of the shuttle.
That's it. Yeah, that's the best we've got yet. That's really. But they're all going to the left side of the screen, right? So what would do that? A yaw maneuver, wouldn't it? Like turning your rudder.
Well, which way is forward on this? Is it through? You got to walk through that bank of cabinets to get to the front of it, or where? I'm not sure what the orientation is.
It seems that this is. Hang on, let's get a cutaway drawing. It seems that that's below the flight deck, is my understanding.
It seems like that's where, watching more of this, it seems like that is the area where they spend most of their time.
Yeah.
He's brushing his hair.
Yeah, it seems much more likely shuttle than it is that, and the shuttle could handle, right? Wouldn't we say that? Even the papers floating around. That looks like the toilet roll unfurling that I said was, oh, that look, there's toilet roll.
Zzz. So this is, which one is this? This is flight 19.
That looks so
That was a
similar.
Space Lab flight.
All right, that video and that shot. Yeah, look at this. Looks so close.
Can we look at the crew of that shuttle flight?
Crew
Like
of
just
what?
a picture of the crew that was on there at that time on that shuttle?
It was shuttle flight 19, so we could probably look it up, yeah.
Yeah, look up who the
Oh, yeah, it
the
even
flight crew is.
lists, yeah, it lists who the crew was right here.
Yeah, let's look
The
at that.
crew was Gordon Fuller, Roy D. Bridge Jr., F. Story. Anyway, it's all listed. It's listed right next to the video.
Perfect. Let's look at their images, Eggshells. I'm watching your screen, so I'm counting on you to do it.
Yeah, damn it.
Look at
Okay,
look
Space
at the
Flight
crew.
19 crew. Let's just hopefully we can just get them all sitting.
Let's see if
in a
it's that
bloody
guy.
thing. STS 119. Is that going to be it? Was does
All right,
mission
zoom
to
in.
International Space
No, it'd
Station
be
was in 2009?
no. That's you want STS 51F.
Okay. STS 51F crew.
There they are with the blue and black right there.
Yeah, that looks better, doesn't it? STS 51F from official NASA stuff. And that guy getting slammed against the wall could well be this guy furthest over on the left. Although I didn't really notice a mustache on him.
No, yeah, he did. No, it looks like the other dude. I'm telling you.
Which
You can
other
tell
dude?
by his smile.
Which dude? That dude.
Go to the go back to the photos where they showed another photo of the guys. Where they're wearing dark, right there, right below. See, yeah, click on that one. See those guys? He has a mustache again. Huh?
Yeah, but it seems like it's again in that correct room. This guy definitely not got a mustache. Kind of hard to tell. Let's do it again.
Go to look at the photo that I posted in chat. Like that looks exactly like that dude. That's all I'm saying. And that was in 2011. Look at his smile. Look at his face.
That guy definitely doesn't have a mustache.
Now go to the photo that I have in chat where I posted the photo of that crew.
Post the photo of the crew virtual tour, blah, 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 blah. Ron Howard's Lunar module. Can you, when is it past the hour?
Let me check. It is.
That's like a wholly different mission.
On 58. I know. That's what I'm trying to like. Look at 58 minutes past the hour. The guy on the right looks like the guy, and then right underneath it, I posted a screenshot as well. Like that looks like it's him. Like
what's that astronaut's name? Because are you sold now? I mean, this is the more important thing, right? Are you sold that this image here looks a lot like the image that we're looking for?
Yeah. No, I agree. But now we have to match up
it now
the
doesn't
crew.
matter. So let's just
No,
pause
but
though.
we're
It
trying
now
to
let's
match up the crew now.
right. But if we're accepting it's on the shuttle, we've now given a
Possibly.
sufficient answer for why people would slam to the side.
Well,
of it, right?
we can't
It's
say
a
for sure
craft.
that it was a shuttle though. That's kind of the point.
No, but we've got high. I mean, I have a relatively high degree of confidence. I'd be putting it about 60 to 70% probability that we're
that's
looking at
fair.
something on the shuttle.
Now we got to narrow it down to the guy that's actually in the video, like right?
Why?
Like wouldn't
But-
that be?
but what is the guy
Wait,
telling-
why do we care about the specific guy?
Because he's actually in the video. And we're trying to find out when this happened. So, like, imagine you're at the scene of an investigation, and like, well, was that guy even there at the time when this happened? Like, we're trying to figure out who it was to put him at the time of it.
What we've matched is the interior, and we've
Right.
matched the uniform all the way down to what badges they wore and where, right? It's as you can see over here on the right of the screen, bright white rectangular badge above a circular patch.
Right.
that's nearly the same diameter. And then if we go to here, we get a guy with bright white rectangular patch above a circular patch of the right diameter, wearing the same clothes. So we're now reaching a really and I would also say the quality of the footage matches up better with the shuttle era than it does with, the later space station stuff. So we're now getting a quite high probability that it is, and we don't need to show it's the shuttle. What we need to show is it's probably not the ISS. So in order to, we're not going to be able to prove that it's not the ISS, but what you could do is show this that it is. What is the best evidence you think that's available that it is the ISS? Is the only evidence we've got that this is on the ISS that a flat earther made a video saying it was the ISS?
No, we're trying to say, where was this guy at? Would he have even been on any of the shuttles, even if it was a shuttle?
But we don't know it's that guy. We've got like 4 pixels and we're going, we're looking for a random, fairly beige looking astronaut dude. They all beige looking astronaut dudes. The only difference is sometimes a bit of hair color or.
What do you guys arguing?
I don't know why we try and try and identify the person and try and track him down through the years. It seems like, especially when there's no clear name. If we had a name tag on that shirt that we could read, I'd 100% agree with you. That'd be a great way to find out what's like.
What are you guys arguing
to find
about?
out dates and times? Well, just some old footage of what it comes from and what when it comes. Yeah, when and where it came from.
The video of when
what we're talking about, Alpha, is Apocryphon presented this image of the gravity pocket. I'm sharing on my screen of these guys slamming to the side, and I was saying I don't think it's the ISS. My initial guess before I'd seen it was that it was sped up. My guess is no longer that it's sped up footage. My guess is now that this is image from the space shuttle.
What are you talking about? The correlation to the 0G plane? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. So the guys slam against the side, and he's saying it looks like a 0G plane. And my retort to that is, if it's on something that's basically a plane anyway, what's the issue?
And we're trying.
I get what you're saying. The craft is similar to a plane. Is that what you're saying? Your argument, Egg?
I'm saying the suggestion that this is filmed on the ISS, I think, is very low, because if you look at this frame I've got here, which is Space Shuttle Flight 19, STS-51F, they're wearing the same clothes, they're wearing the same, so it's white socks, blue jeans, dark green, or not quite jeans, but, jean-coloured pants, dark blue T-shirt that has a
or
patch.
scrubs.
It is a white rectangular patch above a circular patch, and we're trying to match it up with the footage from this blooper that claims that a flat earther claims is from the ISS, where we've got them wearing exactly the same clothing, so dark
jumpsuit
shirts,
as
blue
a
pants,
0G
white.
plane. Same jumpsuit as a 0G plane. Is that what you're saying?
Say again? No. I'm saying it looks like it's from the shuttle.
Oh, a shuttle.
Yeah, I'm saying it looks like a shuttle. The guy and there you go again. So bright white rectangular patch, circular patch. It looks exactly like what people who were going on the shuttle around the year of STS-51F were wearing. So the probability that this is the ISS, footage from the ISS, is getting lower and lower by the second. Then if you match the interior of that craft, so you look at the inside of this where we've got these boxes or sort of grid pattern over to the right, then Dark Thing can't quite see so much what's over on the left side of the screen. And then we compare that to the interior of STS-51F, boxes over on the right side, dark bit there. It's just looking quite like it might be shot on.
Let me come in. Let me come in here real quick for validation on both sides. Okay, I'm gonna ask both sides because I always do this. How can we validate this on either side? I'll let Apocryphon go, then I'll let you go, Egg.
I was stating.
Go on.
Can you hear me? Am I muted? I'm good.
No, go ahead.
Okay, what I was stating is now that we've come this far, now it'd be like, okay, well, let's figure out now who that guy is, because that guy was there in that frame. Let's figure out when he was going up, whether he went into a shuttle or was he only gone to the
I get what you're
ISS.
saying. You're trying to figure out if the guy actually exists or whatever. But what I'm
Mm.
saying is, from this footage that we're seeing, how can you validate that from your perspective of saying that's an argument for your side? Because what I'm doing right now is I'm examining both sides, and if this
Sure.
is an argument that will stand, it will stand no matter if you say it does or not. It's self-evident as per the claim.
So
So
let me
what I'm
give you
asking
my
for,
reasoning, my answer to your
would you want
question.
you want me to ask you first and then Apocryphon? So
Yeah,
I mean, I
sure.
don't care. Then you
Sure.
go.
So my reasoning, I think it is not on the ISS, is partly because I think the ISS is real and it would break apart if it had forces like that subjected to it. So some of it is reasoning. Second reason I think it's not the ISS is we've now done 2 full tours of the ISS, gone through every module we can find, and we cannot find anything that gets anywhere close to matching what we see in that shot. Another reason I think it's not the ISS is we found something that looks a lot like it might be on a shuttle. We've matched it by the room, we've matched it by the uniforms, the patches, and the shuttle could do a maneuver like this. So I've got a lot of different bits of reason that say not ISS, and a lot of different bits of reason that say it could in fact be somewhere else. It's probably on a shuttle, possibly on a shuttle.
All right. So the ISS right now is not as far as this argument goes. It's not so much as in contention as it is whether or not it is the particular idea or like from the videos that we know of, if it is the ISS that we all see, right? Like it's been shown. So you're arguing that, like, as far as we know, we can't validate the information to say it is the ISS, but from what we've seen so far, from what you said you've seen so far, it's not what you would say the ISS is. Is that fair enough?
Well, what I'm more saying is the challenge I've been laying at Apocryphon for the last little while is what makes him confident that this is the ISS?
No.
Because we can't find the original footage.
I'm actually gonna talk to Apocryphon. I'm talking to you specifically though. You're saying that this is not the ISS based on information that you said. We've gone through the whole ISS and seen every compartment from the ISS, and it doesn't match any of the compartments. You would say that you are 100% sure you've seen every single compartment to stand on it logically and say that that is not like any other compartment we've ever seen.
What I'm saying, not 100%. I'm saying probably the probability this is on the ISS is quite low because I have a medium confidence that this is on the shuttle.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Now let me see if I can ask Apocryphon. Apocryphon, if you're saying it is from the ISS, and you're gonna say that according to, not like it's actually up there, because I know where you stand with it, but like this is something that they've shown us that is the ISS. How can you compare that to anything that you've seen from like what they show us?
Well, the
Like,
main
to say it is the ISS.
yeah. So like the main thing is from my view was this is why I was trying to figure out the guy that's in the video. If he as an astronaut, and I showed the videos 58 minutes past the hour of last hour, I showed the photo of the guy that's in the video, but the contention was like, well, we can't tell it is, but it looks like him, right? But then I was like, okay, well then when was he up there and where was he at? And he was.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but you're asking the guy who's doubting that is the ISS. So what we're doing now is like you have this contention to say that guy was on the ISS based on what knowledge that you might have.
Right.
But what I'm saying is though he's raising an argument to say it was not on the specific ISS that I'm saying it's a low probability that it was on the ISS that I know to be the ISS. So the contention here is whether or not the gentleman that you're talking about was actually on the ISS to say that the video that's showing the anomaly, right? To say that he's actually on the ISS. So I'm asking you, how can you confirm that he is actually on the ISS that you know to be as far as what they show us?
Because when he went up, according to who I think it is, he wasn't in a shuttle mission. He was on an ISS mission. So it puts him at the scene of a crime type of thing.
Right? How do you? That's important though. How do you know that's true? Like, what is the verification for that? See, that's
we don't.
So all right. So now let me break this down, right? Because I talk to both sides. I'm not just gonna talk to only eggshells. I'm talking to you as well. Here's the problem. When we raise like an argument, or we make an argument, or we put forth a claim, we have to substantiate it by some means to actually verify or not that the evidence that we're having to back it up will solidify our point. Now, when we don't have that, we're basically speculating, right? In essence, you're saying, I think this is the guy, and I think he was on the ISS according to what I know. Now, Eggshells is raising his kind of speculation and saying, well, I've never seen a compartment that looks like this, because basically all I've seen is nothing matching what you're showing me. So now we're kind of basically at a stalemate where you and him can't convince each other because neither of you have valid solidified points to say, I know for sure this is exactly what the case is.
True.
So I would say if I was a judge being impartial, I would throw this case out because there's no evidence on either side.
On both sides, I agree.
Excuse
On
me.
both sides.
Hang on. My evidence isn't
Both
just
sides.
it doesn't look like the internals of the ISS. My evidence is it does look a lot like the internals of the shuttle.
Yeah, but see, that's the point though, because it's the scene of the crime is on the ISS, and it's not the fact that you're basically saying I have doubts because I've never seen that, and so he can't prove it. So now it's like, well, I can't say that he's right or you're right because neither one is actually.
Who's more likely to be right at this stage?
Well, at this point,
what Apocryphon's
like what I'm
trying to
saying-
do, what Apocryphon by his own admission, his only
I know what
evidence
he's
is
doing, actually.
this super blurry image we've got of this guy in the
We
foreground.
got it, bro.
He's
Yeah, we got it.
matching to some guy by just
I don't
going.
know. I don't know if you're following what I'm saying. I get what you're saying, but what I'm asking the one who's saying no, he's on the ISS, Apocryphon, is to put forth the evidence that he actually is on this particular idea. Or like when they show us what the ISS looks like, put him at the scene of the crime. Like he can't do that. Therefore, it doesn't matter what you say, Eggshells. You could say he was in New Mexico having a margarita. It doesn't matter. It doesn't put him on the place that Apocryphon said he is, so it's inadmissible. You can't accept it as evidence. You understand what I mean? So it doesn't matter. So you
What I'm
get
saying,
what
it's not
doesn't
just
matter
thrown
if
out.
it's on the- Yeah,
I think
it
you
is,
should
though.
find for the prosecution here that the prosecution has made a strong case that the defense, let's say I'm the defense has now made a strong case that their video footage that claims my client was on the ISS has no evidence that he was on the ISS and strong evidence that he had an alibi for being somewhere else.
Well, the point of the fact of the matter would be that since it can't be put forth as a positive claim and also backed up by positive evidence, then we can't admit it. It's not admissible, so it's dismissed. So it has to be. See, if we continue to move forward in this direction, I'm going to press for evidence, and it's not going to come up. So therefore, we're going to stand at a moot point, which really, honestly, you could have probably left the court 10 minutes ago because I would have still been pressing Apocryphon for the evidence, and he would say, I don't have it, at which point he would just be walking out after you. So you didn't really have to be there, to be honest, because the case for him being at the scene of the crime, the gentleman whom you speak of, to be in this anomaly where the gravity looks like it's taken hold, it's not able to be putting him on the place where he needs to be. And so if we can't do that, then it's not going to be, like, as far as we know what the ISS looks like, I'm not saying he's in the actual tin can that some people think he's up there. I'm saying as far as what we can tell about the ISS. And so it just stands to reason that we can't follow this argument to its conclusion because it doesn't have one.
Right.
Yeah. So like that guy's name is Rex Walham.
You think that guy's name is Rex?
How did you come to the conclusion that it was that guy? What method did you use to select
it looks like
him out of
him.
all? But how did you
It-
select? Like, there's been probably a few thousand astronauts by now. How did you first come to select him? What did you search to find Rex? Because it couldn't have been his
Because-
name. You just found it out.
No, because okay, so what I did is I recognize when he catches it and he smiles, I recognize his face. I said I've seen an astronaut before. Then I went back to look at all the astronauts, and then I found him in a photo where he's with his 3 other mates that were on that mission in 2011. And then I posted the photo of him captured, and then the photo of him in the front view when they're posing, and it looks like the same guy. Now, my contention. What? Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that the part where, okay, so when our argument is raised, Apocryphon, if reasonable doubt can be cast and you can't provide evidence of the clarity that he actually is the guy whom you said, you used a lot of suggestive words, which means that the doubt could be that it's not him who you think it is. And so the Glober could just be in here saying, you need to prove that that's actually him. Would you see his license or his identification? What did he do?
Right.
How do you know it's
Uh,
him? Yeah, so, and they're just going to stomp all over the argument. Not to say that you're incorrect, because you might be right, right? So that's
Yeah,
not
you
what
might be.
I'm saying. But what the problem is, we're saying suggestive terms in the case for this argument. And when we do that, it's not solidifying the point. So if you say maybe, could be, perhaps, anything that is suggestive on either side, it's a very weak argument, right? And I think
And
everybody
I'm posting images in chat now where I think I could pick people out of these images I'm posting and go,
Yeah,
it could
but
be that
that's
guy. It could be that guy.
Yeah, I
Here's
know.
another guy.
Oh
And,
yeah.
and I guess where we're at right now is we're identifying that when something gets put forward as a claim, it needs to be backed up by evidence that can follow or precede that the claim is true, right? So if I said, Bill Peterson is on the ISS, I just made a name up, but Bill Peterson's on the ISS, I have to know that's Bill Peterson, right? In some way, a name tag was shown, or you know what I'm saying? I can identify
Yeah.
Bill Peterson, who that guy is. But can you see what I'm saying? Like, there has to be in an
Yeah.
argument. If we're going to argue till the cows come home, then it's really just at the point of speculation where you're just, you're basically going to be blue in the face telling eggshells that eggshells is going to be like, well, you have to prove your case. If you say that's him, how do I know it's him? Like, he looks like this other guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It looks like a
Here, go on,
bunch of different guys I'm posting.
No, he
Anyway.
doesn't though. Not
It
necessarily.
looks
But look,
like Vance Brad from
here you go.
1984.
Look at this. I'm going to show you this photo right here. There's a few photos of the guy that I just posted. The one where he's in the gray shirt, and the one where he's on the bottom left, and then to the immediate right. Then
Yeah,
look back
it
at
could be him.
I
I'm not saying it's
believe it
definitely
is
not
him.
him. I'm saying you need, because what you're going on is an exceptionally grainy image. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree. That's why there's contention. But I'm saying,
And
he
we don't
looks
have a
like that
positive
guy.
ID. You're going, it looked like a guy I recognized.
This is
so I
why.
touched up an image.
This is why I could see it getting thrown out, just like Alpha was saying, because it's not for sure. You can't 100% ID him, and I agree. There's no name badge. We can't zoom
Right.
in on his little patch. Like, I get that.
Does
But
the patch? So let's go with the bits that I'm saying are good evidence. Do the patches, when we've looked now at like 20, 30 different missions, would we agree that the patches match that shuttle mission? STF 51F.
I agree with that. That's why the
Okay.
uniform.
Do we
does
agree
match. I
that the
with that.
uniform matches that and not other ones we found? So when
Should.
all of the footage we found on the ISS, they're not dressed that way. On this shuttle mission, they are.
How
It
did they
should.
dress in 2011?
Listen, hold on. It should. Hold on. It should. Rather, the person who's wearing the outfit should match the person, but at the same time, the ISS is a little bit more different because they change in and out of clothing. So that would be another argument to be. We're going to get into the weeds here, right?
I just asked that.
Well,
Yeah,
but I think
that
that strength. I think what you just said strengthens my point, Alpha. Because every time I look at the ISS, like somebody's wearing shorts, they're doing this, they're doing that. Where in that one, they're all wearing this very uniform kind of still Air Force style of dress, which is light pants, white socks, dark blue shirt with a rectangular patch above a circular patch on their left, on their right breast. And so this is like, it's not proof positive, but I think it's a lot stronger than, hey, look, here's a brown-haired man.
So with that being said, think about it this way, Alpha and Eggshells. With that being said, if we've narrowed down to, okay, it's a shuttle mission, right? Now, this is why I said, okay,
probably a shuttle
mission. Let's look at the guys that were on that mission on the ST-51F or whatever it was. Let's look at the guys and see if any of those guys match that grainy image of that one guy that's captured in the photo.
That would be fine if we had any way to verify the identity of the guy in the grainy photo, though.
I can't tell if he's got a moustache or not, because otherwise he could be this guy on the right. So here's a picture of the astronauts on that mission. Plus, I'm not saying it's definitely that mission, right? It's just matching that era. But this guy on the far left, I can't tell if that guy in the video, because it's so grainy, he could have a moustache, he might not.
And Can you tell if they have buttons on their shirt in that original footage?
Listen, this is what can be said about the argument. It could be the case, but it's not definitive. So if you're uncertain, that's just casting doubt, and so you have to go beyond a reasonable doubt that is the guy identified within that frame. Whatever you're looking at, that has to be him. So if you can't do that, it's
He has the same he has the same nose as this dude. From the side
That's
view, from
fine.
the side
Once again, it
profile.
could
I
be
don't know.
him. APOC could be him, man. It
Could
could
be wrong
be
too.
him.
Like,
It does look like
Yeah,
they've got white buttons on their shirts, on their polo shirts.
This might actually be a really early space shuttle. It doesn't look like a lot of the older ones have the buttons on them, but when you go back like to Flight 8, Flight 9, you start seeing buttons show back up again or start to show up.
So
it might actually
STS-8?
be.
No, I don't know.
STS-9, I started seeing. Maybe I wasn't looking that closely at buttons. It kind of popped out of me or something. But all of a sudden, STS-9, I start seeing all buttons. They're all button-up collared uniforms.
Yeah, we're getting into the weeds now, fellas, and I think that it's fine. Now you could talk about what people wear on the missions and whatnot. That's not a part of what we do
You
here.
know what we call people who are afraid to get into the weeds? Lazy gardeners.
Lazy gardeners.
Right? A lazy gardener, right? The weeds are a part of this argument.
No, well that's fine.
The details matter.
But you think so? That's why
I think
I'm
details
asking
matter.
for the details. I'm
That's
asking
what we're
for the
looking
details.
into. That's what we're discussing.
No, we're not looking.
Yeah,
we're not looking into the
It
details,
does-
man.
It does
Listen,
look
you-
like the white buttons match.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a guy or not? What are you guys gonna do? Because it's like you're playing
We can
footsies with
keep
APOC.
digging.
Well,
You want to play footsies
Well,
with APOC?
APOC is saying he wants to find the exact mission, and I feel
Nah,
we
but
are
we're
getting closer.
What productive value does this have? Like, are we getting to the point that the Earth is not a globe by looking at this? Like, honestly,
Well, yeah,
guys,
this is debunking a specific claim that's made in a popular flat Earth video.
which is anomaly of gravity, right? Some people falling down when you see something happen. That's, you know what I mean? Like, you're not getting to the point where you're looking at geometry anymore. You're basically shifting the focus on whether or not a zero-G plane is being used or whatever, you know, like as the anomaly.
Well,
So and
what I
then you're
would
gonna
say it's
talk about,
interrogating
well, what is
is-
gravity? You know, like it's really snowballing into like a moot point. And so
What-
I'm actually seeing like 10 steps ahead of you guys when you think like the weeds are so important. I'm like, no, they're not. Because at the end of each single point, let's just say APOC is correct, and that is the guy. What's the next step? We're going to figure out whether or not that's gravity, right? That's actually happening with people are being yanked down. And we're going to ask the question, what is gravity? Then you guys are going to discuss
Well, no.
the minutia about what gravity is. And like,
The next step is if we find out that APOC has the right guy, the next step is figuring out, okay, well, what range of time was this guy active and what
Oh,
missions
God.
did he fly?
You
and
want
give
to
me
find
match
out what
that.
he ate on Tuesday also? And maybe what does he brush his teeth with? Like, my God, dude.
APOC,
Like, that's
come on,
nothing
do you disagree with what I just said?
I disagree with your.
I have an
like,
issue.
This is.
I have an issue for you, APOC.
Eggshells. We are definitely beating a dead horse here. Like definitely, the horse has
this'll
lives
kill
and
it.
rigor mortis, bro.
This will kill it. Look at what I'm
It's
posting.
dead
in chat.
already. The fucking thing is dead. It's a dead horse by the fucking like. What do you want more? Do you want to collect the flies on his ass? Like, what do you want to do, bro? There's
Well-
nothing left here. We're just basically there's rubble.
So
I don't know, man.
Can I still make the point? The
About
photo that Apocryphon posted, I'm pretty sure, was a space shuttle mission. So it could be
Oh
that
my
guy
God.
and still be the space shuttle. And the overarching point is not about geometry. The overarching point is about epistemology, and it's going where we got here from, probably before you arrived, is I said whenever I dig into flat earther evidence, it falls apart. And then Apocryphon was saying, oh no, but we've got so much evidence, like the people slamming into the wall from the gravity pocket on board the ISS. And what we've done is now dig into that so deeply that it seems that we've found that it wasn't on the ISS. It's probable.
Well,
it's very improbable that it's on the
wasn't.
ISS.
It's not that it wasn't. You made a definitive claim. It's not that
Okay.
it
I'm pretty
wasn't.
confident that
So
I
let
can
me
make
put
that claim.
let me put it more
Change your
accurately for
words.
you then, Apocryphon.
Change your words.
It was claimed that it was on the ISS, and when pressed, no flat earther, and Apocryphon in particular, can show evidence for that conclusion, which still supports what I'm saying, which is he's chosen to believe it was on the ISS because he was told so and hasn't investigated that, and he's presented that it could be a guy who flew shuttle missions.
Eggshells. First of all, I do want to say this. Just because they're saying it's on the ISS, my whole contention would be like, well, the ISS is not where they say it is, and they're not doing that. That's because earlier in the conversation. No, I'm not jumping because you're making it a claim that actually wasn't. My point was that
they're not in where they are saying they are to begin with. So
That's
now we're
running from the
finding out.
point that we're
So
making.
now,
Yeah,
hold on,
eggshells. Space is
hold on.
fake.
So thank you. So the point here, though, is that you're trying to now make it. Well, we're for sure he wasn't in the ISS. Okay, great.
No,
I would agree with you because
I'm saying even if it was the guy you
in the
picked, he flew a shuttle
in
mission.
okay, and in that understanding that it's not in the ISS or it's not where they're saying they are to begin with to have these things, you're saying, oh well, that could happen in the shuttle. So if he's in the shuttle, okay, great. We've narrowed it down. It's the guy. We have the scene of the crime. We have the
Yep.
person in question. But
We've
now
got the particular part of the shuttle that it was shot in.
and now we were talking about the whole reason why I gave birth to this whole discussion was that we were talking about how the bloopers in space. We're talking about the trickery, the CGI, the vomit comets, all these things to where why are they lying to begin? Why would they have to lie? Why would they fake it?
But
If
this is
they
the
are
point.
saying
You're
they are
trying
what
to
they
say
are.
they're lying, but the only person we've found lying here or claiming to know things that they can't support is the flat earther who made that video and you who presented it. So why do you lie? If what you're saying is true, why are you lying?
Okay,
here's
so
the thing. Here's
Go
the
ahead.
thing. I just want to say, here's the thing. There's a lot of videos that flat earthers have produced, right? Quote unquote flat earthers have produced that have been debunked. And I'll tell you one. The stars in the sky. Have you ever seen those blurry images of those stars? We've actually had conversations with people that have really nice telescopes and that took images of these stars and showed what they really look like with a really nice telescope, not something that's out of focus. And there was an argument for a time. I want to say it was maybe in the 2018 side or 2019, somewhere around there, but that those images were actually real stars. The time lapse footage. I don't know
Yeah,
if
when
you
the
guys know what I'm talking
P1000
about.
first came out. Yeah, when the
Yeah,
P1000 first came out and they started showing it like being all weird and out of focus. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and then everybody was saying these are what stars really look like, and they were really out of focus. And a lot of flat earthers were carrying these arguments, and they were not correct because they were really out of focus. And there was people
I agree with that.
actually on the flat earth side that were trying to correct those guys, but they were staunch in their position and saying that the other flat earthers were shills and all kinds of shit. But what the thing that we have to understand is that the truth is the truth no matter if you accept it or not. It is exactly what it's supposed to be. So this is the problem, right? We have a lot of people that want to be right in this arguments, but if they don't have their arguments that follows with their claim that follows the conclusion that they can support, then they don't have an argument. It's thrown out. So it has to be something that can be strongly supported. If not, there's no evidence to support, and you can't continue to say persist. If you persist as a flat earther, and you know that you can't, with your conclusion, prove that what you're saying is true, then you have to realize that. It has to be like an inward reflection. In this particular arena, there's no room for you being wrong, especially when you're going against academia. Especially when you're going against academia and the rest of the world. You have to be with the certainty that you can prove your point. This is the most detrimental thing for people that think that they got points in flat earth, like the guy who was just in here earlier, D-Mock. I had proved them to him. We had a conversation about perception and how you see the sky, convergence, perspective, and all these things. And of course, I was talking about celestial sphere. He was like, "No, the sky is flat," and it was like stars are flat. I'm like, oh my god! Like I was thinking in my head, like this was like not anything what anybody's saying, but because he's a flat earther, like supposedly we're supposed to just accept everything flat earthers are saying. No, that's not the case. If you are saying incorrect things, it doesn't matter what side you're on, you're going to be called out. It's just what it is, especially if you're wrong. So, and this is the point. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like a check on everything. Just make sure that when you come in and you bring your argument forward, that you can take it all the way to its logical conclusion. If not, you're gonna be called out, especially if I'm listening to you. Like my God, like you should already know that don't say something if you can't support your claim as a flat earther, because you got all of academia on their side, and all they have to do is sit back, relax, and say, "Well, you didn't prove it," and you're gonna be, speaking till you're blue in the face. That's not going to help anyone. You have to make sure that what you're saying is going to have a logical conclusion, at least to the point where you're certain. Is if there's any doubt, that's all they need. A small little piece of doubt, they're going to be like, well, you said if, maybe, perhaps, could be, suggestive, so we can easily say you don't know.
Yeah.
So
So
hopefully
if
I'm
we're
making my point clear.
no,
'Cause
for
that's
sure, for sure. So if we're at a point to where okay, it was on a space shuttle, not the ISS.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to continue talking about things that supposedly they were in the ISS, there's a lot of those videos with.
But that's the thing. We'll just be moving to another one we need to address.
Right. No, I agree. I agree. But it's still the point
What do you
still
agree
stands
with?
that there are that
You said I agree. What is it you're agreeing with?
I agree that we have concluded where we're standing on this, and it could have been a space shuttle. I agree. You're right. It could have been a
Right.
space
But
shuttle.
what does that what does that say then
But
about
that
the thing
doesn't.
I said that when you
But
dig into the flat Earth
but
claims, you quite
but
often
that
find them to
doesn't.
be lacking?
Okay. So let's, if you want, we can go to another one that is on the ISS supposedly, and there is trickery and there is things that aren't making sense in that video of the 25 bloopers. There's a lot more things that we can go through and point out. Okay, this is definitely on the ISS or said to be, and now let's talk about this infraction, and we could nail them down, and we could hammer out logically and in a grown up manner. We can hammer out what is on the ISS, what isn't, all day, all day, all night. But the fact is that there's still trickery going on in a lot of these videos.
Sure. Okay. So that's a positive claim, and like Alpha's saying, we can test it. So present something that you think is a good example that you can show us that there is trickery on the ISS, and we will interrogate.
Well, there's a lot of them. Look at the 25.
Pick the strongest one you can conceive of.
The strongest one that I would say is that when they're talking in the camera, and there's all these wires, these straps that are supposed to be holding stuff down, they're constantly moving, and the motion of them. I guess the explanation on your side that has been presented is that they have these like air conditioning or whatever, and the air is making them like wibble wobble, moving like and flinging around and like slapping around. But the logical side of it will be like while they shouldn't be flopping around like that, if they're in a 0G environment, to where they shouldn't be flopping around like that, because there's another one where something falls against the wall in the ISS, it falls and shifts. What makes something fall in a 0G environment? So like on the side of a wall, there's like this thing
So
against it.
Pick one. Let's go through it, because we don't want to do a Gish Gallop, right?
Okay.
You don't want to just go, there's one I've dreamt up, here's another one I've seen, here's another.
Go
Pick
back to
one
that
and
bloopers.
we can interrogate it.
Go back to that bloopers from don't sphere, what is it called? Don't Sphere the Truth. Go back to that bloopers, and
Flat
you're gonna
Earth and
see
Coffee, I think it is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Flat Earth and Coffee. My bad. And he has there's 25 points we go through. We went through one. We said okay, that's a shuttle. Okay, now we can go through it.
Actonaut drops doohickey. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not the one. It's the one where the thing falls on the side. But that's another one too, where he drops it, and that's okay.
Pick
rewind
your
it.
favorite one.
We can go with this one. Go ahead. Look
Okay.
it. Drops it.
Yep.
Catches it.
Okay.
Turns around. Okay. All right. How do you explain that? How it dropped? How does that happen?
No. I don't need to explain it. That
In a 0G environment.
So you need
in a
to
0G environment, how does that happen?
Sure. So but that's a question. You need to make a claim. You're saying this is fakery. Explain to me the full claim.
Okay. So
I'm
if
play
you're
it back as slowly as I can.
if you're supposed to be in a 0G environment, how does something fall out of your hands and you have to catch it before it falls into the ground?
That's a question. Make a claim.
The claim is that the object fell, so then he's not in a 0G environment that he's said to have been in. So go ahead and press play.
Okay, excellent. All right, good. So it's a positive claim. What you're saying is they are shooting this in gravity and presenting as if it's not in gravity. Yep.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Okay. So let's look at tell me all the things you can see in this. So what is the cord doing in this? What are you seeing on the screen here? So see this end of the cord? It's flailing out this way. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right.
Which could be.
So what you're saying is, which could be what?
Which could be part of the. Let's say if you're in a vomit comet and things are free falling and floating,
and then it comes to a part to where why would the piece that he's holding fall out of his hands? Why didn't that piece?
Hang on.
Hold on. Just hear me out. Why
Right.
didn't that piece that he's holding have the same, floating, properties, if you will? What's the difference?
Right.
In your
So,
position,
yeah.
what do you think? Let me ask you.
So what?
let me,
But we need to interrogate what you just said. You said it could be in the vomit comet. If it was in the vomit comet, why would
I don't know
one
where it
thing?
is.
Why
I
would
don't-
one part fall and another part not?
Hold on. Don't pin me to where it's at because I don't know where it's at. But let's
Okay.
just talk about how something can.
So what it sounds like we agree with is that the other end of whatever the fuck it is he's holding is floating like it's in 0G. But the
Okay.
bit that's in his hands, in your view, looked like it fell for a bit before he had to catch it.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So what we're saying is we do see some evidence, some pretty strong evidence of something behaving like it would in 0G, and that is the thing that isn't really being touched by anything. But there is a different thing that's in his hands that he is holding. If we pause it here before he drops it, his fingers are up and left of it, left of it, left of it, left and under it, and then up and right of it, right of it, right of it, and right and under it. So what he's got is like, with the exception of the very top and the very bottom, he's applying force to this object from almost all around it.
So
Are
you're
we
saying he
agreeing there?
shot it out of his own hand? Is that what you're
I'm
saying?
saying he's applying force to all around of it, right? And the thing that isn't having virtually any force applied to it, which is currently down here, is floating in midair. Have you ever dropped something upwards? Like, have you ever been holding like a bit of soap or a coin or a nut when you're trying to fix something, right? You do a lot of welding, right? Has anything
Never
ever
gone
popped?
up. Never
Right, no,
gone
no.
up.
No, I don't mean continue going up. I mean like you're holding something in your gloves and you go pop and you pop your finger and it kind of
If you
jumps
s-
upwards
if
out
you
of your finger and then
squeeze
falls
if you
to the ground.
squeeze it, it goes up. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what we're saying is might initially have some force imparted to it.
You're
if
saying
we're
he
a bit
squeezed it
slippery
going
fingered.
down. That's what you're saying. You're saying he squeezed it going
I'm
down.
saying it wouldn't be beyond the realm of possibility. I'm saying you need to show that it is beyond the realm of possibility that his thumb there that we can see in the upper left
Okay.
didn't apply a
Okay.
force to it
Okay.
such that his
I see what you're
fingers
saying.
slipped on the bottom
I
right and
I
it
see what
happened
you're
to go
saying.
downwards.
Okay, I see what you're saying because he's able to apply a force. Now let's go
He
to
is
the
applying
thing.
force, yeah.
Okay, I get that. Now let's go to the thing that there's nothing touching it and it falls. So
Okay, so we're agreeing here on this one. There is a plausible reason why that thing would suddenly start to move.
I'm going to
And if
yes,
it was dropping due to gravity, the other end of that doohickey would have also been dropping due to gravity.
perhaps. So let's
Right.
go
So
to
this is
something.
not. So what we're
Okay,
establishing
okay.
is this is. Let me just finish. Let me just make this point clear. What we're
I get what you're
establishing is
saying.
not
I get what
that
you're
this is
saying.
proof that it's on the ISS. What we're establishing is this is not good evidence that they're not
Okay,
in 0G.
okay, let's go. Okay, I get it. Let's go to the one where
Let
the
me
thing
make
that
one
has more
last
force.
point before we move on to the next bit. Would
Go
you
ahead.
say that there are other things in this scene aside from the doohickey, like his hair, like his shirt, like the things floating around in the background, like the looseness of the microphone in his fingers? Would you say if we play this again and we ignore what's happening in his hand and deliberately look elsewhere, would we say, hey, there's kind of a lot of stuff in this scene that does behave like it would in, like I imagine it might in 0G?
Okay, let's go to the thing where nothing's applying force, and we could
Okay,
talk
great.
about that. That's why I brought
Great.
that one up to begin with.
Okay.
Because, like,
So
for
go to
instance,
the
that
third,
guy,
third
the
strongest
Russian
one.
guy that dropped, or Ukrainian guy that dropped the nut and all that stuff. Everyone says, "Oh, he like kind of like what you're saying. Oh, he squeezed it and it fell, and But
Sure.
let's go
Okay.
over
So
more.
here's one with nothing. Like he's got applying force to it now. It's in his hand, but there is a big glob of water on that. And
Right?
now,
Yes. Yeah.
so again, it's
That's
the
the whole.
shirts doing the funny stuff. They always have this face like the now the microphone's hanging in midair. Zero
Right.
force applied to it, and it's not
All
dropping. It's
that.
sort of continuing in the
Yeah.
trajectory it had when it left his hand.
Yeah. That's
They,
more
their
along the lines
faces
of
also
CGI.
look like they do when they're hanging upside down. Slightly blood filled. Right.
He's hanging upside down. But then so gravity's on. Never mind.
No, I'm not
Go
saying
ahead.
he is hanging upside down. I'm just saying when you see somebody hang
Yeah.
upside
No.
down, they have that kind
No.
of
You're
puffy
right.
look to their face.
Yeah. No. I get what you're saying, and then that means that gravity is he's standing upside down in space at that point.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm just saying.
So
That's
now
what
the
it was concluded.
microphone, the thing that's got no force applying to it, isn't falling, but he's now bringing it back. So this is looking good for 0G, right?
See what happens. But keep pressing play.
Right. Oh, it's stuck to his thumb there. That's interesting. Right, now he's left the thing. I mean, you could do this with CGI. It'd be very expensive. It'd be a bit of a why bother situation.
You think they could do it with $59 million a day? I think so.
Oh,
but it is
absolutely. I'm
what it
saying
is.
you could definitely do this with CGI. The
Yeah, all
water,
that
where
is-
they get the big globules of water, that to me would be more challenging. Let's skip forward, fast forward, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So when
that's
things
more-
aren't having forces applied to them, they don't fall. But when somebody's squeezing something in their hands, it might pop out in one direction or another.
Find the one where the thing falls on the side of the wall. Okay,
that
that's where
guy's
he
doing his
catches. He's doing
front
his
flip
traditional
kind of deal. Is this the one where something falls? Hang on, he's got a whole list of them here, doesn't he? So overlay fail, see-through, blah, blah, blah. It's not a model. Actonaut swiped in. Overlay fail, see-through foot. Not on a harness. Definitely not a harness. Gravity pocket. Baseball and count as gravity pocket. He's got a second gravity pocket video. Oh, right. It's a ball that's floating up and then goes down. Right, not what we wanted, but interesting anyway. Actonaut puts object on shelf, rejected by nothing, laughable lightning, turns on a dime, dish, interdimensional orange. Water bag device physics, is that what we're after?
Maybe that.
I think that might be the...
There's something.
Hang on, we've got Actonaut drops Spinhaler or something. Spinhaler.
No, that's the one we just watched.
I don't think it is. So
Oh,
here
this
it
is the
with
one
his-
where he drops, the wing nut, and
Okay.
it falls, and you hear it fall, and he looks for it, and then he looks back at the camera. Because if you watch this video, this very same video earlier, he takes off like a nut, and he opens up a compartment, and then he closes it, and he puts back the nut on it, and it locks it closed. Right here, he goes to take it off, and it falls. Oop, there it goes. It went.
So
it goes
where
click,
was
click,
it
click,
right
click.
before it fell?
That's why I said you can just simply go, oh, he pinched it and it fell or whatever, and it
Well,
collided.
I would just say it's not. I'm saying that is the case because I don't need to make a case that this is true. You need to make a case that this is false. And what I would say is, what I would look for is something that somebody's not currently manipulating. Right? Everything's always got forces applied
Right.
to
That's
it.
why I'm
Like,
saying
if it's
go
just
to the one where the thing falls on the side of the wall with nobody touching it. That's why I'm trying to get us
Okay.
at. Let me. I mean,
is that a ball? Is it a big ball? What does it look like?
it's like no, like it's something against the side in the camera frame. It's something on the wall, and it just falls like bunk, like it moves, it changes position without no one touching it, and it falls. Like
helmet turn, gravity pocket. The helmet turn is a funny one. That like their helmets aren't meant to turn, but it only works if you check the right era of helmets. And they're saying, oh, the actors, they're
Oh, that was
suit-
a
exo
claymation.
EVA
frame.
suits didn't move, and it's like, well, they didn't originally, and then they added a tank turret kind of turny thing, so you can push your chin against it. I think the idea is, and move the head if you need to. Interdimensional orange, satellite dish go boing, lem turns on a dime, laughable lightning, rejected by nothing. Object off a shelf. I can't find it. You might need to find this third strongest bit of evidence that this is fake. Actonaut puts object on invisible shelf. So what is that? What's happening here? I don't get this. I don't get what this is meant to be showing.
Looks
You
like
might
the
need to
claim
find
is
it.
that he's passing something from one hand to the other and then
Oh yeah,
setting it down.
that's where he's
That's what it
grabbing
looks
that
like,
thing.
kind
and
of.
moving.
He's
It
supposed to
certainly
be
does look like
handing
that.
him the hat.
He's supposed to be handing him the hat, and
Right.
he's messing up, and he's not not grabbing it at the time he's supposed to. The one
Right.
that I thought was the best one is when the guy drops the folder. He drops the folder, man. It goes straight down. He looks back like, oh man, screwed up on live. You know, like that's the best
That's
one.
one
When
where
he drops the
they're
folder.
talking to people, isn't it? There's a stack of them looking at the camera and talking to kids on the ground or something, isn't there? One of these kind of setups.
What is it called?
That's meant to
Flat
be
Earth
an
and
insect.
coffee?
That's meant to be an insect. God, are you guys convinced by these? This is called astronaut
There it is.
spots insect, and we're going, that's an insect.
Dude, that's Don Pettit freaking swatting an insect, dude. He's an
Oh yeah,
idiot.
Hang on.
I remember
Okay,
that
okay.
one.
So
He's
that's
an
Don
idiot.
Pettit spotting an
Don,
insect.
yeah, he's an idiot. So listen, tell me this: when you see like all these guys, don't you think if they were really on something doing science, they'd just be busy doing science? Why are they so, dude? The only thing they ever do is go, hey, this is why I'm on the ISS. This is me doing something that shows I'm in zero G. This is me doing a flip. This is me
That's not
It's a
throwing a
lot of
ball. This is
It's
me
a
not
lot
doing
of
really
this.
something we can
science
test
Why
at
are
the
involves
they?
moment.
weighting and measuring.
Why
It's
aren't
not
they?
all
Why aren't they
mixing
just
chemicals
doing
and beakers and
science?
shit.
Why aren't they
So
just doing science? Why is everything always? Look at me! I'm
hang
doing
on.
a flip to show you I'm really in zero G and not on a set. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
So
Man.
because
Come
they
on.
show us it's real, that's how you can tell it's fake. It's a great argument. What's your argument that this floating bit of crap is an insect? It just doesn't look at all like an insect.
Yeah, it
to me.
looks
It
like
looks like a
a
floating bit
tiny
of crap.
mote of light. Yeah.
It's just
It's
like
obviously a
some.
physical object since he swats at it and it goes away, but like it could
It's not
be a
flying like an insect. It doesn't like.
What is he swatting?
What's it look? What's? But I mean, this is the thing. We're testing the positive claim that that's an
Right,
insect,
right.
and it seemed like Paraplegic was really willing to defend that proposition. What's our confidence rating? What's our confidence interval? And what tests did we apply to conclude that white bit of floating
Dude,
shit
it's
was
just
an
Don
insect?
Pettit's the only idiot that will swat an insect instead of just ignore
Here
it
it
because
is.
he's an idiot.
Here it is. 11 minutes.
So
All
that's
right,
what
look
tells
at
you it's an insect.
eggshells. Here,
Not
I'm
good
gonna post a
evidence
video.
it's an
I found
insect.
it.
Let's have the fourth strongest bit of evidence.
I found it. Here you go. Go 11 minutes in. That's the one I'm talking about. Go 11
Gotcha.
minutes in.
Okay.
Let's talk about that
Let's
one.
let's do it. Let's do it.
Open.
After that, 11 minutes in. Okay.
Yeah, you can see it right there, the red shirt. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No forces are going to be applied here. No one's touching it.
Okay.
There's a red
So I'll
arrow to
start
show
right
you
from
it.
the start of this clip. Right. So we said bag over to the right. Do I need to hear his voice?
No.
Okay. So you're going to start
And then he
playing.
also highlights all the cables that are moving and like frailing.
Okay. So there's a bit of crap floating around there. That's waggling back and forth. That's waggling back and forth. That's waggling back and forth. He's got a big box here that's floating in midair. That bag's waggling back and forth. Yep. So what's the claim? Tell me the claim. They're
Okay,
not in
so
zero G because things waggle?
no. Okay, so rewind it to where that thing moved. Nothing's applying any force to it. Nothing, but it does drop
Well,
from the wall, from the side of it. So press play.
Well,
and you,
if it
and you
has
see it fall.
mass and it is accelerating, a force must be applied. That's definitional physics. F equals ma. If something moves, a force was applied.
Okay, so what force was applied on that?
I don't know. You're the one making the claim, right?
What's
What
making it
is
move?
happening?
In
What
zero
movement are
G.
we talking about? Are we talking about the blue square? Or are we talking about the white hoop?
No, there's a big
There's a
red arrow
white
that
hoop.
points to the.
Oh,
to the
I'm sorry,
left.
the big red arrow. My bad.
So there's stuff sort of flailing a bit in the bag. There's so what's the argument that nothing is applying a force, therefore these things shouldn't be moving? Is that the claim?
The thing on the wall, that's the main claim. Yeah. The other things that are they're like frailing, like they're just like moving around. What in your description, what do you think should be moving it around in a zero G? Why should it be going left, right? What's going to make it blow like if it's,
Ventilation, probably.
if there's movement?
Well, there's a guy moving in the room.
So you think he's moving all the cables around him like that?
All the air around him.
Well, he's gesticulating. He's moving. He's in a thing that has air pumped through it. Like what I would expect in that environment is that heavy things wouldn't move and light things that look like tape and cords and super light bags would. Wouldn't you expect that? Like, what'd be weird? Here's what'd be an indication.
In a
Here's
zero
always the
G
test. Here's always
environment,
the test you
and
want to run
tell.
on these. Wouldn't the opposite be more sus? That's always the test I would encourage you to run. Before you say it's sus that X happens, go, hang on, let's say X didn't happen. Would that be more sus? Let's imagine he's got a bunch of these light straps. We can see that's a very light plastic bag there. He's got all of these things that are barely tethered. And he's there flailing around in a thing that we know has air pumped through it. And he's going blah, 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 talking to you. Imagine that scene where nothing moved. That would be more sus to me. Because it's not moving massively, right? He's talking for, if I can read what he's scrubbing through, he's doing like 6 minutes. He's scrubbing through 6 minutes. So it's not like that thing is flapping back and forth wildly. He has to scrub this video really hard to get it to flap. So it's just gradually.
Oh yeah. Oh, actually,
in one direction.
Actually, he makes a point.
Back the other.
Actually, he makes a point of that. He says that you don't notice it in real time. You don't notice that these things are moving around, but you don't notice it in real time. You have to speed up to point out that they are moving.
So
But
what we're saying, so what that means is, if they're accelerating only the tiniest amount, that would require very little force, right? If they suddenly jerk, that means a large force must be applied because they have mass, and to get mass times acceleration, if the acceleration's high, the force must be high.
But
If
look at
force
the
is
thing,
tiny,
though. Okay,
it will
but look at the
accelerate
thing.
something.
Okay, but look at them. Look at them swinging. Like, look at you. You see them swinging. Why would something be swinging like that in a zero G environment?
They
Why
have
would it be
muscles
swinging?
attached to their skeleton, and they can move their bodies.
Why would it not be swinging in a zero G environment? Like, here's what it
You
would be
mean their
doing in a
bodies?
G
It's
environment.
on the side of the thing here. It's not. They're not attached to them.
But here's what it'd be doing in a G environment, and that is hanging straight down. So that thing that he's saying, oh, isn't that sus, that's floating up in the air over there, that they could have, if they're faking this, just not had flailing things, right? They could have gone, oh, no, because of the ISS, and just bolted everything down.
No, it makes sense if they're in an environment to where they're recreating a zero G environment, but there is movement, and there's still a like if you're in a comet, a vomit comet, and you're in the
This
you're
is an
in the vomit
8-minute
comet.
video. So you've
I
just
know,
got to realize
I know.
how incompatible the things you're saying are. If they're in a vomit comet, what you're saying is they are in a zero G environment. So then any argument that they're not in a microgravity is thrown out the window by your
No,
solution that puts them. Let me just finish. That puts them in zero G. Then what you need to say is, because if you look down here at the timestamp where he's scrubbing around this Chris Hadfield video, it's 8 minutes long. Do you know how fast you would be traveling if you were accelerating at 9.8 meters per second for 8 minutes? You'd be going at like tens of thousands of kilometers an hour.
Okay.
Like, let's
Okay,
just say, like,
that's not true. But
is it not?
Yeah. That's,
Okay.
What do you mean?
it doesn't make any sense.
9.81 meters per second times 8 minutes. You'd be going at 4,708 meters per second.
Okay, no, that's not how physics works, bro. What are you talking about? That would be if you were accelerated at that speed.
That's my point.
That's what acceleration
That's
is.
exactly what I'm saying. In order to maintain zero G in a 9.81 meters per second downward force, you would have to be accelerating at 9.81 meters. So you would be getting faster and faster and faster. Every second you'd be going 9.8 meters per second faster than you were a second ago, which means that
That's not actually how it
after
works.
8 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, you explain how it works.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're in gravity, if you are in orbit, you are not increasing your speed, are you?
We're not testing this in orbit. He's saying it's
okay, but if you were in orbit.
But we're not testing that. He's saying he's on a vomit comet.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you don't
comet would be
understand what you're
traveling-
talking about. I mean, I agree with you in the general sense. I'm just saying that's not how physics works. Because
Explain
if
how
the
it works.
ISS is in
We're
orbit.
not testing the ISS, we're testing a vomit comet.
But just think about the ISS. It is in orbit, therefore it is accelerating towards the Earth at 9.8 whatever meters per second squared. Okay? Yet it's not increasing its velocity. It's not increasing its speed. It's changing its direction. That's not how physics works. Okay? Don't pretend like you understand that, because clearly you do not.
Well, no,
I do
understand
generally agree with you that yes,
falling
people are
around
in
the Earth.
space.
Explain the physics if this was on a vomit comet.
Yeah, then that
Would
would
the
be
vomit
correct.
comet? Okay, which is what we were talking about, you fucking mong.
Yeah, suck my dick. You mute me because I say
I don't mute
things
you at
over
all.
top of
I'm a glober. I don't have any fucking perms in this channel.
Okay,
You're just being an
maybe it
idiot.
wasn't you, but
It's just obviously silly. We were trying to compare it. Apocryphon's saying it could be shot in a vomit comet, and my rebuttal to that point is saying, how could it be shot in a vomit comet? Because you would need to be going at 4,000 meters per second after
that's
8
fair.
minutes.
You are correct. You are correct.
Okay, so
That's fair.
what if it's something that is replicating a zero G environment, not
Right.
necessarily a vomit comet, because they do have these facilities in NASA's buildings where they have these facilities that create the zero G
Gravity
environment.
generators.
Okay, and then if you have a moment where and they have to do this like I guess in sections or whatever. Even if they're long term, even if they're 9 minutes long, but
Can you
they
tell me
still
about
have
these
these.
facilities? How do they work? What do they do?
Well, they recreate that environment.
How?
I don't know the technology, but they do
So
have
you're
them.
just making up a technology now.
No. What do you mean? I'm not making it up.
Tell me how it
Google
works.
it right now in real time. Look at it right now. There's a facility where there's
Okay.
zero.
What's the name
zero
of
G.
it?
Just type up zero G facility, and let's start there. I don't know the exact.
I mean, why is it
What are
so
you
unbelievable that we can
disappointed in
just
this
go to
is a swimming pool?
space? I don't understand that. Like, why is it so impossible to go to
Well,
space?
here's the contention. If they're in this environment that they're saying they're in, but there's all these anomalies going on. There's all these trickeries. There's all this putting. Why would they put a hairspray in their hair? Why don't they
Hang
let
on,
their hair
you're jumping
naturally?
from
Hold on,
point to point.
Eggshells, shut up, Eggshells. I'm answering him. Shut up. I'm answering his question, not yours. You didn't ask a question. Shut up. So if I'm answering him, let me answer him. You can rebut after if you want. But here's what I'm saying. Why would a female have to put a shitload of fucking hairspray in her hair to make it look like she's in zero G gravity if she is in this zero G gravity? Because technically her hair would be moving around in a different way, because you see how their hair looks when they do go up and they do produce in the vomit comet, how the hair is frailing, in a zero G environment. So if
Is
that
it
was the case,
possible
why are they
that they
doing that?
put
Go ahead.
product in their hair to keep the hair out of their eyes and face?
Or
Wouldn't that
anything.
just be a super, super simple explanation to why they do that?
Maybe
It's
I
too
don't know.
simple. It's too simple.
Why would they do that?
It's all a conspiracy.
To keep it out of their face, because it's annoying to have hair in your fucking eyes all the time.
If you were in a place that had recirculating air, you wouldn't have any hair. Wouldn't have hair at all. You'd have very, very short hair, like in the military. There wouldn't be hair
That I
allowed.
kind of
It
agree
was
with.
real.
I kind of agree. I kind of am incredulous that they let people have long hair on the ISS. But I don't
I
think
just
it's
don't
evidence
understand,
that
like,
the
It
it's
ISS
depends on
like,
when you
isn't real.
consider, like all the
it's
women you
not
see in the
that,
ISS have like shoulder length hair. Like it's
Oh, some of them have
it's
big,
nothing.
big frizzy doos.
Oh,
But
they
I
do.
mean,
Okay, never mind.
but I mean, the whole thing's a positive claim. The positive claim is that she applies insane amounts of hairspray in order to fake being in zero G, right? Does she apply the hairspray? I don't know. Does she apply it for that reason? I don't know how you came to that
It could be
conclusion.
Jow. Who knows what it is? But it's the fact that they're doing it. It's kind of weird.
You're
Because
what you
asserting
need to
like,
show
they're
is
yeah,
doing
but
it
it's
without
like,
evidence.
yeah.
I mean, like, I just don't understand, like, how is it so difficult to understand that,
use it.
like, we
Okay,
can get to space? I mean,
they use it as evidence for themselves. One time, they asked, "Are you in space?" And she goes, "Look at my hair." They use that as a reason. They say
okay,
my hair
who
is
cares
stuck
what they
up like
use?
this. Okay, what do you mean? Who cares? That's kind of the point. That's
But
the
that's
whole
totally
point of it.
That's not really the
only
point,
works
though.
if you assume that only works if you assume your conclusion. If you say they are putting in hairspray in order to fake being in space, and the way I can tell is they point at their hair to say, "Look, I'm in space," is just circular
Yeah.
reasoning. It
That
could just
blonde
be
lady does
they
have a big
put
hairdo.
yeah, like the suggestion. What is this? That she's meant to be like
She
No,
intentionally styled her ponytail up like that.
I mean, I can understand what your point is, but like, I don't know. I just don't think that's a reason to believe that we can't go to space just because some woman sprayed, or like women or people with long hair spray hairspray in their hair. You know, I mean, that's not
Well-
really a reason to not believe that there
Well, the
isn't.
video he's showing right now is showing the cables like bouncing
Sure.
around and dangling and stuff.
Sure, but I mean, there's
that's what it's
airflow,
called.
right? I mean, there's airflow, right?
That's what they say. They say, oh, it's because of the air vents, and it's
Well, there
blowing
has to be
things around.
airflow. I mean, is that so unreasonable? You know.
what do you
don't
think
know.
would
I
happen?
mean, I
in
don't
zero-
really care what you think, but like, it's just kind of,
Yeah, I
I don't
get it.
know.
What should Apocryphon? What should it look like? She's now been talking for 21 minutes in this video, so she's now going probably close to light speed. What should be happening if they were in 0G or microgravity, as they prefer to call it? What would it look like? You're pressurized environment. You've got air. You've got her flailing around her arms. Probably vents and pumps and stuff that are pumping it in and out.
It's
and
just
after
very
plant.
suspicious that when they're in a vomit comet, if you look at the cables and everything around, they kind of act the same way that they do when they're in these environments, creating it for training. And then they
I mean, how do you even know that there's vomit comets? I mean, that seems pretty sus to me.
Well, I mean, because we know they exist.
I mean, airplanes. I mean, that seems like I don't even think there's airplanes, right? I mean, a vomit comet. I mean, that seems a little sus to me. You know, it's like what?
I think it
we know
could
they
be
have
said. Give
Go ahead,
me just a second. I think it
go
could be said that if there's airflow, then there should be hair flow, not troll hair.
There you go. It's just sus. It raises questions. This is why we question it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Why would they manipulate it to make it look like something? Why not just be in that environment and let it be? That's kind of the contention. You would
You're
think
begging
that
the
they're
question that
Right,
it's been
yeah.
fake, though. You're
You're
presuming it's been
immediately
fake.
assuming that it is being manipulated, right? But the hair. I mean, like, if there were space, you know, and if people went into space, and if hair being long would get into your face, then you know, it seems like a problem that might be solved, and people that are not in space may not understand. I understand this is not going to convince you of anything. I don't even know why I'm in here, but
Nor do we. But like, it just seems these don't seem super strong. Would you
it really
agree with
doesn't
that,
even
Apocryphon?
it doesn't even really matter, does it? Whether or not we're in space or not.
Well, I think it does.
I mean,
It certainly does to flat earthers. Flat earthers
It kind- I mean-
obsessed with space.
It does to them, but it's like, I mean, it's like, does it matter that much whether or not we convince them?
Well, because now we're getting into this, violating, gas pressure laws, and it's violating, like, the way we understand things to be. If there's a vacuum going on, and there's a gaseous ball just hurling through, so obviously,
but they'll
it goes
deal
on
with
to other-
that, right? I mean, they'll deal with gas laws and stuff like that. You know, it's like, I mean, it's a pretty small population that doesn't believe. So it's like, does it really matter that much? I don't know.
Do you have any statistics to back that up, or is that just like a basis of their?
It's just
Yo, Egg, you're still
whatever's
sharing
going
your
on in my
screen. I don't know
mind.
if you meant to be sharing your Facebook.
Yeah, I don't have any stats.
Thank you.
I just kind of go with the flow, you know. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I admire flat earthers because they ask decent questions, and it makes you actually think about it.
I have learned a lot from the questions that I've been asked by flat earthers.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have learned nothing from flat earthers.
But you have by proxy, and that's
By
the beauty of
proxy,
it.
yes. It
That's
is
the beauty
beautiful.
of it. If you're a flat earther, you are welcome in my home. We're not gonna put you in the FEMA camps. That's restricted to the non-Discord users.
They're called re-education camps, bro.
Right.
Get it right.
All hail Biden. All hail Biden. All hail Hillary. She's really the Darth Sidious behind the whole thing.
No, it's George Soros, bro.
Right.
Sorry, I
You
just
gotta-
watched.
You got to
Star
follow
Wars.
the money. You got to follow
Yeah.
the money. It's just very interesting that there's too many things that just aren't matching up. Why does the CGI, the glitches,
Well,
stuff
to
like
be
that? That's what
fair,
makes it. That's what makes it.
to
Weird.
be fair, we went through a bunch of them, and they all pretty much matched up with what we would expect in reality.
Does it though?
Yeah,
Does it
it
make
do
sense?
though. Made sense to me.
I mean, we didn't even get into the glitches of their videos of where things don't make sense. We didn't even get to that point.
Yeah, but you guys will see a mountain from 273 miles away and be like, yeah, that matches exactly what we expect to see.
Yeah,
That's
I see.
true.
We see mountains from the space station videos all the time. That's way more than 200 miles.
No, he's talking about like the professional, like long.
I know what he's
distance stuff.
talking about.
And that's supposed to make sense, and like, yeah, that's perfect. I mean, that works on the globe. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, what? No, it doesn't. That's kind of the point. That's why we're pointing it out, like, because it shouldn't be seen like that.
I gotta run. You guys go to war.
See you later. And that's a good point, Larry. Yeah, he said you guys go to war. That's a good point, Larry. Like that shot of the long distance, like where, like that just shouldn't even be reality in their world, because you shouldn't be seeing it like that, but we do, and I don't know.
But they're
I
like,
don't know what.
yeah, that checks out. Yeah, that's proof the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, that's funny, dude.
That's
No, it
what
just
you'd
makes
expect to see. Shit that you couldn't see because it's behind curvature. That's exactly what you would expect to see.
Yeah, we can see around corners now, and that's what we're supposed to see. That's
Math works
reality,
out.
guys.
The math works out beautifully.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of like points that everyone nitpicks and has been doing so for years. Just like Alpha said earlier, like I agree with Alpha on a lot of the things that that he even said, because he's absolutely right. All the nitpicking and stuff like that, like it still doesn't come to a conclusion. It's just going to get thrown out because you can't prove it either way. It's not good enough evidence. But if it was reality, then you would think it would be an easy slam dunk. There should be no contention if that was what was truly. So it's kind of weird.
People disagree about reality all the time. That's not really. That's that's not.
Yeah,
that's not a good way to look at things.
Yeah, but it's kind of the reason why this argument exists, because there's that constant contention, the constant questioning. Why aren't we back at the moon after all this time? Oh, well, it's difficult. It's hard.
Why would we?
Well, that's kind of the question.
Well, I mean, I think it's a fair one. What reason do we have to go back?
Helium-3.
You have a effective way to transport helium-3 from the moon to Earth?
Well, I've been hearing about this sky elevator for like, what, 10, 15 years now?
Well, maybe after we have the sky elevator, we could go back then.
What's going to hold that sky elevator up?
Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force.
That's my understanding of how it works anyways. I'm not really like a big math or space expert, but you know,
Are you talking about the one that Japan's building?
I don't
So it
think
can hold up
anybody's
the
actually
elevator.
building one right now, right? No one's actually started construction of
No,
a space
well,
elevator, have they?
it's oddly, didn't they say they want it up, like they're gonna have it built by like 2026 or something like that?
Yeah,
Like,
they haven't started it yet, right? I don't even think the fundamental technology is like there yet, is it? I don't think we can
Centrifugal force
produce
isn't there.
carbon. No, carbon nanotubes aren't
yeah,
in
but
the
they've been
production
talking
of
about
them.
that for decades, though. They've been saying
Yeah, it's a lot
when
easier
Larry
to
said
talk about things than it is to produce them, right? It's a lot
when
easier to talk about flying cars than it is to actually make a flying car and have
hey,
it work and
let me
be safe.
Google it. Let me Google it. Japan sky elevator. Let me Google it because I'm pretty sure they had they had a time. They had a time frame for it. Japan space elevator ready to build in 2020. They're going to start building it next year. That's what it's saying. They're working on it. Aims to build space out. They want to. Wow, it's going to take till 2050. Okay, they're going to start next year though.
More power to them, baby.
Well, I guess we'll see if we're all around. By 2050, we'll see what happens. $96,000 kilometers. There's a really good TV show that I watched. I binge watched the entire series. It's called For All Mankind, and that stuff like that totally reminds me of that. Because they're constantly trying to build stuff on they go to the moon and they want to build a colony. Then they go to like one of the seasons they go to Mars and they're building a colony on Mars and they're fighting with the Russians and like
I
a
love
lot of
sci-fi.
yeah, a lot of sci-fi. Would it would it
Good
would
old
it
sci-fi.
would it make you like think twice when you realize that one of the founders of NASA was like one of the greatest sci-fi authors and like developers? Like, isn't that kind of weird?
That
Or do you
people
think
into
that's what it takes?
sci-fi were involved with science and space stuff? No, I don't think that's weird at all. I think that makes a lot of sense, right?
So someone that
Those
writes
two
stories,
interests kind of like mesh.
sci-fi meaning fiction, meaning not real.
You don't
Kind
think
of.
you don't think there's a connection between people who like sci-fi and people who like science? You don't think there's maybe a correlation there?
Yeah, like L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons. Yeah, there's definitely something going on there.
Bunch of Satanists.
I don't understand the point you're trying to make.
You never will because you can't learn anything from flat earthers. You said it yourself.
Well, I didn't say that. I just haven't yet. You know, maybe this could be the time I've been proven wrong. You know.
Did you know that NASA original people were a bunch of Satanists? Did you know that?
I would. I didn't know that. No. How do you know that?
Oh, well, now you learn something new.
How do you know that? I mean, how would you? Is it the same way you knew that that clip was on the International Space Station? Is it that kind of knowing, or is it like a real knowing? Is it like believing, or is it knowing?
It's a knowing in the sense
Okay.
of like
How do
that.
you know that all of the NASA
Let me,
scientists that started NASA were
no,
Satanists?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that all of NASA scientists. I just said the original creators of it are known to be Satanists.
Blow me,
You don't.
heretic. I would say, okay, so I mean, what's your evidence for knowing that like the founders of NASA were Satanists? I don't understand where that comes from.
Okay. Name one of them. Let's start with one of them.
I'm asking you to back up what you just said.
I know. I'm going to. I'm going to show you where this stands true. Name one of them, the original. Or I'll tell you what. Better yet,
Original
Larry.
NASA founder.
How about Larry? You name one of them.
Jack Parsons, founder of
All right.
JPL.
All right, Jack Parsons. All right. Let's see here. All right.
Wait, are we just Googling him now, or what's going on?
I'm going to bring up an article. Hold on.
Is this going to be an article about this guy's weird shit, or is it going to be how he's weird shit is part of NASA, like a fundamental level, or
The ground-based zero-G facility can only maintain zero-G for 5.18 seconds. There's a slight jump back to the old topic, but I found it.
how big is that zero-G chamber? 40 distance of 40. Oh wow, that's actually pretty big.
He was from Pasadena. That makes sense why their original place was in Pasadena. All right. You worship the devil? Really? Okay. Okay, so over a little more than a decade, the tall and vainly handsome Parsons skillfully twinned his two existences as Rocketeer and Antichrist, leader of the cult Ordo Templi Orientis. You ever heard of that? Ordo Templi Orientis?
No, I'm not a Satanist.
Oh. Apparently he was a leader of it, so let's look into it. Let me Google that. All right.
So this is just to be
There's a
clear.
Wikipedia on
This
it.
is the evidence you have for how NASA was founded by Satanists.
Aleister Crowley as well. Oh, interesting. Wait, I'm sorry. What was that? What'd you say?
As I was just wondering, is this the evidence that you have for NASA being founded by Satanists?
Yeah, they're known to be cultic, and they, it is what it is, bro. I'm not judging them. They did who they are. Like that's who they were. Like I'm not.
Well,
They
I
can
mean,
do what
you
they
are.
want to do.
To be clear, you're bringing it up as like it's a negative thing, so it's not like just do what you want. It's like this is a bad thing. Like we look down on these Satanists because it's immoral. I believe that's like that's the implication of
I
it.
think it
Of how
lines
you're
up. Me personally, I think it lines up. Like,
Well, do you support what Aleister Crowley did?
Who's Aleister Crowley?
The guy who was hanging out with Jack Parsons.
What did he do?
Inexplicit things to goats.
I don't support bestiality. In general, it's pretty gross.
Okay. Would you consider that like a bit satanic?
I'd consider it pretty gross. I don't know what fucking goats has to do with the devil.
Look up Baphomet.
Yeah, that guy.
It's got a goat head. Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with fucking goats. I mean, there's lots of deities with all sorts of animal heads.
Well, the Baphomet is a symbol of the satanic religion, and Baphomet, a goat head, if you will, is the Baphomet.
Yeah, I understand the tangential connection between the two.
Yeah, he was a Satanist.
Aleister Crowley was a bad man.
One of the modern
Wikipedia says
paganism.
Crowley was closer to being, or Jack Parsons was closer to being a wizard than he was a Satanist.
He called himself the Beast 666. Yeah, I'm sure he was just
That's
a
not on the
wonderful
Wikipedia.
wizard.
It's not on the part of the Wikipedia I'm on, anyways. But the Thelman religion that was part of,
Thelema.
or whatever. Thelema, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Why?
Did you just
Wait,
learn
why?
something from a flat earther?
Why? How to
Did I just
pronounce a
bust your
word?
cherry?
I
Did I
suppose you
bust your
did.
cherry? Yeah, I busted
Yeah.
your cherry, didn't I?
Congratulations, Larry. You did it.
Finally,
There you
you learned
go.
something.
Learn something.
I thought you were
There you go.
incapable at first.
What
I
is
guess I was
what?
wrong.
What is Thelmia? Why is this Satanism?
Thelema, you'd have to look it up, bro.
Thelema. I'm looking at it right now. Bahamut, chaos is their
Theosophical
god.
Society.
Throne deity. Composite deity. Well, this just seems like New Age nonsense. They got Egyptian gods. They got even religious text gods. We got Christian gods. We got their own special gods that they made up for themselves.
You know, I played bass with a real Satanist one time, and he was telling me that he's basically an eclectic pagan. And I think that was doublespeak for Satanists, because when he walked into my house, first thing he did is threw up the horns and blessed my house with his satanic curse. And yeah, I mean, I didn't know all this about the guy before he came over to play, so I didn't really know what I was getting into.
Did your crops
But-
fail?
Funny. So, yeah, he was telling me that, you know, he worships different pagan gods, and he really appreciates the fact that during Yuletide, I think he said Jews, Christians, and everybody worships his holy day. He called it Yule. Sorry, Yule is what he called it.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
Christmas and Easter is originally pagan. Like, weren't most of them originally pagan?
Mm-hmm. They're all pagan worship.
But yeah, that dude talked about his pagan gods, but he was definitely a Satanist. So we stopped hanging out.
Was he like a bad guy, or?
Yeah, he asked if he could moon my wife.
Oh, it's a little weird. I don't know if that's like a immoral. Maybe, I don't know.
I would say.
Why? Wait, why? Why did he want to moon your wife? Just because he wanted to show his ass, or what? That's a weird thing for a grown man to do.
Yeah, I mean, you just meet this guy. You find out he plays bass. You come over, you play a little jam session in the bedroom. And then before you leave, like, hey, can I moon you? Can I moon your wife? Like, no. But yeah, I don't want to hang out with any more Satanists anytime soon.
The only Satanists I've ever known are like the super hardcore atheist guys who are basically just do it to like what's the argument? It's basically all the they like make all the noise for like the freedom of religion bullshit, like getting the devil statues put up at state capitals or whatever. Like it's like all political. Like they don't actually believe in any deities. It's just they use it as a political tool, basically.
That's a lot of if you read about Anton LaVey's version of the Church of Satan or something like that, it seems like that's what it was from the start, which is this sort of like you can read they've got their own commandments and they're very humanist, like atheist commandments about like treating one another with respect regardless of what religion they follow. And the whole idea of his thing was he just sort of said, what about if you retold the story of the Garden of Eden from a neutral perspective? And you said there's this all-powerful thing that's created this garden for you, but then has trolled you by putting this tree in the middle of it that contains all of the knowledge, or the knowledge of good and evil. I can't remember why. And it's like he wants you to follow his rules, not figure out what rules would be good to follow for yourself. And this snake, it's told from the perspective of Satan, and Snake comes along and says, "Hey, I think you should be able to work this stuff out for yourself. I think you should be in charge of your own destiny. And the only way to do that is to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil," and encourages these people to think for themselves and do that. And that's why God casts them out. And that sort of just retells the whole story, basically plot point for plot point, exactly the same, but with a different spin on it to go, actually, maybe it was, maybe the Bible was,
story.
yeah, and maybe the Bible was written by the bad guy. And so the whole thing has, I would say, almost always been a troll on the Christian worldview, going, what if maybe we're the bad guys?
Yeah, actually worshipping a personification of evil is pretty fucking cringe, and most people probably don't get down with that.
Yeah. Yeah, but their personification of it is much more meant to be like, what if actually you're not worshipping the bad guy, you're worshipping the free thinker.
Yeah, because it's probably a bad idea, to not do your neighbor's wife. It's probably a good idea to disrespect your parents, the only people on earth that maybe actually love you and care about you.
We can get all those rules from without
Exactly.
religion. Like, we don't need the Bible or religion for those rules.
Well, they're not actually rules, they're laws. So if some dude tries to seduce your wife, do you want that guy to be your neighbor?
I think you've missed the point we're making. The Bible coming up with the rules doesn't say if you don't follow the Bible, you therefore think the opposite of these rules. It just says if you're a free thinker, you could come up with pretty good rules by yourself. If you already conceive that that's a good idea, regardless of whether the Bible said it's a good idea, then you're on the right path. And I'm sure if we went digging through the book, we could find rules that you use your own discernment to go, I don't follow that rule anymore. I don't encourage people to take slaves, for example. Right? It's clearly in the Bible in multiple places it's A-okay to take slaves, and it just dictates how to treat them. But for some reason, despite the book saying that's okay, we've come to the conclusion it's not, which says that maybe we're getting our morals from somewhere else. Maybe we're all a little bit, thinking critically and behaving rationally without that book.
So obviously I'm against the 13th Amendment and privately owned prisons and legalized slavery that's going on here in the United States. But are you against the no cruel and unusual punishment laws that we have?
What?
Are you against
No,
the
I'm not
no?
against the no cruel and unpunished.
Oh, okay.
I'm not for
So
cruel and
it's
unusual
okay
punishment.
for the lawgivers to put down laws to protect slaves. You okay with that?
Yeah, I am.
What's
I have no
Okay.
idea what the point you're trying to make is, though.
Me too, because slavery is a reality, right? And if you're talking about
Slavery has been a reality for all of human
slavery
history, yeah.
has always been a reality. It always will be. So when the good book says that you shouldn't beat your slave to where they can't work for a few days, that's probably some good advice, right?
I would expect more from a book of morals than you should do this immoral thing, but do it a lot less immorally, I have higher expectations from a deity.
You know what the most cruel thing you can do to a person is? It's actually torture. It's called
Murder
isolation.
them?
No. Murder is you get off easy. Isolation is actually torture. Psychological torture. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Do you know what we do to our slaves here in America?
What do we do, Larry?
We put them in something they call the hole for extended periods of time.
Yeah, the solitary confinement is a pretty barbaric throwback thing.
So are you okay
It's
with that?
bad. No, I think it's bad.
So
but where do you keep
if
getting the
someone
idea
were
of...
hold on. If if someone were to come forward with a new law saying that solitary confinement is no longer legal, and then 100 years from now, someone were to look back and go, God, they were like putting people in solitary confinement. And then this person that came up with this law, what an asshole. He said that, well, it's okay to have a slave, you just can't put them in the hole.
I think the false dichotomy here is that you are trying to make the claim that like slaves are like a necessary, like they must be, and I would argue they should not be and are not must be. They are just like a convenient thing that humans do out of like laziness and probably mostly lazy is an economic thing, an economic opportunity.
So what should we do with the perverted criminals that create victims? Should we let them just roam the
We should
streets?
put them in jail and isolate them.
Oh, you are for slavery. Okay, I see.
It depends. I guess we have different definitions of slavery. See,
Wait a minute, are
consider
you an American?
slavery. Yeah, I'm an American.
Have you read the 13th Amendment?
Have I read it recently? I mean, no. I know that there's basically neither slave. You can't voluntarily or be forced into slavery, and then I think there's another tag on about except punishment or crime.
Yeah. So there's an exception to slavery in the 13th Amendment.
Mhm. What you gonna?
They're all concentrated in one spot.
They're all on Ritalin.
It's just playing a word game. Like the challenge that you need to answer
I know
is,
you are.
if we're getting
A
our
rose is a
morals
rose
from
by
this
another name.
book, why is it you have a view that is directly in contradiction to the morals prescribed in that book?
So yeah, I don't agree with everything that's in the Bible.
Okay. So
So
where do you
there's a
get that
bit-
from? Where do you get this idea that it's not okay to keep slaves from?
Well, it depends on what the person did, right? So let's say that this drunk guy, he runs off the road and just comes plowing through your living room. And of course, he spent all of his money on alcohol. He doesn't have any money. But he says, okay, I'm going to be an honorable man and I'm going to come work for you. Whatever you need done, you buy the lumber, I'll fix your house, and I'll keep working with you till I pay it off.
Why the fuck would I
That's-
want some drunk guy to build my fucking house?
Well, he
Like
doesn't have any gold.
I'm gonna trust him to build my fucking house. This
Well,
drunk guy who
thousands.
just drove through my wall, I'm supposed to trust him to do anything for me?
Well, for thousands of years, you either paid with gold or you paid with your labor. If you didn't have any gold, guess what you paid with?
Guess where we're not right now? 1,000 years ago. Times change.
I don't understand how this responds to the point, though. Are you coming back to the answer of where do you get your morality if not from the book?
Yeah, because I think that you would want some sort of, what's it called, restitution without having to go to court. If the guy's trying to make a contract with you to provide that restitution that he owes you, and you're going to be unreasonable and then expect to get the restitution through the court when he offered it to you and you rejected it.
Things are settled out
Does
of
this
court
answer the
all the
question, though? I
time.
don't.
Yeah, and I don't understand how this is an origin
Look,
of your
we're
morality.
talking about law, right? You're saying morality. I'm telling you that we're talking about law.
Okay, so we're not talking
It's a
about
law book.
morality anymore. We're switching it to law. Or is your argument that the Bible is law?
Yeah, I
It's
don't.
the book of laws.
Okay, so the Bible is law. So when you refer to law, you're actually referring to the Bible, just so we have the vocabulary clear.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't think that's a little confusing?
No, if your donkey knocks over somebody's fence, it says in the Bible that you're supposed to restore that fence.
Okay,
That's
but
no different than
in
the law that goes on
America,
today. That's
you
no
don't think
different than small claims court. That kind of shit happens every day.
No, but that doesn't answer the question.
Yeah.
The question is, if you don't get your morality from the book, where do you get it from?
I don't know. Where do you get your morality from? Your parents?
Two
Maybe
rules,
that's why you
Well, I
should
think
honor.
partly socially, partly
That's why you should
biologically.
honor them and obey them, right?
It's not answering the question, though. It's just avoiding the question
I'm not
time
talking
after
about
time.
morality. I'm not talking about morality. You are. I'm talking about law.
Yeah, see, the Bible is law. Remember? So I spit on your 2,000-year-old law, and I accept America's current laws. That is
Yeah,
how
I
I
think
deal
laws
with
are
that.
best
Oh, that's dumb.
when they're decided.
Where do you
They're
think the laws
updated.
came from in America, where it says you can't murder?
American
Where do you think?
citizens.
Where do you think that came from?
Yeah, the American people. They collectively
Okay.
agreed that, yes, we don't want to be murdered. I want to live in a country where murder is not allowed. So they put that into their law. That's how laws. That's basically like a super stripped down version of where laws come from.
So where does common law come from?
People decided what common law was, and then they wrote it down and said, "This is common law. This is
people."
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all like concepts come from people, basically. All right, I've officially gone through every single one of these shuttle videos. I cannot find that exact footage anywhere. It's driving me insane, eggshells. Where the fuck is it? That time? None of the videos have that time stamping on it either. Like, is this like the private archives? What the fuck? Where did this come from?
And how did flat earthers become so willingly convinced that it's the ISS when there is not a jot of evidence that it is? When we spend hours together trying to figure it out and nobody can find evidence it's on the ISS, and that's like the 6th time it's been presented to me as footage from the ISS.
You think maybe if the ISS had some really bad footage and it was captured live and they black holed that shit, you know, the ISS and the government and NASA.
It could be
that
an
if they caught
excuse
it
why there's
live,
not evidence. But it wouldn't be a
Well-
good excuse as to why you believe something, because what you're admitting is you've got no evidence for it.
the same thing that happened on 9/11 when it looked like the nose of the plane came out of the side of the building, and they said live something along the lines of "This isn't fit for TV," but it was captured live, so they couldn't just black hole it and never have it, right? because it was captured live.
I'm
You
not.
can't
I'm
get
not
rid of it.
following that.
Yeah,
logic.
what is the point here?
Maybe you can help us put
Yeah, I'll
put
have
that
to.
into a bow that leads back to what
Yeah.
we're talking about.
So the people that think that 9/11 was manufacturing consent for all these wars, they think that what they showed us on TV was propaganda, and that the actual nose of the plane came out of the side of the building. That's what some people have said. Now, when they showed that clip live, you could hear the newscaster saying, "This isn't fit for TV," or something like that. I can't remember the exact words.
Probably had more to do with the people throwing themselves off the building than it did the trajectory of the debris, right?
But it was right after the plane hit the tower.
I guess I'd have to see the clip. I'll take your word for it.
Sure. I don't care about your ISS videos. They don't bother me none.
I'm just not following the link between that and because it seems like as Alpha was saying before, if we're making claims that something's true, we want to be able to support them. We want them to be strong. We want to be able to test them and have them hold up. I don't get what the newscasters are saying. This is not fit for I could see that happening if it was fake, and I could see that happening if it was real. Like mass casualty events are always going to be a touchy topic of how much do you broadcast. What's the evidence? How does that stack up on this whole question of how strong does evidence need to be before we think it's true? I think it's connected in your head. I'm just not seeing the connection.
That's fine.
Larry, earlier this evening, I had mentioned I was talking to that one random guy, and you had chimed in saying when I was talking about the origin of the lie, why do we lie? You do agree with what I said, though, don't you? That the religious explanation is the best. I think it is the best, and
No,
it is
that's
the
not
one
the
that
best.
you don't think that's the best one for why they lie. Really?
Uh-uh.
What? All right. What is your best then?
So it's something I heard Eddie Bravo say. He said that since time immemorial, they've always tried to create the empire, and they want one guy to rule everything, ever since ancient Babylon and Nebuchadnezzar. And this, desire to build the one world order, the one world government, this empire, whatever you want to call it, they have trouble with it because people are, so proud of their culture and their roots and their family members that they just will not throw all that away to bow down to the Pope or whatever figure, is in charge at the time. And he said the only way that they would do it is what Reagan said at the UN, that imagine how quickly we would set our differences aside if an alien force from outside of Earth were to come and, attack us all, how we would set our differences aside and unite to fight that. So the whole reason for the space and all that stuff and Star Trek and Star Wars and all that stuff is because they want to do the fake alien invasion, like Werner von Braun allegedly said. And
So
this would
there's
unite the world under a one world government, and they would have their empire that they always wanted.
so we are so there's a fake alien invasion pending,
That's what some people say.
and this is to service installing a global government under one type of some sort of emperor.
Mhm.
Okay, I still think I see it. I think the religious one is more convincing still, but yeah.
Remember a couple of years ago when the whole world did the same thing, even though there was no science to back it up, but the
Did what
government
thing?
told them to do it. You know, they wore diapers.
Oh, none of those restrictions ever stayed or passed. It didn't really have any lasting effects on our freedoms. Like, I don't see the big deal. With like the passports never happened, or like never stuck around. Like the microchipping didn't happen. Like none of the zero of the conspiracy predictions around COVID came true.
You know what the totalitarian tiptoe is?
I can imagine what it is from context.
Okay. So it's really interesting. How many businesses died from the thing that happened?
God, I hate
Hmm.
that we have to pussyfoot around this and can't have real conversations about it.
Yeah, I
I
know.
assume a lot of
They don't want
businesses.
any. They don't want any fake news getting out there, right?
I assume a lot of businesses closed. To answer your question.
Yeah. So, just one tiptoe at a time.
I don't know how that tiptoes us towards fascism, but or authoritarians or whatever you said. I don't remember which term.
Well,
I mean, it's
think about it.
it's not flat Earth talk, but definitely there is obviously they're trying to destroy like a lot of our core base like business driving. Like now they're destroying the airlines through Boeing. Then they're destroying the railroad systems, like trying to bankrupt other states if they have to apply or comply with California's like emissions of trains. Like there's all these things through law they're like trying to present that's literally is bankrupting America on like a huge scale. But this is not flat earth talk, but I'm just saying like that's a huge argument that I would love to talk about in the room maybe.
Would it change
Yeah,
your mind
definitely
at
goes to
all if the economic numbers of America did not match up with this pending destruction that you're implying?
Oh, so you think our economy is awesome right now? Okay, I mean, then I see where you're coming from.
Our
I would
economy
disagree, but
is actually pretty good right now. It's not bad.
it's booming right now, right? It's booming. Everything that's dropping. It's really weird. Look at it that way. Like you would consider gas prices being at $7 and not $8. That's a good thing, guys. Like it's
Where are you
weird.
paying
Your
$8 per
logic
gallon? Where are you paying
in
$8 a gallon
California.
for gas?
In California.
Do
In
you live in
California.
California?
Yes, in LA. Yes. It's fucking
Okay.
it's $7.85 close enough to $8 for you. Just put it
Well,
this way, bro.
I don't know
4
what's
years
going on in
ago,
California, but in the
4 years
Midwest,
ago
it's
was
under
4 years
4.
ago was $3.95, bro. 4 years ago was $3.95. Now it's
Still is
above
in
$7.
Minnesota.
There
You
is
just
some
live in an expensive state, bro.
but
Move.
nationwide there is the average. So like for instance, when I was in Arkansas, dude, gas is only 3 something. It's like Arkansas is like California 4 years ago. But the reality is that's even expensive for them. Like the people in Arkansas is like, oh my god, it's $3.80 for a gallon. What? It used to be $2.78. It's like, bro, everything's gone up. But it's weird that you could take a position and say, no, that's a good thing. Like I don't know how your economics works in your head, but bro,
Did I
that's
say
a
increasing
problem.
high gas prices are a good thing? I just say we're kind of on track
You said our economy is good. I would
wages
argue that it's
versus
not,
inflation.
but that's not this discussion. Though. That's not this argument.
Are gas prices how we determine how the economy is?
Food prices, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, how
Food
does the
prices,
food get
gas
to your
prices,
grocery store?
inflation. Yeah, exactly.
I would say a better determination would be comparing inflation versus wage growth, stuff like that. Like instead of
Absolutely,
looking at
that's there too.
instead of looking at like individual goods in individual
Again,
markets
that's
to
not the
judge like
conversation
the
for the
whole of
room.
America.
That's not the conversation.
Okay, we don't have to talk about it, but
yeah, we should change it up because that's just not the conversation for the room. But there is
anyway,
a huge argument.
I didn't realize it's so late. Larry, Apocryphon, Eggs, it's always good to talk to you guys.
Good
Have a
night.
good night.
Good night.
Peace.
Wait, what were you guys just talking about just now? You're talking about what determines
That
the
guy
price?
said the economy's good. What
Oh,
was it on?
the
He's delusional.
they determine prices off of fast food chains. That's so they've been fast food chains have been going off of that, right? Have they
California
not?
just destroyed that, by the way. But anyways, it is what it is.
They destroyed what?
California
The
recently passed minimum wage $20 in all fast food chains, except for the people that make their own bread. Oddly enough, and it turns out the governor had a friend who owned a bunch of businesses where they make their own bread. It's just a coincidence for all you Globers out there. I know you guys are coincidence theorists. But anyway, so yeah, a lot of food chains are shutting down because they can't afford to pay their employees.
Yeah,
So I
right
guess, you
now,
know, if the governor of California was a communist, that would like help him shut down like a lot of private property.
right. Right now, I have 5 kids, right, and 2 of them are looking for jobs, and it's nearly impossible to get a job at a place where you don't know somebody because the market is oversaturated with unemployed people trying to find a job. A hiring manager has a pickings of over 100 applications easily, and it's they've destroyed the government here has destroyed our economy to where now the prices have gone up. People can't even afford it, so they had to fire off. They changed it from full timers to part timers because they don't have to pay benefits and other insurances. So they're saving money by reducing the employment. Now that employment, now manager, like thousands of people now unemployed. Now that drains the economy in the government sector because now you have all kind of people pulling money from unemployed. Dude, it's just a downward spiral. Let's talk about flat Earth. I don't even want to talk about that shit. It pisses me off. We're so fucked right now.
I think it'll piss everyone off.
Ridiculous, bro. The economy is ridiculous right now. And somehow Cooper's like, our economy is doing good. What the fuck? What world are you living in? Oh my god. Okay, let's go back to flat Earth.
Oh. Have you asked what kind of job he had or if he was working?
No, I didn't.
Well,
He's probably not affected by it, so he doesn't
yeah,
care.
yeah.
He doesn't care. But that's short-sighted. Don't care about the people at the bottom. You're going to be ruined eventually at the top because it trickles up. But anywho, how about that flat Earth?
Can anybody in here demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
There was this guy on TikTok. He's really well known now. He's a surveyor, and he was saying, I took a measurement. Okay, this is 1,000 miles, and I was like, dude, if you're fucking using your theodolite for 1,000 miles, put the fucking thing down. You don't know what the fuck you're doing, bro. That's not the way you use that equipment. He's like, come in my chat. Let's talk about it. I didn't even want to bother with him, bro. Why, bro? Why would you even? That's ridiculous, man. It's crazy. These guys are crazy.
Yeah.
Oh no, not 1,000. My bad. He said 100 miles. I over exaggerated. It was 100 miles. He said, like, bro, you don't use a theodolite for 100 miles, bro. Shut up.
Hello.
Don't even use it for 10 miles. Hello, what's going on? What's your proof for a globe? Go ahead.
The last time I talked to you guys, you muted me, and I don't feel like I did anything wrong. So I don't know if I want to talk to you again.
Yeah,
Well,
you gotta be
bye.
mindful. Well, if you talk about the globe, I mean, you might not get muted. Depends what where you take it. Go ahead. What's
I'm
your proof
worried
for a
that
globe?
if I crush you in debate, you're gonna like mute me out of embarrassment. Try to save face,
Ooh, yeah, that's tough there. Go ahead though. Try. Go ahead. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. Wait, give me a
It's dead
second.
air.
Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna change my status.
Okay.
I'm looking for like the best emoji. I'm not sure. What do you feel about this one?
Just see your
Like,
face.
Probably
Thanks,
why
bro.
you got muted to begin with.
Honestly,
Talking about
yeah,
emoji.
I probably do deserve it, to be honest. Sometimes I ask for this shit.
You didn't change your emoji, so unless I don't know, I don't see anything
I mean,
different.
it is cool that you came in and said hi. That was
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
normal,
don't get
but
me wrong. I want to be polite first if I'm going to start trolling, you know?
Right. Wipe your feet before you come in the house. I get it.
Yeah, and then wipe your feet and then shit on the floor.
Well, let's hear it.
I believe, I don't know. I don't know anything. I just, I'm open to being convinced.
What do you think would convince you?
Evidence.
Can you demonstrate? Oh, do you like scientific evidence?
Any kind of evidence.
Well, not any kind. Sure.
Well, I mean, I'm open to like logical deduction. That's not necessarily science, but it would work on me,
Perfect.
you know?
Perfect. Okay. So, just real quick question, then we'll get into the science. What do you think holds down the oceans?
I think we had started this exact conversation before. I don't want to answer that question again. I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, answer it.
Well, I'm claiming that it's relative density, also known as specific gravity. Yes, flat earthers do believe in gravity, just not everything that everyone has ever said about it.
Well, that's good. I like gravity.
Yeah, so if you take a cup of ocean water and you evacuate the gas in a vacuum chamber and you leave the pump running, eventually it'll all boil out. So that's one cause that's holding down the oceans. The next cause is if you put it in a tea kettle and you add a lot of heat to it over a long period of time, it'll boil. And that's the second cause that's holding down the ocean. So if anybody has a third possible cause, an independent variable, while holding my independent variables as control variables, they could prove that they have their own kind of gravity scientifically, like I've demonstrated, then I would love to hear it.
All right.
You can manipulate an object in a medium without manipulating buoyancy or density, then I guess you have your own version of gravity. But until then, scientifically at least, there's only one version. That's
Right.
specific gravity.
And that's your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
No, I'm talking about what holds down the oceans.
Oh. Okay.
Wait, are you? I guess you're a flat earther.
Oh no, I'm a round guy.
Oh, you're round.
Yeah. I was the cookie dough guy like a few hours ago.
Wait, when you say round,
I got a little
how
tummy.
round?
Got a little
How-
tummy. It's like love
how
handles.
round?
How round? Like little love handles. Not morbidly obese, but like I could lose like 20 pounds.
Like a
Hey,
fat woman
I
with a
don't care.
fupa?
I don't care. I don't care.
What's the question?
We don't care.
I'm sorry.
You got any evidence for gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density?
I don't got any evidence for gravity. I'm sitting down in a chair. I'm not floating out of the chair. I call that gravity.
Well, you're the densest thing. You think the air is going to hold you up? There's not enough buoyant force.
I don't think the air would hold me up at all. I'm way too heavy.
Right. So there's not enough buoyant force to hold you up, obviously.
I think water is heavier than air, so water would probably be held down by gravity too.
Yeah, specific gravity. I agree.
Like oceans and stuff. There's a lot of water there. It's probably really heavy. So
Right.
I would say the oceans are probably held down by gravity.
Yeah, I agree. Specific gravity. Not Newtonian or Einsteinian or dark gravity or Malgromian gravity. Just talking about specific gravity. Nothing else.
What do you think about Newtonian physics and stuff? Do you agree with Newton? Do you think he was a smart guy? You think he was a fraud, or what do you think?
Well, I definitely think he was a seeker, so I would I wouldn't say he's an intellectual, but he's definitely a truth seeker. He was trying to figure things out.
Yeah,
As far as him being a good guy, I don't know. I mean, he may have even been an intellectual, but was he correct about mass attracting mass? Like, no, I don't think so. I think it's mass over volume. I
right.
think that's what actually dictates whether an object in a medium, and there's always a medium, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, it doesn't exist. So that's why objects in a medium rise or fall. If they're sinking, it's because of density. There's not enough buoyant force. If they're rising, it's because of the buoyant force. There's not enough density. So, and I'm not the only one who disagrees with Newtonian physics. Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale, he also disagrees with Newtonian physics.
What are your thoughts on Einstein? Do you think he was a pretty smart guy? You think he got some stuff wrong, or
Yeah, I think it's a thought experiment. It's philosophical. It's like how many angels can dance on the head of a needle.
so you don't like Einstein's stuff? You think Einstein was kind of an idiot, or
He couldn't pass his college entrance exam, so I don't know if he was an absolute genius, but I don't think he was an idiot. I mean, he functioned pretty well as a patent clerk, so
what do you think about like the theories he had about like relativity and shit?
uh, at best they're useful tools, but incomplete.
Right.
But it definitely doesn't refer to reality. I mean, space-time, this thing that exists in a partial vacuum, 10 to the 17 negative torr, that's not made of any baryonic matter, meaning matter from the periodic table. Just this stuff exists, without any matter attached to it at all. It's kind of like invoking God. He's there and you can see the effects, but you can't actually see it, and you can't take space time in a lab and manipulate it and make things go up or down like you can with buoyancy or density. So if you want to call it philosophy, I'm fine with that. But if you call it science, I'm gonna call it pseudoscience.
Okay.
He was trying to figure shit out, just like Newton. What do you think about Tesla? You think it was a
The
crackpot?
man or the company?
Oh, come on, bro. The
No,
man.
you gotta specify. You gotta.
The man.
The man. I actually don't know much about the man. I assume he probably hated Jews or something.
What?
Well, I mean, like, wasn't he anti-Semitic? Am I wrong on that? I think a lot of people back
Tesla?
then were like anti-Semitic.
You think Tesla was anti-Semitic?
Am I wrong? If I'm wrong,
I've
I'll
never heard.
apologize. I don't know.
I've never heard that before. It's weird
That
that he
doesn't,
said that.
that doesn't make anything else he said. Like, it doesn't make his scientific theories right or wrong. You could be anti-Semitic and happen to be smart on other things. I thought he was anti-Semitic.
Well, if he is, I don't know about it.
All right. Well, I hope he's not, because anti-Semitism is pretty cringe.
Yeah, I agree. If you hate a group of people based on perceived race or ethnicity or religion, I think it's pretty fucked up. But what does that word mean? That's another thing, though. But it's not a conversation for this server.
It's not a conversation for this server. I'm just glad we both agree that Jews are cool.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with Jews. I'm probably Jewish myself.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, but anyway, to answer your question, I don't have strong opinions on Tesla or his theories. I think he invented some stuff. I don't know if he was a scientist or just an inventor. I'm not sure actually. I should probably look up on him.
Well, you're going to use his technology to look up whatever it is that you're going to look up about him.
Yeah.
He invented the remote control boat. So he basically invented drones. But look what year he had that remote control boat in. That ought to be a surprise for you. What year did Tesla unveil the remote control boat?
Was it during the 40s, 1940s? I feel like that was an important decade.
Cold.
Going back to what you said earlier, Larry, it's interesting. Like when you think about it, the vacuum that people create, you know, in a classroom setting or a laboratory setting, it always will, like you said, it, you know, boils the water, dissipates, turns to a gas, and then it exits the vacuum, right, outside of the hole, you know, that where the vacuum is being created from. Like, why? How do we not, you know, collectively as people say, well, then how did gravity not keep that water and gas inside that vacuum if it exited out? That's my question that I want to, you know, present to everybody. Like, why didn't gravity play a role there? What happened to gravity at that point?
I don't know.
I don't know
Just
if
to,
Glover can even answer that. I don't know.
maybe they can. Just to answer the question that I asked, Tesla invented the remote control boat in 1898.
Whew, I was way off.
That's all right. No one really expected that answer unless they already knew. So I'll go ahead and cite my source.
You know, I'm just going to take your word for it.
Pretty interesting, like to think of like the history of inventions and, you know, things that we had way back then. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I think that, let's say, business or corporations or whatever, however you want to name it, like they might have bought patents because it would it would allow them to thrive in the in the in their agenda to where they had other things in mind. So, like, you know, like for instance, you always hear like engines that run on hydrogen and, you know, like all these different other technologies of free energy. But it always seemed like throughout the history, like they always got shot down, but in a weird way. Like, not that it got shot down, but they would get sponsored and bought and purchased, but then they would just shelve it. They would buy the patent and take it away from the developer, pay him off, shut him up, and then they would just shelve it and never create this amazing new invention that we could have had to where life would have been, who knows where life would have been right now. Who knows where we would be right now. But it's just really weird that historically happened over and over and over again. Kind of makes you think, like, where would we be if it wasn't for the greed?
Yeah, I
You know,
just
these.
want
But
to. Yeah, I wanted you to finish. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
no worries. Go ahead.
I wanted Roland my Boulder to tell me where I told a lie, because he's accusing me of lying and then asking me to explain buoyancy, which I think anybody who's ever played with a rubber ducky or a beach ball at the pool understands buoyancy. I don't think it would need an explanation, but I would love to hear where I lied, because if I did indeed lie, I don't want to do it again.
It's
So
true.
I'm asking for correction.
Yep.
Please correct me where I was wrong.
Please correct him. He's being polite about it.
Is he even in the room or is he just in chat?
Oh, so he's not even going to let me
Yeah, he's just
face
ear
my
hustling.
accuser.
He's ear
Oh, he's just
hustling.
okay. Please continue. I apologize.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, the things that Tesla, like you posted, you know, the things that he developed, like, what if, like, you know, some of these technologies were actually utilized and used, utilized, that was redundant, for the betterment of, you know, society as a whole. And like, I feel like we've held ourselves back. Well, not us, but the greedy people that are in charge held us back.
really discovering, or creating an infrastructure, if you will, to where we could have been totally energy independent and not worrying about all the bullshit that we worry about in today's, world. But I don't know. It's interesting to think about. And it's weird how so many people don't know about these things being from a long, long time ago. A lot of these people think new technologies. Like, no, bro, these are old technologies. These are old. This is old knowledge. It kept getting shelved, kept getting squandered because for the sake of profit and the greed of the systems in place. That's just weird.
Dude, think about it. Tesla invented a water drone, a remote control boat, 126 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like
amazing.
The age of the oldest living person, thereabouts, give or take 5 or 10 years. But yeah, that's like a lifetime ago, the longest lifetime in recorded history. Like I said,
Right.
give or take 5 or 10 years. I don't know what the number is actually, but
Yeah, I
it's
think the
around there
eldest was
somewhere.
like 131 years.
Yeah, so give or take, could be 120 years. But 126 years ago, the man had already worked out the technology to put it on display. So he could have had it and tweaked on it for a couple of years to get it just right. We don't know. So, like I said, give or take a few years on both sides. But 126 years ago, that guy had a remote control boat.
Yeah. Imagine where we would be right now if they didn't, silence him or suppress him. We'd
Instead of building
definitely
the
be in a
Titanic, if they would have just gave that money to him and said, "Bro, do what you do, and we'll broadcast the patents all across the world, and we'll give
Right.
humanity what they need more than anything, which is renewable energy."
Right. Yeah, but you have the families that just were against it. They just didn't want it. It went against their pocketbook. What was that? I thought somebody spoke up.
My wife was talking.
Oh.
It did not please the crown, so it didn't happen.
Did not.
There you go. It didn't please the crown. Exactly. They're like, no. You're gonna go to our family's wealth. We don't need that. Get out of here. Horrible. You hear people say, well, if they still believe the earth was flat, we wouldn't have the technologies we have today. Like, dude, no. The only thing that prevents technology these days is greed. It's the only thing that does it.
Kind of reminds me of the social shaming given to people who still stuck with the April 1st is New Year's thing, and they're like, oh, you think that it's New Year's, April Fools, and then everybody began mocking those who figured, hey, spring sounds like a logical time for the new year to begin, not the middle of winter.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's actually very, very, that's a good point because originally that was the beginning of the year. But over history, they just changed it, man. They do whatever they want. We live in a world where, hey, we have to succumb to what the masters have made it to be.
They invert everything in order to keep people confused.
Good point. Change calendar dates. There's this one thing that I looked into on the calendar, and if you look into it, like it just jumps like 16 days, I think it is. An emperor once upon a time said, "Oh no, this is the day today," and then everybody just followed that calendar. When they changed it, and they just just jumped 16 days. It's really weird.
That's a good point. A lot of stuff throughout history is just the arbitrary whims of an emperor or a king.
Yeah, and then like if you look at the with the summer solstice, that even jumps up like 10 days or 16 days up because of that calendar change. And then all of a sudden, like it jumped up, and then they like deviate 1 day less, 1 day more. From that point, it started changing, but that technically wasn't the actual day. So I don't know. How do we know it to be accurate? I don't know. If it's been changed so many times, how do we know it's true? It's really weird.
So I tried to look up what this guy was talking about Tesla being anti-Semitic, and I couldn't find anything. At best, I could find that he was talking about eugenics, but eugenics was kind of the culture of the day in America. Not that I'm saying it's okay or anything like that, but in the early 1900s, eugenics in America was more popular than it was in Germany. So when we're looking into someone and we're studying the psychology of the person, we kind of have to take into consideration their environment that they grew up in. So I can't find anything about his anti-Semitism, but he did think that people who are mentally ill and criminals, that they shouldn't breed. But that was kind of the sentiment of the day in America for a portion of the population. Please continue.
You see here, it says Nikola Tesla expressed some controversial views related to eugenics. Particularly in the later years, he believed in the importance of improving the human race through selective breeding, which aligns with eugenic principles. However, it's essential to note that views on eugenics were more widely debated and accepted in the early 20th century compared to today, and Tesla's stance should be considered within that historical.
Well,
Interesting.
that's almost word for word what I said, and that's not what I read. So
I
that's
mean,
kinda cool.
everybody has the freedom to choose who they breed with, so there you go, selective breeding.
The twist on the words.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about, you know, evolution and natural selection, but with mankind, the females do the selection. It's not nature at all. In fact, we kind of anthropomorphize nature as if nature were like a real live being that can make choices and select. But actuality, like the females choose who they, well, hopefully every time, but unfortunately not.
You want me to cut yours?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully the female gets to choose who she wants to reproduce with. But just real quick to define friend zone for the class, when a woman puts you in friend zone, she's saying, look, you're okay as friend material, but I see no reason why your genetic material should be passed on into the future.
Not every woman, date for parenthood. So
Yeah, that's kind of like a double-sided coin, right? Like they don't want to pass your genes, but do you really want to pass their gene?
no. I'm saying like I've been in relationships where it's just about the puss. I don't want a kid, right? So
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. And then you hear about it's funny too because like the other day talking to my buddy's dad, he was talking about like his mom had like 18 kids, and then his wife's mom had like 22. I was like, Jesus Christ, you guys are like
what?
cats. 22
Oh,
kids, bro. Like, how do you have 22 kids? And that's why their family's like really, really big. But he said though that a lot did pass away though of the 22. Like a lot died. They didn't grow into their adult years. But imagine like through two people, you have 40
freaking children. What? Or 4 people shot, obviously, right? Mom, dad, on both sides. There's 40 children represented. That's crazy. But apparently that was like common back in the day. Not common now, that's for sure.
Well, that kitty is good, and they didn't have, birth control back then. Not like
They
we do
just
now.
always had to hit it. They just had to hit it up.
That's a
Yeah.
good kitty. Good.
That kitty purred. These are interesting photos that Jumping Jack Flat posted. That's funny. Wow, look at that. I like the helium balloon one. Why are the helium balloons attached to the ceiling if there's no gravity and there is no up or down? Anybody want to talk about that? Let's talk about that.
What'd you say? Why the helium balloon stuck to the
Yeah,
ceiling?
he put a little picture where it says if there is no gravity and there is no up or down, talking about in the ISS, and then they have a photo where the balloons are on they're at the top of the roof. No different than when you're in your house and you have helium balloons and they go to the ceiling. That's interesting.
It's really difficult for me sometimes not to make the globe Earth argument, but I can already hear it in my head. I know what the best argument for this is for the globe side.
What do you think? What do you think? I want to hear it.
Okay, I don't normally do this. I try to keep my mouth shut for this portion, but you see, the ISS is falling around the Earth, and this centrifugal force has caused the balloon, because it's such lightweight, to hit one side of the ISS, and there may be a little residual electrostatic force, because there's no grounding anywhere. So that could be what it looks like is on the ceiling, but there is no ceiling because there is no upper depth. Aren't you glad I'm on your side?
Right.
I have a question.
Shoot.
How do the tides work? How do they really work?
You really want to know, or are you going to stick around and listen?
Yeah, no, I'll hear you out. I just want to know what your theory is.
Cool. So the honest answer is that we don't know, and let me explain why. Because when we're talking about science and first-hand primary knowledge, you have to have an independent variable, right? And that's your presumed cause. And it's called an independent because that's the one you manipulate by itself, while all the other variables are controlled. So let's say the theory is that heat causes water to boil. Well, you turn on the heat. If the water boils, you have an experiment, right, that you can replicate. It's empirical, it's falsifiable. Anybody can do it. Well, if the cause is the moon gravity that's causing the tide, well, you would just manipulate that one variable, turning moon's gravity on and off like you would the stove, but you can't do that. So if someone says that the moon's gravity causes the tides, it's a philosophical statement, not a scientifically validated theory, right? So what we do here is we try to have the line of delineation clear cut. If it's not an experiment, then it's not science. So if I were to have a theory that maybe it's the sun's energy that it parts on the ocean through a 24-hour period, it's probably a lot of energy, and that energy could cause the ocean to expand. One way, by the elements in the ocean heating up and expanding. The sun does excite molecules, right? Heat. You understand? It could also
But
be
wouldn't we
the
then?
photosynthesis. I'm almost done. It could also be the photosynthesis in the ocean from the plant life causing it to expand like that. But we don't know if it's the moon or the sun. So I'm
We
not
actually
saying it
do
is the
know.
sun.
Well, okay,
Okay,
so
go ahead.
that's kind of interesting you say that because like your by your theory of it being the sun, I would imagine the tides would correspond to whether it's day or night, correct?
It's not a theory. I'm not saying it's a theory. I'm saying we don't know what it is. But if you would like to
Oh,
make a
okay.
claim that you do know what it is, please
Okay.
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to know if you had a theory as to like why. Do you think there is an association between like the moon's location in the sky versus the like height of the ocean water?
I think it's correlative, and correlation is not causation. And it's annoying
Sure,
when
sure,
people conflate
sure.
the two.
But like you said earlier that if it well, yeah, you said it's not a theory. I guess it's. I guess I would. I would say your hypothesis would make sense because of the fact that like it does seem that there is the association is with the lunar cycle or whatever, rather than like the solar cycle. Uh, but
Yes,
like
the problem
I'm
that
not
Larry
trying to
left
like
out.
prove around Earth. I'm just trying to disprove that one small like hypothesis. I guess.
I guess the problem Larry left out in his explanation and why it was lackluster is because you can't move the moon, sure. You can't move the ocean, right? So it's hard to isolate in the instance of, well, you can move a kettle with boiling water very easily, right? But what you can do is you have you have a huge body of water on the whole Earth, right? And the moon also happens to move by itself. And so what we do instead of moving the moon on our own accord and the ocean on our own accord, we just wait until the cycle is complete, and then we measure again, and then we can make predictions, and we can luckily we have plenty of space to do these observations. So what we can do is while we wait for the circle to complete, we do the measurements along the circle, and what we observe actually is that there are tide differences in geographically even, right? And we can mathematically model how they're going to be behaving according to the moon's position, and you can isolate for that. So that's how we know that it is in fact the moon doing this, and why Larry
No,
is
that's
wrong.
false. No,
Yeah.
that's false because tidal nodes throws that calculation off. I know you don't like to talk about that or don't want to mention that, or you guys try to avoid that, but that is a reality because that is scientific data that they've acquired, and they don't know. They can't even. They try to explain it, but it's really half-assed. It's still they explain it with the theory of, but there's still gravity, but there's still moon pulling on the oceans. But I mean, tidal nodes is like it's a huge wrench in the story because that is something that they can actually, you know, prove with data. And it's really weird that it gets held onto though.
What's a tidal node? I'm not familiar.
A tidal node is a place in it. So like let's say you put a buoy out and then it registers that the water rises and then and the water lowers. So there's places across the world where the water doesn't do that. It's not manipulated by any way. It just those buoys, those sensors, they stay relatively to to the same elevation that they were in that sea level, if you will. So if the moon was going around, like kind of like think of it this way: if you put a magnet an inch above a table with metal shards and drag the magnet across it horizontally, then all the metal would be manipulated and it would rise according to the magnet, right? But in our reality, in waters, they don't rise. So when someone says the moon is pulling on the ocean because of a magnetic force, yet there's places where it doesn't happen, then in my opinion, well, then we have to go back to the drawing board and say, well, then what the fuck's going on? Why do these changes
So
happen?
according to the data, there is a like I guess counterintuitive bulging of the tides. I've seen some like models explain why it is that like the tides are higher when the moon is in fact orthogonal to the earth rather than like above the earth. So like it is kind of weird. Like when the moon is above you, like let's say you look up in the sky and you see the moon, it would actually be an indication of I believe it's an indication of a low tide. And it's actually when the moon is to your left or right, at orthogonal, that the tides are actually the highest. And the claims I've seen, the models I've seen suggest that this is like a result of bulging around the quote unquote sphere. And so I don't know, that kind of makes sense to me, but because it's still associated with the moon.
If I could
Well,
just get in, I'll be
go ahead.
quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it turns out that shark attacks go up at the same time as ice cream sales. And one might theorize, with this correlative data, that maybe sharks like the taste of ice cream in the blood, or maybe they, really want that taste of ice cream. Or you could look a little further into it and realize that this time of year is the summer. And it could be that sharks don't like ice cream at all whatsoever, but mankind is trying to escape the heat. So they try to cool down by going to the ocean and taking a dip in the ocean and also going to the ice cream shops. So
Yeah, I think there
correlation
could
is
be a
not.
confounding factor. I think that's what you're trying to get at. But like, I would only imagine a confounding factor would be necessary, or like we would even consider a confounding factor
Here-
if there was misalignment in the correlation. But it doesn't seem there's any misalignment. Like the way the tides go in and out really does seem to like correspond entirely with the
What
location of the moon.
what if the movement of the water had nothing to do entirely? Obviously, there's some parts of it. What if it had to do with more just the nature of the ocean, and we don't know that nature of the ocean completely? And what if the sun and the
It could
moon
be,
and the
yeah.
sky both had
There could,
effects because of this magnetic, electromagnetic, whatever you want to call it? What if it did cause this weird,
sure.
no, go ahead.
Yeah, so there could be, for example, like some, thing on the bottom of the ocean that's causing the ocean to, expand a little bit and contract based on like some connection to the moon. Like that wouldn't be a confounding factor though, which I think is what I am Larry was trying to get at with his analogy. I think it's more an intermediate variable, which uh, still means that there is like a correlation. It's just that there's this intermediate explanation that can connect the dots better, if that makes sense. And yeah, I do think like maybe there is an intermediate connection. I mean, the scientists claim that it's gravity, but maybe there's something else.
Yeah,
What if
But
what if
hold
what
on,
if
just real
this?
fast,
Go
super
ahead. Go
fast.
ahead.
I just want to say that explanation is not experimentation and should not be considered scientific validation.
okay, that's fine. Yeah.
How about this? What if at the bottom of the ocean, right, there was this really beautiful dynamic system to where there's these places deep, deep, deep in the ocean, because we only know like what 5% or 3% of the ocean like that we've discovered. What if there's something that there is an underneath, world that we don't know about, where the waters, come from? And what if there's this like no different than like a pool, when if you opened up a valve at the bottom, it would lower the water levels, and then if you pump the water back in, it would higher the levels. And what if that had to happen to make sure that the currents were in place, and just the life itself, ocean life itself had to have movement and swing, and like changes, just for life to be
Sure.
continuous.
What you're explaining again, though, is an intermediate variable, not a confounding variable. So there could be a third variable in between the correlation itself, right? But that
Right.
doesn't that intermediate variable does not undermine the actual association, whereas or the original association, it definitely confounds the causation, right? Like if there's an intermediate variable, then that means the causation is broken up by the intermediate variable, right?
About 5 years ago, I was in a Discord server and I was arguing this, and I made a mention. Well, what about the times when the moon isn't over the skies, but the tide still, rises and lowers? And then somebody said, well, that's because the water's being sucked up from the other side of the earth, so it's like drawing it down, and that's creating the tide on this side of the world. Okay, I
But
get it. But then you
there's
put the moon on
still
our side, and then it's doing the same thing. I'm just saying, like, that's not a good argument. I think there's something obviously more
wait. What
than
do you
just the
think my
moon pulling
argument
on
is?
water. I don't know what your argument is, but I'm just saying from a position of what I'm
Okay.
talking about. When I question somebody, how about when the tides rise and lower and the moon isn't even in our sky? Because during certain times throughout the year, we don't even see the moon, because it's not even like in our sky at nighttime, because it's on the other side of the world at that time. But the tides still lower and raise. And then somebody said, "Oh, well, that's because if the water gets sucked from one side of the earth, it's going to lower all the other waters on the other side." But with that being said, well, then what happens when it's above us? Shouldn't it be sucking the other side to be lower or higher? It is. I'm just saying that would be inconclusive, in my opinion. Like, I could be wrong. I'm just saying, like, how does that make sense in their paradigm, in their explanation, if you will? And actually, One Big Pond just posted a really beautiful, this, I guess I'd call that a toroidal field, where there's a constant a magnetic drawing, if you will, that could be the better explanation. And the moon and the sun may have a small little, part in it, but overall, no. That it's just more has to do with the overall toroidal field around us that's creating the swelling and the compressing and
Can
expansion, I
someone
guess, if you will.
explain this picture in the side chat? This from One Big Pond. I'm trying to like figure out
Yeah,
what I'm looking at.
that's the toroidal field around us.
It looks like a
That's the
donut with rainbow spirals with the sun and the moon. What am I looking
right.
at?
That looks like the field above us. It's a magnetic field above us, and it could be measured. You could use science to calculate this and measure it. And matter of fact, this is going along the lines of why there's a
Is the
down
magnetic field going like around the sun and the moon?
going around everything, all of us, and these celestial objects in the sky are also part of that dynamic system overall.
I just want to point out that I thought it was kind of weird how you asked him what your argument was in the middle of him making his argument. I thought that was kind of weird. And to the flat earther, you said that there's certain times of the year we can't see the moon. I think you meant there's certain times of the month where we can't see the moon.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly. It's the thing where the moon is on the other side of the
Well, where
earth.
do you think it is?
It's closer
Okay,
to
well,
the sun. Its position is close to the sun. Every month, as the moon's going round, 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 the sun's going round, round, round. It's traveling at a slower speed to where the sun's going to catch up to it optically, like visually, and then it's going to put it. We're not going to see it in the sky at all. There's been many
okay, that
nights
makes sense.
there's been many nights when I go outside, I don't see a moon from
But we
sundown to
don't see the
sunset.
moon because from your perspective the sun is bright, correct?
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah,
But
overexposure.
it's not because like we're looking at the dark side of the moon. It's because
No.
No,
It's because it's close to the sun.
I shouldn't say
That's
the
see
why.
the
dark
dark
side of the
side of
moon. I should say
you
like
can't see the dark side of the
the
moon.
face of the moon is dark because the other side of the moon is bright.
Right.
Right.
Which,
But this
well,
what I'm
so let
talking
me
about.
let me ask my question this way then.
Go
Do
ahead.
you believe that the reason we can't see the moon during the day is because it's bright, or is it because the other side of the moon is bright, or both?
Well, actually, I've raised this question even like during eclipses. Like, think about this, okay? If the Earth is the size that it is in the heliocentric model, okay, the Earth is reflecting the sun. You should you not see the what we call the dark side of the moon if it's between us and the sun? Wouldn't there be some evidence that you can, like when an eclipse happens, right? Why don't we see the backside of the moon from our side? Because technically the light bouncing off of this, again, this is in the heliocentric model. Shouldn't the light bouncing off of us go back to the moon? We should see a faint side of the moon, but we don't see it at all. It's just like it's invisible. And that's something that I've questioned before. Like when we see an eclipse, that's why when the moon goes in front of the sun, we don't see that side of the moon in our face facing us. But technically,
Well, to
shouldn't we
be
though?
fair, to be fair, no, actually, that one does make a lot of sense to me because the amount of light being reflected off the Earth is significantly more than the amount of
Exactly.
light.
Exactly. That's
But
my
but
point.
but no, but that means that like in a lunar eclipse, right, when we're blocking the sun, we would. Oh, wait a minute. Let me think about what you're saying.
Right. You gotta pick up what I'm dropping
So
right
on a
now.
lunar eclipse, the Earth's side is the dark, and so. But hold
Now
on,
you
no,
get it. Now
actually,
you get
no,
it.
I'm still convinced because the Earth is still going to
Maybe you
have
don't get it.
it's still going to be brighter.
Okay,
The
so
Earth is
let
still
me
going to be brighter at night than the moon would be at night, right?
let me put it this way. Okay, let me say it again. If it's daytime for us and we're seeing an eclipse where the moon is going in front of the sun, then technically the sun is giving us daylight. It should be bouncing off of us and lighting up the backside of the moon to the sun. But we don't see that. We just see a complete black circle. And I captured this on this last April 8th total eclipse. And I questioned again, as I have years ago. I said, "Wait, why do we not see the backside of the moon?" When here, I'm going to post a photo right here. Nothing but total darkness. Okay, there it is, right there. How in even in a heliocentric model, how does the Earth not shine to where we at least see a fainting of the moon? Faint picture. No, it's just total, complete darkness. And I think that has relevance, but maybe I'm just some idiot flat earther, and I'm not a scientist.
I think in this case, it could be the case that you're basically shining a light at a light source, like a really bright light source.
Even still, though, no, I get what you're saying, but even still, there should be a really faint picture of the other side of the moon from the sun. So the sun is obviously lighting up the dark side of the moon, right? As we call it, because we never see that side. But we
That's
always see.
interesting, yeah, because like even at night, like when the moon is out and like it's a full moon, like I can see around me, like even in like the middle of the
Right,
woods. I can like
right,
look around me and
exactly.
see like a faint image because the
Exactly.
moon is really bright. And so if it's noon on Earth, oh, that's
Right.
really interesting.
Now you're getting it. Now you're picking up what I'm putting down. And I've said this a lot, but I don't know. I'm just an idiot, though, I guess.
Can I make a postulation now that you've made yours clear?
Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you, bro. So what if the Earth being a dynamic system, including the sun and the moon, the sun does drop a lot of energy onto the ocean, but that would make things pretty uniform. Like it would be obvious that it was the sun, but the moon is reflecting the sunlight also, which stirs up and counter stirs up the stir up that the sun started. So we can't quite pinpoint it. Why is it doing this when it should be doing that? And why is there the nodes and all this stuff? But what if it's the sun and the moon causing the tide?
Well, that's why I said earlier. I do believe that the sun and the moon do have an effect, just because they are huge, you know, um, charged, filled
Oh,
with
okay.
charged
I
particle, if you
understand your
will.
position. So that's why you put that map in the side chat where there are certain regions. I think you put the map in the side
Yeah,
chat
yeah.
of like
The tide, they're called tidal
the
nodes. Yeah,
tides.
yeah.
Yeah, and it looks. I mean, from my perspective, it looks all over the place.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Across the world, there are places where it is not affected by the so-called moon pulling on the oceans or sun. They even say that the sun also has contributes to that. But what I'm saying is that I think that it might just be the dynamics of the ocean. There might be something pumping water in, pumping water out, and it's like a filtration system. Maybe I don't know, but there's obviously a rise and a lowering because we have those videos, and that's I don't know. It's just more logical to me.
I mean, wouldn't someone like, because if it was the moon and the sun that were both, I mean, I've seen the models of like, I guess I've seen various flat Earth models of how like the moon and the sun are positioned in the sky or whatever. But wouldn't you want to draw like some sort of association between the tides and the location of the moon and the sun to try to like make your point further solidified?
Well,
Like, no
you
worries.
would
I understand like
go ahead.
why you wouldn't,
You
but
would think.
like,
No. You would think that. No. I will say this. You would think that, but again, there's times during the month where the moon and the sun isn't even over us, but the tides still rise and lower. But again, their explanation was, well, it's sucking it from the other side, and that's why it's lowering for us and then hiring for us. But if that was the case, then well, when it's right over us, then we shouldn't be seeing that lowering and hiring. We should just see one or the other because on the other side of the world, it should be lowering. So, in other words, that moon should only bring a low tide when it's on the other side of the world sucking in. And then when it goes around, so we shouldn't have the tides the way we have it. But we know that logically, we know they happen every day. They rise and lower every single day, no matter what the position of the moon or the sun is. And that's why I'm saying I think it's deeper. It should be deeper logically than just these celestial objects transversing across our sky. But the story is that it's the moon that does that. But logically, well, not necessarily. That's where I throw in my, I throw a red flag on the field and I say I'm going to challenge that because it doesn't make sense. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, okay. So now I have in the side chat and a video from PBS. Not sure how much you guys like them. They're a
Yeah,
government
how tides
funded,
work.
but
How tides work.
anyways,
This is the
yeah, it's an
story. Yeah,
explanation
yeah.
of how tides work, and it's pretty like there's kind of like a visualization given at about the 2 minute mark.
Okay.
Maybe 2.5 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's at the 4.5 minute mark where you see exactly like a visual of how they correct the common misinterpretation or whatever.
Yeah, no doubt. They have a story for it. It's just not logical. They're showing you this diagram, but where are the title nodes in this? Why aren't they counting for them? Why aren't they addressing them? Because if that was the case, imagine this. So at 4 minutes, right, they show the moon pulling on it. Okay, but there's sections in that part where they're not being pulled on it. They're just they're not. So then, what would be their explanation for that? They don't have an explanation for that. That's why it's one of those things where it's a fucking title node. It goes against what we know it to be or think we know it to be, and that's all I'm saying, bro. It's a little weird. It's a little unexplainable, but we live in a world where you just listen to them and they tell you what it is, and you just have to believe it. That's kind of the point why we're here, saying, "Hey, bro, they're lying to us." You get what I'm saying? I hope you do.
Yeah, I do. I agree that they should be taking these title maps and drawing the associations rather than like having these like really neat infographics.
Yeah. They love to show you what is without showing the anomalies that would go against what they're saying that is, because they kind of have to turn a blind eye to that to prove their point. But in reality, they're not. They're creating more questions because that's not what we see per se. Like through data, we know that doesn't happen. So why are they telling us this is happening when the data is saying that isn't happening? So it's really weird, bro. It's one of those things where, hey, you either believe it or you don't, and you go on from there, I guess. Scott's asking why is he server muted. He probably wants to jump in and explain to us and tell us how it all.
Well,
how
I
the
appreciate
world.
the genuine answers. Thank you, folks.
For sure. Scott probably wants to tell us how the world works because he knows it. He knows all.
All right, give me a second.
This is gonna be fun. Good old Scott. Scott's in the building.
Welcome back, Scott.
There he is. You're unmuted. Oh, okay. That's fair. You missed a good conversation, by the way, Scott. You probably got server muted and then left. Probably why you
Yeah,
jumped back
Scott, I
in.
want to hear your answer to this. Why is it that in a solar eclipse we can't see the face of the moon?
I don't think Scott wants to play.
Yes, not. We're banning you for no reason. I mean, I don't know. I'd argue that, Scott. There are reasons. I'm just kidding.
You guys can come up with excuses as to why balloons would be at the top of the ceiling, and we can come up with reasons to ban you for it. I'm just joking, of course. I don't want nobody banned unless they're absolutely incessantly great.
I know you get this question a lot, but I just want to ask, what's the why? Why curved Earth? Why is that the mainstream?
Do you really want me to answer that? I mean, it goes way back to the beginning.
Like
to where...
I'm looking for the thing that I'm not allowed to know about specifically.
Well, if they're pushing a model, then it has to be that. Like, so if
they're saying that. So, like, if somebody looked up and said, "Oh, hey, there's balls in the sky," and then said, "Well, we must be a ball too," and then they say, "Well, let's create a whole system to where we are a ball," and then you have this ball system, and that's what it is.
Well, I don't think you understand my question. I'll give you an example. If I was in charge of the world, like if I was like a world leader and I could make like decisions over the world, and I knew that the world was going, or that the Earth was going to be smashed with a giant asteroid or something, within like the next month like I knew the world was coming to an end for some reason, whatever, right? Um, I asked myself, would I tell humanity that they only have 1 month to live, or would I just let it go on for 1 month more? And I would personally lie to humanity and just keep that information to myself. Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying. You don't want people to go into a panic.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, in my opinion, like, it seems entirely gratuitous to lie about the shape of the Earth, without hiding and concealing something far more serious, I think. That's my position. I'm wondering what that thing is.
So Iceland, back in the day, was discovered by the Norsemen, allegedly. So these Scandinavians told Europeans that they lived on Iceland. So to put it in plain English, they said we live on tundra, a frozen desert. That's what Iceland means, ice land. Right? So what if today we're told that Antarctica is just Iceland? It's not habitable. It's not even really worth letting the corporations go there and get resources. We're going to have this treaty and there's nothing to see here. Now, there used to be sea cats. When I was a child, there was
Oh man, I really want to hear what you're saying, but you're breaking up. Do you mind, like,
Sorry, can you hear me?
moving your mic? Sorry.
Can you hear?
Yeah, that's much
Can you
better.
hear what I'm saying? Okay. So, did you get the part about Antarctica being equivalent to Iceland back in the day?
Yeah,
Did you catch all that? Okay, so if they're hiding land and resources, because as soon as flat earthers tell someone that, hey, the globe, it's not real, well, where's the edge, right? It's the first thing. You put a cat in a new house, they start searching the perimeter, right? Looking for
And you think it's over the
danger.
edge?
No, talking about humans innately go to the fence. Well, if they've created a fence in your mind that you can't go any further, then you won't want to go out and discover the new land, because the age of discovery is over. So if there is a one world empire and they had an age of discovery, they had to stop the discovery. Like, okay, stop. Now we got to get complete and total control over this new land, install banks and prisons and everything. And then once we've got everyone subjugated, then we can open up the age of discovery by a very few controlled amount of people. So
It's kind of like
they could be hiding resources. That's it.
it's kind of like the Truman Show, right? Remember when he was a kid? He's like, I want to be an explorer, and she was like, "Well,
No, actually,
everything's
I think Larry's saying something, I think, much deeper than just the Truman Show, and I think
no." I'm
I
saying it's
think that's
along
a
those
really,
lines
well, I get that, yeah, yeah, but
because they don't want him to
I
go
think
out to
what Larry
find his
is
dude.
getting at is an interesting point, though. Is like I have no desire to jump over a fence if it doesn't exist. Um, but like, I wonder, Larry, do you think that like if you jump over the fence, so to speak, or the wall or whatever, do you think it's dangerous in that like it's for our protection that we don't go over these walls?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but if our government wanted us protected, they wouldn't start wars and refuse to come to peace talks. They
Good
wouldn't.
point.
They wouldn't
What
say,
if, but
"Oh,
what if those wars have something to do with the
Yeah.
fence being revealed, so to speak.
Well, mathematician, if I might just add to the conversation, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. It doesn't sound like very safe words to me.
But
Sounds pretty dangerous.
again, I think if I was in charge and I knew that there was a secret that could get people hurt if they knew about it, right? I think there's an ox. I can't remember. I think it was Dr. Nick Bostrom who came up with the idea of the black. What was it? The black ball discovery. That's what it's called. It's a discovery where by making the discovery, we've essentially introduced an existential crisis or some sort of like what's the word I'm looking for? Imminent doom, right? Or
I get what
like
you're saying. I get it. So if
yeah,
there are, let's say, angels on the sideline and there's ice giants behind the wall, like we've been told so many times over and over again, and the government said, look, we've discovered these ice giants. You guys don't really want to tangle with these guys. They're not very friendly. In fact, they're kind of hungry and they're running out of penguins. So we don't want you guys going below the 60th parallel. But if you do, you have to get special permission and you can't bring heavy fuel, because if you brought enough fuel with you, then you might actually make it to where these ice giants are. And we don't really want them extinct, but we don't want you guys messing with them either.
It's funny because I just
yeah, to me, this is the kind of model that I'm more interested in because this provides a much deeper understanding as to motive. Because like, and this is just someone who still like holds to the round earth thing. Because like I have my reasons, but if I understood that motive, I think I would much more easily withdraw my like understanding of the round earth. But I don't withhold it because I don't see the motive yet.
Well, I don't either.
That
I'm
makes sense.
speculating. Obviously, I pulled that out of my ass. I have no evidence to
Yeah,
back
I
any of
agree that
that
you
up.
pull it out of your ass. Yeah, but I feel like I really do wonder, like, if you are correct about like this conspiracy or whatever it is. Um, I wonder uh, if ignorance is bliss.
Oh yeah, for sure. It is.
In this video, Gordon
The
Ramsay
more
was
you
showing
know,
a ground beef mix,
the more you have to suffer with the
and it was
knowledge
a bad
that
mix.
you
It's
come
really a
across.
smart idea. The issue.
But I wonder if there's a knowledge that we could come across that we don't only suffer, but we end up ending our lives.
Is it interesting that they call extraterrestrials because by definition it just means extra land. Terrestrial by the root of the word is land, and then they call them extraterrestrials. It just seems like there might be this
Burgers
species, if
specifically,
you
like I was
will,
literally just saying.
that's just beyond where we can go to, and that's maybe where they're traveling from. And it's not like they're going interdimensional and all this bullshit across this vast of space. But what if they're just like these beings that are just beyond where we're confined to? Because by definition, they've labeled it as extraterrestrials, meaning extra land. What if that existed?
Well, that goes with the angels on the sidelines.
You want it to fall
Exactly.
apart. You don't want it to be
Yeah.
like
I agree.
he demonstrated it. It was very interesting. He was talking
But it could just be that something simple as if we were to suddenly introduce all these resources from the Antarctica region, that it would cripple the supply and demand process that we got and it would completely undo our, let's say, fragile economic systems that we've set up all across the world, and people would starve.
Well, that's what General Byrd said. He said that there's so many minerals that, that they would have to protect them so that way that doesn't happen. He was talking about like Amazon forest type environments when he was flying over Antarctica. Like, how does that exist on an ice cap? How do you have trees and plants and iron mountains and all these resources that can be, searched out? Like, he himself said it. So why doesn't anybody question that? Like, wait, how do you have forests in a desolate, snow-capped, environment?
When
I
did
mean,
you
I
say
think
there's warm stuff? Like to say there's resources, yes. Does that
Well,
indicate he said therefore it's nice and warm?
well, if it's possible that we could terraform Mars and grow rusty potatoes and live there, then do you think it might be possible to irrigate the natural geothermal energy and
Hey,
create little
Larry.
pockets?
Hey, Larry, just real quick. You're listening to a video in the background and it's kind of drowning you out. I'm just throwing it out there.
I paused the video. Can you hear it?
No, I can't no more. No, you're good.
Okay, so yeah, it
Wait,
could
I
be
hear something.
possible.
I hear something talking.
Yeah, I have family on the
Oh,
couch
okay,
with me.
okay.
Yeah, so hopefully this helps. So it could be possible. Damn, what was I saying? Oh yeah, geothermal irrigation. It could be possible, much like in Iceland, they've got geothermal irrigation and created little pockets of ecosystems that are sustainable, and they're trying to hide that until they're done. They don't want anybody coming in and interfering and messing up food chains, and the ecosystem could be very delicate while it's being created. They could be terraforming Antarctica. That's why the presidents and the popes go down there. They tell us there's nothing to see, but Obama and the Pope sure do seem to be interested. Many others do go down there to check it out.
That's true. Because they have been logged as taking trips down there. What are they taking down? Why would somebody go to a desolate area? Like, just question that. Like, why would they do that if it's supposed to be a desolate area? Like, what's the interest in it? Seems like there's something more than meets the eyes. Transformers. Just got to make you think.
Antarctica is Iceland.
No.
Go ahead and clip that and debunk me on TikTok or whatever. Just tell everybody flat earth is stupid.
It just doesn't make sense, man. In the grand scheme of it, it just doesn't make sense. There's too many variables here that just don't add up. I think there is something down there, and they just don't want us to know.
I think Admiral Byrd did a pretty good job of describing it. Massive continent filled with resources, almost the same size as the United States.
And he said there's also tropic conditions down there. How does that make
I've heard only, it's another one of these ones like that footage came from the ISS that I've only heard from flat earthers. And when invited to expand on it, they just said, well, I saw a documentary with Admiral Byrd talking and footage of people in warm places. And I haven't seen any good indication that, like, Admiral Byrd was saying that it was warm. I haven't found any quotes from him or any of that. Which is certainly something I would want if I was saying that Antarctica had warm places. Right? Like, what's the evidence that it did Admiral Byrd say that it was warm? What's the thing that you saw that made you convinced that A, that he said that, and B, that it was true?
His actual interview.
Can you show me?
Yeah, it's an old ass video. Look at his Look at his whole interview that he did on TV, live on
I
TV.
I watched the interview on TV, but it wasn't cut with anything else, and there was nothing in it that I saw that said said it was warm. Just he said it's this massive continent filled with resources. But everybody thinks it is. That's what the normies think it is. It's a massive continent filled with resources.
Well,
So how do you get
know.
from him saying it's a massive continent filled with resources to it's really warm and there are trees?
I don't know. It's just what he said. I wasn't there.
I don't think he did. Is my challenge. I've read the transcript of the interview and found the video, the one that you're talking about. I'm pretty sure it's the one that you're talking about, unless there's a different one that I don't know of. And he just straight up doesn't say that stuff. That's in it. That's another of these. I'm pretty confident things that some flat earther fed you.
I don't know, bro. Like it's in the, it's in the description itself, bro. Like I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
So somebody made a video, uploaded it to YouTube, and because they put the description saying Antarctica's warm and filled with trees and warm water.
Damn, you guys are still at it? You guys are gonna speculate till the cows come home, huh?
I guess so, right?
Fucking hell, dude. You ain't gonna Apocryphon, you're not gonna get anywhere with this guy. Eggshells will.
You will. You'll get loads of
Speculate.
distance if you just show evidence.
See? Told you. What did I say?
Well, it's just admitting there's no evidence. That's my idea.
Nah. That's you guys just. You're not accepting anything, and him just, telling you things, and you guys just
entertaining it. Just entertaining it.
Basically just entertaining it. Yeah. Then he sound because of his acting career, he sounds like he's all interested. No, seriously, let's get to the bottom of this. And like, dude, this ain't a Bollywood show. Relax, eggshells.
Well,
you got the part, dude. You don't have to keep acting. Fuck. I don't know, but now let's. We got some more people in here. No, we got Bussy's in here. How about Crack?
I just want to say real fast, the video that I posted by Tool is really interesting. Please continue.
You're a bit low, Larry. But yeah, we heard your Tool video. What was in there? Just Eggshells, Apocryphon, Larry, and we got some people in there. You guys fall asleep? Who's Salvatore? I've seen Salvatore in here.
He painted those drippy clocks.
I'm still around too. I'm just kind of listening and chilling.
What's up, Ether? Sounds like you got the
What's
AC
up,
on.
man? Yeah, I got a lot of noise in here too, so I'm staying quiet on the mic. I hope all is well with you though, man.
Yeah, good stuff, man. I'm just on break right now. I thought I'd pop in, and Eggshells and Apocryphon are still at it.
Same stuff, different day.
Yeah. There isn't like anything in Flat Earth I think Eggshells would accept. And not even the stuff that we can provide him as evidence. Much less speculation.
I don't think there is much of that.
No, what is name one thing in Flat Earth that you've ever contemplated that could be true? Just one thing.
Loads of it that mechanical gyro compasses could be affected by magnetic fields. That like any of it, I've tried conceiving that the Earth could be flat and they all could be lying to us. What do you mean? Like I don't hear
Something that
things
you would say
that
like,
have poor
you know what,
support.
something that you would say that's a good point.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
there's loads of really good questions. How does water stick onto a spinning ball? How why doesn't gas go off into space? The questions are really good. The questions often are like ones where I'm like, I haven't thought about it that way. Or one that Gio asked the other day, like when we look at Saturn, aren't we seeing it where it isn't? Because even though we've got refraction on Earth, if you ignore that, there is a speed of light issue where the planet's moving at thousands and thousands of kilometers an hour in its orbital path. And when you look out at it, you see it, but you see it where it was, 5, 6, 8, whatever minutes ago, whatever is the distance between you and it. Like they're really good questions. The conclusions,
Yeah, but
I just disagree with.
you already have the answers, don't you?
No, most of them I haven't had the answers. Like I didn't even know about refraction. I thought you were seeing things where they were. I didn't know about the idea of terrestrial refraction changing the apparent position of objects on the horizon.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things that you probably didn't account for, like gravitational lensing and such. Once you get into that, that adds an extra layer of not even just refraction, but light bending around planetary bodies and such. As far as the rhetoric goes, it gets real deep into it. Stuff you probably haven't even talked about.
Probably.
Yeah, meanwhile, back at the evidence ranch, we don't have evidence for the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. We got a lot of stories. We got people that believe it. That's it.
Well, I think there's loads of evidence. The question is whether you
Really?
accept it. Yeah.
Tall tales are evidence. When is that? Maybe Jack and the
I don't know.
Beanstalk
Who said there were tall
get in
tales?
as evidence too.
Shady inferences.
Shady
Yeah.
inferences. I think
I like
celestial
Jack and the Beanstalk.
navigation
It's a
makes
good
a very
story.
strong case. The South Celestial Pole makes a very strong case.
He's
by
got a
itself.
couple of beans that he puts into the ground, and then his giant beanstalk comes out, and they climb it up, to the castle in the sky.
Come on, even flat earthers accept that the existence of the South Celestial Pole is good evidence for a
Really?
globe.
No,
Yeah,
it's
loads
For
not.
a
of it.
It's a
globe.
form of
Yeah.
logical fallacy, affirming a consequence.
Do you
No,
think
it's not.
Larry accepts? Do you think I accept it? Do you think Fred
Saying
accepts
the
it?
South Celestial Pole is good evidence for a globe is not a formal logical fallacy.
No,
Not
it
affirming a
is
consequence.
not
It's only
good
if
evidence.
I say, if the Earth was a globe, it would have a South Celestial Pole. It has a South Celestial Pole, therefore it's a globe.
It does,
That's
but it's
that's what it would be
generally
if it was a
most
formal logical
chickens
fallacy.
are called
Yeah, we know you're double speaking. You don't want to use those words because you know we'll call you out for it. So you say
Yeah.
it's good evidence for the globe.
Well, no. One is a proof. One is a deductive proof, and the other is inference. Inference is fine.
You ever had a double yolker or a triple yolker?
I haven't had a
It's
double
not.
yogurt.
It's
No.
not
Who's
evidence.
talking about double yogurt?
Yeah, it's not evidence, eggshells. But see, we're back to the place where we started, right? We're asking for evidence, and you still ain't got any, except for you believing that things that are told to you, these stories, that stuff. You think, well, they're telling me there it's a globe, so all of this stuff that I see fits that. Well, really, because they told you the story that it fits that, not because you've actually validated it. And that's the issue we have. You don't know how to. You're just like, well, they told me and I accepted, so that's evidence. No, it's not. Your acceptance of the thing they told you isn't evidence. Just you believing things. That's it. I mean, we've been around this, before, so I don't know why it's a shocker. But see, that's the rest of the world. They're mostly like you. They do the same thing. Well, my believing in the story is the evidence, evidence that I need. Well, no, it's not.
No, you interrogate it
can't-
and see if it works. And if
It
a
doesn't
model
work,
works,
eggshells.
wow.
What model?
Evidently
See, that's
does.
another thing too. These models that people dream up, what do they follow? There's nothing you can compare the model to. I mean, it's
Well, you
like
compare the model to reality.
no,
What are you talking about?
eggshells. Listen, the models that we use are things that have predictable movements, like the celestial sphere. Now, you could predict where something's going to be in the sky due to the fact that its cyclical nature returns it back to a specific place. Not exactly to the exact same spot, but more or less around the region where it was before, the season before. But now, that's a model. The thing that you don't realize is that you can't use a model that you say is like the globe Earth into something that's not reality.
You
You
can't
can't
use the
just
model
say,
that
like,
is the globe Earth into something that doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not following
yeah.
that
So
sentence at
you're
all.
taking something that's conceptual, right? This idea of a ball, right? And then say, I live on this ball. Really? What are you comparing that to? What in reality do you see that looks just like that thing you're saying you're living on top of? Follow?
South Celestial Pole, Celestial Navigation.
No. You can't just say the story. You have to actually point to what looks like a ball in your reality.
Yeah, that sounds
The
like you're
South
saying,
Celestial.
but you can't show me evidence for it if you can't show me evidence. If I throw out all the evidence and demand you've already proven it before I hear any
Pointing at
evidence,
stars.
then yeah,
You're
you're
just
never going to
pointing
get
at
there.
stars. You're just
Sure,
pointing at
because it's
stars.
one of the best ways to figure it out.
Yeah. So
I'm
when
pointing
you
at one of the
point at
best
a
ways to
star,
figure it out, and that's why Flat
when you
Earth wants
point
you
at
to
a
ignore the
star,
stars.
eggshells. When you point at a star, you're not telling me geometry of the Earth. You're just saying, look, there's a star over there. I'm like, that's great. What is it doing? Well, it's moving. Okay. How does that tell you the geometry of Earth? Yes? Geometry of Earth from a star? Is that
Yeah,
some kind of
loads.
magic trick? Loads. I
So
like when you
if I
say
could
things like
determine,
loads. Tons.
sure.
But we got data, we
Yeah, I'm
got
just
evidence, we got
trying to expand on it, but it sounds
facts.
like you're really scared of me doing so.
No, it's just that every time you go to the story, you just talk about the same thing we've always heard. Your story of how your belief, how you believe something is true. It's like we don't need to hear that. There's no validation for the globe you think you live on. It has to be something that's been validated. You don't have that. You
Yeah,
continue
no
not to
empirical
show it, so
evidence.
that's validated. Well,
And
it's
it's
not
not,
only that.
and it's not the best way to look. It's not the best way to look into the star if you want to describe the surface. The best way is to look the surface when you want to
Yeah.
describe the surface. Yeah.
But
Well, I disagree with
we're
that.
going back to the image, right? So they show him an image, they show him video, and he looks at that and say, "Well, that's good evidence." No, it's not. They're showing you something you can't compare reality to, right?
Well, you
when you
can.
go outside, you can. How so?
You can.
They show you a
So,
picture
like,
of
to
the
do
of Earth
celestial
like a ball.
navigation, would you need to know something about the surface?
No.
In order to know where you are, would you need to know something about the entire map, the entire layout of the surface? Yes or
The
no?
entire layout? No. You don't need to know
So,
the
in order
entire
to know
layout.
where you are, you wouldn't need to know. Okay, you wouldn't need to know the entire layout. How much would you need to know?
Specifically local places. Like if I wanted to travel to a distant land, I would have to get the local charts of that place that I want to travel to because it's already been navigated, prior to me doing it. So there'd be local charts that I would use. People like that fly airplanes use these things. They use
So,
local
you
charts.
think you could do celestial navigation without knowing the full size of the surface that you're on?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd
Well, it's
look
not
up the nautical
interesting. That's
almanac
how.
and find out the location of the star above where I'm trying to go.
Right, but the
Yeah.
nautical
And then
almanac
I-
gives you where they are across the entire surface.
No, entire
cool.
surface. No, it's not. Listen, you're trying to conceptualize the entire surface as something that's already foregone conclusion. You're just using where people
I'm
have
saying you would
been.
need to know it. In order to do CellNav, you
Yeah,
would need
so
to know the
people.
entire
Yeah, but
surface.
this is no, you don't. You're only going where
You don't
people
need to know
have
the layout
been
of the
before. All right,
continents.
eggshells. You only need to know where people have been before. That's it. So if people haven't gone everywhere, only some places, then those are the places that you need to know using CellNav. That's it.
Actually, what if you travel in Hungary, for example?
Yeah, but hold on, because he
No,
hasn't
I'm not
answered
saying you
me.
need to know what's where.
No, what's
I'm saying,
where? Yeah,
You said you need to know. Hold on. So I want him to answer what I'm telling him, and you're gonna give him an out. He's not gonna answer me. So what we're saying is the argument is you need to know the entirety of the surface of the Earth. I'm saying no, you don't. You just need to know where you're going, the specific places you're gonna go to. Is that
No,
not correct?
That's not correct. I'm not saying you
Okay,
need to
so
know
why?
where everything is, the layout of the
That's what you just said.
planets.
Now
You can
you're
do it.
walking
Sorry, of
back.
the land masses. You can do it without that. They started well before they knew the layout of all of the land masses. What
Yeah,
I'm
you don't
saying
need
is,
to know. Listen, if you're traveling to Africa, you don't need to know where Japan is or where
that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not
Antarctica is.
talking about. I'm not talking
Well,
about that.
that's what you just said. You need to know
So that-
where everything is in order for this. Hold on, guys. Give me like 5 minutes because I don't have that long. So basically, if you're saying that you're walking back where you said you need to know the entire layout of the Earth, where I told you that you didn't need to, now you're saying exactly what I'm saying. So that's all you need. You just need where you're gonna go, and the specific GP of the celestial body that's 90 degree of the location, and
So let
get
me
the local
clarify.
charts of that place.
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
I don't mean you need to know the entire layout. If I said that, I'm sorry, I
Thank
misspoke.
you.
What I meant was you need to know the measurement of it. You need to be able to know its full circumference and shape in order to be able
No.
to do it effectively.
No, I think you're
You
incorrect.
don't need
There
to
are
know its
two
circumference?
circumference of what?
The surface you're on.
No,
You don't need
that's
to know
incorrect. No. To travel over
Okay.
the Earth, you don't need that. Circumference is something where you're trying to get a measurement of the entirety of the Earth, and you don't need to know that. Once again, you're actually double speaking. You're saying now you need to know the circumference of the entire Earth, and you don't need that. It's not needed. Prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, before the Earth was a globe, by the 6th century, they were navigating the ocean with celestial navigation and using astronomy. So both of these things were
And they thought it was flat?
using.
That's a
Yeah.
crucial next step, right? Okay, prove that.
Yes.
That's a positive claim. I'd like to see evidence
Okay,
for it.
so look how far back in history people were using celestial sphere. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, sure.
That'd be
Ptolemy's
great.
time. Ptolemy's one of the first recorded
Right.
ones. Is Almagest at
So-
2 AD, 200
No.
AD, I think.
6th century BC. You got to get your facts straight, right? If you're going to be in this
Is
room.
6th century? So you're
So-
saying they were navigating
Babylonians-
openly on the seas?
Yeah.
600 years before Christ. Great. I'd love to see evidence for it. And they're flat earthers.
All right.
Right.
So when was
Go
the,
for it.
when was the Earth being a globe invented? Because it's not a discovery; it's an invention.
Well, I think it's a discovery.
It doesn't matter what you think. It only matters what it actually is. Discovery
Right,
means
well,
that
I
somebody
mean-
stumbled upon it and told everybody.
Well,
An
it just means
invention
that
is when-
multiple people could come to the same conclusion independently.
Nah, no, that's not what it means. It just means
Well-
that people were waxing and philosophical, and they came up with an idea, and they shared the idea with everybody else, which is what you're doing now.
Well, let's test it. It's like, let's hear about these navigators who thought the Earth was flat and they were navigating with the celestial sphere and successfully finding their position on Earth using the celestial sphere without knowing the shape of the Earth or the size of it. It's a
Well, it's
possibility.
not just fascinating; it's
Like-
the truth. But hold on,
like
go ahead
Colum-
and give them the truth. I got to get back to work, guys.
Like Columbus.
Columbus is what
Action.
you're going for, is it? Don't
Yeah,
think
he
it's
didn't-
going to go the way you want it to.
He thought that he came in India.
What's that trying to prove? Is that trying to prove that in the 6th century
No.
people knew that the Earth was...
No,
I'm just trying to
let's
get
put-
evidence for this wild claim that was made, and it sounds
Okay.
like you're now going, hey, let's talk about some guy who is centuries away from that.
Yeah, this is the claim. You have a model, the globe, and you have continents on the globe. Is that correct? And they are curving. You go to Hungary, you take a car, you navigate with the car, and you see that there is not Hungary curving. And that's the proof for navigation. You navigate with the car, and you observe all the time the surface, how it behave, and you see that does not curve. That's
Cool
all.
claim.
Cool claim.
Sounds like
it just-
affirming the consequent and without any evidence.
Yeah,
It's just the most circular argument I've ever heard.
I can give you another claims,
Another
That's
circular
Florida.
argument.
Yeah,
Pass.
it's a Florida. Florida also does not curve. Every ocean does not curve. Every lake does not curve. Then you have big northern Great Plain does not curve. It's 2,000 miles long and 800 miles wide. Then Salt Lake, Bolivia, that doesn't curve. Then Suez Canal, that doesn't curve.
Are you just going to keep naming places?
Yeah,
wanna
I'm telling you, in your model, all places exist in reality, and they does not curve. All the
Places exist in reality and don't.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't understand.
yeah,
It just
yeah.
sounds like you're saying mouth sounds
Okay,
that don't
take-
really.
Okay, this is simple. You take the globe and you pick the country and say this country is curving, and then you go to reality and show me, like on the globe, that the same thing is doing in reality. Okay.
I want to point out just real quick along the lines of what Alpha was talking about, like the Polynesians, like they said in their own in their own history that they just I think it's 157 stars that they had like used for traveling up to like 2,000 miles, in their travels, and they didn't account for curvature. They didn't think of it to be curvature. They just had points in the sky, and they knew their position based upon those, celestial lights
So
in
we're
the
on to the
sky.
third claim now. Are any of these claims going to get any supporting evidence, or is it just going to be like, hey, people navigated in the 6th century BC without knowing the Earth was a ball? Hungary's flat. These guys didn't know it was a... Which one of these are we going to like stick on and support and discuss at length?
Go look into the Polynesian, Wikipedia, if you will, and it's going to tell you that everything they did, and mind you, while you're reading it, you tell me once where they talk about the curvature of the Earth or a globe or a sphere. It's nowhere in the definition of anything that they're talking about. All they say is that their celestial navigation was based upon they had lights in the sky and they can travel up to 2,000 miles away from their position, and all they did was base it upon the known positions of these celestial objects, and they can conclude where they were at based upon that. And they did not, and nowhere does it say that they were accounting for it being a globe. They didn't believe it to be a globe.
What do you
They
mean?
just
What would it?
traveled.
This is just making more claims.
Go look
Where
at
is the evidence that the Polynesians thought that the Earth was flat?
Go look at the chat.
It's outside.
Phoenician traders used to navigate the Mediterranean into the Atlantic Ocean. Cool. Where's the bit that says that they thought the Earth was flat?
Where's the bit that they thought it was a globe? The point is that in the whole description,
that's fucking great.
In the whole description, all they say is that there's 157 stars that they would use for a point of reference, and they would celestial navigate, and it had nothing to do. They didn't believe that it was a globe. The globe came way later, bro. What are you talking about? How are you not getting it?
I get that there are ancient cultures, and I get that you think they were flat earthers. I'm just asking you to go, here's some evidence that supports the idea that Phoenicians or Polynesians thought the Earth was flat. And if you're saying my evidence that they thought it was flat is that I cannot find references saying they thought it was a globe, then I don't really think I got to do anything. It's just a bad argument with moral support.
Look at the timeline.
You don't have to do anything because they haven't provided evidence that they were using the Earth as a globe, you numpty.
It's your argument. You need to provide evidence.
Yeah, I
don't
know
need
it's
to do
my
shit.
argument, but where in there that they're navigating with the celestial sphere are they saying that they're navigating with the terrestrial sphere? Go on. You got any evidence of that? Because they're not talking
Do
about
I have
using the Earth as a
evidence
sphere as it was pertinent to their travel. So if they're not using the Earth as a globe pertinent to their travel, they're not using the Earth as a globe. It's pretty simple. If they used it as a globe, they would say, well,
insane.
because they use celestial navigation and the Earth is a sphere, they navigated the seas. They didn't do that. It wasn't pertinent to them navigating the seas. And so they did it for a very long time. You're negating the fact that they also did it 3,000 years ago. So for you, it's inconsequential, but to this argument, it's not even used the Earth as a globe. So, yeah, it's on you now.
Yeah. Think about
I mean,
this.
that's absolutely loopy logic.
Eggshells.
Here's some evidence that doesn't support my position. Now prove to me that I'm wrong using that same evidence.
Eggshells. Hold on.
Wild.
Eggshells, real quick. No, eggshells, real quick. When did the globe become a reason why they used it to travel? What year
When did
was
the
that?
globe become a reason why they used it to travel? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay,
It's not
okay.
not an intelligible sentence.
Let me
mate.
say a different way. Okay, in what year did somebody travel the Earth according to it being a globe? What year was that?
I don't know. Not sure.
Okay, would you say that it was?
But if I did,
don't know.
let's say let's test it this way. Let's say I just posted a page that talked about a Greek mariner and it had no mention of the globe whatsoever. Would you consider that evidence that he navigated using a globe? And then when you challenged me and you said, hey, there's no mention of the globe in that. If I said, well, there's no mention of it being flat, would you consider that a good argument or like below like the dumbest thing you've heard?
No.
Would you consider it strong or weak?
No. It would go back to what did they believe in back then at that time.
Sure.
So, like,
and would
for
I need to
instance,
support that, or would I just need you to debunk that?
no. So, for instance, if let's say it's 700 AD, right? And people are like, "Hey, everybody, guess what? It's a globe and it's a sphere, and we have all these GPs, we have all these ground positions from stars based upon a globe." And then at that thing, this is how they traveled according to it being a sphere. But if you go further back to when they're telling you, no, this is a flat Earth. This is a flat round. Like we have these depictions. We know that this is the Earth around us. There's a dome. That like they have all these things in their culture, and they traveled accordingly. Why are you denying that? That's my question.
I'm not denying it.
Okay, so the
You're not
Polynesians
following the
originally.
conversation.
Okay, so the Polynesians originally they believed that the Earth was according to their culture, meaning they didn't have a sphere in their belief. There was nothing about heliocentrism in their belief. Matter of fact, it was opposite of that. So then,
How do you know
why
that?
do you?
How do you know what ancient Polynesians thought about the shape of the Earth? That's what I'm asking you.
Because
I'm not
that's their
saying I
history.
do.
By their
I'm
by their drawings, by their illustrations, by the way they
show me
looked at
some of
it.
these. Show me
Oh
some of these
my
drawings
God.
and illustrations. That would be good
Do we have to
evidence. That
show
would
you?
help support.
Do we have to show you the
Yes,
old picture of showing all the different cultures, showing it looking like a dome? Do we have to do that?
the Polynesians. Yes, if your argument is the Polynesians
There
thought
you
it was
go.
flat,
There you go.
then
He
you need
posted
to
it.
show
He posted it.
something that says the Polynesians thought it was flat.
Okay.
Like,
So
I
he
don't get
posted
what's
you.
confusing to you about that.
He posted. Okay. So
Let me take a look at it.
Paninowski Mornar. He posted the Greek, the Navajo, the Babylonians, the
All right,
all
where's the Polynesian?
Japanese, the Persians, the Vikings. Okay, all these people
Polynesian?
believed it to be a certain way. The Polynesians never mentioned that there's a sphere. Isn't it safe to say that in that time frame, if all these other cultures had the same description of it, isn't it safe to say that every other possibly
No,
culture would have been
No,
also under that same rule?
no,
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 that's insane.
Okay.
Like,
All right.
no.
let me just run it this way. My evidence that Apocryphon is a Sagittarius is that I've met other Sagittariuses.
I am a Sagittarius.
Bang! That's how good my reasoning is.
Isn't
It's insane, right? If you want to present evidence that Polynesians thought the Earth was flat, then you need to show me Polynesians
one
saying the
question?
Earth is flat, not other people that are not Polynesians. It's pretty simple.
Isn't that in the sky all things are spherical? Isn't that correct? Why would the Earth be something
Is this a
different
new topic?
if planets? No, I'm saying if planets are spherical, why planet Earth will be different from things from the sky? Isn't that some kind of claim I'm hearing like for 7 years?
Sure, that's an inference one could draw. It shows
Oh,
that spherical
who is
things can float around in the sky. Is this related to the Polynesians, or is this just like a totally new topic now?
How many culture in the past had a depiction of the sphere?
I wouldn't be able to answer that. I'm not. I
None. None.
Zero. So we're now making even more loopy claim, which is what all ancient cultures thought, and every one of them, including the ones we've got virtually no record of.
I don't know what they thought. I know what they depicted, what they drew.
Right.
And
all of them, none of them.
I will tell you. For me, it's amazing that people, for example, from let's say Japan and South America, has almost the similar depiction of the creation of the because in that time there was not aeroplanes, or something. They couldn't depict the sky. I'm so interested how they depicted this in a similar way, the sky and everything, and they didn't have even technology to look into that.
If I was saying Polynesians thought the Earth was flat, I just think the evidence I would present.
I'm not speaking about Polynesians.
Well, that's what I'm still talking about. I'm sorry if I'm not following your complete sidetrack.
I'm speaking about Polynesians, Greeks, Navajo, Egyptians, Japanese, Vikings, Indians, Mayans, Irish, Hebrew, Celtics, Chinese. I'm speaking all of that, Romans, Islamic. You know, they have all the similar the drawings, and that has nothing to do with the sphere. Do you understand?
Right. So you're making the claim more absurd now,
More
despite not
absurd.
being able to prove the far simpler thing
Okay.
of one culture thought the Earth was flat.
Okay.
You're now
They
going
said-
all of them did.
Yeah. Okay, I will tell you now. Slav. They're saying Slavs have that depiction. Good. Now, I have an Earth. Slavic people living around there. That in Croatia, Serbia, Hungary, you know. Then I look into Hungary, into land of the Hungary. There was Pannonian Sea, you know, and then it's called Hungarian Plain, you know. And that plain, it's flat. And that plane cannot be on the sphere. That's my conclusion in 2024, without looking in Polynesian, without looking in the past, because I don't know what Polynesian did. I did this. I look into the flat surface into now, in reality, now, in this moment, you know, 2024. And it doesn't curve. Can you have flat surface on the sphere, actually?
Yeah, I'm still just waiting for these
Can you
ancient
have flat
cultures. and the-
surface on the sphere? It's a question for you.
I'm still waiting for the. I'm stuck on the
Can you
Polynesian.
have it?
This is just
Well,
a sidetrack. If you want to have a chat about this, you can chat to somebody else.
Polynesian has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth in this moment.
Well,
surface
why are
of-
you running from the conversation about the
I'm
Polynesians?
not
Can I tell
running.
you something?
I'm
Can I
not.
tell you something that anthropologists think about Polynesians?
Are we speaking about the surface of the Earth or about what Polynesian did?
Polynesians.
No, we are speaking. This is 24/7 flat Earth. It's not 24/7 Polynesia.
Oh.
It
So
is
we're talking about
24/7
whether the Polynesians are flat earthers. Does that help you?
Okay. If you speak about flat Earth, what is that issue? It is about food. It's
I'm just
about
asking people to
country.
support their assertions.
I want to support my assertion. I'm saying that flat surface is flat.
Yeah, but I've proven that the Earth is a globe. Personally, I proved it.
Yeah. Okay. Now you're telling me that flat surfaces are curvy.
Yeah, I've proven the Earth is spherical.
Flat
Personally,
surface-
I did that.
Can you have flat surface on the sphere?
I personally proved that the Earth is spherical. And do you know how I did that? Lawnmowers, actually, some of them used to be push, and they had these like rotating blades, and it actually was like a shearing mechanism where the
That means
round
that
helical shaped
means-
blades cut
means-
past
that
another
means
blade,
that-
and now
Yeah,
they're kind
that-
of these rotary blades that just bash the head off the grass. And
That means that-
I
that
just thought
means
we were
that-
just in the habit of randomly changing topics.
Did you prove it? That means it's surface.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
curvy.
yeah, yeah. Something,
Is it curvy?
lawnmowers. Next
That
we can
means-
talk about yogurt if you want.
Is that mean that surface is curving now?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if this is how conversations flow, we just say mouth sounds that don't relate to the topic at hand.
Can you show me where it's curving? Can you show me
Yeah,
any
yeah,
country?
absolutely. Yeah,
Okay, so tell me, which country and where? Where is curving?
Polynesia.
Polynesia. Where is curving in Polynesia? Can you tell me?
I was proud.
I
of that
know
one.
that it doesn't curve in Hungary. It doesn't not curve. I'll tell you where it's not curving. Can you tell me where is curving?
Yeah, Polynesia. Yeah.
Can you
Heard of
show me
New
where,
Zealand?
man?
Heard of New Zealand?
New Zealand, where?
Heard of Hawaii?
Yeah, where, man?
Yeah,
That's,
Hawaii. You're saying
That's
where is
Hawaii.
Hawaii? It's like in the middle of the
Yeah,
ocean.
Yeah, Hawaii.
Fairway
It's
west
an island.
of-
It's an island. Is the island curving?
I think it's an island chain, isn't it? I don't think it's just one island.
Eggshells, go and stop trolling because it's very annoying. You've got no position.
Well, I was just trying to stay on the topic that we were on, which is that two people have made a claim that 6th century BC navigators thought the Earth was flat, and the best evidence we have for that is Phoenicians sailed. Great. And then the next one we had was that Polynesians thought the Earth was flat, and that I'm really curious to know how they get that, because I think we've got very little record of what Polynesians believed.
Okay.
We know they
Well,
navigated by
you have
sextant,
record-
and
what, are you-
interestingly, anthropologists
claiming
think that they thought the
it was
Earth
a
was a globe.
globe?
I'm asking for evidence
Okay,
for the
what's
claim that was
the
made that
evidence
they
that they
thought the Earth
thought it
was
was a
flat.
globe?
Hmm?
Right, so you're not saying they believed in a globe.
I'm asking for, I didn't make the claim, right? Apocryphon made the claim that Polynesians believe the Earth was flat, and I'm just like, can you support that? But Migo is like spurging out. Are we in the habit here of defending and presenting evidence, or just like changing the topic when things get warm?
I would say like this: Polynesia does not
Oh,
matter
sorry, it's not Migo.
anything. Yeah,
Is it not
it's not
Migo?
him.
A lot like Migo.
Yeah, it is not. Look,
Well, if you
I
Google Polynesian cosmology, I mean, it's pretty. You
actually,
Google Polynesian
you can play like this. I got them. They don't know to answer about Polynesia. I got them. Now Earth cannot be that it's flat. Now all these purposes for such a step, they are curving because I got them.
I mean, you can Google Polynesian cosmology, and it seems like all the depictions are not of the globe.
Are they? How are you concluding that?
You just Google it, and you can see the images of how it's depicted.
Okay, so you're just going to Google Images. Oh, that's one interesting way
Yeah,
to go about it.
what's the evidence for globe?
Again, let me repeat myself so we can try and get on the same page. I'm asking for evidence for a claim that
All
was
right,
made that they
so
thought the Earth was
so
flat,
we
and you're
have
flipping it. You're
all right,
attempting to
so
flip
we've
it
got
to go.
so
But
Google's
is there
saying
proof they thought it was a globe? Which is obvious, and everybody can see through it.
yeah, look, I'll post it.
Sure.
Polynesian cosmology, bunch of different depictions. No spinning ball.
Again, are you having trouble with this? Like, I feel like it's pretty simple. If the positive claim is they thought it was flat, a lack of a ball doesn't support that position.
Well, I mean, you can look at the depiction; they're all on horizontal.
Come on, you can do better than that. That's ridiculous,
because
man.
you've not
That
provided
is
anything to the
utterly
contrary.
nutty. Okay, well, talk me through one of them.
Eggshells.
So
you're
did
the
they
one-
think,
you're
let's
the
go
one
with that one.
You're the one claiming that. Well, I don't know. You're not actually claiming they thought it
No,
was a
I'm
globe,
not.
so you
That's
don't
right.
have an argument, really.
No,
Okay,
I'm just
well, there you
asking
go.
for evidence
Neither
for
are
the
we.
argument that was
We're on the
made.
same page.
No,
We're on
no,
the
the
same
argument
page.
was made. Well, you're coming to rescue it and hope that that claim wasn't made, but it was. And we can run
No, I'm
from
not
it
saying they didn't
because, which is
make the
what
claim.
I'd
I'm
do.
not
If
saying they
I were
didn't make the
you, I'd
claim, but
run.
you can Google it. You can Google it, and like I said, the depictions are all showing horizontal levels. So, how's that a globe?
Again, I don't know how many times I'm going to need to say this. Let's say it this way. If I said that ball in that box, let's say a closed box, and I said that ball in that box is yellow, and then you said, hey, prove that, Harry. And I then went, I've Googled some stuff and you need to prove that it's blue. I'm just spinning my wheels. I'm not making any sense.
No, not
right?
really.
It would be
Not
a
really. I mean,
ridiculous
if you're
thing to
not
say.
claiming it's a globe, if you're not claiming it's a
I'm not
globe,
claiming
they believe
Polynesians
it,
thought it was a globe. I'm
fine.
asking for
I'm
evidence
not
that they
either.
thought it was
I'm
flat.
not
Great.
dreaming.
You're coming
You're not
into
claiming it's a globe.
white knight for somebody who did, though. That's the claim that was
No,
made, that
no,
is
I'm
still on the
coming. I'm
table,
coming
that
just
you are
point
trying
out
to
that
rescue them
you've
from having to
got.
defend.
No, I'm just pointing out that you've got nothing to the contrary. So why are you arguing?
Therefore, it's true. Great. Yeah. Nothing to the contrary. Therefore, it's true.
Well, what are you going to believe?
It's a
to the
genius
contrary
way
if
to
you've got no
construct
evidence
an
for it?
epistemology.
Right.
I'm not super
as opposed
confident
to
either
you,
way on
as
what
opposed to
Polynesians are. I
you,
lean in the
with
direction of them.
nothing, and you just what? Go for globe?
Well, I lean vaguely in the direction of them thinking it's a globe just because that's what I think that most seafaring civilizations tended
What's
to
your
think.
evidence for that?
That I lean that way? Well, my best evidence is that I
No,
just
the
told you.
Polynesians thought that.
Right. I just said I lean that way.
Okay, so you
what
don't
did I
have any
say? What did I
evidence for
say?
that.
What did I say?
You said you don't have any evidence for that.
What did I say?
You said you lean that way, not based on any evidence, just on your emotional
Nope.
preference.
Incorrect.
Yeah, that's what
Wrong.
you said.
Nope.
So you
Wrong.
lean that way because that's just what you assume people thought?
Nope, not what I said. Do you want me to say it again?
Okay. Well, no, you could just tell us what evidence you have for that assumption.
Sure. I lean that way because that's what I think most seafaring civilizations tended to go.
Yeah.
It
So
seems to be
your
once
personal
people, if I can just
emotional
finish.
decision.
Well, you sound a bit emotional with the whole cutting off business.
Well, no,
Once
because
civilizations said, okay, wait, go.
you're just, using your usual little emotional tactics here, where you're not going to stake a claim, but you are going to stake a claim, and you're going to dance the line
Well, no, I
because
defend
you have
claims
nothing.
when I make them,
You've got
but
absolutely nothing. You've just admitted it. So why are you even arguing?
I defend claims when I make them. I'm just inviting flat earthers to do the same. I don't understand why you would stop them from having to,
you
because you
said,
know that it's going to be a difficult
said
thing to defend because your piddling
that they
attempt
believe
at
in a
defending
globe.
it was, I Googled some images and
They
they look
don't
level.
believe in a flat Earth. You think they believe in a globe, and I asked, what was your evidence for that? And you said, well, I just think it.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you said, well, I just think it because I think all the Polynesians thought that.
No, I didn't.
Which is
It's
nothing.
ridiculous. That would
Yeah,
be
that's what you just
circular.
said.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have very
Which is
good
why it's
listening skills,
frustrating
do you?
talking to you.
I didn't.
Okay,
I
try
said
again. What's your evidence for saying that you think they believe
I
in a globe?
lean that way because most seafaring civilizations, those are the two key words that you need to remember. So next time you tell me what I said, just say seafaring civilizations and you will fail less terribly than you have the previous 3 times. Most seafaring
Okay, so are they
civilizations
included
tend to
in
go
this?
globe once they start seafaring.
Okay, so what? Polynesians,
Greeks,
the Phoenicians?
Phoenicians,
Okay.
sure, possibly. I don't know how much they were
Okay,
doing
so what's your evidence for that?
for the Greeks.
That they went globe.
The written records of it, that a lot of their records revolved around moving across the planet and seeing the stars at a different latitude. Is one of the things
Okay,
that
so let's
seeing
see these
boats.
written records.
Hey, can you just manage your emotions?
No.
And we can have a
We're
conversation.
gonna
Okay,
hold
away
you
you go.
to your
Away you go.
claim. So you said
Cool.
ancient seafaring civilizations thought there was a globe. Okay, what's your evidence for that?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Yeah, you said most seafaring civilizations thought it was a globe. Come on, what's your evidence?
The written records. Same thing I said.
Okay, show us their
last time.
primary written records that said they thought it was a globe.
Oh, there's loads. Which do you want? You think the Greeks didn't
Well, you choose.
didn't come up with this?
Okay, well, we're talking about the Polynesians, so why don't you start with them?
No, I'm not talking about the Polynesians. I've already said you're really struggling to follow this
Well, so
conversation.
not the Polynesians.
I'm not
That was the whole
super confident.
conversation,
Let me try.
That was the whole conversation. Okay, so not
Yeah.
the Polynesians. So you can't. So you can't
So
say
what I
that for the
said was,
Polynesians.
I'm not
What about the
super
Phoenicians, then?
confident. What I said was, I'm not super confident about the Polynesians because I don't think we've got very good written records from them or any records from them. I just lean in the direction that they were probably globe because it seems like seafaring
Because of
civilizations
your
turn globe.
emotions.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Okay,
Look,
yeah,
just
but then I just
why
tried
don't
to
you
ask
just
you for the
interrupt me?
evidence for this. Yeah, I will interrupt you because you just said the same thing and provided zero evidence. Most seafaring civilizations. Well, you just named a bunch. You said they're written records. Produce them. Which ones are you talking about?
Talking about the Greeks.
All right. So which of their written records says that they
Oh.
believed that it was a globe?
Ptolemy, I'd go Ptolemy's Almagest. It'd be the quickest.
Okay, come on, let's see it.
Oh, you want the whole Almagest? Okay.
Let's quote him where he says, "We the Greeks."
No, you got to
believe
read the
that
whole book. You want the primary source. You got to get the primary source. Otherwise, it'd be cherry
You gotta
picking.
make
You
a
got to read a book
citation. That would
now.
be a quote.
No, you got to read a
Let's
book,
see a quote.
Brosephine.
Well, come on then. Which part of the book said that?
Oh, it's a big book. You got to read the whole
Okay,
thing.
so which
There
part
you go.
said
There's
it?
a link for it. Oh, loads of bits. You got to get really into it. He came up with latitude. He had a pretty good idea of the celestial sphere. He had a reasonable guess at the circumference of Earth. His North Star was Thuban. There's loads of bits. Ptolemy's not Claudia. What was his some C word, I think.
All right,
There's the
so
written record that you wanted. Are you going to now
well,
respond
so
to it
if you
meaningfully, or are you just going to skate right past and ask
one
me
bit,
something else?
well, let's see, because I mean, this is your argument. Most seafaring civilizations thought this. So you've named one guy. Can you quote that one
Are
guy
you going to
at least?
skate right away from it? I thought you would.
No, I'm asking you
Go
to
for
quote
it.
it.
Skate away. Put on your skates.
What are you talking about? I'm asking you to quote it. The thing you're claiming.
I've put it in the book. I've put the whole book there.
Okay, quote the bit that you're talking about.
the Claudius.
Well, if you're going to provide a
Ptolemies.
citation, you can't just provide a whole book. You need to provide where it is and what the citation is, and not expect someone to sit there and read a 300-page book to find your citation.
Just seems like we switch on whether we want sources or
No, it
not.
just seems like you
Yeah,
don't
I'll find a good
understand
one
what
for you.
citation is.
I'll find a good one for you. Shadow casting. There you go. His guess of the Earth circumference was 28,985 kilometers. Do you want University of New York? Or do
His
you
guess.
want Berlin?
We're not after guesses. We're after measurements, yeah?
No, you're after what Ptolemy said.
Oh, I'm not after what Ptolemy said. I'm not after
Oh, we've
what
got
guesses somebody. I'm not after
another
what
person
guesses
to
somebody.
change the topic again.
No.
This is
We're not
schizophrenic.
interested in what guesses people have made, yeah? We're looking for empirical evidence and measurements, not guesses. If you're going to provide citations for guesses, you're completely in the
I'm
wrong
going to provide
room here.
provided what was asked for, and now you're asking for a different thing.
Well, I'm just clarifying that we don't need a citation on a guess. We would like a citation on facts and measurements. No, I don't.
Okay.
If I wanted to guess, I'd just go out and have a guess for myself at what's going on, yeah?
Sure.
Don't need to guess.
So, what about if I said the Polynesians believed the Earth was a globe?
Well, I don't think this discussion on the Polynesians believing what they believed is really too relevant due to the fact that, one, they have all these mythical stories, yeah? So we've got one mythical story from the Polynesians about how God was hatched in a cosmical egg. The egg broke in half. He then used the bottom half as the Earth, a flat plane, a celestial sphere, with the top of the egg shell over the top with the stars rotating in the top, again, depicting a celestial sphere. We also have Polynesian beliefs that the Earth came up out of the ocean on a turtle's back. Yeah. So one thing we do know about the Polynesians is they used angle measurements to stars in a celestial sphere to navigate the oceans. They didn't navigate on a globe utilizing angle measurements and latitude.
Yeah, well, they didn't
They
have
used a
latitude.
celestial sphere based, not the, they used a celestial sphere. Sorry, I'm cooking at the same time. I've got different things going on.
All good. What you cooking?
Oh, something called sausage goo. It's a New Zealand recipe. But I'm burning shit while I'm talking.
You a Kiwi. There you go. It's interesting about the egg. I'm Googling it now. Seems very, very interesting. There was
No, I'm not a Kiwi.
da-da-da.
I'm Australian.
Thought you sounded more Aussie than Kiwi.
I
Embodiment
got
of
cut
the
there for some
endlessness and
reason.
infinity.
So where did we get there?
We got back to the topic, which is good.
What, you failing to prove anything about the Polynesians?
If I made a claim about what the Polynesians thought was the shape of the Earth and I failed to support it, what would you think of that? Would you think that's virtuous or embarrassing and silly?
Well, you were low-key, embarrassingly, pathetically trying to claim that they're globers, but when you were called out for it, you provided absolutely nothing and deflected to other civilizations, which you also provided absolutely nothing for. So yeah, I would say
was that
silly
good or was
and
that bad?
embarrassing. That was embarrassing of you.
All right. So what you're saying is if somebody makes a positive claim that a ancient culture had a particular cosmology and then failed to support that claim, that's embarrassing. That's what you're saying. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll write that one down. Very interesting insight. But to
Yeah.
make a claim and
You
fail
are
to
being
support
very
it and
very
change the
embarrassing
topic
then.
would be embarrassing. Okay. It's a good thing that
Yeah,
it's a good
you've
thing
had your
that
lemon zest this morning, haven't you, eggshells?
it's a good thing that
Zestier than a
it's
lemon cake.
which side did that though? That's the question. Which side made the claim about the Polynesians?
Well, you
and failed to
remember.
support it. No, I didn't. I told you what I thought. All I need to
I
provide
think they're
evidence for that is
You
thinking
think
it.
they're globers for no
Maybe.
reason. You said just that you like the idea. That was your argument.
Oh, I could go either way on the Polynesians. Like I said, I only leaned slightly one way because they were seafaring. I wasn't the one claiming they were flat earthers.
Well, there seems to be no evidence to the contrary. and the depictions of their cosmology seems to be horizontal levels with an up and a down, not a big spinning ball. So, I mean, if you don't have anything better than that, I guess that's what we have.
Yeah, yeah. So embarrassing is what you're saying.
Well,
I'd
when you're
agree.
like,
I'd have
well,
to
they're
agree,
not,
mate.
they didn't
You're
think it
onto
was
it.
flat. I think they thought it was a globe. All the other cultures thought it was a globe, and then you provided nothing for any of those statements. That's quite
Oh, I did.
embarrassing,
I
yeah.
provided Ptolemy's Almagest. I provided his. What? How much more do
Yeah,
you
and then
want
we
from
asked you to
Ptolemy?
quote it, and you couldn't.
It's like it's a full book, man. Like he
Mhm.
he gave the first
Which you've
system of
read.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Well, you said you've read it, so just post the bit where he says,
Didn't say
yeah,
I'd read
we
it.
think it's a globe.
You're not a good listener, are you? Really not a good listener.
Oh, well, I didn't think you would post something as evidence that you haven't actually read. Eggshells.
Well,
I didn't think
you
you were
wanted
that
a first-hand
bad.
source that the Greeks thought that
Well, you made the
the Earth
claim.
was not
You made
something
the
I'd
claim.
read. Yeah, I didn't claim
Evidence
I'd
for
read
your
it.
claim is something that you don't know is actually evidence for your claim. Very good.
Oh no, I'm pretty confident about it.
Based on what? Not reading it.
Oh no, I've read excerpts of it. Absolutely read excerpts of it.
Oh, okay, but you've not read it. You've not read it. You've not read them saying we think
Oh,
it's a
cover to
globe.
cover, heck no. He had a geocentric
No,
model that had
so
the Earth as roughly the
why
correct
don't you
size,
post something
but
that is evidence for your claim then? Wouldn't that be what you should do?
I don't think it was him that came up with the idea of latitude and longitude, but
Well, no, you were
somebody
claiming it was. They thought it
previous
was a
had.
globe, though.
Oh, that he thought
Well,
it
you
was
were
a
claiming they
globe.
thought it was a globe. Yeah.
Okay, look, it seems that you prefer pictures as evidence, so why don't I provide that for you?
Well, you could, but I mean, let's see.
But I mean,
Let's see.
what would you say, flat or globe, based on
All
that
we need
image?
to know, all we need to know is that the Polynesians utilized a celestial sphere and navigated as the Earth as flat, measuring angle measurements to celestial bodies. Says it all.
Sure. It's entirely possible, yeah, because they didn't have like the full latitude and longitude nailed down. So, which is the bit like once you get the idea of what the actual measurements are, where their system was much more, at least my understanding of it, was using a sky compass as they called it. So the different, they had different.
In fairness, they actually use birds as well.
Yes,
they
true,
use the sun. They use different bodies in the sky,
Clouds.
but they measured angle measurements.
Seems we lost AJ there. Yeah, my understanding was they had a pretty cool idea of a celestial compass, so they know that like they have things that do, what do you call it, like constellations, that's the word I'm looking for, that they know are different compass bearings. So, you know, Polaris will be the north, and they'll have ones for different points around the compass. And then if you know where they are in relation to one another, you can know where they are even when you can't see them. So you go, or based upon the ones I can see, I can calculate or discern or guess at, however you want to put it, the position of the ones I can't see. I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, we don't know a whole lot about it because apparently they it was like a sort of, not quite a secret, but they would teach it father to son. And so when the white explorers got there, they were like, how do you navigate? And didn't couldn't work it out, but they didn't realize it was because the Polynesians wouldn't tell them because it'd be like a family secret. It'd be sort of like turning up and being like, "Hey, can I see your daughter's boobs?"
Right, okay. Well, I've got to jump into a meeting, but I'll jump in later and see if you found anything.
What, in support of somebody else's claim that they were flat earthers?
No, in support of your claim that they're globers.
I didn't make that claim.
All right, you're not claiming they're globers
not
now.
good at, when you go to your meeting, make sure you listen to what the people say, not what's happening in your own head.
Yeah, no, I can pick up your subtext, you know.
Well, you're not
You're
picking up the
doing
text, so I'm struggling to think you're picking up the
globe
subtext very
thing
well.
of, it's a globe. I'm not saying it's a globe, but they thought it was a globe. But
No, I think
I'm
it's a
not saying
globe.
it's
I'm just
globe.
not confident that the Polynesians did. That's all.
So why are you arguing that they didn't think it was flat then, if you don't know what they thought it was?
I'm not. You're not listening. Again, you have a. I
Well,
don't know.
you are, because that's what this
No,
whole thing
no.
is. You trying to
Failed.
say,
Sorry,
no,
failed.
they don't think it was flat. You don't have evidence to say that.
No, still getting it wrong, mate. Sorry. Make sure you listen.
No,
Go to your
I think
meeting.
it's clear
Listen to
for
what the
everyone
words they're
else.
saying. Write them down if you need to.
Yeah,
You'll get
so
there.
is the Earth still flat, or did it change?
Well, do you have evidence that it's a spinning, wobbling water ball?
No, not that particular statement. No.
All right, who's in from the flat Earth side? Who can actually mod this while I'm away?
Dude, what if it's not flat? What if it's like a different shape? It's not round either.
We got anyone? AJ, Heretic, Crit.
What's
Sorry,
yours,
man.
Stan? You think
I
it's
can't
round?
really get bogged down in a conversation. I can just jump in and out quickly while I'm doing things, but I can't just get bogged down in it right now.
Yeah, no worries. All right. Well, I'll catch you in a bit.
Well, if it's flat, right? Do you the people that think it's flat? Do you guys also subscribe to the idea that the world map is wrong? Like, there's like the Illuminati's like hiding continents and shit from us. Like this, you know.
Well, have you
see-
ever confirmed the layout of the continents? Could they be wrong?
I mean, geography class, Google, you know, all those things combined.
Yeah, indoctrination programs are pretty successful, but have you ever tested that for yourself, the layout of the continents?
No, I don't have a boat or a plane. I can't really do that.
So could they be wrong? Is it possible, or is it impossible that you were taught the wrong thing at school?
I don't know. It's a massive conspiracy theory to say that, oh yeah, there's actually like more hidden continents and there's giants in the ice continent and this and that. And to say that for hundreds of years there's been this power that's been using propaganda, you know? It's a stretch. You're telling me that people are gonna stick to one lie for hundreds of years? They can't even
Well-
stick to a lie for 10 years.
That's assuming they all know it's a lie, right? But I mean, I think we could look in history and find examples of people propagating an untruth by being completely unaware that it's an untruth and being sold on it, right? Not that long ago, medicine was obsessed with the idea of humours. And
Yeah, but the people that okay, let's say that. So let's say that's the case. The people that that say there is like hidden continents and stuff. Where do they get the information? Because if they go on Google Maps, they see everything we see. You know, the normal map, the normal shape of the continent. So where do they get their info? How do they verify the truth? You know, if like we're all indoctrinated sheep, where do they get the truth? How do they test it? How do they prove it?
Well, you're just talking about people who have speculated at the end of the day, and that's not what we do in here. We want to stick to verifiable, empirical evidence, not speculations of what other lands there could be or what hasn't been explored. Yeah, we're interested in direct measurements of the surface of the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, but yeah, that was my initial question. Like, you guys that subscribe to flat Earth as a fact, like, on average, do your like little sect on the internet, do you guys also believe in like hidden continents? Or is that like
Just
a
answered your
subgroup?
question. Yeah, I just answered that question. Asking it again is not going to change the answer. There is no little sect in the internet of flat earthers that all believe that there is factually, provably hidden continents. You might hear some people who would be corrected in this room to speculate that that may be the case. However, in here, we don't deal with speculation. We deal with empirical evidence, facts, and measurements. So we are interested in direct measurements of the Earth, looking for curvature.
Okay.
You'll find if you do want to ask people about that, you can find them, but you better go into other servers.
Yeah. Okay. But like the mainstream belief is that the Earth is round and it spins around the sun, right? And that creates gravity. So if the Earth is flat and it doesn't spin around the sun, where does gravity go? Like where does it come from?
I think you're a bit mistaken on the mainstream model.
First of all,
Who has measured this curvature? That's the question you just have to ask yourself. Like, where is the evidence for this curvature and rotation? Where is that?
I mean, I'm just telling you what the
You're
textbook
looking
says.
too
Hang on.
far,
First
mate.
of all,
You're speculating and shit. It doesn't matter.
First of
Just
all,
verify the fact that everyone believes this. Well, why do they believe that? Where is the evidence for that? Where's the measurement? Where's that?
well,
Just show us
he's
that.
got his own model wrong to begin with, because gravity isn't caused by the rotation of the Earth.
Yeah.
That'd be the first point there. Gravity is the mass of the Earth bending and warping space-time, a conceptual fabric, mathematics reified into reality. So you have your own model wrong to begin with. Secondly, what is gravity? Yeah. Or as someone just said, first we need to start basically with the curvature of the Earth. Yeah. Who in history's ever measured this curvature or shown any type of drop over distance to show that we actually live on this sphere?
Didn't Columbus do that? Like,
I know one.
How did Columbus do that? How
you
did
know,
Columbus
like,
measure drop over distance?
Wait, who said Columbus?
I mean, I don't know the specifics, but
somebody else.
but during those times, you know, they sailed by using this instrument by looking at the stars, right? And he
Yeah,
was going.
Sextant.
Yeah, I don't know what you call
Or
it.
an astrolabe.
Yeah. But like everyone said, "Oh, the Earth is flat; you're gonna fall off," and he went in the opposite direction, right, with that instrument to prove, and he came out at the same destination.
I think he's a pretty poor example. For starters, he didn't get funding because his assessments of how far it was he was only 25% of the distance because he couldn't navigate it and hit the wrong continent. It was a bit of a wreck, and it's only retold as this way where everybody thought the Earth was flat and he proved them wrong. That's only a really modern thing. People were talking globe.
Well, I just want to point out, like, I'm not a scientist guy. I'm just a layman guy, and I'm like interested in what you guys believe. I'm telling you the knowledge I got from textbooks in high school and stuff like that. Because if you guys say that you have the truth and that the Earth is flat, it's not round.
What's the knowledge?
You're talking. The majority of the people you're talking to is people of laymen. Not everyone's a scientist and knows the details. Like this shit's in
I'd focus
school.
on the things you can question or test yourself. Right? Because
What test have the people in
Columbus?
I mean, I don't know how to test it, to be honest. Like I said, I don't have a plane or a boat, so I can't really. I don't know how to test it.
Well, there's other ways to do it.
Yeah, but I don't know how. Like, not aware of any other way. I think a plane would be the best because you see everything up there. So that's why I'm talking to you guys. Like, obviously, you guys are a bit more scientific. You know the details.
Well, the truth is, when we go looking for curvature, we aren't able to find it.
Can you repeat that?
The truth is, when we go looking for curvature and attempt to detect it, we aren't able to.
Only because you're too small.
I'm pretty
What
tall.
do you mean you're too small? Oh, he's okay.
Oh, that person got muted pretty quick. Sound like
I
a
don't
bit
think
of
he's
Aussie.
muted.
All right.
I think he's
looked up
just
and
a bit
assumed it was
stumped.
AT.
I think he's just. Where is it?
No, not
No, it
with
wasn't
Safa.
AT.
Oh, there was some Aussie
Oh.
came in and said because you're too small.
That was me.
Thought that. Oh, Vandman, is it?
It is.
Vanderman.
Greetings.
G'day.
Greetings and salutations.
What's up?
Looking forward to the US election.
No, I live in Australia.
And you think it doesn't affect Australia?
Well, of course it does. We just
Okay, so
love. We
are
just
you
love
looking
to follow
forward?
along.
Exactly. We're going to be somebody else's lapdog. So as I was saying, are you looking forward to the new election?
No, because I don't believe that we really have any say in the elections, and it's one bird with two wings, and overall they all have their agenda and their role to play. So, no, I think they're going to do whatever they're going to do, and it's going to
Do
continue.
you vote with that sentiment? Do you participate in voting?
No, I don't.
We have to.
No, I don't.
You just paid the fine because you guys get fined, right?
No.
I don't pay the fine either. All I do is, if you go to an election in Australia, they have a big book there, a paper book with your name in it. They tick it off with a pencil to say that you've been. There's no evidence to prove whether you did vote or not. So when you receive a fine, you write back to them and say, I voted at this location, and they revoke it. Very simple. They have no evidence to the contrary.
Damn.
I had to do that today. I had to do that today.
You guys had voting today in Australia?
For a state member, yeah.
Oh,
shit.
okay.
You in New South Wales? Did I miss an election?
It's regional.
Oh, good.
Regional, sorry. Regional member.
They're all fucking members. Useless like fucking members.
I suppose the only good thing is if Trump supports crypto and I get a good pump there, that'd be nice, which I believe he does.
Look, if he doesn't pump you, just ping us your address.
Wow.
I said
There
pump
you go,
crypto, not
matey.
pump me.
Well,
But if you'd like to, I am a pretty good looking gentleman, I must say, if you'd like to have a crack one day.
I was just gonna say, dude, you just like it's a win-win for you.
Yeah.
When do you guys have national elections?
Dogs, you're roboting really badly.
He's joined the Technocratic Union.
Mhm. Mhm.
I don't know if you can hear us, dogs or gods, but you're roboting. We could hear you. Nobody could make out what you said.
He must be on Starlink. They're switching the balloons over.
My
Happens.
folks got that at the farm. It's scorchingly fast. Latency's not great, but
Yeah, I got it as well. But I'm
it's
finding
fast.
because I sit up all night and I'm up till about 9 in the morning, and I find every single morning at about 3:30, 4 a.m. I
Yeah.
completely lose internet every morning for about an hour.
Oh,
It
that's
just
pretty
cuts out
brutal.
altogether. Yeah, it's a real
Breaking a link.
pain in the ass. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
That's
I got
weird.
awesome reception when you go out and you do your little test with your phone and
Mm.
all that stuff. It's all great. And yeah, it just switches off, and I have to switch everything across to my phone and hotspot off my phone from Telstra.
And so, were you joking then, or do you really think it's run from balloons?
Oh, look, I don't know what it's run from. I wouldn't go making claims about that. I was just having a bit of a joke, yeah.
Yeah, because
I'm not
like
going to get
that
into that
one.
discussion right now.
You can see them with your eye. All right, you don't want to talk about it. We can move on.
No,
But
I
they're
don't
like,
deny that we can see something up there. Of course, I mean, why would we deny that? We can see it, yeah.
yeah, well, they're really
lady,
particular because they go.
lady saw the balloon. Lady saw the balloon with her own eyes when the Samsung selfie satellite crashed on her property. Pretty cool, eh? Saw it with her own eyes.
Samsung selfie. I don't know about that one, but the not the ISS, the Starlink ones you can tell because they're the only satellites that form into a string. There's like usually 4, maybe 5, I forget. But they'll just be equidistant behind one another, all chasing one another across the sky. And the Samsung thing was always claiming to be a balloon.
No, they called it a satellite.
We know that we have
Satellite
these satelloons,
selfie.
yeah.
Did they, or they call it space selfie?
They called it a satellite in all the news articles.
Wouldn't you think that Starlink would work everywhere if it was really satellites?
Well, they've
Well,
got to
it's
be pretty
supposed to.
low. So there's always going to be a horizon. If they're going around a ball and they're low, the lower they are, the less coverage they'll give. Right? If
That's
they're
why I
high,
actually use it, because it's quite expensive, yeah, for the service. But I use it because I do a lot of traveling, and it comes with this backpack that you can pack your satellite dish up into, and basically, as long as you've got an open area somewhere, you can set it up and get internet. So
yeah. But they found it speeds.
I was gonna get it. I was gonna get it in Arizona, but my 2 neighbors had already bought it and turned it back in because it didn't work. So, and there's a guy in West Virginia that I know personally that doesn't work for him either. There's a few places that I know for a fact it doesn't work. So, I don't know. That's just
but I also
my personal.
have satellite phones, yeah. And I'll give you an example. One day I was out in the middle of nowhere in the middle of Australia, and I broke down, checked my phone, Telstra, no reception. Got the satellite phone out, walked around 40 minutes, different locations, could not get any reception off the satellite phone. And I thought, you know what, stuff this. I'm just going to check my wife's phone because she's on Optus. So I grabbed her phone, and I had full bars on Optus. No coverage with a Telstra, and no coverage with a satellite phone.
My theory is that sat phones are just cell phones without limiters. Like a cell phone can probably just go as far as a sat phone.
Well,
Just
you
that
can
they
test
limit
it.
they limit all of them to make the sat phones look like they can do more. But you can't use a sat phone in the middle of the frickin' ocean.
You can.
You know, when people get stranded in the middle of the ocean now, they don't work everywhere.
Well, they don't
It's the
work
same reason
infallibly.
that
You've got to wait for the
pilots
Inmarsat to
pilots
go
that
overhead.
fly from like Hawaii like to California, You know, after they get like
Oh,
300 miles off the coast of California, they lock onto a heading and then they fly blind because
the
they can no
most
longer reach the ground towers. That's how far, you know. So
the most effective for when you're out on the ocean is actually a mirror. Yeah, a mirror and flares. I'd carry that every day over a sat phone with my experience with the sat phones.
Yeah, because they're super. That's one of the warnings you get with them. Because I got a not a sat phone, but a satellite messaging device, and they do warn you. They're like, they use Iridium and Inmarsat, I think, and they're like, if there's not one overhead, you might have to wait a while for one to pass overhead to pick up your message to send it on. And
well,
Yeah, I think I'm with I'm a sat.
Yeah,
I have a business to. I have the Cube from Verizon. It's a business line, like I guess it can be considered a hotspot kind of thing. It's a business one, and that's the only thing I've found that works in the middle of Whitman, Arizona. That's what I'm on right now. The only thing that works. Starlink doesn't work out here, but that does. So that's what we use. I don't. That's just my personal experience. I can't, speak about any other like areas except for the one buddy of mine in West Virginia, but he's up in the hills too. So don't know. Don't know what.
That could be an explanation for mine because I live in the mountains. So maybe there's a certain time that the mountain peaks block some sort of signal.
Yeah, they don't
Some
like
people say that they run off the airplanes or some crap, and I'm like, I don't know about that one.
Well,
I mean, if they got little
things, right?
they got little bouncers, maybe the airplanes help things. Who knows? But I mean, wouldn't the airplanes that fly blind out in the middle of the ocean, wouldn't they freaking use satellites? For GPS? They don't. Did you know
They
that?
have markers.
You're saying they don't use GPS?
They
These are
don't
some
use
wild
them.
claims that
They
need some
don't.
evidence.
They don't use it off the freaking coast.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you have any evidence for that? Or is it just like you heard it once?
Yeah, it's just a thing that I've heard. Yeah. Somebody.
So if I find evidence, will that upset your narrative?
Yeah, that'd be great.
We'll do that then.
There's
a simple way you can tell that's false is if you go on a plane that goes over the ocean, it'll give you a live feed showing where you are.
Tracker, yeah. Plane tracker.
So how would it do that unless it knows where you are?
Well, I'm just looking at it now. Simple fly. How do airlines navigate? A general
Just listen
perception
to
is
the show, baby.
Oh,
a
they'll
general
follow a
perception.
bearing, yes.
A general perception is that the global positioning system GPS to navigate. However, most aircraft, particularly large commercial airlines, use a variety of techniques for navigation. The main navigation system is the internal reference system, which allows pilots to work with a coordinate system for routes. So not GPS.
Well, that's just saying it uses a variety of systems. They still have GPS on all the time, but yeah, they've got redundancies. So they generally, as what's his name was saying, you'd like go from a point and then follow a bearing and keep following that bearing, usually until you're in the next air traffic thingy bubble, isn't it? But that's not saying that GPS doesn't work, right? Just saying they need to be able to still find their way from A to B, even if your GPS turns off. So they use multiple systems, so they've got some redundancy.
What do you say about the planes that get lost in the middle of nowhere, where they're like, "We don't know where it went. We don't know where it went." You're like, "Well, couldn't they just watch that on a satellite?"
No,
Couldn't they
it's
just
not.
like
So
follow it right to where it went down?
GPS
Don't you remember
doesn't
that?
isn't two-way communication. GPS satellites just talk; they don't listen. And what you would need to be able to know where the plane is a satellite that can listen and ping that message back down to Earth.
I'm saying, just
GPS
like you said, they
satellites
have
just
flight
send a
tracker.
sound.
Flight
Yeah,
tracker. You say they have that, but they lose planes like
yep, you're not
freaking when
listening.
they go down all the time.
Try to listen. They have a tracker that means that anybody on board that plane can get the information from a GPS satellite and it will show them where they are, because it's the GPS satellites are talking and the plane listens and the plane goes, here you are, and plots your position so anybody can see it on their, IFE screen. They don't, though, have an ability to transmit that wherever they are in the world. There are some flight corridors that do have satellite internet, lots of them in Australia, but not all of them. So what you're talking about is something that would require transmitting up to a satellite and the satellite having a receiver. Those are not GPS satellites. You're getting totally different systems confused. GPS, free, everywhere, only talks, whereas the thing that AJ is talking about is a very expensive system. How much do you pay for your satellite phone, AJ? I bet if he answered, he would say it's like $100 a month or something. No, it'd be probably more than that. It's insanely expensive. I
I
looked
think
at
it's
it.
more
No,
than
I
that.
buy. It is
Starlink's pretty
insanely expensive. It's $1 a minute for the satellite phone talking. So
Jesus.
what I do is I buy 100 units at a time. Every time I do a trip, and that 100 units lasts for 6 months. If I don't use it on the trip, it just expires.
Oh, yeah. Where are you going on trips?
Oh, I do a lot of driving around Australia, a lot of travelling. I've pretty much done most of Australia, but I do a lot from North Queensland down to New South Wales or Victoria, and I generally always travel fairly inland on those trips.
Awesome. That's
Let's
good.
talk about satellite TV, like Dish Network. You think that they're all just getting their own separate signals from something that's flying around in space, beaming down television?
Well, it's
from
reflecting the signal back down. Something beams it up from a base station and it just bounces it back. Just receives it, amplifies
Dude,
it, and sends it back down.
everywhere I've ever lived, the frickin' dishes are pointing at fricking towers. You can see the place where they point at, and they're always pointing at the same place. They're not pointing up towards like a satellite that's frickin' zipping around. Like,
Well,
that's
I think
absurd.
you'll find they are pointing from towards the equator. That's what I think you'll find. And I think you'll find ones on the equator tend to point straight up, because the easiest orbit to have is an eastward equatorial orbit. And if you put it on anything else, it'll have to be centered on Earth. So it'll go, like if it's above, you can't have something that just stays above the equator or stays below the equator. If it's not on the equator, it'll be like looping up and down and up and down. So what you'll generally find is a lot of those satellites are just in a roughly equatorial orbit, and your dish will be angled towards wherever it is and pointing towards the equator. So south and the north, north and the south. And
All you
at
gotta
an
do is
elevation that
knock it.
depends on your latitude.
All you gotta do is knock it a little bit, and then you don't get it. And you think that's because it's out of sync with a satellite how many miles up? What do you think
I
the
think
odds of
these
that
things
are?
I think these things are stuff you can test rather than just make wild claims about.
I just think it's so absurd to think something's zipping around up there sending everybody separate signals.
What
I
do you
think
mean
it's just
sending
like
everybody separate signals? Like satellite TV isn't a separate signal, is it? I don't think that's the suggestion.
it's sending something to everybody's separate dishes, aren't they?
I don't think it's targeted per dish. That sounds to me insane. I think it just gives you an insane amount of
Oh,
data, and you pick which channel out of that data you want to watch. But it's all just in one signal.
I'm saying that
spotting
signal
your house
comes
and beaming The
from
Simpsons into
somewhere.
your bedroom.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, like, do you think that you don't think each dish gets whatever they get? It's pointed at it. I mean, it's not like the Just to think that something's coming from that many miles up is just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Just me thinking out loud. That's just
There you go. There's a good good Aussie sunset for you in the chat from my last trip.
Israel was found guilty on all counts.
Trump was?
Israel.
Oh, Israel. Trump was found guilty. That's old news.
Oh well, on the ICJ, the Israel was found guilty on all charges.
Kind of off topic, homie.
Stage, and it's the defense stage. If they cannot put an adequate defense, the charges will stick, and they will be not just sanctioned, but they will most likely have a peacekeeping force go in. Israel cannot defend itself. It is beautiful. They were found guilty of their crimes.
Hey, can we
Yeah,
talk about
off
the
topic.
topographical plane, please? Not about some show that is going on.
No,
for the...
Israel, the state of Israel was found guilty on all charges.
Danny, this is about flat Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, you've got all the different channels to go talk about wars and politics and geopolitical positioning. You don't need this channel as your soapbox to talk about how much you dislike a group of people that you've never met.
Watch WWF anytime you want.
I always wonder what these people talk about in 5 years from now. It's always the same kind of show. Somewhere, somehow, drama. Anyways, the Earth is a topographical stationary plane. It's plain to see. We don't need things falling around something that hasn't been proven in the first place. So that's obsolete. In order to have something called satellites falling around a ball Earth, you first need to establish the fact of the foundation, which is there a bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction? If not, then we can hand wave everything else that builds upon that foundation. So is there anyone who can establish that the Earth is truly a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball? In a second law from the limits defying.
I mean, I don't know if I can establish that, but I can argue against it. I can argue against your flat like plane model. Sure.
Okay. Nice.
Sure. So go and give me your.
One second. Before you argue against something, what specifically, in terms of what the Earth represents itself to be in reality, you want to argue against? Not something like, I'm gonna argue about a model I made up in my head that maybe Clay doesn't actually argue for. You know, which kind of goes like, I'm gonna argue against the notion that on your flat Earth model, you know, you can travel to that. You know, you get the example, right?
I think so. Could you go ahead and give me a link to your flat Earth model?
I argue about reality. What reality is observable for.
Yeah, but I mean, so if you have a flat Earth model, could you give me it so I can understand like what you mean by what you're saying?
So models are things that humans make in order to simplify a concept.
Explain the world, actually, but sure.
So, can you explain or tell me what you observe when you see reality representing itself to you?
I mean, I can tell you what I see when I track the stars in the northern hemisphere. By tracking Polaris as the anchor point. And that is that these stars rotate counterclockwise to my camera's movement.
Okay. And now what?
Now, I have not been to the southern hemisphere, but people in the southern hemisphere who have done the same experiment, it's not even an experiment, it's just photography, that track their camera based upon the Southern Cross, they see stars spinning in a clockwise pattern.
Yeah, okay, here you go. I posted a small little video that
And
perfectly
how is that
shows
possible on a flat
Yeah.
Earth?
Yeah, watch the video I posted.
Which one?
Professor Dave explains, you don't get it.
Okay.
Because Professor Dave also doesn't get it. The same problem you have with how the sky works.
The sky works like the inherent ordinance of the heavens. What's the issue?
Issue is that people don't understand why things go clockwise and counterclockwise
Oh.
regarding the sky. They think this is only possible if you live on a spinning ball. Which is, fundamental. It's so easy once you get it. It's only to do with the direction you look at.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, watch the video. You can even go
I
to
am
the
watching the
website
video.
yourself.
I am watching the video.
People don't really take into account a lot of the time that people's senses aren't really, very good tools sometimes for observing because they can be tricked or sidelined or kind of or mind fucked into believing certain things. Sometimes you need.
Yeah, anyways, it is funny that a model that has been derived from the sky in the first place, which is the heliocentric model, is then being used to be proven that the Earth is a specific shape by using the sky again, which is, it's fallacious. It's fallacious reasoning. It's absolutely nonsensical and will not stand in any court at all if it would be brought to
We're gonna put
to
the world
a
on
standoff.
trial. He accused you of being flat.
Yeah. So I watched the video, and I mean, it's from a website, right? Called stellarium/web.org.
Yeah, it's just about showing.
Yeah, but I'm
that
just
it's-
asking a simple question. It's from a website called stellariumweb.org, right?
Yeah, he's using that website. Yeah.
Sure. If you perform these observations in real life, this is not what you see.
Okay, so the website is wrong. Anyways, then we
Correct.
can move on.
If you point toward the North Star in the northern hemisphere, you'll see anti-clockwise motion. If you point
great.
directly, if you take your camera and you point the direct other direction, you'll still see anti-clockwise motion.
Okay, so you say there's two things going against each other, therefore we can move on. Still, your sky doesn't prove what the shape of the ground is, which is actually the question at hand. So can you actually say anything about the surface that you're living on instead of the sky, which is also the reason where you got your heliocentrism from in the first place?
Your Honor, I motion that we disregard the sky for any observations.
Sure.
No.
I
No,
have observed.
I have given
I've
him.
observed-
I have given him something. He's saying that which I gave him is wrong. So now there's two arguments going against each other, which is okay. See, I've given him something. He's saying no, thank you. I think this is completely wrong and
Didn't say
false.
that. Thank you.
Really say that.
I
Wait,
said
this
that
is
you're wrong.
yeah. And therefore we can move on, because I don't want to waste my time
So you can see the
on
argument.
this.
Got it.
Especially if it has nothing to do with the surface we live upon. So can we talk about
Well,
the
it
surface
does.
instead about the sky?
It does have to do with the surface we live upon, because if the stars rotate a certain way, depending on your latitude, it's very hard to explain that on a flat plane.
Well, that is also fallacious, because the consequence is that in the first place you don't even know what the sky maybe could be in regards to the surface. Just because the
Okay.
sky is
But
something
I can
doesn't mean
explain
that
why the sky
doesn't mean
moves
that
the way that it does on a
doesn't mean
globe. Can you explain why it does on a
doesn't
flat plane?
yeah, you can, because your
Yeah, so
globe is
explain it.
first. You can
So
because
explain it.
you
No, I'm
you
open to
you
it. Go
you
explain
can
it,
Guys,
man.
like
explain
this, I don't know. Like,
you
this guy's a little
you
bit
can
confused.
you can explain it because your globe is fundamentally in the first place not derived from ground observations but from the sky. Obviously, if something is
No, it
if a
is.
story is made,
It's
it
literally
is. I can
it's founded on it's founded on
Dude.
ground observations, Doug.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
So, you know
Sure.
what? Like, what if we just find out people have a fetish for arguing, and it doesn't matter what the topic is. It's just
It's
like,
Bro,
not.
are you
It's
just here, Claw? Are you just going to chirp in to give some comments, or are you willing to bring something to the table?
are you
Because
not
I don't
willing
need some
to bandy
Sherpa.
words with me, sir? Sherpa, Sherpa.
Yeah, but I don't need someone to chirp and cheerlead for someone else. This is very annoying in a conversation.
Oh, really? I thought accents were annoying.
Wow.
See?
Okay.
Still-
I don't
still
know what
doing
to
the
do with
same.
that. Like we were trying to have a civil conversation, and I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah,
man.
that's why I'm trying to stop your cheerleader, because he's annoying.
No, he's not. He's not my cheerleader. That guy's not mine.
I don't
I
have
don't
the
know
right
what
dress.
I don't know what this dude's doing.
Licking boots.
If you can prove to me the Earth is flat, I'm fucking down.
I don't need to
But-
prove to you that the Earth is flat.
Well,
I don't
okay,
need to.
well,
I don't
would
even
be happy
care.
to
I
prove
don't
to you
listen.
all day that the Earth is round.
Listen. I don't even care what you think at the end of the day what the Earth is.
then-
I know for a fact that you and me, when we both would go outside, the Earth represents itself to be a topographical plane. It is practically used as a topographical plane.
When you say a
navigate, it
topographical
is
plane,
measured-
what do you,
it
wait?
is
What do you mean by a topographical plane?
a planar surface with topography. It's in the word. I mean, it's a self-explaining word, isn't it?
Okay, define topography for me.
Mountain, hills, valleys.
Okay, so you assume, or you think that you know, that the Earth is a completely flat surface with mountains and valleys and hills and rivers,
Yeah,
etc. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not forming a ball in a second law of thermodynamics defying space.
Why not?
How does how does the second law of thermodynamics do anything?
Where you
for your
claim that
argument?
there's something called space, which is defying the law of second law of thermodynamics.
Well, there's the absence of matter, which is space. Yes.
Great. That's a cool story,
What?
bro.
Second law is just it deals with like heat and energy.
It's not has nothing to do with the second law of thermodynamics. I was just saying that the idea
it
of
does.
space is just the absence of matter.
Great.
Well, there's still matter in space. Like,
Yes,
what's going on?
that is correct. Come on, man, calm down. Yes, there's still matter in space, but it's so widely distributed that it's kind of inconsequential, right? I mean,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, the absence of something made everything. Yeah, we get it. Amazing.
Well, I actually think that
Yeah, I get the fallacious logic that you have.
No, it's not-
that you have a
it's not
room
fallacious. I think
there's
in
nothing,
fact-
but everything has been created in it. Yeah,
I actually
understand
believe
this,
that the
this
universe,
vain
as we
philosophy.
observe it, is much
Such a
more
vain philosophy.
insane and much more amazing than the
Wow,
fucking flat
yeah,
Earth
fantasy
model.
is always amazing. I love
See, this is what it's
fantasies.
about, though.
We can
It's not
make
just
everything
Yeah,
up
but
in
if
our
God
head.
created the entire universe as we actually observe it, that's way more amazing than God just creating the
Hey,
Earth
hey, one second,
and some
one second.
illusion of the universe above us.
Let's clarify. Hey ChatGPT, is the heliocentric model in its original state when it was first introduced to the world? Was it completely diverted from sky observations?
What?
I mean, the heliocentric model is kind of outside of the argument,
No,
right?
the original heliocentric model introduced.
Oh.
One second, maybe I need to clarify. Was the heliocentric model shoot?
Here's the thing, like you're jumping into the heliocentric model though, but we're talking about whether or not the Earth's flat. Like whether the Earth is flat or not is actually separate from whether the Earth orbits the Sun or the Sun orbits the Earth. Like, right?
Well, you said the heliocentric model was not diverted from sky observations, which is not true.
I didn't. I never said that. What?
You said that the heliocentric model was created by observation of the surface, is what you claimed.
No, I did not. I never claimed that. My only claim is that the Earth is clearly a sphere.
Okay, because of what? Stars in the sky?
There's so many observations that prove that the Earth is a sphere. It's kind of tiresome to name them all. Would you like me to start from the beginning?
No.
Okay.
You don't need to point out the stories you believe in.
It's not a story.
Don't start from the beginning. Start with the best one. What's the best one?
It's really fucking easy. Go
Yeah,
to
yeah,
a
yeah.
beach.
What is
go
your best
to
one?
The
That's a
easiest
good question.
one. Go
Yeah,
to
no,
a beach.
just say the best one.
Go
The
to
best
a
one.
Son of a beach.
the best one
Yeah, the best one.
or the first one.
No, the best one to prove the globe. Your best argument, just one.
I think the best argument to prove the globe is that architects and engineers that produce buildings and bridges across large spans of space do take into account the curvature of the globe. It's a really popular argument. It's a really popular argument with flat earthers that they don't. You're wrong. They do.
They just level it up.
No, you don't level. Do you know how a level works? A level works against gravity. And gravitational force works.
Okay, you said
against
there's
the
a
core of
bunch
the
of
Earth.
observations. Is that your best
It's
one?
not an observation. You just make a level.
Hey, mute reality. I shared a video in the side chat. If you'd like to check that out, I believe it answers the question: why would they lie?
Proof of his
Yeah.
claim.
See. Okay.
Just have a look, man. It's only like 42 seconds.
Yeah, post the proof of your claim.
The proof of what claim?
Oh, you forgot what you claimed already? Just like that.
The claim that architects and engineers take into account the curvature of the Earth when they build bridges.
Yeah.
Yep. Start with your first
Got you.
example. Yep. Go ahead. Example number 1. Waiting.
And by the way, are you saying that there were no bridges ever built before heliocentrism and the Earth being a globe?
Name one bridge over 1 mile that was built before the idea of the Earth was curved.
No, now we got off the hook.
I don't know.
Weird.
But is that what you're claiming? It seems like it.
Yeah, percentage. Come on, dude. You're derailing. We're
There's
trying to keep
literally-
him focused on
Jesus
what
fucking
he
Christ.
claimed. Okay, don't give him an escape ladder.
Escape ladders also take into consideration the curvature of the Earth.
All right, sure, post that.
So obfuscating proves it.
One second.
Yeah, mute reality. You working on this, or do you bow out?
No. Yeah, I'm looking into it.
Okay, because it's interesting. You should have this stuff preloaded, like you would have.
Why
had
would
the-
I? Why?
Because it's something you proved to yourself already, like some sort of citation or where you read it or who told you.
Honestly, I'm just trying to look for something that doesn't come from like a WordPress article. Like you can read.
What did you use
blogs.
the first time?
I mean, no. Here's the
before-
thing. Listen, you can read a lot of shit from engineers that had garbage websites in the fucking 1990s, or you can try to find a source that actually, people aren't going to argue against, right? Like I had posted a bunch of engineer blogs, but people are just going to say that it's bullshit. So I was trying to kind of hoping I'd find something a little more substantial. Not gonna lie.
So you have no evidence
Of what?
of your claim.
That architects and engineers account for the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
0 examples from you and counting.
I do. I don't think that an engineer talking on their WordPress is good enough proof.
Dogate the homework. Yeah, I know.
Show me the blueprint of a mile-long bridge where they mentioned like we're doing this, because of curvature.
Honestly, I don't know if you could find that. This is probably national security information, but let me try that. Blueprint of Golden Gate Bridge. Why not?
He admitted he never found the proof.
Damn, that's lame.
0 evidence for the claim.
This was your best, right? You went for the best, right? This was it, eh?
I mean,
oh man,
it's tough, man.
This is not looking good.
I mean, the easiest proof by far is
No, just go to the second best. Go to second best.
no. How about easiest?
Well, maybe you misjudged. Maybe maybe.
Why does the moon?
Maybe the second best one is in fact better.
How about this, guys? On a flat Earth, how does the moon appear bigger at the horizon than it does above you?
That's an optical illusion.
Based
So the
upon
moon.
what?
How about we could start here? How is observing the moon actually observing the Earth? How'd you do that? How'd you look at the moon and then fool yourself into thinking you were actually looking at the Earth?
You don't need
Step
to be
one.
looking at the Earth.
Just step one. Step one. How did you do that?
Yeah, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, so you
can
said look at
you
the
can
moon.
observe
That's
the
your
moon.
proof of the Earth.
You can observe
So
the
step
moon
one.
coming over the horizon, and it is the same size as when it's above you as when it's on the horizon, and it shows you the exact same image on the horizon as it does directly above you. How is that
Okay,
possible
and how is
on
that
the
an
flat Earth?
observation of the Earth? Not an
It's
observation. Of the
observation.
moon.
Oh, it's direct evidence that you're standing on a curved surface.
Wrong.
Hey, do you guys believe in like a core?
We're talking to someone else right now.
So your second best proof was a question.
I could see why you come in here. You wanted a flat Earth model now, because you
Jesus
really don't know what you're
Christ.
talking about.
No, you guys are dumb as fuck.
You don't have a globe model.
Let me go
so
and give me 1 second. Go and calm down. And let's go and give you the photo of the blueprints for the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay.
Can't wait.
There you go.
Oh, I'm not clicking that. It's not even a photo.
Why is it saving as some
Discord, dude.
Nah, it's
It's not
saving it's saving as some bullshit ass file. Give me a sec. I'm gonna have to just screenshot it. That's such fucking nonsense. An AWIF file? What the fuck is that?
I don't know. Figure out your shit.
Nah, it's the website's problem. I'm literally just gonna fucking copy paste it and fucking make it my own JPEG. Like, but that's fucking such bullshit. Garbage website. I'm actually gonna delete that myself because nope, delete that fucking stupid ass link. So, in that blueprint, do you see a flat line, or do you see a curve? What I thought.
It's actually
Water-
flat. It's actually flat.
Yeah, the
Is
water
it?
level's horizontal. What are you talking about?
Is it though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like, what are you actually talking about?
Wait, doesn't it say right there mean lower low water elevation 0.00?
Looks pretty horizontal. I don't know what this dude's on. It's late. Maybe it's shrooms. It could be shrooms.
Yeah, you just posted proof of the flat Earth here, dude.
Well, thanks for
That's
that.
hilarious.
I don't see where they mention anything specifically about, yeah, we need to crunch some numbers for the curvature and make sure this bridge is built for it. It's just a horizontal water, and he just said it was a curve. I mean, okay. And he said this was the best proof, too.
Well, his
of the
third.
globe.
This is his third try.
So the best proof of the globe actually proves not globe. So, is that a wrap then?
Mean water level is a straight line.
Well, kind of this was his fourth attempt. His first attempt of the proof of the globe was to ask for a flat Earth model. Then his second attempt was look at the stars, and then kind of look at the boat, and then it was look at the moon, and then it was architecture, which actually demonstrates the Earth's flat. Definitely do not quit your day job.
Well, it's a really nice horizontal curved water line you got there in that pic, Clay. I don't know what I'm to believe anymore. They show me straight lines and say, ha! Prove the curve!
Wait, does he think he's showing curved water on a bridge? That would make the Earth like,
Yeah, he was
what?
pretty
500
confident.
miles wide. 500 miles wide. That's like what the frick was that one bridge? Pontchartrain, that one stupid picture. Yeah, the Earth's 500 miles wide.
Yeah. I don't know where the confusion lies. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we're just defining ball differently. I don't know.
Well, the only thing I can see curved there is the bridge itself is curved a bit,
Yeah,
which is a good.
Why would they do that?
Oh golly, bro! The bridge is being curved a bit, but the
Why not
the
just build
surface of the water.
Why not
is
just
flat.
build the bridge flat?
I don't know. I'm not a bridge constructor, but this is like a hanging bridge. It's on ropes. Maybe there is some equation that has to do with the metal bending due to temperature changes. Then you need to have some room or play for the airs making the bridge move. So I don't know 100%, man. There's probably a ton of factors why they built a bridge like this.
I think it helps to better distribute the weight of the bridge and the loads placed on it.
Yeah.
People have surmised that it's they do it because of the Earth's curvature, but it is because of weight. Like they've said, the tops of this bridge are, 8 inches out of, plumb or whatever, and yeah, it's because of weight. Because the middle of the bridge weighs way more than the freaking, ends, so it's gotta, hold more weight. So they lean them outwards, I think.
So even if they did build a curve to match the curved water level, how come the water level is just level? What gives?
I mean, what do you mean?
Horizontal.
Yeah. Do you think that the water is assumed to be level in that blueprint?
Yeah,
Why?
because it looks horizontal. Because water is level. That's how you establish level, is with water. I mean,
No, it's not. You establish level.
You need to do a little math, and figure
No,
out.
you need to literally just use a level.
If you
How do you think a level works?
What do you use in the level?
It would be a very, very small Earth. You're seeing curve at that, you know.
It is a very small span. You're right.
But dude, the Earth would be like 500 miles wide.
Explain to me how the level works.
With water in it, finds its own level.
It's not water, but it's water in a bubble. Sure.
You've never actually used a level, have you?
No, I've never used a level in my life in my area of construction work. You're right.
You know, the water level actually works off the principle that water always seeks its own level. That's how it works.
No. How does water seek its own level in a container?
What the fuck, dude?
What?
Well, by comparing the water heights in the tubing.
There's a bubble in a tube with a liquid. How does it find the middle?
Okay.
How does the air bubble, not water, find the middle?
Level. He's not talking about that level.
You can literally
water
freaking
level.
use the damn a tube, literally a tube.
You know what is even more damning with the construction paper that I just seen? When you look at the numbers of distance between the water level and the bridge, in the middle where the bridge is a little bit curved, you get 220 feet, I guess, or 220. I think 220 feet, because America. And then on the outer edges, where it is a bit lower to the water, you get 210. So you see that the only distance, you see the only reason why it's. Oh god, sorry, I lost the plot. Anyways, because of those numbers, you see that at the point where it's curved a little bit in the middle of the bridge, you get a higher distance to the water, because the water appears to be always the same flatness, right? Or maybe I need to put some circles around it. 1 second.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, so just familiarize yourself for a moment with the difference between a spirit level and a water level, dude. Just like quickly look it up. You'll see the difference.
Ever used a water level at the top of a mountain?
No.
Yo, Mute, what's your second best proof, man?
The easiest proof by far is the moon, in my opinion.
It's not
just another non-proof.
What do you think the moon is? Do you think it's a physical body?
You lost the plot quick there, eh? You're asking me when you were supposed to.
No, it's not the Earth.
Earth is.
I mean, I actually tried to give the best proof. Stand on the beach,
right?
Watch the ships disappear. You can zoom in as much as you want with your Nikon P900. It's still gonna disappear bottom up, dog.
At what distance? At what distance?
How about take the ship away? Does the Earth curve?
Probably the greatest horizon distance you can possibly get.
Is the Earth curved? Do you take the ship away?
Still a lot of proof.
Yeah, because if the Earth was flat, you could zoom in.
What's the formula, dude? What's the formula? What's the formula?
What's the formula for what?
To predict it. To predict with this observation.
Yeah, there must be a formula. It must be based on some figures, right?
From what I've heard from flat earthers, it's 8 inches per mile.
No.
Wrong.
Where?
Listen.
Yeah, that's drop over distance. That's what you'd be trying
It's
to
not
prove.
even
You'd
crit.
be-
He said it wrong.
That would just be
Yeah.
like slope.
So there would be a
A
there would
slope
be
would
a
be a curve.
geometric
Yeah.
point at which this begins to happen.
Man,
mean,
this
yeah.
is so funny. Thanks
No.
for the flat earth proof, by the way, with the Golden Gate.
Teach you your proof, C, because you said that they disappear over a geometric horizon. Basically, that's obviously what you were implying with bottom up. So do we
Yeah.
need to teach how this is supposed to go, how far out that's supposed to occur at, etc.? Or did you come in here knowing your religion?
Okay. So, how far at 0 feet above sea level do you think that a ship should disappear?
Oh,
0
This
feet.
is the question again.
Depends on the weather conditions.
Why does it depend on the weather if it's flat?
We're told
You've never heard of atmospheric effects? What's wrong with you, bro?
Yeah, no, I have. I think that
Hold on. Yeah, go
atmospheric
ahead.
effects
Yeah.
probably account for the vast majority of people saying they see further than they should.
You're talking about elevation of 0, so your eyeballs are at 0.
Yep, your eyeballs are at 0 feet sea level. How long will it take for a ship to disappear from your view? According to the globe model that you don't believe in.
Jeez, that's you wouldn't be able to see anything at that point. Your eyeballs are like right at the water.
Correct.
That's
So,
stupid.
let's assume you're at 6 foot observation height.
It's
How
about
long
3
would it
miles.
take?
It's about 3 miles.
Sure.
So people would be watching ships disappear at 3 miles all day long. Every day there'd be millions of pictures of people observing boats going over the same spot every day, all day. You
Which
don't
they
have
do.
that. No, they go over at different distances
They don't.
every day, all day. Yeah, they do.
They do.
That's why when you
They
look
do.
at
This guy's
They
never
do,
seen a
because
time lapse of a horizon.
the point at which it begins to happen would be defined by the horizon, right? That the horizon would be
I mean, it's
last
different
bit
based on
of
the
the
height of the
surface you can
observer.
see before
That's
it's
it.
you can't see any more of the curve, right? That would be the horizon.
I mean, these gifs you guys are posting are literally a camera zoomed in, which you could see ocularly if your eyes were good enough, and then them zooming out.
Yo, Mute, is this your first day?
Dude, if it was behind a
The
water
point is
hill,
about where the
you can zoom
horizon
in.
begins, right? You think there's a distance to the horizon. That would be the point beyond which a ship would begin to become obstructed bottom up from view.
Correct, which you
Right.
literally can see.
Okay, so that has to be at that distance, right?
Correct, with your eyeballs. Sure.
So we have observations like from 1 foot above the surface, where the horizon is visibly far beyond that,
No, you don't.
based on known distance markers, landmarks.
They've literally done tests on this, guys. Like, they've literally done
Wyatt,
tests.
we're going to show you that you're wrong. 1 second.
You just said it earlier. You said if once it goes over,
Have any of you
no camera could zoom in. You said that. You said
No, that's
camera
not.
could
That's not
zoom
what
in
I
and bring
said.
it back.
I said
That is
that
what you said.
your eyes will not be able to see something past your resolution of your eyes. However, you can definitely zoom in and see an object further than your eyes can see. Thank God for science for that. But you can zoom in on that object. Let me finish my fucking sentence, and it will still disappear regardless of how good your zoom is.
That's not true.
Yeah, but we're talking.
Yes, it is.
Talking about the horizon.
No, it's
We're
not.
talking about the horizon.
It doesn't matter what you're talking about. If the Earth was flat, you
what
could
you're talking
zoom in more and continue to see it. And
Yeah, you can bring it back into focus sometimes, but that is what you're talking about is the horizon. You're saying it's a physical location over which ships and things disappear, and so then it's constrained to a certain geometric distance based on the rate of curve, based on the radius of the ball, etc. Yeah, the horizon's way further than that, like T-Dub said. I'm going to prove it to you again now. Check the open text.
Now, as far as the Golden Gate Bridge shit goes.
Hello.
I will actually concede that. Yeah, that bridge was obviously built to be curved over the water.
Mute.
That was a
Mute. Hello,
dumb proof.
focus. Dude, mute. Focus. We're trying
Dude,
to
stop.
get your attention in the
I'm
side
going
chat.
through the chats. I'm going through the side chat. Calm down.
You calm down and focus.
I am focused, bro.
Not very, but we're getting there.
Oh my fucking god, calm down, dude.
If a boat went over a hump, there ain't no camera bringing it back.
Yeah,
You
but
can't see
see,
around corners.
dude, all you
Can't
have
see
here,
around corners.
dude, all you have here is an image of someone saying I'm at 1 foot, and I'm seeing shit that I shouldn't see. However, even in this picture, if the Earth was
No,
flat,
it's about the horizon.
listen, if
Dude,
the Earth
it's
was
about the
flat,
horizon.
it doesn't matter about the horizon. If the Earth was flat,
Whole point.
oh my fucking god! If the
Oh my
Earth was
fucking
flat,
God, that's
the platform at 6 miles should look almost the same size as the one that's at 9 miles, and yet they don't.
Shut up. Okay, so
Why
what
would
did
they look the same size?
They shouldn't. They should be roughly the same height.
Okay, what did T-Dub say to you? Where did this begin? What was the purpose of bringing this up? What did he say?
Wait, who's T-Dub?
Oh my god.
Me.
Sorry, I don't pay attention to your guys' names. My bad.
Okay, who gives a shit? The Aussie guy. What did he say? Why did we show you this? What was the point? What was his point?
I honestly don't know, man.
You are not tracking. This is the problem. This is why you can't have a conversation. You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you agreed that the horizon is the point beyond which boats will appear to become obstructed bottom up from view, right? Based on a specific distance.
Okay.
That distance you said for a 6-foot observer height would be about 3 miles, right?
As far as I understand, it's actually quite greater than 3 miles, but it doesn't really
What?
matter.
How do you understand that?
It's a little over 3 miles for a 6-foot.
I mean, I can, like, at any given place I've been in my life, I can see quite farther than 3 miles. If I'm
There
on
you
the
go.
beach, if I'm on the beach at 6 foot tall, though, like, here's the thing. When you show this image of these oil platforms, right, and you show a boat between them,
You've already done it.
why can't I see the other oil platform that is 300 miles behind those? Like,
You're moving the goalposts now? You only needed
it's
to
not
see
moving the goalposts. If the Earth was flat, you could see forever, dog.
Let me explain to you.
You can't see
The
forever. Okay?
Why not?
The goalpost is at 1.2 miles. We saw the horizon further than 9.4, so we're way past that goalpost. Now you're trying to move it to what, 300 miles?
Well, no, you're claiming that this picture was taken at 1 foot observer height.
Yeah, we can prove that. It's a still.
You can prove that.
Yeah,
I would like to see that proof.
Yeah, okay.
There's
one
a
second.
video of it, of where the camera's at. Literally, it's like right where he says it's at.
Yeah, he gets
It's
right
8
down. He's right at the shore. He gets right.
Yeah.
The waves are pretty much in his face where he places the camera. In the camera's face. Camera. 1 second.
Wait, how tall are these platforms?
Doesn't matter, dude. The horizon's
Yes,
behind.
it does.
No, it doesn't. So we have to rewind
Yes,
to the beginning.
yes, it does. It matters how tall those platforms are.
They're distance markers, bro. That's the only purpose for them in this observation. Because his point was the horizon distance, right? Globe gives us certain geometry with a certain distance. So we're just using them as demarcators of distance, right? So we can tell, okay, that's a known distance. That one's at 9.4. The horizon's further than that, so we know for sure it's further than 1.2. So if it's further than the rig, it can't be blocking it. The rig can't be dropping in elevation because the Earth is dropping.
No, this is false. Like, even if the observer height is at 1 foot, how tall are those platforms?
Okay, so you did
Doesn't
not
matter.
just did not understand.
Your Earth edge, your curvature, your water hump would be at 1.2 miles at an 8-inch observer height. That's a fact. That's a mathematical fact.
Can't be no more than 1.2. That's the key point.
Somebody better give him that that.
I pulled it up. I pulled up
RC
the
boat.
Earth curve calculator. Give me a second.
RC boat time. Good lord.
I mean, basically, what you're saying is that just because you can see the horizon beyond these platforms, that it's not possible?
Well, why can we see them beyond the platforms?
Because
Just
they're
breathe,
taller
we
than
used
the
to-
horizon, man. What do you
we
mean?
used to
You
all-
can't
the
you can't
horizon
see
all
the
is
entire
falling.
bottom
The
part of
horizon's
those
supposed to be-
platforms.
Hold on, the horizon's supposed to be in front of them.
Why
Right.
would it be in front of them? They're taller than the horizon.
Oh my
Because
god.
the globe Earth model says that it
Yeah,
should be
no,
in
that's
front of
logical
you.
as fuck. What do you mean?
Because
you
your
don't-
geopolitical horizon
you
can't
Just
be
because
no
their
more.
horizon maximum is 1.2 miles, I mean, these
There you
platforms are
go.
taller than the horizon, so
It
you're
doesn't
not
matter.
seeing
It's not
you're
about
not seeing the
the
entirety
height.
of the legs of the platforms. Like,
not
Why
at an
is the
8-inch
horizon
observer.
not at 1.2 then?
oh my god, is it really
At
that
8-inch
difficult?
observer height.
The horizon
Yeah,
is
why
at
is it at one? Why is
1.2.
it not
Those
at
platforms are
1.2?
taller than 1.2. You're not seeing the
Oh
entirety
my
of the bottom
lord.
part of the
Because the
platform.
platforms
Like,
are
what?
crap.
tall, the
Come on,
horizon
man.
This is a
isn't
Is
weird
it
where
really
it's
that
spiral,
supposed to be.
difficult?
Nico. I've never
Bro,
seen this
I don't
before.
think you know the difference between
hold
a
on,
horizon
hold
and a
on.
sagitta.
Hold on. How
Dude,
does
No, I don't think you
draw your
understand.
oil rig
You're seeing the
dictate
platform, but you're not seeing the
the
entirety of the
horizon?
platform. Like,
Hold on. Okay, what do you think the horizon is?
oh my
Yeah.
god.
I
It
noticed that
doesn't.
that's the
It
problem.
literally doesn't matter. The
I think we need to
argument that
bring
you're
a globe
the argument
diagram
that you're
and teach them
making
how
is
it
that the
is.
horizon is beyond these platforms, but that's because these platforms are much taller
Mute.
than where you're saying the horizon should be. Like, it's,
Yo,
it's
someone
so
post the
dumb.
globe diagram
Oh
so we
my
can teach him
lord.
his model.
It does, yeah, right. It
You're
does
literally
say
just
that,
not
but
seeing the entire legs of those platforms. Like, it's so simple. Holy shit.
He's got to
You're not
define
listening.
You can literally see the front platform has more legs that you can see than the back platform.
That has nothing to
You're
do
not
with it.
getting it,
They're
bro.
just
You're
It
not
does
getting
have
it.
everything to do with it.
Let's
No,
just see if Cyclone can get in there, guys.
Stop, everybody stop. He
Stop.
needs to define horizon right now. He doesn't know what it is, obviously. Go define horizon. Go to Google and find out what horizon means.
but we know what he thinks it means, so why doesn't he understand? He thinks it's a freaking edge.
Why do you why do you guys think you understand horizon better than me?
You don't know what it is. Can you define it? Hold on, Paraplegia. Can you define it?
Why okay, sure. The horizon is the absolute limit that you can see with your eyes.
Didn't you just
As
say
far as the like Terminator line of what you can see at ground level.
Not exactly.
Didn't you just say that the rigs are behind the horizon?
No, the rigs are in front of the horizon. It's really simple. The rigs are higher than the normal horizon level. You can literally see it in the photo. You can see more of the legs of the front rig than you can of the back rig.
Right, so you're not claiming the horizon is a curve of the Earth.
The horizon is not a curve of the Earth. It's just the limit at which you can see
Right, and that
on
limit is
like
not
the fucking globe, dude.
Right,
Like
and
what?
that limit is not set by a curved surface of Earth, right?
It absolutely is set by the curve of the Earth. Like what?
Right. Okay, so then it should be a geometric distance from the observer.
Sure.
But it's depending on their observer height, how far they can see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So that should be at 1.2 miles.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Yeah. So why is it seen beyond 10?
God.
Dude, put it in your Earth curve calculator.
Now let him answer.
Please.
What do you mean it's seen beyond 10?
He still doesn't know what a horizon is.
Because it's beyond
That
the ridge.
horizon that you're seeing in that photo is exactly 1.2 miles away.
Oh my god. He
Hold
doesn't know
on.
what a horizon is.
Hold on. Behind,
Wait a
behind the
minute.
9 mile.
Guys,
Right.
go easy. I
Yeah,
seriously think
behind
he's- I
platforms
seriously
that
think
are
it's his
way
first day, man.
above sea level. It's not that hard to figure out, guys.
You just
Those
said you saw
platforms
the
are
horizon
well
beyond the
above
rig.
sea level.
You
Yeah, it's
said
not
you saw
about
the
the
horizon
platform.
behind the rigs.
And
Yeah, that's not 1.2 miles. That's over 10 miles.
dude, you get this is like a mistake in
He's
perception.
glitching, guys. He's glitching.
No, I'm not glitching at all. You're literally looking at platforms. How tall are those platforms? Can you want to tell me
Platforms
how
don't
tall
matter.
they are?
The horizon's
How
behind the
tall are
platforms.
they?
Look at the
How
horizon.
tall are the platforms?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. It matters very much.
Hold on.
It matters how far they are, not how tall they are.
No, it doesn't. It matters how tall they
far
are.
away is the furthest rig?
He's glitched.
Reality. How far away is the furthest rig?
The platform habitat
Yeah.
is claimed in that photo to be 9 miles away.
Right, and the horizon's behind that.
No.
You don't know the horizon. I just
How
posted
tall is the
horizon.
platform?
Listen, mute. You're missing something fundamental here. You don't know what a horizon
No,
is. Read
no,
the
you
definitions.
are. You're missing something fundamental, dog.
You
The
fully understand
platform
what a horizon
habitat.
is. You don't know what a horizon is, and this has been stupid for 10 minutes. Read what I just posted for you.
Let me go and look up the height of.
man.
Let me go and look up the height of that platform.
Mute. It's irrelevant.
Listen to me. Dude, it's not about the height of them.
It is
how
about the
high
height.
they appear. No, dude, stop. It's not about how high they appear to be above the horizon. It's how far behind or in front of the horizon they appear to be. How far behind the horizon are they?
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? They're tall buildings.
Guys, I think he needs a break. You know, he's
I
getting.
don't need any breaks, motherfucker.
Listen,
Just let
stop.
him get the height
Listen.
of it, and
The
then
rigs.
and then when he has the height of it, we can say, okay, what's that got to do with anything? And he'll be back in the same position, spiraling.
Yeah, he's a little
Exactly.
overwhelmed right now. He's spiraling a bit. Just
Oh
so
my
he's on
fucking
it.
god! I'm not overwhelmed at all.
You just said the horizon that's seen beyond the rig that's 9 miles away is at 1.2 miles. So clearly, you're bricked.
No, that's the dumbest shit that I've ever heard. What is the height?
Yo,
What
he
is
just
the-
misplaced the decimal. He misplaced the
What?
decimal.
How
I meant to
tall?
say 12.
I gotta help this guy out because he.
Dude,
clearly
how
doesn't
tall
know
is
the horizon.
platform habitat?
Doesn't matter, mute. I'm gonna help.
Yes,
you
it
out
does
right
matter. It
now. Tell you
matters,
why it
dude.
doesn't matter.
Hey, hold on. Why does it matter? Why does it matter?
Stop jumping in for a second. I'm gonna help you learn what a
How
horizon is.
tall is platform habitat?
The
Answer the
reason
question. Answer the fucking.
is because you don't understand what a horizon is. If you did, you would realize that it's not relevant. So horizon, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So where is the Earth's surface, the ocean in that picture, and the sky appearing to meet? In front of or behind that rig?
Yeah, 1.2 miles.
No.
Okay. He's bricked. You guys take it. Go ahead.
Take what?
Dude, mute.
You
mute,
won't even answer
mute.
the question.
Stop. Wait.
No,
Dude,
no.
listen.
I asked a specific
dude, stop.
question. None of you will answer.
The sky appears to meet the water. Where does that point
It's
take
fine.
place?
It's fine.
My
We
lord.
don't need to know the height of those rigs. You can see in that image, right, that the oil rigs are obstructing the view of the horizon. There's a horizon line, and then it'll run along your vision, right, and it'll meet the edge of the oil rig. Be blocked by, you can no longer see the horizon because it's behind the oil rig. You were claiming earlier that the horizon is the thing that's in front of objects, that they've gone behind it and are becoming obstructed by the horizon. Now we have something that's at a distance from an observer height, where the horizon should be the thing blocking the oil rigs, not the oil rigs blocking the view of the horizon.
But T-Dub,
You've got it the wrong way.
you're wasting your
around,
breath,
dude.
man. He's blue screened. He has to reset.
Yeah, I don't know what you can do with this. This is bad.
But to answer your question, Mew, how tall is it? They're tall enough to not matter. That's how tall they are.
Mm-hmm. And why does one appear to be shorter than the other?
Because one's farther than the other. Genius.
Yeah,
Huh.
dude, things get smaller with distance. It's very simple.
Why can I see less of the platform?
But you know what's behind both of them? The horizon. And you know why they matter? As reference markers to know the distance. And you know what the distance is? More than like 9 miles or whatever. So the horizon behind it is around like 10, 12, 13. Not 1.2, bro.
Maybe let's try this with him.
You
Maybe
don't know
we're just
because
not
it's apparent.
understanding what he's claiming.
It's
So
apparent.
maybe mute reality. Maybe you could draw a line on the image where you see the horizon, so that we're on the same page.
Oh my god, such a waste of time. Do you
Well,
guys
why don't you
see
just do it?
more of the platform in the foreground or the background?
He doesn't know where the horizon is. So
He
why don't you draw
literally
it for
thinks
us?
he literally thinks it's at 1.2, but the oil rigs are taller than it, so it's
irrelevant.
It's irrelevant.
Right. So could you draw that horizon at 1.2 miles, please?
Yeah,
Could you
so
draw that
you're not
horizon?
seeing the entire bottom part of habitat in that picture.
What you're saying,
Guy,
dude,
you
but
need to
gotta-
tell
Yeah,
you
because
need
the
to show
bottom
us
part is
where you're
underneath the
saying
water, bro. That's how
horizon is.
oil rigs work.
No, the bottom part is behind your visible fucking field.
You gotta breathe and slow down. Just trust me, dude. Like this is not. We're not trying to trick you. This is just math. You know that's
You
where it
just
should
draw
be.
the horizon on the
1.2.
image where you see it.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's
No.
very simple. Like once
Why
you figure
not?
it out, you'll be
Draw
like,
on the image
oh
where
my
the
God.
horizon hurt you.
Dude, I can
Do
see
you not
the
know where the
horizon.
horizon is?
It doesn't prove shit.
Well, it
Show us where
does.
the
It debunks your
horizon
globe
hurt
religion,
you.
I'm
No, it
afraid.
doesn't.
Globe religion says it has to be in front of the rigs.
Explain to me why a horizon that is at 1.2 miles
It's not
should
at 1.2 miles, though.
obscure the platform.
It's not at 1.2 miles, though. It's beyond
That's literally what it
9.4 miles.
says in the image.
No. It
Guys, I
says
think we
that's
just gotta
what
let
the
him
globe
let him
model
breathe
would
for a bit because
Dude,
he's like
literally the image says the horizon is at 1.2
It's
miles.
rambling through.
Holy fuck.
he's like in denial and he's like fighting out of
It's not
desperation and
rambling.
stuff
That's
like that. 'cause of the
literally
ego.
what the fucking image says.
Read out the image.
Distance,
It says that's what the globe
geometric
model
horizon
predicts.
sphere,
It says that's what the globe
1.22
model
miles,
predicts.
right?
Yeah,
Can
but
be
you
no
see the
more.
horizon, right? And it's
Uh-huh.
beyond the rigs, right?
Sure, but the rigs are
Yeah, which
over.
is not
The
1.2
rigs are
miles, is it?
over 80 feet tall.
Yeah, so the horizon is beyond the rigs, which are 10 miles away.
Sure.
So it's not at 1.2
So,
miles, is it?
wait. What is your claim? These rigs should be entirely hidden?
No, the claim is
What is
that the
it? What is your
horizon should be
claim
at
then?
1.2 miles, but it's seen beyond the last rig, which is 9.4 miles away.
Okay,
So it's
but what
further
is
than
your
9.4
actual
miles.
claim? What should this photo look like on a globe?
How would you know? Because we don't live on a globe, obviously.
Yeah, but so you're not going to actually make a claim.
Yeah, well, the horizon would be in front of the rigs at 1.2 miles if it was a globe.
Why?
Because that's the geometry of the ball that you believe in.
No, dude, just
Oh, it's not?
no.
Okay,
The
so where
fucking
should the
rigs are
horizon
above the
be for a
horizon,
1
dude.
foot
Like,
observer
how
on
is
your
this
globe?
that hard to understand?
All right,
Okay,
well,
how
you
about
can
this? How about
maybe
this? How about instead of seeing rigs there, we'll just like replace them with sharks.
The only way you could say they
and the
they
fin of the shark
necessarily
does not go
have to
over the
be-
red line of the horizon.
Here's the thing.
Guys,
The only
stop
way
it,
you could
stop it.
necessarily say they have to be beyond the horizon point is if the photo was at zero, was at sea
Right,
level.
okay, mute reality. You tell us where the horizon should be for a 1 foot observer on the globe model.
It literally says in the fucking picture, 1.22
Oh, so
miles.
it should be at 1.2 miles.
Sure.
Okay, but it's not. It's seen beyond 9.4.
No, it's behind the fucking over almost 100-foot structures that are in front of the
So
photo.
it's further
Like,
than
what do you-
9.4 because it's behind it. Yeah.
yes. It's
Yes,
not
there
that
you
complicated.
go. There you go.
The horizon's
Well done. It's
behind
not
the tall
complicated,
objects.
it's very
Whoa.
How far are the
simple.
tall objects?
So the horizon should be at 1.2 according to the globe model, like you just said, but it's observed beyond 9.4. There you go.
No, it isn't.
Very simple.
No, it isn't. It's
Oh my
observed
goodness.
behind
Very simple.
objects that are 100 feet tall.
How far are the objects?
At 9.4 miles away, yeah?
You go ahead and show me in that photo a boat that is 1 foot tall.
Brick.
No, mute.
This is
Next time we'll take half the pill, maybe.
It's gonna be a legendary clip of a brick glober, dude. This guy
Oh,
thinks
man.
the height of the rig displaces it from 1.2 to further than 9.4. He thinks the height is the relevant point to mention. Wow.
He literally thinks he's seeing the tall oil rigs over the
So,
1.2
I want to ask him a
hump.
question. Yeah, I want to ask him a question. When did you ever mute? When did you ever go down to the beach, right, and see a boat going behind the horizon, right, and say to yourself, I can't see the horizon because that thing's in the way. It's behind it. You didn't. You went down to the beach and saw and watched the thing. Well, apparently, maybe you didn't, but you know, you went down to the beach and saw a thing go behind the horizon and become not visible because it went behind the horizon, right?
I mean, if you're gonna keep me muted, like, I mean, I can't really answer your question.
Well, being unmuted was your opportunity to answer it.
Yeah, it's funny. His profile picture is a specular
Again,
reflection, which also
so,
only works
like,
on a flat surface.
Again, if it were a 1 foot tall object, and I tried to take a picture of it at 1 foot on the beach, I probably couldn't take a picture of it if it was 2 miles away.
Wow.
How can something be
But
how can
a
something
90-foot
be
object, you know,
Dude, how can an object be obstructed from view by the horizon when it hasn't reached the horizon yet and isn't behind it?
what do you mean? Parts of those objects in that photo are literally obstructed
by the horizon.
view. No,
They're not,
by your
not because of the horizon.
Your view.
Not because of the horizon.
What is your point?
Bro, this guy, like, are you this dumb?
Agreed earlier that the
Enough of those structures is obstructed.
Percentage, please. You agreed earlier that things go over the horizon and become obstructed from view.
Yeah, including the bottom parts of both those platforms.
Right. Those things aren't behind the horizon. They're not over it. They're in front of it.
You're not getting it. Yeah, the bottom parts of them are, though. Why can't you see the
Don't
entire
care
structure?
about the bottom parts of it.
Oh, why
those
not?
things are
you don't care.
Those things are partially obstructing the view of the horizon, not the other way
Why can't
around,
you
which
see
is
the
what
entire
you're
bottom
claiming.
of both platforms?
I don't care. It's not the
You should
horizon
care,
doing it,
because on a
is it?
flat Earth, you'd be able to see the entire bottom.
It's not the horizon doing it, is it?
You're mute.
Run away.
He did
That's
not get
tough,
it. did
man.
he?
That's tough.
That was the stupidest thing I don't know. I don't know if I can say that I've ever heard in this channel, but man.
I think when people say the sun isn't an object is one of the dumbest things.
Oh yeah, right. So what you just heard there, right? Nothing. No problem with that. Like something is supposed to be in front of something, and your rebuttal to that is it's tall, right? That's okay because obviously he's on Team Glob, right?
Let's go to the sun, though.
Like that's what's different about you and us is that we'll tend to kind of correct somebody if he's going to bat for us and saying something stupid. We'll be like, no, we don't want that like representing us. But you guys just roll with it. Somebody says the dumbest thing you can possibly fathom, and you white knight for it.
No, I'm just saying a dumber thing.
No, that's not even close to dumber, dude. And you are every bit as dumb as he is now because you're white knighting for it, and we're not doing this twice in a row. He's back anyway. We'll just let him be dumb for himself. We don't need you to double down as well.
I'm just tell him to breathe, calm down. Like it'll be all right. You know, like, gosh, I don't know. I think some guys really think we're just trying to deceive him or something. It's just
I mean, it's even like his profile is set up like he's called mute reality. He doesn't like reality, and his images are specular
Oh
reflection.
It's
no!
a
Only work
dude.
on a
Come
flat
on, man.
surface.
Yo, how
It's
about this? Mute.
It's
How about
it's
this?
a no. First of all, it's a play on words. The entirety of what we do when we go online and we fucking eject
Trying to
from
escape
reality
reality.
is
You're
to
trying to
mute
escape
reality.
We get
That's
it. You
that's the
hate
purpose
reality.
of my
We
name.
know. You don't like
Fair enough,
reality.
bro.
We get it.
Okay, mute. Yo, how about this?
like,
Instead of
It's
like,
not
look
to
at the
deny
photo.
reality. It's to
just
Yeah, you're
it's literally just a
denying
play
the
on words. Holy
horizon
fuck.
that you see. You're denying the horizon.
No, I'm not denying.
He just
Dude,
doesn't
I'm not.
understand cycling. He's just bricked.
Dude,
You're a horizon denier.
no, like I asked
Slow
you.
down.
I already asked you.
Slow
No,
down.
Why'd you
shut
deny
the fuck up.
horizons?
I asked
Why'd you
you.
deny horizons?
What do you think you should see in that photo if the
You should
globe
change
was
your name
real?
to Ignore Horizons.
Yo, how about this?
That's
Mute
no,
reality.
No. Answer the
No,
question.
Listen for a
Please
second,
just
okay?
answer the question.
Look at the
What
photo
do you
again.
think that photo should
I
look
got a
like
picture.
if the globe
I
was
got a
real?
picture for you. I got a picture for you if the globe was real. Wait, just give me a second.
Like
Mute. Look at the photo again and
it's
pretend
clear
the
you
rigs
don't
aren't
understand
there.
what's going on in that photo. So
Just
what do you think
pretend
that
the rigs
photo
aren't
should
there.
look like?
Mute. Do me a favor. Pretend the rigs aren't there. Look at the photo and pretend they're not there. Okay? All you see is the horizon. You with me?
Okay.
All right. Now the horizon, like instead of the rigs, let's say there's just a surfer. Okay? There's a surfer there, and we know that the surfer, he has a GPS thing or whatever. We know he's 9 miles away, right? And the horizon's behind him. The horizon should be 1.2 miles, but it's behind him, and he's 9 miles away. You understand now?
Yeah, but dude, that surfer is 6 feet tall.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure.
Do you know why we can tell?
Let
Do you
him
know
finish.
why
Let
in
him-
that
let him
image we can
process it,
tell
guys.
that?
Come on.
I'm
Do you know?
100%
No. Does
sure.
he know? Does he know why we know the horizon is not at 1.225 miles in that image? Do you know why?
No, I don't.
Do you know how we know?
How?
Do you know how we know it's not at 1.225 miles?
How do you know that?
Because it's behind the oil rigs, dummy.
Dude, listen, I drew.
I think he's getting it now. I think he's getting it.
Do you understand
No,
the rig
dude,
like
these
balls?
oil rigs are standing in water,
Listen,
dude.
I drew
on,
a very simple diagram. It was kind of a joke, but still, it's kind of, you get the idea, dude. That's what you should. It should be blocking. It should be blocking shit, dude.
Yeah.
You shouldn't see
It is. If you look at platform habitat in the picture that Egg Slave posted, and you look at the beach photo.
Okay, I looked at it. I
man.
looked at it, and the horizon was behind both of the platforms, so it wasn't blocking either of them. The horizon, that would be where the surface of the water.
All right, let me ask you. If I built a building in the ocean,
not actually
10 miles
done.
off the.
Okay, so I warned you I wasn't actually done. So surface of the water where it appears to meet the sky. All right, see you later. Bye.
Oh man, they're too funny.
Just trying to help him, and he ran away.
You couldn't find a comedy show more entertaining than the average Glober, no matter how hard you
Dude.
try.
Yo, can we unmute
That
this Darth dude so he could tell me what the sun is?
Yeah, you can dunk on him.
Dude, that was hurting my legs, and I can't feel my
It's
legs.
an object. It's an object.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, it generates light.
So?
Well, can you name anything else that generates lights that's not